Can a person be resurrected after death? If you had posed this question to Sheng Ning a minute ago, her response would have undoubtedly been a resounding no. Yet now, seated before her is a man, exuding an air of nonchalance and mischief, who bears an uncanny resemblance to her husband, who passed away 4 years prior. "Wife, do you miss me?" The man smirks, his tone intimate. However, a chill runs down Sheng Ning's spine. This man is not her husband. Ding, new player detected entering the eerie game. The instance is about to commence. Players, please prepare. As Sheng Ning grapples with the surreal situation, a cold, mechanical voice echoes in her mind. The voice continues. Newbie player reminder. The eerie game intertwines with reality. Death in the game equates to death in real life. Players, cherish your lives and adhere to the rules. Wishing you an enjoyable game experience. At that moment, a faint blue light curtain unfurls before Sheng Ning. Faction, Humanity ID, 444477 name. Sheng Ning modifiable level, LV00 talent. None inventory. Instances cleared, 0 instance countdown. 0:59 The world around her morphed into something fantastical. Sheng Ning looked at the man who bore an exact likeness to her husband, Chu Yuanyin, and playfully beckoned him with her delicate fingers. The man paused, seemingly taken aback by her reaction, and instinctively leaned forward. In an instant, as he drew closer, Sheng Ning delivered a stinging slap, the force so great that it left her own hand tingling. How painful! Wait, pain? This is not a dream. The man's profile was smooth and pale. His features impeccably sculpted. Her forceful slap left no mark upon his face. Sheng Ning, help! Who on earth starts an eerie game by giving an NPC a resounding slap? The NPC, equally taken aback, gazed at Sheng Ning with dark, penetrating eyes, then glanced at her reddened palm, scrutinizing her with a look that seemed to contemplate how best to dismember her. Acting swiftly, Sheng Ning forced a smile. "Dear, I was just swatting a mosquito. You believe me, right?" NPC. To Sheng Ning's surprise, the NPC responded with a smile, though it bore an unsettling quality. He gently took her hand, blowing softly on it. "Wife, does your hand hurt?" At that moment, the mechanical voice resonated in her mind once more. Countdown complete. The instance game has commenced. Meanwhile, in a gray space invisible to Sheng Ning, countless livestream screens flickered to life. Lines of subtitles began to scroll. Oh, Hanather newcomer has arrived. Let the flowers rain down. Morning. Let me see what kind of newbie this is. I hope this wave of players has more humans. A broken home. Brank instance. My goodness. Did this newcomer dig up the game's ancestors? Starting off at hellish difficulty. Unaware of the live streaming. Sheng Ning had just withdrawn her hand from the NPC's grasp when a thunderous knocking erupted at the door. Only then did she realize she was in a living room, the house likely comprising 3 bedrooms and 2 halls. Standing in the midst of an intimate encounter with the NPC. The knocking grew increasingly frantic, and a sense of foreboding washed over Sheng Ning. This was not a good omen. Outside the live stream, as the instance commenced, the barrage of comments intensified. Some, noticing Sheng Ning's stream, sent a flurry of excited messages upon seeing her face. Whoa, a beauty! A female player. X3. This quickly drew a crowd to watch. Beautiful. Keep it up. You must survive. The eerie game cannot be without beauties, just as the West cannot lose Jerusalem. Wait a minute. With a beauty like that, she didn't do anything during the 1-minute buffer, did she? Come on. Beauty. NPCs can't be your sustenance. Here they come. The door is being battered down. This is a Brank instance. Facing malevolent spirits. Without rules, let's take 3 seconds of silence. Sheng Ning hesitated briefly, but the knocking intensified, accompanied by incoherent voices laced with fury, resembling the growls of a beast. Open the door. Let me in. Open up now. Sheng Ning, let me in. It's your mother. The howling grew increasingly desperate, the door trembling under the relentless blows, dust cascading from the ceiling. Suddenly, Sheng Ning felt an involuntary urge to approach the door. As her hand brushed the doorknob, if Sheng Ning could see the live stream, she would witness a flood of candles and flowers, all paying tribute to her. With a deep breath, she closed her eyes, preparing to muster her courage to open the door, when suddenly, someone yanked her back, and the figure pushed open the gray iron door. The entity outside, drenched in blood and gore, revealed its gaping maw, poised to devour the delectable human within. Upon seeing who had opened the door, the monstrous mouth froze, and Sheng Ning, standing behind her husband NPC, could even see the quivering tonsils deep within. The entity outside, Sheng Ning, the bloodied mouth began to retract slowly, as the grotesque figure gradually morphed into an unremarkable middle-aged woman. The woman flashed a coy smile at the husband NPC. "Son, what are you doing?" The once playful NPC now appeared dazed, his voice gravelly, playing a game. He resembled a fool. "Ha!" The middle-aged woman let out a dry laugh, and Sheng Ning sensed her wariness towards the husband NPC. In the next moment, the woman's gaze fell upon Sheng Ning, transforming into a frenzied glint, her eyes glimmering with hunger as her flesh began to slough off. "Daughter, misbehaving. You could be eaten." "What misbehavior?" Sheng Ning shuddered, retreating instinctively, a wave of terror washing over her. At that moment, she truly realized she had entered this bizarre game. The woman's bloodied mouth opened once more, poised to consume Sheng Ning's head, but she was seized by the wrist. Startled and frightened, she glanced to see the husband NPC extending his perfectly proportioned finger, manually closing the gaping maw. The scene was utterly surreal. Even more bewildered was the middle-aged woman, her bloodshot eyes reflecting confusion. Who interrupted my spell?" "Little sister, be good. Let's continue playing the game." The husband NPC articulated clearly. In a moment of distraction, Sheng Ning caught a crucial keyword. Sister? Game? Had he just called her wife while playing house with his sister? Sheng Ning felt she had unraveled the mystery. It made sense why there was someone who looked exactly like her husband, calling her wife. So her husband was indeed dead? Before she could mourn, she watched as the middle-aged woman returned to her normal state, showing no signs of displeasure from the interrupted spell, silently carrying her belongings into the kitchen. Sheng Ning, her husband, brother NPC once again turned his gaze towards Sheng Ning, his eyes deeper than before, and said, "The game continues." Sheng Ning was left bewildered. How does one continue playing house? Should she still call him husband? Sensing her bewilderment, the elder brother NPC kindly remarked, "Sister, I have hidden something for you to find. If you cannot locate it, you shall face a penalty." Chapter 2. The Fractured Home. A bizarre game of color and emotion in the gray expanse. A third of the new players and Oppos livestream vanished from the celestial canopy, while the ominous visage of Mother loomed large, her gaping maw frozen in the final scene. A few fortunate souls discovered the rules of the living room or retreated to their chambers to evade calamity. Among these, Sheng Ning stood out as a player who, akin to an NPC, received assistance in navigating the crisis. Her live stream erupted in chaos. Is it possible? Is the beauty cheating? Why is the brother, this frenzied specter, dating his sister? Alert! I've uncovered the truth. This beauty has seduced the frenzied specter. Spread the word. Seduction works. Wait, look. ISNT, the brother guiding the sister to search for the rules in the living room? What nonsense. This is an unrestrained frenzied specter. How could it assist a human? Exactly. If you believe the frenzied specter would aid a human, you might as well believe I am Qin Shi Huang. Donate me 50 ghostly bills to hear my revenge plot. As Sheng Ning rummaged through the living room, she unearthed the blurred wine-stained note beneath the coffee table. Living room rules. 1. Do not roam freely in the living room after 8 p.m. 2. Whenever you hear a knock, you must open the door. 3. The kitchen is Mother's domain. You may seek refuge there in times of danger. 4. Grandma enjoys watching television. If you encounter her, please join her in viewing. Furrowing her brow in confusion, Sheng Ning pondered the apparent contradiction between the first and second rules. Unbeknownst to her, a man had stealthily approached from behind, whispering in her ear, "Not this one." The cool, raspy voice sent a shiver down Sheng Ning and Oppos' spine, nearly causing her to stumble. A chilling hand rested upon her waist. "Sister, keep searching, otherwise there will be consequences." His voice carried a magnetic rasp, particularly when he spoke of punishment, which sounded almost flirtatious. A tingling sensation coursed through her body. Taking a deep breath, Sheng Ning dismissed the game as unfinished, shaking off his hand and resuming her search. In the live stream, wait, did I just see that correctly? Did the beauty just strike the frenzied specter? Why isn't it going berserk? I recall a player who merely glanced at the frenzied specter and lost both eyes. This can't be the real frenzied specter. It must be an imposter. Spread the word. The frenzied specter is a lecher. It 1T act frenzied towards a beautiful player. I have 2 disguise cards for sale at a low price. The search proved far more fruitful than Sheng Ning had anticipated. Mother cast several glances in her direction from the kitchen, seemingly reluctant yet wary of the man. Not daring to step outside. While rummaging, she not only discovered the living room rules, but also some scalp hair, 2 tongues, an arm, and an organ resembling a kidney. Holding the still fresh kidney, she suppressed her nausea. Stealing a glance at the man, who appeared nonchalant on the couch, Sheng Ning offered him a sweet, innocent smile, playfully extending the kidney towards his mouth. Care for a bite? The man thought to himself, what to do? My wife doubts my abilities. Sheng Ning intended to test and disgust him, but to her surprise, he grasped her wrist with his cool fingers and lowered his head, savoring the kidney bite by bite. Languorously consuming it as blood oozed over her hands, causing her to feel queasy, her beautiful face paling. After finishing the kidney, he seemed unsatisfied, extending his soft tongue to lick the blood from her hands, sucking on her delicate fingers. As he licked her palm, his dark, penetrating gaze held hers, filled with deep affection, as if relishing a rare delicacy. This pervert. Sheng Ning battled against the chill of disgust, struggling to accept the man's actions while bearing the visage of her beloved husband. After savoring the last drop of blood, he produced a wet wipe from seemingly nowhere, meticulously cleansing her palm and remarking, "Thank you, sister. It was delicious. Wow, what kind of live stream is this? I'm reporting someone for indecency. Ah. Let go of the goddess. I want to be fed by her too." The bizarre game has finally matured. It has transformed into a bizarre game of color and emotion. Has no one considered why the frenzied specter has changed its behavior? Did the beauty uncover a special card? Other streams have been slaughtered by the frenzied specter. By the way, how many cards are there in the fractured home instance? I don't recall anyone uncovering a card effective against the frenzied specter. No. Because of the frenzied specter's disregard for rules, no one dares to enter this instance. We have explored less than 5 of the fractured home. Having gleaned all that could be found in the living room, Sheng Ning turned her attention once more to the man, who had been observing her silently. She executed a thorough search, glancing at the blood-soaked fabric of the once colorful couch. Suddenly, an epiphany struck her. She reached into the couch's crevices and soon retrieved a photograph. Before she could examine it, the man's raspy, mocking voice echoed behind her. "Time us up, sister. You haven't found the gift I prepared for you." Stepping back cautiously, she regarded him with suspicion. At that moment, his lips bore traces of blood. His dark brows and eyes partially obscured by his raven hair, his lips crimson as blood, exuding a somewhat sinister allure. Sheng Ning felt momentarily disoriented as the man and Amp Oppo's features inevitably merged with another and Amp Oppo's. Yet that other would never treat her so wickedly. The man appeared thoroughly pleased. "Sister, you've performed admirably today. I've decided to punish you later tonight." Returning to her room, Sheng Ning retrieved the photograph she had not thoroughly examined. It was an old, yellowed family portrait featuring 5 members: grandma, father, mother, brother, and sister. On the back of the photograph, the completion rules were clearly inscribed. 1. Live in the house for 2 weeks, C-grade completion. 2. Gain father's affection, B-grade completion. 3. Fulfill grandma's wish, A-grade completion. 4. Save the fractured home, S-grade completion. Note: achieving S-grade or higher grants hidden items and special bonuses. Sheng Ning, manual smile. JPG. The surprise of discovering the completion rules was quickly overshadowed. The simplest method for completion was merely to exist within this bizarre nest for 2 weeks. Or perhaps, I could simply eradicate all the peculiar beings instead. Chapter 3. A shattered home. Dear, why didn't you leave the door open for me? Laughter echoed in the air. As the realization of the lady's unraveling became apparent, who would dare send a good soul into a B-level dungeon? Is no one going to commend the lady? Who could have imagined that the passage requirements were hidden within the seams of the sofa? Just last time, a player used 3 revival cards and still failed to uncover the completion method, yet she found it so swiftly. Sheng Ning carefully tucked away the completion rules and surveyed her room. It was a typical bedroom layout, with a bed placed centrally, a cabinet on one side, and a desk by the bay window, cluttered with an array of books. As she scanned the room, Sheng Ning's keen eyes caught sight of shredded paper in the trash bin. Piecing it together revealed the bedroom rules. Sheng Ning, I see. I'm merely digging my own grave here. Bedroom rules. 1. Sleep from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. The lights must remain off and no sound is permitted while sleeping. 2. Ignore any knocking at night. 3. There is no one beneath your bed. Remember that. The final rule sent a chill down Sheng Ning's spine. Gazing at her small bed adorned with deep red linens, the pitch-black space beneath it appeared exceedingly sinister. Upon inspecting the bedding, she unexpectedly discovered a diary hidden beneath her pillow. April 5th, 20XX, sunny. Grandmother visited again, insisting I take traditional medicine, claiming it would make me like my brother. April 8th, 20XX, overcast. Father is drinking again. I am frightened. Whenever he drinks, he hits me and mother. Why doesn't she protect me? Father must stay away when he drinks. April 12th, 20XX, rainy. I don't want to go for a mental health checkup. I am not mute due to autism. It's grandmother's medicine that has rendered me silent. April 14th, 20XX, cloudy. The medicine is so bitter. If I were like my brother, perhaps I wouldn't need to take it. Each time I drink it, mother cries beside me. Why can't she protect me? The brevity of the words carried a tremendous impact. Sheng Ning's eyes rolled back as she collapsed onto the bed, reflecting on the superstitious grandmother, the alcoholic father, the fragile mother, the mentally disabled brother, and her own isolation. Though her body remained alive, her spirit was utterly distorted. Now I understand why it's called a shattered home: superstitious grandmother, alcoholic father, fragile mother, mentally disabled brother, and the beautiful me. This is the quintessential female protagonist of a novel. With a moment to digest her thoughts, Sheng Ning picked up the diary once more, only to discover a small protrusion on the cover. Could it be a hidden rule? She cautiously peeled back the diary cover, revealing a blue card within. The instant her fingernail brushed against the card, information surged into her mind. Weapon card, sharp blade, D capable of attacking anomalies humans, durability 100. Once the information displayed, the card vanished. In her inventory, a new card materialized. With a mere thought, a dagger appeared in her hand. With a weapon capable of inflicting harm on the anomalies, Sheng Ning felt a wave of reassurance. As night fell at 9 o'clock, Sheng Ning lay down in bed early. The day's mental strain had left her weary, and she quickly began to drift off. Just as she was on the verge of slumber, a faint knocking interrupted her. Knock, knock, knock. Though the sound was subtle, it resonated sharply in the eerie night. Sheng Ning jolted awake, instinctively curling up under the covers. The rules of the underworld dictated that anomalies could not harm those concealed beneath blankets. Perhaps it was merely her imagination, but the knocking seemed to fade behind the fabric. After what felt like an eternity, convinced that the knocking had ceased, she finally exhaled in relief. But just as she did, a cold hand seized her ankle, pulling gently, and she found herself completely engulfed in her covers. Dear, why didn't you leave the door open for me? The familiar, raspy voice echoed. Sheng Ning was startled for a moment, her tense body relaxing just slightly. Thank goodness, it's just my mentally challenged brother. The man crawled beneath the covers, his icy presence enveloped in a faint metallic scent. His large hand wrapped around her waist, pulling her closer, binding her in his embrace. The intimacy of the position was disconcerting yet protective, filled with a strange sense of control. Once settled, he pressed a gentle kiss to Sheng Ning and Appo's forehead, whispering softly, "Do not be afraid. Sleep peacefully." Yet, how could she possibly sleep? Every action of his mirrored that of her late husband. From the position to the tender kiss goodnight, and even the soothing words, it was as if he were Chu Yuanyan himself. In that fleeting moment, Sheng Ning felt that this man was indeed Chu Yuanyan. Regardless of the truth, the yearning and grievances she had harbored for years burst forth in that familiar embrace, tears streaming down her face. Sensing the dampness against his chest, the man became flustered, his voice trembling and unsure. "Do not cry, dear. Please don't cry." His words only intensified her tears. She bit her lip, stifling her sobs. In Chu Yuanyan and Appo's understanding, Sheng Ning rarely cried. Instead, he often feigned tears, seeking her comfort. Emulating her soothing manner, he captured her glistening lips in the darkness, kissing her tenderly. "Do not fear. With me, you will be safe. Dear, please do not cry. Your tears make me want to weep too. I miss you so much. So very much. Please, do not cry. I have waited for you for so long. I only regained my consciousness between midnight and 1. Shall we talk?" Sheng Ning's tears ceased abruptly as their noses brushed against each other, their breaths entwined. In the darkness, she could almost perceive those familiar, glistening eyes. After a long pause, she managed to regain her composure and asked calmly, "Chu Yuanyan, how can we restore you to normal?" Though the situation was utterly surreal, the moment she recognized him as Chu Yuanyan, a sense of calm washed over her. While resurrection was impossible in the realm of reality, in this bizarre game, if Chu Yuanyan could return, then he could surely regain his full consciousness as well. Chapter 4. A Fractured Home. The intent to kill surpasses fear. The night was vibrant in the live broadcast room, as everyone eagerly awaited the malevolent specter lurking beneath the bed to reveal its prowess. In the newcomer segment, the live stream was simultaneously besieged by the same sinister entity. In Sheng Ning and Amp, Oppo's broadcast, the apparition beneath the bed manifested in a manner akin to that in other streams, harassing the occupants with a 360-degree assault. The moment anyone on the bed stirred, the malevolent spirit feasted. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that the specter in Sheng Ning and Oppo's room appeared to possess slightly lower pixel quality and exhibited a more sluggish movement. Sheng Ning found herself tightly embraced by Chu Yuanyan. He playfully sought kisses, trailing from her cheek to the nape of her neck, from her collarbone to her chest, steadfastly refusing to address her inquiries. After a prolonged silence, Chu Yuanyan reluctantly conceded, "Wife, when you reach level 5, you will understand without my prompting." Level 5? Sheng Ning recalled that her status displayed LV0. Level 5 did not seem insurmountable. Sensing her relaxation, Chu Yuanyan nestled closer, his icy hands greedily exploring every warm inch of her skin. In a low, seductive tone, he murmured, "Wife, let us engage in something meaningful." The passion of their long-awaited reunion demanded expression, and only the intimacy of their bodies could convey the depth of their longing. Sheng Ning appeared to slip into the moment more easily than before. Time became irrelevant, and suddenly, Chu Yuanyan nibbled on her earlobe, his voice hoarse with anticipation. "Wife, you've never called me husband. Just one time, will you?" Sheng Ning felt as though she were a driftwood swept away by the waves, her consciousness sinking into the depths. In a fleeting daze, Chu Yuanyan and Amp Oppo's visage emerged from the abyss, his dark hair contrasting with his pale skin. His lips a captivating hue that overshadowed his eyes, resembling a mesmerizing siren. Husband, Sheng Ning thought to herself before losing consciousness. If she could see Chu Yuanyan once before departing this world, she would find peace. Morning broke at 6:00 and Amp Oppo's clock, heralded by the sharp chime of the doorbell, shattering the tranquility of dawn. The viewers in the live stream were already awake before Sheng Ning. Let us be honest. The beauty sleeps like a log. The specter beneath her bed jumped at her head 10 times last night, yet it failed to disturb her slumber. Ha. The specter has learned. I remember it previously danced like a dinosaur. Ding ding ding. The debt collector specter has made its grand entrance. If the door isn't opened within 5 minutes, it will anger the brother. A rampaging specter is indiscriminate in its fury. Come, place your bets. Let us see if the player is to be devoured by the debt collector specter, or if the rampaging specter will claim victory. Surely it must be the debt collector. That specter is merely a fleeting anomaly, while the rampaging specter is at least a vengeful spirit. As the doorbell rang again, Sheng Ning jolted awake. Oddly enough, despite a night of exhaustion, she felt surprisingly alert, save for some discomfort. The man beside her clung to her like an octopus, enveloping her entirely. She nudged him, her previous tenderness giving way to caution. This man was no longer Chu Yuanyan. The doorbell rang once more, reminding her of the second rule of the living room: one must open the door upon hearing a knock. Sheng Ning felt inclined to trust this rule as devoid of traps, especially with a weapon at her disposal. Worth a try. Stepping out of the bedroom and approaching the door, Sheng Ning swallowed hard. Just as her fingers grasped the doorknob, a mocking voice echoed from behind her, sending chills down her spine. "Sister, were you satisfied with last night's punishment? If you cannot slay the entity outside, I shall feast upon you today." The man had risen unbeknownst to her, standing in the living room, half of his handsome face illuminated by the morning light, his gaze playful yet tinged with a softness that rendered him eerily beautiful. The shadowed half of his face resembled a beast poised to pounce, ready to devour her whole. Casting a wary glance in his direction, she felt a flicker of confidence as he bore the face of Chu Yuanyan. With renewed determination, Sheng Ning pushed open the dull gray door, revealing a grotesque creature resembling a patchwork of crocodilian green. Its head was human, yet its eyes were those of a hawk, its nose that of a dog, and its tongue a cat and Amp Oppo's a crocodile and Amp Oppo's body and giraffe and Amp Oppo's legs, all stitched together with surgical threads like a horror film and Amp Oppo's abominable doll. Stumbling back in shock, Sheng Ning gasped, confronting a creature that sent her sanity spiraling. The debt collector specter, however, upon seeing her, expressed delight in its raptor-like eyes. Its voice high and thin, such a beautiful human, such a beautiful human. Feigning calm, Sheng Ning attempted to speak, but just then, a crucial memory from her diary surfaced. Sister, do not speak. Thank goodness she recalled it. While this was not a rule, it was her sister and Amp Oppos, S persona, should it collapse. The consequences were unfathomable. The barrage of comments from viewers echoed her fears. Wow, the beautiful player nearly met her end. If her persona collapses, all rules lose their effect, and the debt collector can devour the player. No, I think the rampaging specter will feast first. Let them fight. I love watching the beauty take on the rampaging specter. I respect the debt collector for being a tough adversary. Sheng Ning gestured with her hands, uncertain if the debt collector understood or was merely acting out a script. Its greedy gaze sent shivers down her spine. Your father owes me 5,000 specter coins. You must repay the debt. If you cannot, it cackled, its laughter grating on her nerves. Slightly dizzy, Sheng Ning bit her tongue to maintain her focus, summoning a weapon card that transformed into a gleaming dagger. The debt collector continued to chuckle, its gaze fixated on her with an insatiable hunger, as if it had already claimed its prize. Without hesitation, Sheng Ning lunged forward, her blade plunging into the debt collector's mouth, piercing through its throat, splitting its tongue in two, and penetrating its skull. Cold, foul blood splattered across her, yet Sheng Ning remained fierce, taut with resolve. The debt collector's eyes widened in disbelief. How could a player be so ruthless? As it struggled, Sheng Ning's murderous intent eclipsed her fear, and she thrust the dagger 3 more times, each strike aimed at a vital point: the throat, heart, and brain. The live stream transformed into a crimson spectacle. Golden comments illuminating the screen as a mechanical announcement resonated in Sheng Ning's mind, and within the stream, congratulations to newcomer player 444477 for achieving the first kill in a fractured home. You have slain a fleeting anomaly and earned 50 experience points, a first kill bonus of 100 experience points, and a one-hit kill bonus of 100 experience points. Reward, skill card, copy C. Before her eyes appeared a glowing panel radiating a soft blue light. Faction, Human ID, 444477 name. Sheng Ning, modifiable, level, LV1, 250, talent. None inventory, skill card, copy C. Weapon card, dagger, D, completed instances, 0. Sheng Ning stared at the numbers in awe. Chapter 5, The Fractured Home, duplicating all inanimate objects in that fleeting moment when Sheng Ning fiercely charged to confront the debt-collecting specter. The barrage of comments in the live stream astonishingly fell silent for 3 seconds. It was only upon the announcement's release that the comments erupted into a frenzied scroll. Doubt, awe, worship. A novice level 0 player had obliterated a phantasmal level specter. By player levels, this was indeed a level 1 specter. A cross-level kill, and in a single blow. The excitement was not confined to the live stream. The Spectre forum buzzed with activity. A vibrant, highlighted post adorned the forum and AMP, Oppos, S front page, continually receiving replies. 1L, how fortunate is this rookie female player? Let us dissect the rules of the debt-collecting specter. This specter can only be vanquished by striking its true form. Remarkably, every part of this specter has been replaced, likely leaving only its mouth untouched. Player 444477 struck that very mouth. What a stroke of luck. Absolutely incredible. 2L. I declare that player 444477 is the embodiment of the goddess of luck from ancient Greece. That is my alarm bell. 3L. To be honest, the combat prowess of the debt-collecting specter is rather mediocre. It and Oppos, as merely a phantasmal level specter, and with sufficient spectral currency, one can easily dismiss it. There is no need to exaggerate. It's just a reckless rookie player. 4L. Oh, are you feeling sour up there? If you're so capable, why not land a one-hit kill yourself? And where would a rookie player acquire spectral currency? When you were a rookie, you probably didn't even know what spectral currency was. The body of the debt-collecting specter dissipated into a cloud of black smoke. Sheng Ning, still in shock, turned rigidly to meet the ecstatic, drug-like face of the man before her. Darling, you are incredible, truly remarkable. He was so exhilarated that he seemed almost deranged. Dark energy emanating from him. Sister, cheer up. You are a born player. Let me kill you, would you? Join our spectral faction. The man, brimming with excitement, spoke as one of his arms transformed into a giant axe, poised to strike at Sheng Ning's head. With the blood of the debt-collecting specter smeared across her face, sticky and suffocating, Sheng Ning cast a fleeting glance at the exuberant man before executing a swift maneuver to evade the axe. Heading towards the darkened bathroom deep within the living room. The bathroom was devoid of any light, the yellowing walls peeling and mottled. Half of the mirror was shattered, and bloodstains swirled at the edge of the drain. A tumult of murderous intent and fear churned within her. In the mirror, a pale-faced woman smeared with blood stared back, her long black hair cascading over her shoulders, resembling a demon clawing out from the abyss. Suddenly, the reflection revealed a ghastly grin, rows of sharp teeth gleaming, the mouth stretching grotesquely to the ears, reminiscent of the mother's spectral maw. With a cold, indifferent gaze, Sheng Ning drew forth a dagger. Its cold glimmer piercing through the darkness of the bathroom like the scythe of death, radiating an aura of intimidation. The figure in the mirror faltered, its gaze shifting behind Sheng Ning, before it dissolved into a puddle of ink and vanished. Leaning against the doorframe, the man relentlessly tried to persuade Sheng Ning, "Sister, join us. I can grant you eternal life, boundless power, bestow upon you the status of a leader." Sheng Ning replied, "Only if you can resurrect my husband." The man's expression faltered. Sheng Ning realized that perhaps due to Chu Yuanyan's consciousness, speaking in front of this man did not compromise her character. The man suddenly raised his voice, "I am your husband." After cleaning the blood from herself, Sheng Ning returned to her room and promptly locked the door before the man could follow. Outside the door, the man muttered, "Indeed, I chose well." Even in such a thrilling moment, she remained so composed. Sheng Ning now sought a quiet and secure environment to calm her frayed nerves. She curled up within her blankets, forming a small ball, breathing in shallow gasps as the tremors in her body grew more pronounced. Even the audience in the live stream noticed her unusual demeanor. Hugs, beautiful. Which kind-hearted player's novice dungeon is rated B? Goddess Alambel, fear not. You will overcome this obstacle. Tisk, it's just a deck-collecting specter. Why the hype? I've slain countless phantasmal-level specters. Brother Calloused Feet, were you scared silly on your first dungeon run? Are you trembling again? Sheng Ning clenched her fists, repeatedly reminding herself that it was merely a specter. She was not killing a human. After some time, her emotions settled. Opening her inventory, she was surprised to find a new item. Her inventory now illuminated 3 slots. The first was a weapon card, Sharp Blade. The second was the recently awarded duplication card. Skill card, Duplication. See, capable of duplicating all inanimate objects, with 10 uses. The last illuminated slot appeared as if conjured from thin air. Incense, Spectre S Special, a single stick capable of captivating the Spectre S spirit. Sheng Ning? At 10 in the morning, the door creaked open, followed by the booming voice of a rough man. "Wuxia, give me money. I need to win back my losses." Not long after, the Mother Spectre's voice echoed. "You went gambling again, didn't you? You still want money? That S for our son and daughter's medical expenses. You are not allowed to touch it." "Daughter? Giving money for our son's treatment is one thing. But why for that little money-losing wretch? Come out." The sound of stomping halted outside the bedroom door, followed by a pounding on the door. "Little wretch, come out this instant." Sheng Ning suddenly flung open the door, sidestepping as a short, stout man tumbled into the room. His eyes ablaze with rage upon seeing Sheng Ning hiding by the door. "Little wretch, you did this on purpose, didn't you?" Feigning terror, Sheng Ning shook her head vigorously. The Mother Spectre positioned herself protectively in front of Sheng Ning, almost pleading, "Our daughter is about to take her college entrance exams. Please do not disturb her studies. I beg you, she is our only daughter. Spare our family of 3, please." Sheng Ning was slightly taken aback. Her Mother Spectre appeared significantly more normal now and was even willing to protect her. It seemed imperative to venture into the master bedroom. Perhaps she could uncover the Grandmother Spectre's wish or something else of significance. After lunch, the stout Spectre emerged from the bedroom, clutching a metal box, while the Mother Spectre left the house to buy groceries. This left only Sheng Ning and the man wearing Chu Yuanyan and Appo's face. The living room was empty, devoid of the television mentioned in the rules. Sensing the opportunity had arrived, Sheng Ning disregarded the man's relentless following, gripping her dagger as she pushed open the master bedroom door. The master bedroom's window was shut tight, shrouding the interior in darkness. After a 2-minute wait without any disturbances, Sheng Ning tossed a crumpled piece of paper inside to confirm there was no anomaly before daring to enter. The master bedroom was significantly larger than her own. Its layout was somewhat similar, with a dusty large bed, an entire wall lined with cabinets, and the windowsill cluttered with miscellaneous items. A dusty vanity stood in the corner. Sheng Ning began her search at the vanity. Within 2 minutes, she discovered a prescription slip at the very bottom of the jewelry box, with the back inscribed with her mother's rules. 1. Mother loves her children dearly every day, except for the disobedient ones. 2. If faced with insurmountable problems, one may seek assistance from mother. Chapter 6. A fractured home. Trapped in a strange world, the prescription, a remnant of time, lay before her, its letters faded and the efficacy obscured. She committed its contents to memory, then returned the items to their rightful place before continuing her search. Soon, she discovered a stack of identical boxes among the clutter on the windowsill, revealing a manual for treating cerebral palsy. The literal interpretation of the condition prompted her to glance at the man beside her, her gaze laden with meaning. Could it be that she has developed feelings for me? He mused. At the bottom of the box, she unearthed a series of medical records, the name indecipherable, but the details indicated a male patient aged 7. It was her brother and aunt, Apos, medical history. The dim light of the room made it difficult to discern the specifics, and she hesitated to take the records with her. Suddenly, she recalled the C-grade replication card in her inventory. It was time to test its capabilities. Ding! The replication card was successfully activated. She held one copy of the medical records in each hand, her expression shifting as she turned to him, smiling sweetly, her voice melodic. Brother, can you tell which one is real? For a brief moment, he was taken aback, captivated by her charm. Whose wife is she? How could she be so adorable? He thought. The two records were identical, even down to the grease stains and frayed edges. He shook his head in confusion, rewarded with another radiant smile from her. His gaze becoming entranced. She returned the fake record to its place and resumed her search. Half an hour later, she finally discovered a stack of IOUs beneath the bed. On a certain date, Sheng Jinshan borrowed 1,000 ghost notes from Hugo, promising to repay within 3 days, or else offer his daughter's heart as collateral. On another date, he borrowed 500 ghost notes from Sanzue Go, with a similar ultimatum involving his daughter and aunt, Apos' thigh. Yet another IOU for 800 ghost notes from Dayagu stipulated a repayment in his daughter's eyes. Sheng Ning felt a surge of anger. That old scoundrel. I should have given him a good thrashing this morning. Staring at the IOUs, she pondered a troubling thought. The borrowed sums had been retrieved from the borrowers. But what of those that remained unpaid? Had her entire being been collateralized by that old wretch? As she seethed with fury, she recalled the objective of the game, to earn her father's affection. Ah, that old scoundrel must relish the fragmented version of me, she thought bitterly. Having searched the main bedroom thoroughly, she checked the time, realizing it was nearly the hour her mother was expected to return. She slipped out of the main bedroom and back to her own, wondering if the old scoundrel would return that day. Suddenly, a warning echoed in her mind. Warning. Harming main storyline NPCs is prohibited. Fine, I see how it is. I'm just meant to endure the blows, she thought. Once back in her room, she meticulously examined her brother's medical records. From them, she gleaned the details of his cerebral palsy, a condition seemingly inherited from the womb, possibly due to drug-induced impairment. Throughout his treatment, for reasons unknown, he had become increasingly aggressive, exhibiting tremendous strength, often resorting to violence against others. She glanced at the man, who was now bubbling with strange foam. Indeed, he is quite deranged. Before long, her mother returned, banging on the door with frantic urgency. After nearly 10 minutes, she managed to force the door open, entering to begin her routine of washing vegetables, mechanically repeating the process from the previous day. At dinner time, Sheng Ning stepped out to the dining room, only to be greeted by the sight of an elderly woman with silver hair. Upon seeing Sheng Ning, the woman's face softened with affection. Sheng Ning, come eat. After dinner, you must take your medicine. A sense of foreboding washed over Sheng Ning. Her diary had warned her that she should not speak due to her grandmother's herbal concoctions. She forced a timid smile, casting a desperate glance at her mother for help. Her mother remained oblivious, seemingly unaware of her silent plea. After the meal, her grandmother produced a bowl of thick, dark, and foul-smelling herbal medicine, saying with warmth, Sheng Ning, you're the best. Drink this, and you will become just like your brother, fulfilling your grandmother's wish. The notion of fulfilling her grandmother's desire instantly reminded Sheng Ning of the game's rules. She looked at her grandmother, whose loving gaze now harbored a sinister eagerness. As the porcelain bowl approached her lips, Sheng Ning recoiled, her face betraying terror. According to her diary, her sister had harbored a deep fear of drinking her grandmother's medicine, and her reaction seemed justified. The live chat exploded with warnings. Do not drink. You will be trapped in this bizarre world forever. The second major trap of the fractured home is the grandmother's medicine. Many players believe they could fulfill her wish and escape, only to find themselves eternally ensnared. The grandmother's greatest wish has nothing to do with her granddaughter. Stay strong. Beautiful sister, do not drink the medicine. Can someone clarify what the grandmother's wish is? Why has she suddenly appeared today? Seeing Sheng Ning retreat, her grandmother's demeanor darkened. The warmth in her eyes vanishing, replaced by a sinister malice. A chill coursed through Sheng Ning's spine. Her grandmother advanced, brandishing the medicine bowl. hurling insults. You're as useless as that wretched mother of yours. All I want is a grandson. Drink. Drink. The bowl approached Sheng Ning's face, her grandmother attempting to force it upon her, fingers sharp like talons. If captured, Sheng Ning feared she would be left with bloodied wounds on her cheeks. The space around the dining table was constricted, leaving her no room to escape. In contrast, her brother stood in a daze, his gaze vacant, while her mother sat nearby, furrowing her brow, torn between intervening and hesitating. Suddenly, she recalled her mother's second rule: in times of insurmountable trouble, seek her mother's help. Taking a leap of faith, she threw herself into her mother and Appo's embrace, crying out for assistance, gesturing to her throat, then to her grandmother, and finally striking her own head to convey her agony. Her mother seemed momentarily taken aback, then anguish washed over her features as tears streamed down her face. Sheng Ning, I haven't protected you well enough. Her mother's expression transitioned from despair to determination. She rose abruptly, shielding Sheng Ning behind her. Sheng Ning has a sore throat and doesn't wish to take the medicine. Sheng Ning felt a pang of frustration. That wasn't quite what she meant to convey. The grandmother's gaze turned cold, her voice laced with venom. Wretched girl, this is all your fault. Because of you, I have no grandson. The porcelain bowl flew towards her mother, its contents splattering over both of them, and in the next moment, both Sheng Ning and her mother were seized by the grandmother, fingers entangled in their hair. Unprepared, Sheng Ning felt her scalp tear painfully, blood spilling forth. I'm going to be bald. Her mother appeared to suffer even worse. Her face grotesquely altered, flesh torn and bloodied, revealing her gums in a horrifying display. Sheng Ning clutched her scalp, overwhelmed by an excruciating pain that felt as if it might explode. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, and her gaze collided with her mother's in an uncanny encounter. Ding, congratulations, player, for activating your mother's hidden talent. Chapter 7, The Fractured Home. I can protect you too. Ding, congratulations, player. You have activated the hidden talent of Mother Ghost, maternal affection. The talent of Mother Ghost awakens, elevating her level to the terrifying realm of a malevolent spirit. Unlocking the absolute domain, in the next moment, the aura surrounding Mother Ghost surged dramatically, her flesh contorted as new skin emerged, while the mask in Grandmother's hand transformed into a cloud of corrosive black smoke. Sizzle, half of Grandmother Ghost's arm was corroded to a charred black, eliciting a sharp, anguished scream from her. The piercing cry caused Sheng Ning's eardrums to bleed, and even NPC brother was affected, a flicker of madness igniting in his eyes. Instinctively driven to tear everything apart, he was restrained by a pair of soft, gentle hands gripping his wrist. Gazing at her suffering children, Mother Ghost's aura intensified once more. If an energy gauge had been present at that moment, it would have revealed her energy levels ascending continuously, teetering on the brink between the malevolent spirit and the catastrophic level. Sheng Ning and NPC brother were thrust into the kitchen, the glass door slamming shut with a decisive sound. Entering absolute space, guard my treasure. Within Mother Ghost's absolute space, all attacks shall be nullified. Even the mechanical announcement carried a hint of excitement, and the fervor within Sheng Ning's live stream was palpable. A once-in-a-lifetime series. The hidden talent of an NPC. This marks the 7th such instance in this eerie game. I declare she is the alarm bell of the eerie game. The chosen one. Unlocking an NPC's hidden talent implies that upon entering a corresponding world instance, the NPC will automatically sense the player, irrespective of their identity. No one is ignoring the rookie player relentlessly hunting B-level instances, securing first kills, then unlocking hidden talents, trampling the frenzied ghost, striking the grandmother ghost. The strongest newcomer. A Lambell. Activating an NPC's hidden quest is an exceedingly rare occurrence in the eerie realm, especially for a newcomer, drawing the attention of numerous high-level players. A level 4 expert posted on the forum, and as the threat emerged, it attracted a throng of onlookers. Let us analyze Alambell's gaming path. 1L, striking the malevolent spirit, trampling the deadly fate, LV4 as everyone can see. The frenzied ghost in Alambell's live stream seems particularly interested in her, inviting her to join them. One can speculate what Alambell accomplished in that brief minute to earn the favor of the frenzied ghost. 2L, striking the malevolent spirit, trampling the deadly fate, LV4 with the absence of the frenzied ghost's indiscriminate attacks, Alambell explored the living room, bedroom, and master suite, discovering the rules of the living room, the bedroom, and her mother's rules. Remarkably, she executed a critical strike against the debt collector without understanding its rules. One must acknowledge her vigor as a newcomer. I certainly wouldn't dare to take such risks. 3L, striking the malevolent spirit, trampling the deadly fate, LV4 currently. She possesses a weapon card capable of inflicting damage on the eerie entities and a replication card. Who could it be that has captured her attention? Why on earth did she choose to replicate a rule? Such extravagance. Condemnation. Strong condemnation. For L, condemnation. Hand over the replication, and I shall teach you how to use it. 5L, great misfortune. Please analyze why number 444477 was able to manifest the hidden talent of the eerie. I cannot comprehend why Mother Ghost suddenly awakened. 3L, striking the malevolent spirit, trampling the deadly fate. LV4 damn. Call me the god of mischief. Since everyone is curious, I shall elaborate. Firstly, I don't think it was entirely unexpected. It was evident that a Lambell had sought help from Mother Ghost. Recalling the moment at the dining table when Grandmother Ghost first mentioned taking medicine, a Lambell had already called for assistance once. When that short, stout figure banged on the door, Mother Ghost had also protected her. Clearly, there was some undisclosed plot we are unaware of, and a Lambell just happened to trigger it. Goodness, her luck is truly extraordinary. In a dark space where one could not distinguish night from day, a furious man with a buzz cut slammed the keyboard away in frustration. The disparity between players was infuriating. Uncovering a hidden talent in a B-level instance could only mean an S-level clearance. Alas, the goddess must bestow her luck upon him. The man's face was nearly pressed against the live stream screen. Meanwhile, Sheng Ning, oblivious to the commotion surrounding the hidden talent, remained confined in the kitchen with her brother. Through the glass door, they witnessed a fierce battle between Mother Ghost and Grandmother Ghost, a back-and-forth struggle. You tug my arm, I tear your leg. You poke out my eyes, I rip out your tongue. This scene was gruesome and bloody. Sheng Ning watched as Mother Ghost valiantly fought against Grandmother Ghost, her heart swelling with a mix of emotions. Both she and Chu Yuanyin were orphans, having grown up together in the orphanage, relying on one another. Their relationship blossomed into love, marriage, and ultimately, loss. Throughout her brief early life, the role of a mother had never graced her existence. Yet now, a mother was battling fiercely to protect her child. That child was herself. This feeling was entirely new to Sheng Ning. Her heart felt tender, full, and slightly achy, as if tears were about to spill. Her brother seemed to sense her emotional turmoil, a hint of misplaced confusion flickering in his eyes. The powers of Mother Ghost and Grandmother Ghost were evenly matched, both enveloped in swirling black smoke, casting the already dim living room into an abyss of darkness. Sheng Ning unsheathed a dagger, gesturing to her brother before resolutely opening the glass door and plunging into the thick smoke. The smoke enveloped her like a shroud of black mist. Despite her best efforts to control her breathing, she inhaled a mouthful, plunging into a frigid abyss that sent shivers through her body. Ning Ning, be careful. Mother Ghost's alarmed voice called from the side. Sheng Ning raised her stiff arm in defense, feeling a tremendous force collide with the dagger she held. The sound of the impact rang out sharply. Now was the moment. This was the only time she could ascertain the opponent's position. Sheng Ning thrust the dagger forward with all her might, and it pierced through a shadow, followed by a wailing cry of pain from Grandmother Ghost. In that critical instant, Sheng Ning felt a faint rush of air near her ear, her scalp prickling in alarm. She dropped low and rolled away, narrowly escaping a colossal gray-blue claw that had descended where she had just stood. The hand of Grandmother Ghost. Mother Ghost surged forward, tearing apart Grandmother Ghost's hand with ferocity. The black smoke in the room dissipated in an instant, and within 2 seconds, visibility was restored. Grandmother Ghost writhed on the ground, cradling her severed arm, howling in agony. Sheng Ning noticed the remnants of muscle fibers on Grandmother Ghost's elbow, indicating that the forearm had been forcefully ripped away, leaving a remarkably clean wound. With a gaze of seething resentment, Grandmother Ghost glared at Sheng Ning, sending chills down her spine. She retreated behind Mother Ghost, her earlier bravado evaporating, clinging to her sleeve and feigning fear. Mother Ghost seemed to be quite taken by this display. One moment, she gazed tenderly at her little daughter, and the next, her countenance transformed into a fearsome visage as she devoured Grandmother Ghost's severed arm. Overwhelmed by the shock, Grandmother Ghost vanished into thin air. Only the three of them remained in the living room. Mother Ghost returned to her normal appearance, burping contentedly as she praised, Ning Ning, you were truly magnificent just now. Helping your mother. You are indeed a good little one. She planted a kiss on Sheng Ning's cheek, witnessing the incredulity etched on her face, which suddenly gave way to tears as she choked out, Ning Ning, I will protect you and your brother well from now on. No one shall harm you again. Mother Ghost's gaze was filled with tender clarity, exuding boundless strength. nearly merging with the image of a mother that Sheng Ning had always envisioned. Strangely, Sheng Ning began to feel an affection for this mother ghost. She embraced her mother, nuzzling her head gently before exclaiming twice, revealing her tiny bicep, "I can protect you too." Chapter 8. The Fractured Home. What does a narcissistic human taste like? The night following the battle appeared to be even more tranquil. In stark contrast to the chaotic barrage of messages, Sheng Ning lay on the bed like a lifeless corpse. Naturally, she was not asleep. No one could rest after having slain two bizarre entities in a single day. She endeavored to calm her tumultuous emotions, reminding herself that they were merely aberrations, not human beings. As she turned over, she suddenly recalled her mother's words from earlier that day. "I will no longer allow anyone to harm you and your brother." This implied that someone had indeed inflicted harm upon her and her sibling. Her sister's muteness and her brother's madness. Were these ailments not the result of human malice? The confrontation between her grandmother and mother earlier was evidently a clash of old grievances and new animosities. Were these grievances somehow linked to her brother and sister? What was her grandmother and Appo's true wish? A series of riddles swirled in Sheng Ning and Appo's mind. She felt a crucial clue lay hidden within her grandmother and Appo's essence. If she could unravel her grandmother's rules, perhaps she could illuminate the truth. Time slipped away, and she drifted into a light slumber, her consciousness lingering in anticipation of Chu Yuanyin's return. However, unbeknownst to her, an eerie presence emerged from beneath the bed before he could arrive. The entity beneath the bed had barely arrived when it crawled out. Its companions could hardly comprehend the significance of having a grade aberration as a spouse. Not only did it deprive others of their nocturnal activities, but it also sought to obscure the live broadcast from the prying eyes of the audience. The most infuriating aspect was that they were forced to eavesdrop on the intimate exchanges of these two individuals. Aberrations could be vanquished, but they must not be insulted. After listening to a night full of live broadcasts, I was merely an innocent bystander. Why must you tarnish my pure soul? In her dazed state, Sheng Ning suddenly perceived a strange figure emanating a thick black smoke, fixated on her from the bedside. In the darkness, though she could not discern its face, she sensed an inexplicable sorrow emanating from it. Unlike other aberrations that radiated malevolence, this one was steeped in grief. "Brother, I have not wronged you. Have I?" Sheng Ning squeezed her eyes shut, pretending to be asleep. After all, she had slain one aberration and severed another's arm. Surely she could afford a night free from labor. "Ah, I know you are not asleep," the aberration chimed, its voice reminiscent of a child's playful laughter. Whispering coldly in her ear, "Sister, let us play hide and seek. Sister, I will count to 3, 2, 1, and if you cannot find me, I shall devour you." The malicious laughter echoed around the room in a disorienting 360-degree loop. "You little rascal, I'll thrash you." Seeing that Sheng Ning remained motionless, the entity's malice intensified, its black smoke nearly enveloping the entire room. It understood that her consciousness was most vulnerable in the hour preceding her transition, and it sought to exploit this moment to exact vengeance for the previous night's indignities. Sheng Ning remained still, constrained by the rules, leaving the entity powerless to act against her. It began pacing anxiously at the bedside, suddenly recalling a lesson from its mother. It chuckled. "I heard that those truly asleep will unconsciously raise their arms." Years ago, it had been caught by its mother using this very trick, resulting in a severe reprimand. "Ha! This foolish human will surely raise her hand unconsciously, and then I can. Thanks for the invitation." But children raised in an orphanage stopped playing such games by the age of 3. The entity, noticing that Sheng Ning had not raised her arm, started to express doubt. "Is she truly asleep?" it murmured, leaning closer to scrutinize her expression. After a long pause, the entity suddenly exclaimed, "She is truly beautiful." This fleeting remark reignited the previously subdued live broadcast, filling it with excitement. "I knew it. Even in the world of aberrations, there are lecherous beings. Wah! Can even a deity's beauty be resisted by the aberrations? Who has a directional disguise card? I want to transform into the visage of a goddess and dominate the dungeons. Little aberrations, you shall all fall. Ha! Don't boast too much. This is merely a low-level novice dungeon filled with shallow aberrations." "Ah, yes. May I ask what your novice dungeon is? Perhaps I am too illiterate to recognize it. Is it a B-grade dungeon? Is it?" "A capital B-grade dungeon. A hub for chaotic aberrations." Sheng Ning nearly faltered, her lips twitching involuntarily. Yet, the keen-eyed entity caught this subtle reaction and joyfully exclaimed, "You are indeed awake. How narcissistic of you. Ha ha. Today, I shall savor the taste of a narcissistic human." With that, its mouth, once normal, inexplicably expanded, lunging towards Sheng Ning's head. Blood sprayed forth as Sheng Ning adeptly rolled aside, brandishing a dagger that glistened ominously in the darkness. In that moment, she appeared lithe and agile, like a specter, her blade seemingly dripping with blood. The thick black smoke surrounding the entity momentarily solidified as she revealed a dangerous smile. The entity beneath the bed gasped. Mother has an aberration. When Chu Yuanyin arrived, he found a pitiful entity whispering conspiratorially to the corner of the bed and Sheng Ning. "What are you doing?" he inquired, glancing at the little aberration, which promptly stood at attention. Sheng Ning looked at Chu Yuanyin, who swiftly nestled into her blankets, embracing her tightly. "Wife, it is I." In his familiar embrace, though his touch was cold, Sheng Ning felt no discomfort. She found a comfortable position against him, just as before, and began recounting the day's events. At the moment Chu Yuanyin entered, the live broadcast inexplicably stuttered, capturing Sheng Ning conversing briefly with the entity before she settled down to sleep. Silence enveloped the broadcast room. The image displayed Sheng Ning in slumber. Yet the audience count continued to rise, seemingly eager for the unfolding drama. After listening to her tale, Chu Yuanyin's eyes brimmed with deep concern. "Wife, not all aberrations must be slain. As long as you do not breach the rules, they cannot harm you." Sheng Ning replied, "I will be cautious. By the way, our home has only 3 rooms. One for me, the master bedroom, and the last, does it belong to grandmother or you?" Bound by the rules, Chu Yuanyin could not divulge any information related to the aberration game. Observing the helplessness and subtle pain in his eyes, Sheng Ning realized he had suffered greatly in that realm. She embraced her husband, soothingly murmuring, "It is all right if you cannot speak. I will find a way to restore you. Just wait for me." Countless unspoken words transformed into tender kisses. That night, Chu Yuanyin simply lay beside her, sharing the warmth of the covers. At 3 in the morning, a mechanical voice suddenly interrupted the pitch-black broadcast, crackling intermittently. In the darkness, the man bit gently into Sheng Ning's earlobe, whispering, "Wife, you have awakened." Chapter 9. The fractured home. The rising intonation laced with mockery sent shivers down Sheng Ning's spine, instantly awakening her. A damp, cool sensation brushed against her earlobe. With a swift motion, Sheng Ning pushed the man away and cast a disdainful glance at the alluring figure with crimson, moist lips before cautiously stepping off the bed. The man reclined languidly on the bed, a satisfied expression emerging in the dim light. The faint crackling sound of electricity filtered through the walls into Sheng Ning's bedroom. She recognized it as the broadcast of today's legal commentary. What was happening? Even ghostly entities needed to study the law? Just that night, she had interrogated a ghost lurking beneath her bed. And now she was aware of another spectral presence hidden within her home, a television ghost that only appeared in the early hours of the morning. Unexpectedly, it appeared tonight. Despite the distance and walls separating her bedroom from the living room, the voice of the television ghost seeped through, becoming clearer with each passing moment. In such an environment, even the deepest sleeper would be roused. It was evident that the television ghost was driving her out of the sanctuary of her bedroom. Having vanquished a debt-collecting ghost and coerced the one beneath her bed, alongside her daily encounters with another peculiar entity, she felt a diminishing fear towards the supernatural. What now occupied her thoughts was that among the numerous rules she had learned, only the one pertaining to her grandmother mentioned the television. What connection could there be between the television ghost and her grandmother? Without further contemplation, Sheng Ning surmised that she must confront this television ghost, perhaps. With a stroke of luck, she might glean her grandmother's unfulfilled wishes. As she opened the bedroom door, the electric sounds of the broadcast became instantly pronounced. Suddenly, the dark corridor transformed into a radiant path, surrounded by a cacophony of voices. She glanced around and realized she was no longer at her bedroom door, but rather in a corner of a bustling market. The expansive, antiquated market was teeming with life, with vendors calling out their wares amidst the clamor. Sheng Ning observed the crowd closely. Their attire was distinctly vintage, reminiscent of 2 or 3 decades past. Following the flow of the crowd, she took a few steps inward and noticed a throng gathered around a stall, the nature of which was unclear. Before she could fully grasp the situation, her body moved instinctively towards the crowd. As she pushed her way through the tightly packed individuals, she found herself facing an elderly woman seated atop a stool, who was scrutinizing the palm of a middle-aged woman. After a moment of enigmatic contemplation, the old woman declared, "My dear, your palm suggests that your desires may not be easily realized." The middle-aged woman immediately panicked, pleading, "Great sage, please look again. I simply wish for a grandson. My son has married 3 women, and all they have borne are daughters. Is it truly impossible for me?" She burst into tears, grieving as though her ancestral tomb had been unearthed. The old woman, with silver hair yet a visage reminiscent of a youthful woman in her 30s, feigned a sigh of sympathy. Alas, my dear, we are indeed fated. I shall make an exception to assist you. With that, she produced a packet of traditional Chinese medicine from her cloth pouch, her demeanor brimming with pride as she proclaimed, I have traversed far and wide to earn my living with this. In Hong Kong, one would need several tens of thousands to acquire my secret formula. Now that I am older and my aspirations have waned, I shall consider it a charitable act. The herbal concoction appeared dubious, and the woman expressed her skepticism. 1 packet. Will that suffice? The elderly woman glared at her. If 1 packet is not enough, do you wish for more? Were it not for our destined connection, I would not offer you even 1. Instantly, the woman became obsequious, forcing a smile. Great sage, how much do you require? The elderly woman shot her another glare. As a practitioner, I speak not of money, but of destiny. The onlookers chimed in, 888 yuan. 20 years ago, that was no trivial sum. The woman, visibly pained, gritted her teeth and handed over the money. Pleased, the old woman accepted the payment and scanned the crowd with her keen gaze, eventually settling on Sheng Ning. Ah, my dear, among all these people, you and I share the strongest bond. Would you care for a reading? Still pondering the peculiar address, Sheng Ning was suddenly shoved from behind, and someone shouted, Old Shanks, haven't you always longed for a grandson? Hurry up. By the time she realized what was happening, the old woman had seized her hand, compelling her to open her palm. The silver-haired woman scrutinized her for a moment before exclaiming, Alas, another with an unfulfilled lineage. Is this the decree of the goddess of fertility, compelling me to aid humankind? Fixing her penetrating gaze upon Sheng Ning, she continued, My dear, have you perhaps lost 2 unborn grandchildren? Sheng Ning opened her mouth to retort, but instead uttered, Yes, yes, great sage, your insight is remarkable. My ungrateful daughter-in-law is expecting twins, and every practitioner declares they are girls. Great sage, please assist me, O goddess of fertility. The voice echoed the tone of her grandmother. Realizing she had entered another's body and was witnessing past events, Sheng Ning understood. The elderly woman was pleased with this title, stating, Since you have called me the goddess of fertility, I shall not let your request go unfulfilled. With that, she retrieved another identical packet of medicine from her pouch and handed it to the grandmother ghost, who accepted it with great reverence, cradling it as if it were a priceless treasure. Great sage, how do I use this? The goddess of fertility cast a significant glance at Sheng Ning, one that seemed to penetrate her very soul. Thank you, great sage. Thank you. The grandmother ghost bowed and fumbled for money, nearly venerating her. In a flash, the scene shifted. Sheng Ning found herself enveloped in darkness again, the corridor now pitch black, save for a faint light emanating from the living room. Clearly, this was yet another spectacle orchestrated by the television ghost. The reason behind its presentation remained a mystery, one she would need to confront directly. As she approached the living room, she spotted a figure seated on the couch. The silhouette was hunched, and upon recognizing the face, Sheng Ning felt a chill run down her spine. Sheng Ning, are you awake? Come sit with your grandmother and watch some television. The visage was unmistakably that of the goddess of fertility from the previous scene, now beckoning her affectionately, claiming to be her grandmother. Living room rule 4. Grandmother enjoys watching television. If you encounter her watching, please join her. A sense of dread surged through Sheng Ning, compelling her to resist approaching. The television ghost could very well have initiated a deadly encounter, yet it chose to ensnare her in an illusion. As long as she adhered to the rules, the television ghost would remain powerless against her. Seating herself at the edge of the sofa, the moment she settled in, the live stream's barrage of comments paused for a second before erupting into a cacophony of doubts. How dare she sit beside the television ghost? A true warrior indeed. This sister may be relying on her good fortune, but she shouldn't be so reckless. The ghost beneath the bed is clearly deceiving her. This is a B-grade anomaly. Any one of them could obliterate a novice in an instant. Seriously, anyone can see that grandmother is a fake. Why is she approaching? Is she courting death? I'm done watching. This is too ominous. Chapter 10. The Fractured Home. As Sheng Ning returned to her room, she suddenly felt a cold hand on her waist. In the blink of an eye, she was swept off her feet in a princess carry. The man exuded a strangely familiar aura. Yet she knew he was not Chu Yuanian. Put me down, Sheng Ning whispered sharply. The man chuckled softly, tightening his grip. Darling, please don't be so aloof. Sheng Ning froze. If she once dared to entertain the advances of this brother-like figure. The earlier question posed by the enigmatic presence had instilled a sense of caution within her. Time rewound half an hour earlier on the sofa. The enigmatic figure regarded Sheng Ning's audacity with surprise, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Quite brave, indeed. The old black television initially displayed a static-filled screen. But as Sheng Ning settled down, the static gradually faded, revealing a skull logo in the upper left corner, followed by the start of a family drama. The protagonist of this drama was none other than her mother. The scene depicted a young mother just after childbirth, joyfully embraced by a nurse who carried a newborn, while the short and stout figure of her father and her grandmother celebrated the occasion. The grandmother was so overwhelmed with emotion that she knelt in prayer at the entrance of the delivery room. The scene shifted back to the hospital, but now the sign outside read neurology. The mother stood awkwardly at the door with a 3- or 4-year-old boy, her face etched with despair. Moments later, the short and stout figure emerged from within, striking her across the face while hurling invectives. "Wretched woman! Useless wretch! Your son is a fool! I'll beat you to a pulp, you good for nothing." The mother curled up, silent tears streaming down her face. Someone attempted to intervene, but was restrained by a nurse who warned, "Don't. You'll only attract trouble." A poised woman behind her frowned in protest. "How can that man strike his wife like this? We must help her." The nurse held her back once more, explaining, "This is not the first time. Even if you intervene and call the police, she will forgive her husband before them, and we would face his wrath." The determined woman furrowed her brow, but just then, someone called her name, forcing her to depart. The scene transitioned again, and Sheng Ning recognized the bustling marketplace she had just visited, where her grandmother was in a fit of rage, clinging onto a delivery deity while hurling insults, scattering the deity's belongings across the ground. A few onlookers attempted to intervene, only to be met with her spitting disdain. It wasn't until the short and stout figure and the police arrived that they entered the station together. Inside, her grandmother raged about how the deity had given her a recipe for a grandson, resulting in a foolish child, demanding compensation for the thousands spent on his medical care. The deity on screen appeared startled, confidently addressing the police. "This is indeed a recipe for childbirth. Officers, you may investigate. All who have purchased this formula have given birth." The police began to gather information, but the scene froze at that moment. The deity mechanically turned to Sheng Ning, his gaze chilling as he queried, "Do you think I should pay?" Sheng Ning remained silent, realizing she was to play the role of judge today. Across the long expanse of the sofa, she returned his gaze, noting the sharpness in his eyes, which held no discernible emotional depth. In this moment, he seemed almost gentle, yet the aura of fear surrounding her intensified. A wrong answer could cost her life. Lost in contemplation, she pondered the connection between this enigmatic figure and the television drama. He had not harmed her, but rather guided her through the family's past. What was his true intention? Sensing her hesitation, the deity reassured her. "I am not a lowly entity. I do not casually consume lives." Pausing as if struck by an epiphany, he elaborated, "In the realm of the uncanny, there are 7 levels of entities. The lowest is the wandering soul, but you are fortunate. There are none in your home." Sheng Ning listened intently. Next are the ethereal, vengeful spirits, the cursed, the disastrous, the devastating, the royal, and at the pinnacle, the unspeakable. The deity leaned back, playfully toying with a cat, asking, "Can you guess what level I belong to?" Sheng Ning hastily scribbled on a piece of paper, "Cursed," with no wandering souls present. The debt collector she had dispatched must have been ethereal, while both her mother and grandmother were certainly vengeful spirits. This unusual entity before her was undoubtedly at least cursed. "Quite the clever girl. You've answered correctly. Now, can you guess what level the man in your room is?" Sheng Ning hesitated, perhaps due to the presence of Chu Yuanian. She felt no sense of danger from this brother-like figure and could not ascertain his level. She shook her head in honesty. The deity paused, then suddenly laughed, his gaze softening. "Little girl, you must answer one of these 2 questions by tomorrow night. Until then." Noticing something amiss with Sheng Ning, the man's voice turned cold. What's wrong? He had anticipated her to retaliate, yet her submissiveness made him uneasy. "Did he bully you?" he inquired, halting mid-stride. His tone laced with anger as he turned, as if ready to confront someone. Sheng Ning thought, do all enigmatic beings possess such volatile emotions? Not wishing to prolong the tension, she wrapped her arms around his neck and said, "I'm tired. Let us go to sleep." He paused, glancing down at her, noticing her furrowed brow which hinted at genuine fatigue. With a dismissive huff, he relented, "Very well, I shall let you rest. But remember, I am not one to be trifled with." He gently placed her upon the bed, leaning closer, his voice laced with a teasing allure. "Darling, how about I transform you into an entity? Once you become one, you could eliminate that old witch and we could soar together. How delightful." Chapter 11. a shattered home, the disfigured one at last. The male specter successfully claimed a significant prize, embracing Sheng Ning's waist as he drifted into slumber. The enigmatic figure behind him soon fell silent, devoid of breath and warmth. Sheng Ning remained uncertain whether the specter behind her had truly succumbed to sleep, while she herself found rest elusive. This marked the second occasion the male specter had lured her with the promise of transformation into a specter. Given his abilities, transforming her required no negotiation. Thus, the question arose as to why he approached the matter with such reluctance. After some contemplation, she deduced that the consciousness of Chu Yuanyin, residing within the male specter, must be the source of this hesitation. Only if she willingly consented to become a specter could he proceed with his intentions. This led to another query. Why did he desire to transform her? This conundrum eluded her understanding, yet she sensed a connection to Chu Yuanyin. Unable to grasp the answer, Sheng Ning chose not to dwell on it. There were other pressing matters at hand, including the Grand Spectre and the unfolding saga within this household. Among the rules of passage, earning her father's affection was classified as a B-level task, judging from the scenes presented by the debt collector and the Grand Spectre. She had two potential avenues to win her father's favor, the first being to become a son. Sheng Ning promptly dismissed this option. Thus, the only remaining choice was to acquire boundless wealth. The crux of the matter was that she possessed no money whatsoever. A thorough search of her bedroom yielded not even a single coin. The A-level task involved fulfilling her grandmother's wish. Sheng Ning felt a sense of loyalty from the Grand Spectre. Initially puzzled regarding her grandmother's desire, she had come to realize, after witnessing the Grand Spectre's illusions, that her grandmother longed for a grandson. Yet, was her brother not already her grandmother and Appo's grandson? Why then did her grandmother still yearn for another? Could it be that her brother was not the offspring of the short and stout spectre? Sheng Ning found this notion entirely plausible. After all, her mother was an ordinary middle-aged woman, and the short and stout spectre's genes were hardly commendable. How could they possibly produce a strikingly handsome son nearly 6 feet tall? Tomorrow, she resolved to search the last bedroom to see if she could uncover anything else. When Sheng Ning next opened her eyes, the sun had risen high in the sky. Sleepy-eyed, she ventured out in search of sustenance, only to find her mother spectre, who typically remained hidden in the morning, affectionately gazing at her. Ning Ning, you've been studying hard, haven't you? Mother has prepared pig trotters and walnut soup to nourish your mind. With that, her mother spectre presented a bowl of unappetizing and foul-smelling broth. Despite the spectre world being devoid of warmth, Sheng Ning imagined her mother stirring the soup in the kitchen, steam rising around her. A memory surfaced from years past. Just before her college entrance examinations, when her deskmate would lament about her mother's penchant for concocting peculiar brain-boosting soups. What others found tiresome was, for Sheng Ning, a long-desired indulgence. She had not anticipated that her regrets would find resolution within this spectral realm. Despite the unappealing appearance of the broth, she drank every last drop and took out a piece of paper to write, "Thank you, Mother. Thank you for mending the shortcomings of my youth." Her mother spectre, deeply moved, carefully folded the note and placed it in her pocket, then kissed Sheng Ning's cheek with her icy lips. This tender scene was witnessed by the male spectre, who hastily approached with a vacant gaze, yet an urgent demeanor. "Sister, a kiss for me too." Without awaiting consent, his cold, thin lips brushed against the corner of Sheng Ning's mouth. Sheng Ning could see the gleam of triumph in his eyes. Her mother spectre cast a complicated glance at her son, a mix of surprise, disbelief, and wariness reflected in her expression. For her, the male spectre's rage was manageable as long as it did not escalate. Sheng Ning felt uncomfortable being taken advantage of by the spectre, whose actions bore the face of Chu Yuanyin. In retaliation, she narrowed her eyes and smiled, writing on the paper, "Brother also wants soup to nourish his brain." "Of course. I'll fetch you some soup," her mother spectre replied, returning to the kitchen to bring out another bowl of the same nourishing broth, placing it before the male spectre. His vacant stare turned toward Sheng Ning, his clear pupils reflecting her mischievous smile, which appeared somewhat devious. Ultimately, the brother spectre consumed the unforgettable bowl of soup. Just as the family enjoyed their moment of harmony, a sudden knocking at the door shattered the tranquility. Sheng Ning tensed up immediately, as previous experiences had taught her that such disturbances rarely heralded good news. According to the rules, she was obliged to answer the door before she could rise. Her mother spectre dashed to the entrance with the speed of lightning. She glanced back at Sheng Ning and cautioned, "The kitchen is my sacred domain. No one can harm you here." As the door swung open, an unfamiliar spectre stood before them, one hand grasping the short and stout spectre, the other brandishing a piece of paper. Sheng Ning recognized it instantly. It was a loan document. Another debt collector had arrived. The collector forcefully threw the short and stout specter inside, brandishing the loan note and revealing a mouth full of golden teeth. Sheng Ning was certain that even the last cavity had been filled with gold. The debt collector declared, "He owes me 2,000 spectral dollars and has already put his daughter up as collateral." Upon uttering these words, his gaze shifted to Sheng Ning, astonishment flashing in his eyes, quickly replaced by a look of greed as he assessed her worth. This individual could easily fetch at least 5,000 spectral dollars on the market. A wave of dread washed over Sheng Ning, prompting her to hide behind her brother Spectre. The short and stout Spectre regained his composure, glaring at his mother Spectre with a venomous threat. "You better bring out all your secret savings, or your daughter will be sold today." As if his threat lacked potency, the short and stout Spectre continued, "People like you are often dismembered for their organs. Your daughter is beautiful. Do you even fathom where she might end up?" The mother Spectre's hair bristled with fury as dark smoke erupted from her body, encircling the short and stout Spectre in an instant. Upon contact, the smoke corroded his skin as if it had encountered sulfuric acid, leaving it charred and blackened. Within mere breaths, the short and stout Spectre's body was reduced to a state where bones were visible. Just as Sheng Ning believed the Spectre was doomed, a gust of black smoke swept through the room, dispersing her mother Spectre-esque corrosive mist and rescuing the short and stout Spectre. Then, venomous curses echoed through the living room. "You vile creature! You dare to threaten my son? Then I shall take your daughter." With that, another plume of black smoke surged toward Sheng Ning. Terrified, she recoiled, clutching her dagger, but the mist rendered her weapon ineffective. The darkness advanced rapidly, leaving her no time to retreat to the kitchen. It was over. The livestream chat erupted with despair, a flood of candles igniting once more. "It's over. The beauty is about to be disfigured. That old hag is utterly malicious, attacking the beauty's face. Do not panic. I believe in a lambell, my goddess of fortune." Goddess of fortune? Have you ever seen a disfigured goddess? Oh no. I wonder if the frenzied Spectre will still love her after the disfigurement. It's over. Chapter 12. A fractured home. Was the butterfly knife truly impressive? As dark smoke loomed ominously nearby, Sheng Ning realized the gravity of the situation and hastily covered her exquisite visage with her coat. In that critical moment, a large hand forcefully pushed her aside, and a golden blade glimmered brightly as it struck at the encroaching smoke. The dark mist retreated step by step, and Sheng Ning turned back in astonishment, only to discover that it was the debt collector who had saved her from peril. The shimmering golden light emanated from none other than the butterfly knife. In the hands of the debt collector, the butterfly knife radiated an extravagant and dazzling brilliance, combining elegance with lethal sharpness, preventing the dark smoke from advancing any further. The debt collector's expression was one of arrogance as they declared, "You dare to touch my person." In that fleeting moment, Sheng Ning felt an unexpected sense of security. So, the domineering figure was indeed so dependable. The debt collector was momentarily rendered speechless. It seemed that her son had indeed been outmatched by this debt collector. Sheng Ning's gaze was transfixed upon the still spiraling golden butterfly knife. The debt collector's eyes scanned Sheng Ning, noticing a complete absence of fear. Instead, they were fixated on the knife with eager interest. "Do you like it?" The debt collector grinned, revealing a dazzling set of golden teeth. "If you like the butterfly knife too, then we shall be good friends." Sheng Ning nodded fervently and quickly scribbled a note. "Is it made of pure gold?" The debt collector beamed with pride. "Indeed. It's 24K pure gold. Absolutely pure." Sheng Ning and Appo's admiration deepened. Pure gold was indeed her preference. She gazed at the debt collector with adoration, raising a note that read, "May I touch it?" Seeing the genuine admiration in Sheng Ning's eyes, the debt collector, in a moment of shared understanding, generously tossed the butterfly knife into her hands. As Sheng Ning grasped the weighty pure gold butterfly knife, unbeknownst to the onlookers, her inventory suddenly reflected the addition of two identical pure gold butterfly knives. After caressing the stylish blade, she pulled out another note, inquiring, "How much does this knife cost?" 10,000 ghost dollars. The debt collector replied smugly, "Which you cannot afford." Sheng Ning countered, "What if I offer you a comparable golden knife? Would you let me go?" The debt collector was taken aback. Sheng Ning hurried back to her room, retrieved a butterfly knife, and snapped its wings, ensuring it appeared different from the debt collector's. She placed the original butterfly knife into her inventory and dashed back out. The live stream chat exploded with excitement. "What is happening? Report. I want to report. Someone is cheating. Wait, 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 what are we reporting? Isn't this the C-level copy card obtained by the beautiful player through trust? Wah, the girl has made progress. She previously copied useless rules, but now she knows how to copy pure gold butterfly knives. What? Copy card. A rare skill card. And it's C level. Who was the first kill reward? I won't say. The debt collector took back their butterfly knife, not noticing any difference. When they examined the broken wing butterfly knife in Sheng Ning's hand and confirmed its purity, a hint of confusion crossed their face. This knife feels oddly familiar. It resembles my own. Unfazed, Sheng Ning smiled and waved her hand dismissively. It's mine. The debt collector found Sheng Ning quite endearing. How could someone who adored butterfly knives be a villain? She shared his fondness for gold, demonstrating a refined taste. Most ghostly beings preferred ghost dollars, rarely finding appreciation for the gold that humans cherished. Sheng Ning, however, evidently piqued the debt collector's interest. The debt collector had no doubts about the two knives Sheng Ning presented. After weighing the broken-winged butterfly knife, which felt substantial, they handed her a loan slip, saying, "There. We're square now." Sheng Ning accepted the slip and offered the debt collector a sincere smile, sweet enough to captivate. The debt collector's ears flushed crimson. "You have quite the discerning eye." Following this, they kicked the still-grounded rotund ghost, warning, "Old dang, if you ever use your daughter as collateral again, I'll make it my mission to confront you every time I see you." Old Dang remained silent. The debt collector, satisfied, departed with a sense of triumph. As the door slammed shut, the atmosphere in the living room plummeted to an icy stillness. Old Dang regarded Sheng Ning with the predatory gaze of a wolf eyeing delectable prey, inching closer with a raspy, greedy voice. "Where did you acquire that gold?" Sheng Ning stepped back, drawing her dagger. Mother Ghost shielded her daughter, knowing not where the gold had come from, but recognizing that had her daughter not been clever, she could have truly lost her. The old woman was furious, unwilling to let Old Dang and Grandmother Ghost harm her daughter's beautiful face. Tension hung thick in the air, a confrontation imminent. It seemed that either Mother Ghost would perish today, or Grandmother Ghost and Old Dang would meet their demise. Just then, an out-of-place voice shattered the standoff. "I'm hungry." The voice, dully delivered, struck like a hammer, rendering the three specters motionless. Mother Ghost was the first to react. Hastily retracting her imposing demeanor and scurrying into the kitchen. Wait. I'll prepare a meal immediately." Old Dang and Grandmother Ghost vanished from the living room in a panic, fearful of being inadvertently summoned. Sheng Ning was left in silence. The fractured home returned to tranquility, a serenity that lasted until the afternoon. Shortly after lunch, Old Dang departed once more. Sheng Ning turned her gaze toward the last bedroom at the end of the corridor, then glanced at the handsome male ghost lingering behind her. The male ghost appeared dazed yet strikingly handsome, tilting his head slightly, resembling a lovesick fool. With determination, Sheng Ning closed her eyes, summoning courage as she pushed open the ajar door. The room beyond was engulfed in darkness, devoid of light. From the threshold, she could already detect the musty scent within, tinged with a hint of incense. Cautiously, she tossed an object into the room, waiting to ensure no danger lurked before stepping inside. The room's layout was stark and unadorned, reminiscent of a bare shell. There was a bed, a table, and a rudimentary cabinet. Inside the cabinet hung a few pieces of male clothing. Sheng Ning pondered. Is this truly the difference between a son's and a daughter's room? Unbeknownst to her, the male ghost had approached silently behind her, his voice now teasingly animated. "Wife, do you know what it means to enter a boy's room alone?" Sheng Ning shot him a sidelong glance. "It means your dirty little secrets are no longer safe." The male ghost fell silent. The room offered little of interest. The only object worthy of examination was the extremely simple bed. Sheng Ning sighed inwardly. Boys were indeed rough around the edges, and this male ghost was no exception. No wonder he sought solace in her soft, cozy bedding every day. As she bent down to lift the pillow, the male ghost suddenly lunged, pinning her to the bed. His icy body enveloped her, his voice tinged with an inexplicable hint of grievance. "Wife, is the butterfly knife truly impressive?" "Of course, it is," Sheng Ning replied, puzzled. "What else with the sudden mood?" The male ghost stiffened momentarily before expressing his discontent. "You are not allowed to like the butterfly knife." The memory of Sheng Ning's adoring smile directed at the debt collector filled him with an inexplicable resentment, akin to a torrential downpour of sour rain, leaving him feeling unbearably queasy and twisted in discomfort. Were it not for the presence of other NPCs, he would have long since wanted to seize Sheng Ning and administer a reprimand. Sheng Ning, filled with disdain, wore the expression of Chu Yuanyin, truly believing herself to be him. She had no intention of indulging this impostor. Unable to escape the embrace of the man beside her, she decided to surrender, exclaiming, "The butterfly knife is so stylish. I absolutely adore it." A man skilled in wielding a butterfly knife possesses such charm. The man could only respond with silence. Chapter 13. A fragmented home. Bewildered at 10 o'clock at night, the creature beneath the bed made its eerie appearance, only to retreat in fright when confronted by Sheng Ning's butterfly knife. Sheng Ning took a closer look at the original butterfly knife of the debt-collecting spirit later that evening. The panel in her inventory indicated it could deter entities of the ethereal level and below. Clearly, the creature beneath the bed had become Sheng Ning's test subject. However, she noted that it exhibited only a trifling amount of fear. Was this pitiful little entity really on par with a vengeful spirit? This game of horrors certainly held her in high regard, starting her off at the level of a vengeful spirit. Stepping out of her bedroom, she swung the butterfly knife slowly in her hand as she approached the side room. She had found nothing amiss there in the daylight. What might the night reveal? The strange scent of incense eluded her senses, and she felt a peculiar unease about that room, which seemed far too rudimentary for a space in this home. The entire three-bedroom apartment was cloaked in darkness, the hallway enveloped in an eerie silence that obscured her view of what lay ahead, like an endless abyss. Trusting her instincts, Sheng Ning cautiously advanced. The side room was adjacent to the bathroom, and she had to traverse the ladder to enter. Recalling the presence of an entity within the bathroom, she moved with utmost care, hoping to evade it. Just as she was about to push open the door to the side room, she sensed something behind her and quickly spun to evade. A dull thump echoed as an unseen force collided with the side room door. Sheng Ning's grip tightened around her butterfly knife, the blade spinning rapidly in her hand as she heard a series of unsettling sounds drawing near. Before long, the commotion ceased, yet a chill crept up her spine, the sense of danger lingering. Suddenly, a sharp pain gripped her ankle, as if a coarse rope were binding her tightly. With a swift tug, she was yanked to the ground, dragged towards the bathroom. It was the mirror spirit from the bathroom. The live stream chat erupted with candle emojis. Among the multitude of candles, a few sighs were interspersed. Alas, it's a B-level scenario, filled with anomalies everywhere. The mirror spirit, an old silver coin, does nothing but ambush players at the side room door. Once a player is drawn into the bathroom, survival is nearly impossible. No one knows where the true form of this old silver coin resides. ISNT the reflection in the mirror its true form. Clearly, those who haven't done their homework don't realize that a previous player burned the bathroom down, shattering the mirror into shards, yet the mirror spirit remained, unexpectedly taking out that player in the reflection. Let us mourn, candles, may your journey be smooth. In an instant, Sheng Ning bent low and used her dagger to slice through the rope binding her ankle. The dim fluorescent light in the bathroom illuminated the shards of broken mirror scattered across the floor. By its feeble glow, she discerned that her ankle was entwined with hair from the sewer. A wave of revulsion washed over her, causing goosebumps to erupt on her skin. The mirror spirit behind her emitted a piercing, high-pitched laugh, echoing like a needle piercing her eardrums within the confined space. Without hesitation, Sheng Ning plunged her butterfly knife into the mirror. Cracks resembling spider webs radiated outward across its surface. The indistinct outline of the mirror spirit appeared even more grotesque amidst the fragmented glass. Now is your most vulnerable moment, yet you dare to emerge, I shall consume you. The hair from the sewer surged forth, wrapping around Sheng Ning. Armed with both the butterfly knife and dagger, she fought against the encroaching mass, but the strands were overwhelming. As if the endless spring snow could never be vanquished. Realizing that she would only exhaust herself in this futile struggle, playing right into the mirror spirit's hands, Sheng Ning recognized that fire was the most effective means to combat the relentless tide of hair. However, she had no lighter. In a moment of instinct, she glanced at her inventory and discovered a nearly moldy incense stick tucked away in a corner. Incense. Though it seemed far-fetched, Sheng Ning mused that where there was incense, there was fire, and she could not afford to be picky. Summoning the incense stick into her hand, she observed its tip glowing a vibrant red in the dim light. Wisps of pale blue smoke curling into the air. The moment the incense appeared, the hair from the sewer froze mid-air, contorted in a grotesque manner. Stepping forward with the incense, the hair seemed to retract, compelled by an invisible force. Stop! The mirror spirit screeched. Its gaze fixated hungrily on the incense in Sheng Ning's hand. What is that you hold? It smells divine. I crave it. Sheng Ning remained silent, brandishing the incense towards the mirror spirit. She recalled the description of the incense. It could bewilder the supernatural. Yet, the mirror spirit appeared unperturbed. With a slurp, the mirror spirit swallowed hard, its empty mind racing. You must give me that, and I will share a secret with you. Sheng Ning raised an eyebrow. noting the insatiable greed and yearning in the spirit and Appo's eyes, reminiscent of an addict spotting pure powder, glimmering with lust. Slowly, she produced a piece of paper and wrote, "You know how precious this is, do you not?" The phantom in the mirror nodded frantically. Sheng Ning continued, "You speak first, and then I shall decide." At that moment, she resembled a shrewd merchant, lowering the toilet seat and sitting atop it as she negotiated with the mirror spirit. "I am not human, Sheng Ning." Realizing her phrasing was amiss, the mirror spirit quickly corrected itself. "Actually, I am a spirit, Sheng Ning," after a moment's thought. The mirror spirit reconsidered. "In truth, I am not even a spirit, Sheng Ning," as patience waned. "Are you done? Do you intend to get something for nothing?" She had witnessed everything. The smoke from the incense wafted into the mirror, and although the spirit's visage was obscured, its ecstatic demeanor was unmistakable. Exposed. The mirror spirit's hair awkwardly twitched. "I am actually your mother." Sheng Ning scooped up a slipper from the floor and hurled it at the shattered mirror, causing more cracks to form. "Hey, you are too volatile," the mirror spirit whined. In its quest for the incense, the mirror spirit divulged its origins and tales. At this point, Sheng Ning fell silent. The incense burned rapidly, and soon, one stick was nearly consumed, while the mirror spirit danced ecstatically in the mirror. As Sheng Ning pondered the implications of the mirror spirit's claims about her mother, a knock resounded at the bathroom door. "Sister, I've come to fetch you." It was Chu Yuanian. Sheng Ning sprang to her feet. Chu Yuanian had called her sister for 18 long years. Even after their marriage, he instinctively addressed her this way. The strands of hair, now resembling seaweed, dutifully opened the door for Sheng Ning. Chu Yuanian's tall figure filled the cramped bathroom as he pulled Sheng Ning into his embrace, fiercely protective. A heavy scent of blood and intent radiated from him as his gaze flicked towards the mirror's direction. "Has she bullied you?" Chapter 14. The Fractured Home. When Chu Yuanian appeared, as usual, the live stream screen was obscured. The number of viewers in the room had reached a staggering 100,000. And the focal point of discussion revolved around the incense stick that had inexplicably altered the mirror's expression. The barrage of comments had no effect on the two individuals whose fingers were entwined tightly together. Chu Yuanian's cold hand enveloped Sheng Ning's delicate one, guiding her back to the bedroom. The corridor was as dark as ink, seemingly endless, and Sheng Ning wished fervently that this truly was a road without end. Chu Yuanian, who only appeared at night, felt like a figure from a dream. Once in the bedroom, as they lay down, Chu Yuanian held Sheng Ning close. Her silence stirred a sense of unease within him. "Wife, do you have any questions for me? Perhaps regarding why you entered this game, or why those strange beings seem so fearful of me?" "No, just sleep," Sheng Ning replied softly, embracing Chu Yuanian's waist. His cool touch was quite comforting on this early summer night. Chu Yuanian felt a pang of frustration as he buried his face against her chest, his voice muffled. "Am I truly so useless? I failed to protect you, drawing you into this wretched game." That was a typical lament of Chu Yuanian during late-night introspections. After a day spent grappling with the bizarre, Sheng Ning reassured him, "No, you are formidable. If I hadn't known you were also in this game, I wouldn't have been able to endure a single day." In truth, Sheng Ning relished the sensation of being relied upon. For years her junior, she had always taken care of Chu Yuanian in the orphanage. Without his innocent pleas for help over the years, she likely would have succumbed to despair long ago. Now, the mystery of how Chu Yuanian had returned from death to appear in this game and how to restore his full self served as her motivation to navigate through the challenges ahead. Regardless of whether they were human or supernatural beings, Sheng Ning desired for Chu Yuanian to remain by her side. Noticing the shift in Sheng Ning's demeanor, Chu Yuanian smiled slightly, thinking to himself, "Sister is still so easily deceived." At 3 in the morning, the television crackled to life, abruptly awakening Sheng Ning. She quickly examined her inventory: weapon card, sharp blade, D, skill card, replication, C, 24K butterfly knife, special version for the supernatural, incense stick, replicated version. What puzzled her was not just the presence of 2 incense sticks, but also the dulling hue of her previously lustrous weapon card. Upon clicking the weapon card, she noticed an almost imperceptible line of tiny text in the lower right corner: dagger durability, 10, 100. Sheng Ning's eyes widened in dismay. Did this mean the dagger was nearly unusable? Such critical information was hidden in such an inconspicuous place. How insidious. Regarding the incense sticks, she stroked her chin in contemplation, wondering if perhaps they refreshed daily. As the television's volume escalated, Sheng Ning sprang out of bed, only to have her waist ensnared by the person behind her, whose voice trembled. "Wife, I'm scared." She promptly swatted him on the head, chiding, You're still addicted to pretending to be Chu Yuanyin, aren't you? Cursed creature. The entity, having received a slap, immediately quieted down. Opening the door, she found the great supernatural being still seated in the same position as yesterday, its intense gaze fixed upon her, as if it had spotted the light that could save her. Sheng Ning felt a shiver run down her spine. The great supernatural being wasted no time, asking, "Have you thought of answers to yesterday's 2 questions?" Sheng Ning retrieved pen and paper. "Before I answer your questions, you must first answer mine." The great supernatural being hesitated, its expression darkening, sensing that Sheng Ning would not pose any pleasant inquiries. Soon enough, her premonition proved true. "How did you die?" These 6 words ignited a frenzy among the live stream audience. "I concede, you are indeed the Greek god of fortune, but this time, you are truly doomed." Everyone knows that inquiring about a supernatural being's death directly triggering the fatal rule. Little one, how many surprises do you still possess that I am unaware of? Surely not. Is this really some influential figure's alternate account? Asking such questions shows a complete lack of attachment to this world. Do not rush, do not rush. I believe the beautiful player has a trump card. Haven T, you notice she's even more composed than yesterday? When the great supernatural being finally discerned the content Sheng Ning had inscribed, the temperature in the living room plummeted. It revealed a sharp-toothed grin, chillingly declaring, "You truly possess great courage." Then, with an impressively suave snap of its fingers, the static-filled screen of the television flickered to life once more. Sheng Ning cast a glance at the screen, realizing that the scene displayed was identical to her current surroundings. Had she traversed dimensions again? This old witch possessed considerable skill. Before Sheng Ning could fully comprehend the situation, a heavy slap struck her face, powerful enough to send her rolling twice on the floor. The grandmother supernatural being, with a vicious expression, screamed, "Liar! You are nothing but a deranged swindler. Return my grandson." Brandishing a fist, the grandmother's supernatural being aimed to strike her down. The previous illusion had been from the grandmother's perspective, yet this time, Sheng Ning was uncertain from whose viewpoint she was experiencing the pain. But the torment inflicted upon her was undeniably real. Desperate to escape, she attempted to shove the grandmother's supernatural being off her. Yet, before she could push her away, a sharp pain surged through the back of her head, sending her into a dizzying haze. The intensity of the pain nearly caused her to lose consciousness, leaving her body limp on the ground. With her consciousness waning, she heard a familiar voice, the voice of the short and plump supernatural being. Filled with doubt, yet predominantly frenzied. "Mom. Mom. Quickly, see how much money she has on her. She has deceived so many people. She must have plenty of money. I can repay my debts." Sheng Ning, in a fog, suddenly grasped. This perspective belonged to the great supernatural being. The grandmother supernatural being's eyes were bloodshot as she emerged from the kitchen wielding a kitchen knife, clearly having lost her sanity. "She deceived me. She ruined my life. If it weren't for her, I would have had a healthy and clever grandson. I want her dead. I want her to suffer." Upon finishing her declaration, the grandmother aimed to cleave Sheng Ning's head in 2. Trapped within the great supernatural being's body, Sheng Ning endured the agony it suffered, the pain muddling her thoughts. She yearned to speak, yet her throat felt constricted, producing only breathless gasps. The short and plump supernatural being intervened. "Mom, this is murder." The grandmother, in a frenzied state, retorted, "Son, what is the difference between killing one more or one less? There is still one in the bathroom." The short and plump supernatural being's expression froze for a moment before mirroring the grandmother's maniacal grin. "Yes. Death. They all deserve to die." The grandmother's supernatural being raised the gleaming, chilling knife high above, then brought it down forcefully, embedding it deeply into the great supernatural being's neck. Blood erupted like a fountain, splattering across the grandmother's face and into her eyes. Everywhere was suffused with a bizarre crimson hue, as the entire world was drenched in blood. Chapter 15. The Shattered Home. No, it should be called the Television Spectre. Sheng Ning felt as though she were on the brink of death. A searing pain coursed through her neck. She attempted to touch it, only to realize she could lift only a portion of her arm. The muffled sound of bones being cleaved continued, echoing ominously. 1 strike, 2 strikes. It felt as if her entire being had fractured, yet her consciousness lingered. She floated out from the body of the Grand Spectre, suspended in midair within the living room. Her blood-drenched grandmother Spectre and the short, stout Spectre stood amidst the dismembered remains scattered across the floor. Blood flowed freely, saturating the room, seeping into the cracks of the wooden floor like a cascading waterfall. Having completed the gruesome task, the grandmother Spectre tossed aside the knife and wore a satisfied smile, exhaling a contented sigh. "Son, Burn it all. Burn it. We'll be rich. Find yourself another woman and have a son. The grandmother specter had completely lost her sanity. After speaking, she retrieved a lighter from her pocket, its feeble flame casting an eerie green glow. No. The stout specter vehemently objected. It's not time yet. Just 2 more days. Just 2 more days. The grandmother specter heeded her son's words and pocketed the lighter. At that moment, a loud knocking resounded from outside. The 2 specters exchanged a glance, their eyes igniting with a bloodthirsty gleam. Who is it? The grandmother specter concealed the cleaver behind her back, while the stout specter hid by the door, clutching an axe, ready to drag anyone inside should the situation turn dire. Open up, Sheng Ning. I know you're home. Still feasting on spare ribs, are you? Open the door. A robust male voice boomed from outside, causing a flicker of fear to cross the stout specter's face. It's the debt collectors. Let them in. The grandmother specter recognized these individuals. They came daily to collect debts. Had it not been for them luring her son into gambling, he would not have lost so much money. Whether one was slain or 2, it made no difference. As the door creaked open a fraction, the first debt collector stepped in without even glancing at the horrific scene within the living room. Upon witnessing the blood-drenched surroundings and the wide-eyed severed head, he let out no scream. Instead, he was swiftly pierced through by a blade. The pain in Sheng Ning's body persisted, and amid her clouded consciousness, she heard a voice echoing, "Do you not feel hatred? You selflessly aided them, providing the secret to childbirth, and yet they murdered you, dismembered you. Do you not feel hatred?" Flashes of countless chaotic images surged before her. She could not discern their meaning. One moment, the grandmother specter forced her to drink a potion, slapping her if she refused. The next, her father specter opened the back of the television, concealing the remnants of flesh behind it. Then appeared the visage of an unfamiliar man. Although she had never encountered him, she instinctively recognized him as the original brother specter. The brother specter returned to a home where blood had long since dried, his vacant expression calling out, "Hungry, hungry, food, food." Yet no one responded to him. The gentle woman and the adorable little girl from his memories had vanished. The blood-soaked world loomed like a monstrous entity, its maw seemingly gaping wide to devour him. Suddenly, the brother specter went berserk, darting about the room. He flung open the bathroom door, discovering a woman collapsed on the floor, as if confronting an unspeakable horror. Grabbing an object nearby, he hurled it in a frenzy. Before long, the bathroom lay in ruins, shattered mirrors glimmering like silver garments draped over the woman's body. The brother specter exited the bathroom, wreaking havoc throughout the room, yet his inner turmoil and rage showed no sign of abating. Abruptly, he heard a voice emanating from another room. "Stinking rat, I found you." Amidst the chaos wrought by the brother specter, Sheng Ning's consciousness began to wane. She yearned to cheer him on, yet found herself eternally trapped within the confines of the television. It felt akin to a dark prison, binding her indefinitely. As she struggled, a burgeoning hatred took root within her heart. In a daze, she glimpsed her life unfold before her. From a young age, she could perceive the deepest desires of others: wealth, power, and riches. One year, she encountered an elderly Taoist priest who lay on the brink of death. Unable to utter a word, understanding his wish to see his disciple one last time, she assisted him in contacting the disciple. Grateful, the disciple bestowed upon her a secret formula rumored to enable women to conceive. Initially skeptical, she tested it a few times, discovering its effectiveness, and thus began to profit from this knowledge, amassing a fortune within 3 years. It was during this period that she encountered the disciple once more, who cautioned her that she had incurred a deficit of virtue and must accumulate more to avoid a tragic fate. Consequently, she chose to help families in dire need, selling them the formula for childbirth. Rescuing a family surely counts as accumulating virtue. However, she never anticipated her downfall. She was apprehended and taken to the police station, believing she would escape unscathed, only to be imprisoned under the pretense of superstition. A decade later, she crossed paths again with the very individual who had captured her. Filled with resentment, she gave the old woman a packet of mute powder, deceitfully claiming it could transform girls into boys. The elderly woman, seemingly aware of her notorious reputation, trusted her completely. 8 years sped by. She had intended to complete one last job and retire, but was caught by the same old woman to whom she had once given the powder, dragged back to her home. Hatred consumed her. She yearned for vengeance, to escape this cramped television box, to slay the wicked mother and son duo. As Sheng Ning's consciousness faded, she convinced herself she was merely a drug dealer seeking retribution for the harm done to her. "Sister, I want to eat chestnut cake." A familiar voice, ethereal yet recognizable, suddenly pierced her thoughts. Chu Yuanyan. No, she was not a drug dealer. She was Sheng Ning, with her awareness returning. Sheng Ning withdrew a golden butterfly knife and sliced through the void before her. The space, intertwined with black and red, seemed to split open, allowing glimpses of light to seep through. She swiftly produced an incense stick. Its faint red glow flickered like a fierce flame, gradually igniting within the dark realm. In the blink of an eye, she found herself back in the original living room. At that moment, in a corner of the sofa, stood the Grand Spectre. No, she should be referred to as the Television Spectre. The Television Spectre fixed her piercing gaze upon the object in Sheng Ning's hand. I sensed something was amiss hours ago. What is this? The Television Spectre's sharp eyes narrowed, confusion evident within their depths. As a formidable entity, she could not comprehend the nature of this incense stick and how it could invigorate her spirit. Feelings of resentment, anger, and hostility seemed to dissipate, replaced by an unsettling calm. Sheng Ning gasped for air, her body feeling as though it had been pulled from water, her face pale as parchment. If her personal status panel could be unveiled at that moment, it would reveal her mental energy dwindling to under 10. The barrage of information she had just witnessed was overwhelming, yet one truth remained etched in her mind. Her sister would become mute solely because of this woman. Chapter 16. A fractured home. Shielding mother behind me regarding the grievances and disputes of others, Sheng Ning has always respected the destinies of those around her. When confronted with those who have caused her misfortune, she sees two potential resolutions: compensation or the pursuit of greater misfortune than her own. The former seems unattainable in this instance, leaving only the latter, embracing a fate of even greater despair. With great difficulty, she extended the incense in her trembling hand, lacking even the strength to grip the pen, inscribing the words, "Let me go." The Television Spectre accepted the incense, inhaling deeply as if every pore in its body had become unblocked, experiencing an inner tranquility and delight. An eerie melody seemed to echo in her ears, in your heart, freely flying towards distant starlight, wandering freely. Observing the gradual descent into oblivion on the Television Spectre's face, Sheng Ning's lips curled into a faint smile. Lowering her gaze appeared to be an act of surrender to fate, yet a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in her eyes. Yet, she understood that this Television Spectre was more formidable than any other apparition she had encountered. While struggling against the vengeful Mirror Spectre had been challenging, confronting this malevolent entity was a far greater task. The vengeance for her sister could not go unavenged. The following morning, Sheng Ning was awakened by the roar of thunder, followed closely by the relentless patter of rain against her window. How peculiar! She rose and opened the window. Upon her arrival home, she had surveyed the outside world through the window and balcony. Aside from the variation in light, her view was shrouded in a thick, misty haze, resembling an isolated island, severed from the world. The weather had shown no fluctuations, sunny one moment, dark the next, yet today was different. A torrential downpour had commenced. An unsettling feeling arose within her, an instinct that something momentous was about to transpire. What troubled her further were the words spoken by the grandmother and the stout spectre in the illusion conjured by the Television Spectre yesterday. Why wait 2 days? There must be some secret lurking in this home that she remained unaware of. Determined, Sheng Ning resolved to inquire further with the Mirror Spectre. In her supplies, 2 incense sticks remained, one newly refreshed today and the other a duplicate. A spark of inspiration ignited within her, and a mischievous smile graced her lips. Who said one could only duplicate a single incense stick at a time? However, contrary to her hopes, the attempt failed, duplication failed, cannot duplicate a duplicate. A line of mocking text flickered on the golden card. Sheng Ning felt a sting of embarrassment. She used the duplication card to create 2 incense sticks as a backup, entering the bathroom with the incense in hand. As she stepped inside, the Mirror Spectre emerged. Drawn by the scent, its indistinct features obscured any discernible expression, yet Sheng Ning inexplicably felt as though this Mirror Spectre regarded her as a customer laden with ill-gotten gains. Here you are, you wretched soul. Sheng Ning proceeded directly to the point, writing, what is the situation with the tilted sleep? The Mirror Spectre's inhalation of the incense smoke halted momentarily. Unclear. My domain is the bathroom, and I cannot exit. As it spoke, Sheng Ning realized that if an apparition perished in a specific location, it would be trapped there. The debt-collecting spectre, the one beneath the bed, and the Mirror Spectre all shared this fate. However, the situation of the tilted sleep varied between day and night. Sheng Ning thought, if she were not so patient, she would have snapped the incense stick in frustration. Had it not been for this spectre, she could have discerned the unusual nature of the tilted sleep yesterday. She continued to write, is there something special about today? The mirror specter's actions once more paused, its expression a peculiar blend of annoyance and melancholy, as if Sheng Ning had interrupted some significant endeavor. You will know soon enough. With no answer forthcoming, Sheng Ning felt her frustration mount. The pressure of her pen intensified, ink seeping into the paper. If you and Mother were to merge, could you defeat the malevolent entity in the living room? The mirror specter offered a disheartening response. No. Why must she merge? Was it not sufficient to exist as herself? Sheng Ning collected the half-burned incense stick, dismissing it without remorse. Freeloading is out of the question. Outside, the incessant sound of rain was maddening. Sheng Ning paced her room, her step count skyrocketing within mere minutes. Aside from the tilted sleep, what other information had she overlooked? There must be something vital that had eluded her detection. The illusion presented to her by the television specter had clarified the narrative of this ordeal. The only uncertainty remained. Under what circumstances had her mother specter been killed? Where had her sister been when the mother specter was slain? Had she been murdered, or was she simply not at home? Sheng Ning leaned towards the former. A sudden thought struck her, her diary. She retrieved the journal from her desk, flipping to the middle, where the date glaringly stood at June 5th. Just 2 days before the college entrance examination. As she rummaged through its pages, she stumbled upon a still-ticking electronic watch, displaying the date, June 6th, 20XX, 9:44. In an instant, a chill coursed through Sheng Ning's spine. The time of her sister's death was precisely. A series of loud knocks reverberated through the door, startling Sheng Ning and causing the watch to clatter to the floor. Sheng Ning, come out for your medicine. The grandmother specter bellowed, her voice booming against the door. Hiding in her room, Sheng Ning felt a surge of fear. The grandmother specter relentlessly pounded on the door, twisting the doorknob in a futile attempt to enter. Her fury mounting upon discovering it was locked. The death of her sister was undoubtedly entangled with the grandmother specter. As Sheng Ning pondered whether she could eliminate the grandmother specter, her mother specter and Appo's voice emerged. Mom, what are you doing? Xiao Ning has her college entrance exam tomorrow. Do not disturb her. Get out of my way. No one can stop me from embracing my grandchild. The grandmother specter roared in rage. The mother specter stepped forward to intervene, just as the front door swung open, revealing the pallid, stout specter entering the room. Upon seeing the stout specter, the grandmother specter collapsed dramatically onto the floor of the living room, lamenting, Oh, my dear daughter-in-law, are you trying to kill your poor mother-in-law? Woe is me. This old body will never cradle a grandchild, and my daughter-in-law is so ungrateful. Listening to the commotion outside, Sheng Ning could hardly contain her laughter. If this continued, the stout specter would surely unleash a flurry of punches and kicks towards the mother specter. Gazing at the white wall, even though she recognized that the beings outside were all malevolent, and it would be best to let them resolve their own disputes, her thoughts turned to the mother specter's harrowing experiences over the years. Before giving birth, she had lost 2 daughters. The brother specter was mentally impaired. And as a girl herself, Sheng Ning had endured prolonged, inhumane torment. Reflecting on her mother's tender visage stirred an emotional turmoil within her. She had no mother, no one to care for her, yet in this gruesome, bizarre world, she felt what it was like to have a mother. Making a decision was a matter of an instant. As Sheng Ning flung open the door, she found the stout specter poised to deliver a slap to her mother specter. Drawing her butterfly knife, Sheng Ning deftly twirled it in her hand, the movement both graceful and practiced. The blade pointed steadily at the stout specter. This time, it was Sheng Ning who would protect her mother. Chapter 17. The Fractured Home. A lifetime of cowardice. Sheng Ning's actions were undoubtedly a provocation to the stout and sinister figure before her. The moment the blade pointed towards him, a flash of white light pierced through the exterior. In less than 2 seconds, a thunderous sound erupted. The stout figure seemed to be invigorated by the thunder, his rotund body swelling like a balloon, filling the entire room, resembling a small mountain as he toppled towards Sheng Ning and her mother. Death. Those who defy must perish. The voice of the stout figure no longer bore any semblance of humanity. It was akin to that of a frenzied beast. As his massive form fell, Mother Gui swiftly pulled Sheng Ning back. The small silhouette that had bravely stood before her moments ago left her in disbelief. The corridor was blocked, leaving Mother Gui and Sheng Ning no choice but to retreat into the bathroom. The stout figure advanced ominously, yet Mother Gui appeared unfazed, her face radiating love and reassurance. Glowing with a gentle light, Ning Ning has grown up. She can protect her mother now. Sheng Ning opened her mouth to speak, but Mother Gui smiled and shook her head. Do not fear, my dear, your father will not harm you. As she prepared to leave the bathroom, Sheng Ning grabbed her arm, using her other hand to tap on the shattered mirror. A vague shadow flickered within. What is it? Sheng Ning fretted. The stout figure had gained considerable strength, and with a grandmotherly specter present, Mother Gui alone could not contend with them. Time was of the essence. The fragile glass door was crushed under the weight of the stout figure, his arm reaching through the entrance. Sheng Ning met him with a butterfly knife. In stark contrast to the stout figure, Sheng Ning moved with the grace of a fish gliding through water, plunging the knife into his body, creating gaping wounds. The foul blood gushed forth, arcing through the air. The stout figure's form deflated like a punctured balloon, reverting to its original size, but his face twisted into a more sinister grimace as he lunged forward with the grandmotherly specter. Sheng Ning turned her gaze to the uncooperative mirror specter. If you lack compassion, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. She utilized her duplication card to create 2 more incense sticks, leaving only 2 chances remaining. She twirled the incense before the oncoming grandmotherly and stout figures. 1 stick was sufficient to halt the malevolent assaults, while the doubled incense directly seized the consciousness of both adversaries. Sheng Ning tossed the incense into the bathroom and pulled Mother Gui away. Let them destroy each other. Mother Gui seemed eager to join, evidently affected by the incense and Appo's smoke. Sheng Ning dragged her back to the master bedroom and duplicated another stick, placing it into her hands. Here, a little something extra for you. Mother Gui cradled the incense, inhaling deeply, her expression growing softer, her eyes glistening with gratitude. Thank you, Ning Ning. Sheng Ning felt as though a gentle spring breeze had brushed against her heart, causing her to relax and reveal a bashful smile, reminiscent of a child shyly receiving praise from her mother. The bathroom soon bore witness to the outcome of the conflict. The mirror specter possessed the advantage of time, space, and circumstances, and despite being outnumbered, did not falter. The stout figure soon fell, his body turning a sickly hue, the smoke emanating from him shifting from a deep black to a pale gray, as he lay on the brink of unconsciousness. The grandmotherly specter held out a little longer, but was ambushed by Sheng Ning, who struck several decisive blows, leaving it in dire straits. The mirror specter cast a disapproving glance at Sheng Ning, seemingly displeased with her earlier actions. However, after acquiring 2 sticks of incense, she swiftly retreated into the mirror, gracefully dancing. She and Mother Gui were, in essence, one. The incense absorbed by Mother Gui would share a portion with her, contributing to her strength in overcoming 2 adversaries of equal caliber. Sheng Ning contemplated how to dispatch the grandmotherly and stout figures, wondering if she might obtain a card in the process. As she prepared to act, a notification rang out. Attacking key NPCs in the instance is prohibited. Sheng Ning paused. Mother Gui stepped forward, a bone cleaver materializing in her hand. Sheng Ning recognized that Mother Gui's domain resided in the kitchen, where everything was intertwined with her essence. Mother Gui seemed to have never witnessed such weakened forms of the 2 specters, her gaze fixed upon them with tears welling in her eyes. It is all your fault. You brought this upon me. With a heart-wrenching wail, tears cascaded from her eyes, pooling into thick smoke upon the floor. As the smoke coalesced, Sheng Ning beheld a vision. The scene mirrored her own experience an hour prior, with the pivotal moment coinciding with her arrival. The image depicted her sister hearing their mother being assaulted, choosing to open the door, taking medication, and attempting to prevent the stout figure from continuing the assault, only to be thrust into the room by the grandmotherly specter. The stout figure dragged Mother Gui into the bathroom, demanding money. When she had none, he threatened to photograph her sister in the nude for profit. In desperation, Mother Gui seized a fragrant bottle from the bathroom and struck the stout figure on the head. This act of defiance enraged the stout figure, unleashing a torrent of brutality upon her. By the time he ceased, Mother Gui lay lifeless, bloodied, and unrecognizable. The stout figure, in a panic, conferred with the grandmotherly specter, while the sister, sensing something amiss, overheard their plans. She confronted the stout figure, who had already killed one. He no longer cared for her. He sought to photograph her in the nude, but in an act of defiance, she drew a utility knife, slashing her own face in an attempt to stab the stout figure, only to be slain in a matter of moments. Upon looking up, the stout figure noticed a playful child outside the window, retrieving a paper airplane from the security bars. Thus, another life was claimed. The child's body was concealed beneath the sister's bed, while the sister's lifeless form lay upon the sheets, the pale blue fabric now stained a deep crimson. The grandmotherly specter paced the room, her demeanor growing increasingly unhinged as she declared, I shall procure a bone cleaver, a bone cleaver. What is murder without dismemberment? They shall all be burned to ashes. As the smoke dissipated, Sheng Ning comprehended that the misfortunes of this family stemmed from a grandmother who favored sons over daughters and a father devoid of humanity. Mother Gui raised the cleaver high, summoning all her strength to slice at the stout figure's neck. The resounding impact echoed through the air as the stout figure's head was severed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Unable to fathom that a woman who had lived in cowardice for so long had delivered such a fatal blow. Chapter 18. A Broken Home. Sudden wealth as the diminutive and sinister figure vanished. Sheng Ning noticed a line on the panel indicating the completion rules had turned gray, gaining Father S affection, achieving B-level completion. This signified that attaining B-level completion was now an impossibility for her. Yet, Sheng Ning remained unconcerned, even dismissing the significance of A-level completion. This household was destined to pay its blood debts in kind. The tragedy of her mother, the folly of her brother, the silence of her sister, each a result of the malevolence of Grandmother Gui and the diminutive fiend. Their demise was richly deserved. Sheng Ning refrained from halting her mother's actions, and soon enough, the line, fulfilling Grandmother's wish, achieving A-level completion, also faded to gray. Only C-level and S-level completions remained. Previously, she had deemed C-level completion an insurmountable task, yet it now appeared the simplest of all. However, her gaze fell upon the final line, saving the broken home, achieving S-level completion. What precisely constituted the salvation of a fractured household? At 10 o'clock that night, the figure emerged from beneath her bed, as expected. He had but an hour of freedom before retreating back into the shadows. Poor thing. Sheng Ning had already changed her bedding to a shade of gray favored by Chu Yuanyan. When the creature emerged, it paid no heed to her presence. Instead, frolicking about the room with wild abandon before bursting into song. I love you, wandering through dark alleys. I love your defiance, unyielding in your stance. I love your refusal to weep in despair. I love your tattered clothes. Yet you dare to confront fate's gun. I love how you and I are so alike. Oh, Sheng Ning. Sheng Ning. Times have changed. No one sings such songs anymore. The creature, startled, retorted, who was eavesdropping on my song? Upon noticing Sheng Ning speaking, it realized that her protection from the rules had faded. This meant he could consume her. As the creature opened its gaping maw, Sheng Ning produced half a joss stick from her hand, an item left over from her encounter with Mirror Gui earlier that day. The creature halted mid-motion, sniffing the air. How fragrant. How delightful. Like my mother's braised pork. Instantly, the malevolent being transformed into an obedient child. Pretty sister, may I have that? This creature, having been twisted by the family's dark influence, was filled with rage, yearning for destruction and chaos. Yet, upon inhaling the aroma of the joss stick, he felt an extraordinary sense of tranquility and fulfillment, as if savoring his mother's cooking. It had been ages since he experienced such a feeling. To the point he had forgotten his identity. Just moments ago, everything came rushing back. He also sensed a surge in his power. The creature produced a card resembling the weapon card Sheng Ning had discovered in her journal. However, instead of a dagger, this one depicted an airplane. It was a skill card, Speed, D-Class. After a moment of hesitation, Sheng Ning accepted the card, expressing her gratitude sincerely. At 11 o'clock, Sheng Ning lay gazing at the ceiling, while the creature floated about the room with reckless abandon. Everything felt different from before. Where was Chu Yuanyan? A profound sense of uncertainty welled within her. As midnight approached, the joss stick refreshed, the original count rising from 1 to 2. Yet still, Sheng Ning awaited Chu Yuanyan in vain. In the illusion conjured by the television the previous day, her brother seemed to have returned from outside, implying he was absent from home that very night. At 12:10, Sheng Ning grasped a butterfly knife and pushed open the slightly ajar door. As she cracked it open, an overwhelming scent of incense assaulted her senses, rendering her breathless. The interior differed drastically from what she had observed during the day. The night's setting resembled more of a small temple than a room. In the center stood a copper statue, approximately 1 meter tall, an image of a Rakshasa holding a child, eyes closed. The grotesque visage of the Rakshasa, with 2 hands cradling the child, and 4 more seemingly grasping at the void, loomed ominously over the scene, instilling a sense of dread rather than compassion. Upon entering, Sheng Ning felt as though she had stepped into a freezer, the chill starkly contrasting with the warmth outside. Before the statue lay offerings that appeared somewhat stale, the incense burner overflowing with ash, while remnants scattered across the table and floor. A mat lay on the ground, featuring 2 deep depressions in its center, indicating a fervent devotion from the one who paid homage to the statue. As her gaze swept the room, it landed on a bone situated at the edge of the table, her grandmother Gui's hand bone, severed just days prior. Though Grandmother Gui had later appeared whole, Sheng Ning had assumed NPCs possessed self-repairing abilities. Now, it seemed this was not the case. Sheng Ning held no affection for the statue worshipped by Grandmother Gui, pondering what malevolent entity it might represent. She quickly searched the room and soon discovered a stack of documents beneath the lavish tablecloth. Accident insurance policies for her mother, brother, and sister, all naming the diminutive fiend as the beneficiary. Flipping to the last page revealed a date, just the day before. So that was it. The diminutive fiend aimed to orchestrate murder and arson, fabricating an accident to commit insurance fraud. The 2-day wait was merely to accommodate the policy's activation date, which fell on that very day. A gasp escaped her lips, the heavy incense causing her to cough incessantly. Regret washed over her for allowing the diminutive fiend to meet its end so easily. With such a treacherous heart, it deserved a brutal reckoning. Having pieced together the history of the current predicament, Sheng Ning contemplated how to achieve the salvation of her fractured home. Her thoughts crystallized into 2 objectives. 1. Unite Mother Gui and Mirror Gui into a single entity, a fiend. 2. Heal Brother Gui. While she had some means to pursue the first, the second eluded her comprehension entirely. As she paced the room, watching the incense dwindle, inspiration struck her. Utilizing a duplication card, she replicated the jaw stick, producing 2. Ding, duplication successful. Ding, current environment detected as Eerie Temple, triggering special conditions for 10-fold duplication success. A cascade of ornate text illuminated the panel. Sheng Ning. Sheng Ning. Having long considered herself unfortunate, an orphan, and a non-lucky individual, never winning a prize in any lottery or scratch-off, she suddenly grasped the exhilarating sensation of overnight wealth. Oh! Sheng Ning's heart raced with uncontainable excitement. Chapter 19. The Broken Home. Seeking justice at this moment, Sheng Ning gazed upon the statue with newfound admiration. As a child from the orphanage, her discerning eye was a prerequisite. Holding 3 incense sticks, she bowed respectfully 3 times before placing them in the incense burner. A pale blue smoke gradually ascended, vanishing into the air. Sheng Ning seemed to perceive a hint of satisfaction emanating from the fearsome statue of the fierce deity. Having offered her incense, she felt emboldened. She hoped for her brother's recovery. The room was enveloped in silence, save for the rapid burning of the 3 incense sticks. Sheng Ning offered 3 more. Burning, offering, burning, incense, burn. At last, after 18 incense sticks had nearly consumed themselves, a flash of black light flickered across the table. Skill card, healing grade B. Sheng Ning was taken aback. A B grade card. Just moments ago, she had been lamenting the incense sticks, but now she felt invigorated. This fierce deity truly bestowed gifts upon her. With this card, healing her brother was no longer a formidable challenge. Sheng Ning brimmed with confidence. She had 6 incense sticks left, a butterfly knife, and a broken dagger, along with a speed card. With the incense sticks capable of disorienting the malevolent spirit, as long as her mother's spirit could merge. Confronting the television spirit would pose no issue. Speaking of which, the television spirit was both a victim and a perpetrator. Had it not been for the drug she provided, perhaps her brother would not have suffered from diminished intellect. Without her, the younger sister would not have been mute and withdrawn. Moreover, her secret potion for bearing children had altered the fates of countless individuals, leading many to mistreat daughters in their quest for sons. Those who favored sons over daughters were not virtuous individuals. The same could be said for those who aided in wrongdoing. At 3 in the morning, the sound from the television reverberated. Sheng Ning took a brief respite, but did not head to the living room. Instead, she ventured to the bathroom. She retrieved a note she had prepared and presented it to the mirror spirit. My mute sister is not autistic. It is the television spirit that administered a muting powder to our grandmother, falsely claiming it could induce gender transformation. The silhouette of the mirror spirit froze within the shattered glass, displaying a mix of confusion and anger. Lowering her lashes, Sheng Ning appeared somewhat sorrowful. I wish to kill the television spirit, but I cannot do it alone. The mirror spirit remained silent for a long time. Long enough for the sounds from the television to infiltrate the bathroom. Neither can I, it murmured before vanishing from the mirror. Prepared for this, Sheng Ning retrieved 2 incense sticks from her space, leaving a note that read, Take care, be yourself. In the living room, the television spirit's expression darkened. Almost shrouded in black mist, its presence sending chills through Sheng Ning. Give it all to me. The television spirit referred to the incense sticks, its hawk-like eyes glowing crimson. Sheng Ning produced 3 incense sticks, leaving only 1 in her inventory. The pale blue smoke wafted towards the television spirit. As the spirit inhaled the fragrant smoke, The crimson hue in its eyes gradually faded, and its sanity slowly returned. Today marked the anniversary of her demise. She was trapped within the television, reliving the torment of her final moments in an endless cycle. The pain was unbearable, fueling her hatred. Hatred for her grandmother's spirit, hatred for that disciple, hatred for that Taoist, and hatred for herself. She wished to slay them all, yet she could not. Her original intent had been to lure this human into despair, compelling them to forget their identity. When this human was ensnared in the illusion, she would find her liberation. Alternatively, upon discovering the level of the unbound spirit, she might also devise a means of escape. However, the television spirit did not anticipate that the incense sticks in this human's possession could soothe her deep-seated resentment, rendering her unusually tranquil. It was as if, beneath the warm sun of spring, she sat by a verdant lake, leisurely fishing. Behind her stretched an endless meadow, adorned with delicate flowers, white, pink, yellow, where a small bee buzzed. The world was serene and harmonious, and the television spirit could not help but succumb to this tranquility. Suddenly, she felt a chill at her neck, as if something had pierced through. Yet the idyllic scene remained before her. Was it merely an illusion? No, it was not. The vision began to dissipate, and the television spirit's gaze hardened as she beheld Sheng Ning, who thrust her butterfly knife once more. With a mere grip, the television spirit contorted the knife, casting it aside with a sharp clatter. Sheng Ning attempted to flee, yet the formidable television spirit offered no such opportunity. As Sheng Ning retreated, the spirit moved faster, its sharp claws tightening around her throat, lifting her off the ground. With a slight exertion, this beautiful, fragile, brave neck would snap. I admire your courage, but courageous individuals must pay a price, little girl. Are you prepared for that? Blood flowed freely from the television spirit's neck, soon revealing its stark, white bones. Yet, it showed no concern, even benevolently explaining, to kill a spirit, one must possess absolute power over it, know its weaknesses, or wield formidable weapons. Alas, what can a few incense sticks do? You are far too young. The television spirit sighed, as if lamenting the situation, with its grip tightening. Sheng Ning's complexion turned a ghastly shade, her eyes rolling back as consciousness began to fade. At that moment, countless strands of black hair erupted from the ground, sharp and piercing, shredding the television spirit's claws before Sheng Ning could entirely lose her breath. The television spirit gasped, glancing toward the corridor, a rare gravity settling in its gaze. When did a second deadly spirit appear in this home? Time rewound 2 minutes. As the incense in the bathroom dwindled, the mirror spirit did not manifest. Instead, an individual outside pushed open the bathroom door. The mother spirit, her countenance still gentle, yet imbued with determination, declared, "Ning Ning will die." The mirror spirit retorted, "That is your daughter." The mother spirit replied, "You are me, are you not?" The mother spirit, as if lost in thought, slowly recounted, "Over the years, this home has been my sole refuge. Here is where I could voice my grievances and pains. I transferred my resentment to you, did I not, mirror?" The mirror spirit embodied the accumulated grievances of the mother spirit. Her years of bitterness, hatred, and suffering had been absorbed by this mirror, which had become the mother spirit's dark counterpart. Spirits thrive on negative emotions. If they united, confronting the television spirit would pose no challenge. In the living room, Sheng Ning was already ensnared by the spirit's grip, leaving the mirror spirit no time for contemplation. The mother spirit turned to leave, her mind haunted by the image of a small, frail figure standing before her that morning, blocking the path of the short, stout spirit. It was as if a beam of light had broken through the depths of a dark swamp, steadily illuminating her heart. Since the television spirit was one of the culprits harming her daughter, the mother spirit resolved to seek justice for her child. Chapter 20. The Broken Home. Conclusion. In the enveloping darkness, she could not see, as a shadow slipped from the mirror, gradually merging into her feet. At that moment, the presence of her mother grew ominously potent, her long, thick hair extending forward like sharp needles. Sheng Ning fell to the ground with a muffled thud. The once menacing strands of hair now softened, gently caressing Sheng Ning's cheek in an attempt to awaken her. Though she had narrowly escaped death, her consciousness felt imprisoned within her mind, rendering her unable to command her own body. The mother spirit and the television spirit soon became embroiled in a fierce struggle. This clash of two deathly spirits caused the live stream's signal to falter. The screen flickered intermittently, yet fleeting glimpses revealed the brutality of their battle. The television spirit dragged the mother spirit into an illusion, neglecting the power of the incense. In less than 2 seconds, the mother spirit regained her senses. her dense hair ensnaring the television spirit while wrapping around the television in the living room. Like a python constricting its prey, a slight exertion caused the television to shatter. The flying shard struck Sheng Ning's chest, jolting her awake as she gasped for breath, her soul returning to her body. However, her throat ached tremendously, and attempting to speak felt akin to having her vocal cords ripped apart. Alas, she had truly become mute. With a self-deprecating thought, the butterfly knife reappeared in her hand. The television spirit clearly favored mental assaults, yet the incense seemed to counteract such attacks, swiftly awakening the spirit and Apos as consciousness. Now suspended in the air by hair as taut as steel, a strand tightened around her neck, tearing away the flaccid flesh to reveal her stark white cervical spine, which bore a substantial fracture. In her near-death state, the words of the television spirit echoed in her mind, "To vanquish a spirit, one must know its weakness." The fracture in her cervical bone was indeed the television spirit's vulnerability. Sheng Ning switched to a dagger, her gaze locking onto the prey like a leopard. Sensing the impending danger, the television spirit struggled to free itself, but the mother spirit tightened her grip. This was the moment. Sheng Ning leaped, using the hair as leverage, and thrust the dagger forcefully into the television spirit's cervical spine. The bone split in two, and the television spirit's head rolled across the floor. The hair, seemingly alive, transformed into countless steel needles, mercilessly shredding the television spirit's head. Before it dissipated into black smoke, it absorbed the television spirit's energy. A mechanical voice announced, "Congratulations to new player number 444477 for defeating the dungeon boss. The defeated spirit is classified as a deathly spirit, earning 500 experience points and 1 attack card. Mental C." Sheng Ning paid no heed to the announcement, her focus shifting to the mother spirit. The mother spirit was in dire condition. Her once loving face was now only half intact, the other half a blurred visage, the mirror spirit. Sheng Ning had hoped for a union between the mother spirit and the mirror spirit, yet it appeared that, despite their merging, a repulsion had emerged. What could be done? Both the mother spirit and the mirror spirit were evidently in great pain. Outside, the dawn began to break. Suddenly, Sheng Ning felt an ominous presence behind her, an overwhelming force that seized her by the nape and tossed her onto the nearby sofa. Sheng Ning, excuse me? Dazed from the impact, she struggled to look up and saw Chu Yuanyan. No, it was the brother spirit. The brother spirit's condition was alarming, enveloped in swirling black mist, mindlessly repeating, "Hungry, food. Hungry, food." A simultaneous look of terror appeared on the half-faces of the mother spirit and the mirror spirit. "Good son, Mama will cook." The mother spirit, unable to stand, crawled towards the brother spirit. Triggered by an unknown instinct, the brother spirit's black mist intensified, and he seized the mother spirit, opening a gaping maw Sheng Ning had never seen before, swallowing the mother spirit whole. Sheng Ning was left in shock. At that moment, the brother spirit seemed to recall a small cake on the sofa, wiping his mouth before approaching Sheng Ning. Wait, despite the agonizing pain in her throat. She wanted to speak, but all that came out was a series of desperate sounds. The brother spirit circled around Sheng Ning, intrigued, and extended his tongue to lick her nose. So fragrant. He smacked his lips. Sheng Ning. The butterfly knife was poised, but she couldn't bring herself to harm that face. The brother spirit, disturbingly, licked her cheek, and just as he was about to caress her lips, she recoiled in disgust. Recalling her healing card, she hastily activated it. Ding, a gentle green light enveloped the brother spirit and Apos' brow. He slapped his forehead, the dazed look in his eyes gradually fading, his expression shifting as he suddenly opened his mouth wide once more. Gag. A spirit emerged from the brother spirit's mouth. The mother spirit, covered in slime, lay limply on the ground, gradually regaining her senses. However, Sheng Ning noticed that the mother spirit appeared significantly more stable now, her breath steady. Was this a blessing in disguise? The mother spirit shook off the residue, gazing at her son and the similarly sticky daughter. "Son, are you still hungry?" Upon uttering this, she froze, realizing that the vacant look in his eyes now sparkled with intelligence. "Mama," the brother spirit called. That single word transcended 20 years of time. Congratulations to new player number 444477 for clearing the dungeon, the broken home. Now proceeding to rating, as the mother spirit and brother spirit embraced, weeping, Sheng Ning heard the announcement of her clearance. Suddenly, the mother spirit wiped her tears. "Ning. You have the college entrance exam today. Go wash up and rest. Mama will make you breakfast." The broadcast chimed again. Player's dungeon exploration rate is 95. Hidden clearance achieved. Rating SSS. Rewards will be calculated after exiting the dungeon. Would the player like to exit the dungeon? Sheng Ning chose no. At the moment she selected no, the live stream went black, leaving only the dungeon settlement screen. A 5-minute countdown appeared on Sheng Ning's panel. After 5 minutes, she would be forcibly removed from the dungeon. She turned to the brother spirit, who was also gazing at her, as they returned to her bedroom. Wife. The brother spirit embraced Sheng Ning the moment the door closed. Kissing her neck, "You are truly remarkable, Chu Yuanyan." Sheng Ning exclaimed in disbelief, looking up to find the man's eyes clear, brimming with gentle affection. He caressed her features, unchanged since his departure. Sheng Ning, her voice hoarse, asked, "Did you? Will we see each other again?" "Yes." Chu Yuanyan kissed her lips, nuzzling against her face, inhaling her familiar and comforting scent. Reassured by his answer, Sheng Ning felt a sense of tranquility. As long as she could see Chu Yuanyan, she would face any challenges that lay ahead. "Wife, on the first day of the game, it seems you haven't found the gift I prepared for you." Time was running short, and a mischievous smile graced Chu Yuanyan's face, his ink-black eyes filled with Sheng Ning. Sheng Ning raised an eyebrow. "Isn't that just an excuse?" Chu Yuanyan gently released her, tenderly cradling her fingers, and kissed the joint of her ring finger before producing a red velvet ring box. Within it lay a pair of exquisite wedding bands. As Sheng Ning gazed at the rings, tears suddenly streamed down her face, akin to a torrential downpour, transforming the 4 years since Chu Yuanyan's passing into a moment steeped in sorrow. Chu Yuanyan, it was during the journey to procure these rings that the tragic accident occurred. Chapter 21. Achieving fame in World War I. The passage of 4 years left no trace on Chu Yuanyan. He appeared to be the same man who once knelt before her, proposing with a ring in hand, with his dark, affectionate eyes brimming with love. He spoke with heartfelt sincerity. "My dear wife, I apologize for making you wait so long for this day." Sheng Ning closed her eyes, suppressing the tumult of emotions within her. The past was irretrievable. The gentle boat had already sailed through countless mountains. As long as he was alive and present, all was well. "Esteemed, beautiful, elegant, and lovely Miss Sheng Ning, would you do me the honor of marrying the unfortunate, unwanted man who can only weep in your embrace, yet is strikingly handsome and the one who cherishes you most in this world, Mr. Chu Yuanyan?" With tears mingled with laughter, Sheng Ning felt that her 4 years of waiting had finally borne fruit. She extended her delicate fingers, wishing to say, "I do." At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Everything before her suddenly darkened, and the scene transformed in an instant. A mechanical voice echoed in her ears. "Congratulations, player, for exiting the dungeon. Your rewards for completing the level are now being calculated. Congratulations, player, for achieving an SSS level clearance. Your exploration rate is at 95. Ranking first on the leaderboard for this dungeon. You are awarded 10 to each personal attribute, 500 points, and 3 selected cards." This SSS level clearance announcement, which sent the entire live stream and even half of the audience into a frenzy, elicited not a flicker of emotion from Sheng Ning. She remained in a daze for over a minute before regaining her senses, her gaze slowly falling upon the interface. Faction, Human ID. For 44477 name, Sheng Ning, modifiable, level, LV1, 750, talent, none inventory, incense X1, 24K butterfly knife, special edition, skill card, speed, D. Attack card, mental, C, 3 selected cards. Dungeon clearances, 1, beep. Detection indicates player has completed the beginner dungeon and leveled up. Would the player like to draw a talent? Sheng Ning, yes. Talent drawing in progress. Beep, drawing complete. Congratulations, player, you have drawn the D-level talent fusion. A hint of mockery seemed to linger in the cold, mechanical announcement. Without the need for further explanation, Sheng Ning understood the futility of her newly acquired talent. She clicked on the talent description, fusion. Old items can be fused into new items. Cooldown time is determined by the level of the fused item. Sheng Ning. This talent offers no offensive capabilities, lacks defense, possesses no mental strength, and is devoid of agility. In short, it is an unimpressive D-level talent. Reluctantly, she accepted it. Having something was better than nothing. The second page of the interface opened. Base attributes: attack, 27 speed, 35 strength, 19 agility, 37 defense, 15 mental, 30 observation, 32. At the bottom of the interface were 3 additional windows: friends, shop, forum. Upon opening the forum, Sheng Ning was left speechless. Her gaze was met with a plethora of glaring red sticky posts. The first read, must read for new players. Normally, she would have clicked on it without hesitation, but the second post, in larger, bolder font, caught her eye. Welcome player 444477 to the eerie game. Sheng Ning. She glanced at her game ID, her forehead slowly forming a question mark. This post had already garnered 20,000 replies, surpassing even the pinned must-read for new players. A sense of foreboding washed over her. Opening the post, she was met with a GIF depicting her gruesome encounter with a debt collector, splattered in blood, the imagery more bizarre than eerie. After the footage concluded, her dungeon clearance information appeared, reminiscent of an MVP settlement screen from a game, dazzling and extravagant. How could such visuals find their way into the forum? Fortunately, the second reply provided her with an answer. 2L. Welcome, beautiful player 444477, to the eerie game family. Do not question why your footage is here. The eerie game is live-streamed, and we observe your every move. P.S. The eerie world will shield physiological needs from view. Sheng Ning. Does the eerie game have a basement? I want to move out QAQ. Why didn't T Chu Yuanyan inform her that this game was live-streamed? What about her and Chu Yuanyan's footage? 3L. Goddess. Look at me. You're so stunning. Can we be friends? 4L. Stop hogging the spotlight without contributing. Dear 444477, what exactly is the incense used in the game? I'm offering a handsome price to buy it. 5L. Purchasing one. 67L. Seriously, for 44477, it's time for you to respond. So many people are asking about the incense, yet you remain silent? We are all human. How can you hoard what counters the eerie? 89L. Are you pretending to be aloof? Do you think that your SSS level clearance is something to boast about? Without incense, you are nothing. 97L. You don't think you're above everyone else, do you? Why not speak up? Message me privately. I'll give you a chance to apologize. At this moment, Sheng Ning's mortification began to settle. After exiting the thread, she directly opened the must-read for new players. The first post was emblazoned in blood red, bold letters, death in the game true death, so after clearing a dungeon, purchase a resurrection card immediately. Heed the advice and be well prepared. Sheng Ning opened the shop and found the resurrection card tucked in a corner. Beep, purchase successful. 444 points deducted. Now, Sheng Ning had little left in terms of points. The second post detailed the levels within the eerie game. When Sheng Ning saw that the experience required for level advancement increased tenfold, she was left in shock. LV1, 100, LV2, 1, 000, LV3, 10, 000, LV4, 100, 000, LV5, 1, 000, 000, LV6, 10, 000, 000, LV7, 100, 000, 000. Chu Yuanyan had mentioned that one could only learn about his situation after reaching level 5, which required 1 million experience points. Who claimed that level 5 was easy. Cards were categorized into weapon cards, attack cards, defense cards, skill cards, and special cards. The hierarchy of card levels, from highest to lowest, is SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D. The fourth post discussed friendships and live streaming, for instance. Gifts or donations received during the stream could be exchanged for eerie currency, which could be utilized within dungeons. New players did not have the privilege to send gifts or donations during their live streams. The fifth post elaborated on the use of points, which could be spent in the shop to purchase desired items. Furthermore, every day spent in the virtual realm required 20 points. Once points were exhausted, one would be forcibly entered into a dungeon. The forced dungeons were generally of lower exploration levels, thus more challenging. It was recommended to enter a dungeon a day in advance. The sixth and final post stated, to leave the game, one must reach level 6 for a chance to do so. Numerous other contributors shared additional insights, such as the fact that an attack exceeding 30 could obliterate ghost-level eerie's, among other tips. The forum was abuzz with calls for her, as everyone eagerly sought to learn what the incense truly was. In the present day, Sheng Ning has risen to fame in this peculiar game. In her latest post, she replied, "Thank you all for your love and concern. I am unfamiliar with what incense is, but it appeared in my inventory after the upgrade." After a day of rest, Sheng Ning felt rejuvenated and re-entered the dungeon. As her live stream commenced once more, viewers exclaimed, "This is not the goddess of fortune from ancient Greece, but rather the deity presiding over the ancient Greek scholars." Welcome player Sheng Xiaomei to the game, Wilderness Uninhabited. Chapter 22. The deserted wilderness, a sudden blur enveloped Sheng Ning's vision, and when she opened her eyes again, she was met with a rich expanse of green. Towering grass, nearly 2 meters high, loomed over her, obscuring any clear sense of direction. save for the waning sun teetering on the western horizon. In this bizarre realm, an unspoken agreement existed. Nightfall heralded a night of eerie revelry. Sheng Ning had to locate a sanctuary before darkness enveloped the land. Half an hour later, the sun dipped below the horizon, leaving only a faint glow in the sky. Distracted, Sheng Ning inadvertently stepped on something. The butterfly knife in her hand danced through the air, only to produce a dull thud, a wooden box. With a furrowed brow, she opened it to find bread, bottled water, and a card. The intricate patterns on the card looked familiar. Skill card. Copy, D. Pondering the card, Sheng Ning felt a flicker of intrigue. Was this a stroke of fortune bestowed upon her? A benefit game, as it were, where not only was the passage straightforward, but the items within were easily acquired. Her narrow eyes shimmered with excitement. She could hardly believe her luck. Yet, who could refuse a box containing a card? As twilight deepened and the last vestiges of light faded, Sheng Ning stumbled upon 2 more boxes along her path, filled only with food and spare clothing, but lacking any cards. She understood that not every box would contain a card. Upon encountering yet another box, a whimsical idea struck her. She reverently washed her hands and lit incense, bowing thrice before the box, as if paying respects at a grave. When the box opened, a card revealed itself. Useful. Skill card. Guidance. D. This card can direct you to your desired location. A sly smile crept across Sheng Ning and Appo's lips as she retrieved the copy card. Ding. Copying. Skill card. Guidance. D. Acquired. With her astute nature, Sheng Ning promptly utilized the copied guidance card. The arrow depicted on the card suddenly took on a 3-dimensional form, pointing towards a safe place for the night. To a sanctuary, she murmured. The arrow swiveled and indicated right. Following its lead, she finally discovered a wooden cabin just as the last glimmer of dusk vanished. The cabin was shrouded in darkness, a faint scent of blood lingering in the air, adorned with sparse furnishings. Subtle knife marks marred the walls and floor, darkened stains of blood seeping between the wood. Hesitant, Sheng Ning ignited the incense, holding it aloft as a ward against the uncanny, hoping to lure any lurking anomalies into the open. 5 minutes passed, and the incense burned low, yet the room remained eerily silent. Her taut nerves began to relax slightly. As she surveyed the room, an ebony water tank caught her eye, revealing a copper box nestled within. The box, a lustrous bronze, was comparably sized to the wooden one, yet undeniably more prestigious. With a racing heart and trembling hands, Sheng Ning reverently washed her hands and lit incense once more. Opening the copper box revealed only a delicate card. Skill card. Transformation. D. This card allows the user to morph into any object within sight for a duration of 30 minutes. Sheng Ning mused. Yet another card that could be a lifesaver. Unbeknownst to her, before she could fully grasp its potential, she had already activated the card. The card bore 2 rules on its reverse side. Rule 1. Nights in the wilderness are perilous. Rule 2. After nightfall, do not trust anyone indiscriminately. In the dead of night, a sudden knocking jarred Sheng Ning from her slumber. Almost instantly, she was awake, her breath held as she listened to the sounds outside, her mind racing with the rules she had uncovered. Night is fraught with danger. At that moment, a feeble voice drifted from outside. Is anyone in there? I'm hurt. May I come in? Rule 2. After nightfall, do not trust anyone indiscriminately. Even without this rule, Sheng Ning had no intention of opening the door. What child had not grown up hearing the tale of Little Red Riding Hood? Silence lingered, and the outside voice grew more anxious, knocking louder until it abruptly ceased. Footsteps retreating into the night. Sheng Ning, wary, clutched her butterfly knife in one hand while the other gripped the card. Time trickled on, the darkened room enveloped in tranquility. Just as she began to lower her guard, the door was suddenly thrust open with force, the table and chairs used to barricade it scattering in disarray. A massive serpentine shadow surged into the cabin, emitting a hissing roar. The room was empty, thankfully. Sheng Ning had cleverly curled into a corner, camouflaging herself as a mere splinter of wood. The cunning specter, thwarted in its hunt, reluctantly departed but returned again after 15 minutes. Upon finding the unchanged, vacant room, it finally left. As dawn broke, Sheng Ning emerged from the wooden cabin, wearied. Who had claimed this place as a sanctuary for the night? The deceptive guidance card had led her astray. Had it not been for the transformation card, the previous night would have been a fierce struggle. Taking a deep breath, she stepped forward. Her primary objective today remained the search for boxes. One additional thought weighed on her mind. Game difficulty 3. This number indicated player count. Thus, besides Sheng Ning, there were 2 additional players within this scenario. The more players present, the more challenging the game became. For novice players, the instinct is to quickly locate allies, share information, and collaborate. However, Sheng Ning had read in discussions that within this eerie game, conflicts of interest often led to betrayal and violence among players. Not every player could be trusted. Differing strategies might incite conflict, leaving only one survivor. Each individual aspired to be that solitary victor, and Sheng Ning was no exception. Moreover, she sought to find Chu Yuanyan, wishing to keep his affairs concealed from others. Therefore, in subsequent encounters with players, it was imperative to maintain a safe distance. Thus, Sheng Ning set forth, journeying towards the direction opposite the rising sun. 3 hours later, the temperature in the wilderness began to rise. Finding a spot to rest, she prepared to open the 4 boxes she had discovered. Just as she was about to do so, rustling sounds emerged from the nearby grass. A pale-skinned youth emerged, peering through the foliage. Hee, found you. Chapter 23, The Wilderness Uninhabited. Mingming's sister is merely a novice at level 1. The youthful boy possesses an extraordinary beauty, with striking features that captivate the beholder. His high nose and delicate lips, tinged with a subtle hue, effortlessly curve into an enchanting smile. Sister, are you unhappy to see me? The youthful version of Chu Yuanyan gazes at Sheng Ning with a dazed expression, unable to resist the urge to leap forward and pin her down, pouting for a kiss. This was his signature way of seeking affection during his early university days. Sheng Ning, momentarily distracted, found her body instinctively responding to this unrestrained kiss, their breaths intertwining, producing sounds that made one blush and quicken the heartbeat. If there was anyone who could stir Sheng Ning's heart more than Chu Yuanyan, it was the Chu Yuanyan of their university days. University marks a pivotal juncture in life, and for Chu Yuanyan, it was particularly significant. At 18, he embodied all the admirable qualities of a young man, spirited and unyielding. No one could resist the charms of a youthful, affectionate boy, especially one nurtured by Sheng Ning herself. Back then, Chu Yuanyan would often flush with color, a rosy hue spreading throughout his body, his eyes sparkling with an unmistakable love for Sheng Ning, drawing her into his orbit. Who could resist such an innocent little darling? As time passed, Chu Yuanyan matured, transforming from a sweet, naive boy into a seasoned individual with a wealth of experience. The pure-hearted Chu Yuanyan seemed to have become a limited edition, leaving Sheng Ning nostalgic for the times when he would blush so easily. The sun poured down with fervor. Sheng Ning pushed the still enraptured Chu Yuanyan away, touching her own lips that bore traces of crimson, her expression radiating anger. Realizing his fault, Chu Yuanyan approached with a downcast face. Sister, it's me, your little treasure. Be quiet, Sheng Ning rolled her eyes. Where's my ring? In a flurry, Chu Yuanyan produced a red velvet ring box, stammering, here. Sister, put it on for me. The ring, pristine and glimmering in the sunlight, left no doubt about his identity. Chu Yuanyan, whether in life or death, you are mine. No matter where you are, wait for me. I will find you. Her words echoed with a sense of vengeance. Yet, the youthful Chu Yuanyan smiled brighter than ever. He adorned Sheng Ning and Appo's finger with the ring, a row of sparkling diamonds accentuating her slender, beautiful hand. But upon placing the ring, Chu Yuanyan's expression shifted to one of grievance. Sister, they split me into several pieces and tossed me into different scenarios. They are so mean, bullying a newcomer like me. A child away from home does not shed tears for trivial grievances. Only in front of someone who understands do all the pent-up emotions burst forth like a flood. Chu Yuanyan was indeed a little crybaby, something Sheng Ning had known since childhood. She carefully embraced him, wiping away his tears with gentle kisses and showering him with hugs until he calmed down. Uncertain of who they were, Sheng Ning realized that a bond had been forged. As the live stream audience watched Sheng Ning open the box and begin to eat bread, one piece taking 20 minutes, suddenly, a young man appeared on screen. Now, everyone understood that the previous live stream had been obscured. Wait, did this sister really possess an item to block the live stream at level 1? Didn't someone mention that such an item cost 1,000 points? She just completed one scenario, at most 500 points. It could also be that this NPC blocked it. Did you not see the rings on their hands? Is this an item? A binding item for NPCs? After their affectionate exchange, Sheng Ning began to open boxes. Chu Yuanyan watched obediently, his eyes sparkling only for her, making Sheng Ning feel slightly clumsy. All 4 boxes were wooden, and Sheng Ning speculated that only within the wooden house could copper boxes, or even higher-tiered boxes, be generated. The first box contained a hamburger, cola, and chicken wrap. The second held a dress, lingerie, and a skill card, copy C. The third box had a plastic bag, coffee, and durian cake. Sheng Ning muttered, Is the plastic bag a reminder not to litter? Only the last box remained. Taking a deep breath, she washed her hands with bottled water and lit incense, praying. Sister, what is this? Chu Yuanyin, captivated by the incense, felt his once dormant consciousness awaken. What does the incense do? Sheng Ning inquired. The incense had appeared in her inventory. Initially thought to be a game item, but after exiting the game, she realized this peculiar world was uniquely hers. It can enhance my consciousness, and amp, oppos, a mental item. Chu Yuanyin replied. Sheng Ning nodded thoughtfully. The incense indeed held value in this strange realm. She offered it to him, having an abundance of copy cards. Knowing she wouldn't oppos, exhaust them anytime soon. If only she could find a special scenario for a critical hit, that would be splendid. Opening the final box, she glanced inside. Oh, isn't this your favorite bag, sister? Chu Yuanyin exclaimed. The last box contained a bag, durian, and a piece of paper. The note was inconspicuous, almost missed if Sheng Ning hadn't been persistent in her observations. With a hint of disappointment, she realized it was merely a rule sheet, not a pathway to victory. Rule 3. When a golden box appears, you cannot be alone. The notion of being alone was intriguing. Did it mean any presence, be it human, eerie, or NPC? Or did it imply the necessity of having a teammate? Given the precondition of a golden box, the best she had encountered thus far was a copper box. Since the rules mentioned boxes, it hinted that the game was inherently linked to them. After a brief rest, under Chu Yuanyin's eager gaze, Sheng Ning donned the bag she had always admired. Naturally, it wasn't long before Chu Yuanyin claimed it. For carrying a girlfriend and oppos, bag was the first lesson in being a gentleman, a lesson he had firmly committed to memory. Their fingers intertwined, they ambled along, stopping intermittently. An hour later, Chu Yuanyin halted. Sister, I must leave. His expression fell, realizing that without the incense, he might have departed much earlier. Understanding dawned on Sheng Ning. Much like the previous scenario, Chu Yuanyin and oppos' consciousness could not remain by her side indefinitely. After a moment of silence, she gently kissed his drooping eyelids. It's all right. I will do my utmost to find you. Do not be afraid. Chu Yuanyin smiled, aware that his sister, despite being a level 1 novice with meager items, was eternally courageous. All right, sister, I will wait for you. The affection in Chu Yuanyin's eyes began to fade, replaced by a hint of trepidation. You. The boy gazed at Sheng Ning with an unfamiliar, frightened expression, causing a pang of discomfort in her heart. I am Xiaomei, what is your name? Sheng Ning did not release the boy and oppos' hand. His voice was low, tinged with shyness or fear, his fingers trembling slightly. You can call me a Chu. Chapter 24, The Deserted Wilderness. Would you care to join our tribe? A Chu, timid by nature, attempted to withdraw his hand from Sheng Ning's grasp. Upon realizing she would not permit it, his face flushed crimson, and he cast a pleading glance in her direction. The soft and gentle Chu Yuanyin was indeed easy to manipulate, evoking an overwhelming desire to pinch and mold him into a more robust form. Though amusement bubbled within Sheng Ning, she maintained a stern facade. A Chu, it's perilous here. The grass is dense. If I release you, we might become separated. A Chu blinked his dark, glistening eyes. Is that so? Sheng Ning nodded earnestly. Indeed. Trust me. Reluctantly, a Chu acquiesced. All right, fine. Understanding that he was merely an NPC, Sheng Ning began to inquire about the wilderness. After 10 minutes of conversation, she learned that this desolate expanse resembled a primordial era, devoid of nations and populated solely by tribes. A Chu revealed that he had been wandering alone, as no tribe would accept him due to his excessive timidity. He mentioned 2 tribes he was familiar with, the Dragon-Tooth tribe and the Chickenfoot tribe. The inhabitants of this land had but one daily task, to search for boxes, their sustenance and shelter derived solely from the treasures contained within. On a fortunate day, a single box might yield provisions sufficient for a month. Thus, Sheng Ning continued her quest alongside a Chu, scouring the grasslands for both boxes and tribes. As the sun began its descent, the temperature gradually cooled. Around 3 in the afternoon, Sheng Ning spotted a box nestled within the grass ahead. Just as she bent to retrieve it, a Chu and oppos' startled cry echoed from behind her. Instinctively, she rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding a silver flash that sliced past her ear. Had she hesitated even a moment longer, it might have severed her throat. Who are you? The man demanded, his voice sharp. Sheng Ning furrowed her brow and scrutinized him. He was clad in tattered clothing reminiscent of the 1960s or 70s, with a robust physique, dark skin, and a long weapon in hand. To be precise, it was merely a dagger affixed to a stick. And who might you be? Which tribe do you belong to? Sheng Ning countered. The man assessed her closely, noting the woman and the youth before him. They hardly posed a significant threat. I'm from the Dragon-Tooth tribe. Are you wanderers? Sheng Ning remained vigilant. How do you know we are wanderers? He scoffed. The Chicken-Foot tribe has no woman as beautiful as you. Realizing his words bordered on flirtation, the man's face flushed momentarily, and he quickly gestured dismissively. I didn't mean to be forward. It's just that you're very lovely, with an admirable presence. His flustered explanation instilled a sense of reassurance in Sheng Ning, and she nodded in acknowledgement. My brother and I are wanderers. The man's expression softened as he picked up the box from the ground, contemplating before offering it to Sheng Ning. Would you care to join our tribe? What are the conditions for joining your tribe? Sheng Ning inquired. There are no specific conditions, but loyalty to our tribe is paramount. From the man's disdain for the Chicken-Foot tribe, it was evident that tensions existed between the two factions. Sheng Ning nodded in agreement and turned to Achu. What about you? Achu cautiously shuffled behind Sheng Ning. I'll follow you. Sheng Ning found his demeanor endearing and affectionately ruffled his hair. Such a good boy. With the prospect of joining a tribe, Sheng Ning felt a sense of security for the night. At 4 p.m, she and Long Fei began their journey back toward the tribe. We must return before nightfall, Long Fei stated. Feigning concern, Sheng Ning asked. Is the tribe truly safe at night? Long Fei regarded her with surprise. Of course. We have guards with divine weapons protecting the tribe at night. This assurance further calmed Sheng Ning. Joining a tribe not only promised safety after dark, but also ensured adherence to the rules she had observed earlier. No longer would she be alone. Her membership in the tribe negated her solitude. Long Fei, clutching a small bamboo dragonfly, deftly maneuvered through the paths until they reached the tribe. Long Fei, you're back. Upon his arrival, several individuals approached him. Their gazes filled with curiosity as they glanced at Sheng Ning and Achu. A more robust man sidled up to Long Fei, draping an arm around his neck. Is this a newcomer? Long Fei nodded, guiding Sheng Ning and Achu deeper into the tribe. Yes, I'm bringing them to meet the chieftain. In truth, the so-called tribe was merely a cluster of interconnected dwellings, yet it was bustling with a large population, with men, women, and children each fulfilling their roles. Sheng Ning found it peculiar that while the wilderness was overgrown with grass, the area surrounding the tribe was merely a patch of turf. The chieftain's chamber was situated in the central row. Long Fei knocked on the door, announcing, Chieftain, I've encountered 2 wanderers. May they join our tribe? The chieftain appeared to be over 50, but stood tall and upright, his gaze calm yet evaluative. Sheng Ning stepped forward, pulling Achu along. Greetings, Chieftain. I am Xiao Mei, and this is my brother Achu. We wish to join the Dragon-Tooth tribe. The chieftain appraised them both before breaking into hearty laughter. No wonder you were eager to bring them back. The Chicken-Foot tribe could never cultivate such poise. Since you've come, you may stay. Long Fei, you shall be their guide. Long Fei arranged accommodations for the two, responsibly stating, settle in, and let me know if you need anything. Also, our tribe's males are required to venture out for supplies. Long Fei's implication was clear, and Achu instinctively shrank behind Sheng Ning. As they entered the tribe, twilight had already descended. Sheng Ning adhered to the rules, securing the doors and windows before ushering Achu to bed. Initially, he kept his distance. But as the noise of the tribe gradually faded, he inched closer to her. Sister, I'm scared. Sheng Ning pulled him into her embrace, resting her head on his not-so-broad shoulder, wrapping her arms around his waist. Instantly, Achu fell silent. The night passed without incident. Sheng Ning was awakened by a piercing scream, accompanied by frantic knocking at the door. The individual outside appeared impatient. Before she could reach the door, he kicked it open, catching sight of Sheng Ning and Achu entwined in a cozy slumber. I knew something was amiss. What kind of siblings sleep like that? The speaker was none other than Long Yi, the man Sheng Ning had encountered the previous day conversing with Long Fei. Furrowing her brow, Sheng Ning responded with irritation. You barged in uninvited and kicked down the door. Do you think you can bully us just because we are newcomers? Rubbish. Don't play innocent. This tribe has always been safe. There have never been incidents until you two arrived, and now we have casualties. Chapter 25, The Deserted Wilderness, The More Boxes. The greater the danger, Sheng Ning's expression darkened. I comprehend your urgency and anger. The loss of life is no trivial matter. While you may doubt us, do you possess any evidence to substantiate your claim that we are murderers? Long Yi was taken aback by the woman's demeanor, infuriated by her calmness in the face of death. Who else could it possibly be? What evidence? Your very existence is the best proof. A mere wall separates us. Yet you remain unscathed while Long Chen perished next door. Enough. The chief's voice resonated from behind the gathered crowd, who parted to create a path. Chief Long Tian's countenance was grim as he cast a piercing gaze at Sheng Ning and Chu, sending a shiver down Sheng Ning's spine. Xiao Mei Chu. Long Yi's anxiety is understandable. I hope you do not take offense. Please accompany me to my quarters so we may discuss the events of last night. This was still a suspicion directed at them. Sheng Ning exchanged a glance with Chu, whose doe-like eyes brimmed with confusion. All right. Yet, Sheng Ning's thoughts shifted. It seemed that their stay in the Long Yi tribe could not be prolonged. The chief and Apos' office contained only 4 individuals, while the others awaited the outcome outside. The chief coldly inquired, "What transpired yesterday? Speak candidly, and unless you are a malevolent entity, we shall not harm you." Sheng Ning silently scoffed. After nightfall, we retired to bed and slept until dawn. The chief pressed on, "What evidence do you possess?" Sheng Ning retorted, "What evidence do you have that we are the murderers?" The chief appeared vexed by Sheng Ning's defiant attitude, letting out a heavy huff as he turned to Long Fei. "You brought them back. You shall resolve this." Long Fei's expression remained unperturbed as he posed a single question to Sheng Ning. "Did you kill the person?" "No." After a brief pause, Long Fei turned to the chief, asserting it was not Xiao Mei who committed the act. The chief regarded Long Fei with curiosity. "Are you so certain?" Long Fei replied, "She is not a malevolent entity. When we encountered her yesterday, she was merely collecting boxes, and she is not a spy from the Chickenfoot Kingdom. There is no motive for her to harm us." Evidently, the chief was swayed by Long Fei's reasoning, yet the tribe's unease persisted. The chief had no choice but to dismiss Sheng Ning and her companion. "Take them away." Sheng Ning refrained from further comment, embarking on their journey alongside Chu. Long Fei expressed a hint of guilt. "I apologize. It was I who invited you to join us, and now the tribe wishes to send you away." Sheng Ning harbored a favorable impression of this earnest NPC. She grasped Chu's hand. "Do not concern yourself. Our visit was ill-timed. We are immensely grateful for your hospitality, even if it was for just one night." This was the heartfelt sentiment of Sheng Ning. Before their departure, Long Fei gifted Sheng Ning a bamboo dragonfly, saying, "This bamboo dragonfly will guide you to my dwelling. May it provide you with protection." Inquiring about the wooden house, Sheng Ning asked, "Did you construct all the wooden houses?" Long Fei replied, "No. Some malevolent entities also build wooden houses to attract wandering souls." Sheng Ning realized that the very wooden house she had stayed in on her first day was indeed crafted by a malevolent force. Yet, shouldn't the guiding card have led her to a safe location? After bidding farewell to Long Fei, Sheng Ning opened her inventory, and to her astonishment, she discovered an unexpected surprise. The D-grade replication card, which should have only 2 uses remaining, still displayed 3. This indicated that the guiding card had failed to replicate successfully, leading her to a malevolent wooden house. A cold sweat trickled down Sheng Ning's back. So, the malevolent game played such tricks, did it? Noticing the dampness in Sheng Ning and Apos' palm, Chu inquired, "Sister, are you all right? Are you tired? Would you like me to carry you?" Such a thoughtful child. Sheng Ning felt warmth in her heart as she gently patted Chu and Apos' head and smiled, declining the offer. Sheng Ning utilized the replication guiding card once more. Ding! Replication successful. Obtain skill card, Guidance D. Upon seeing the number of replication cards decrease, Sheng Ning confirmed the success of the guiding card's replication. "Please lead me to the boxes." She instructed the guiding card. The card transformed into an arrow, directing her path. 2 hours later, as the arrow vanished, Sheng Ning paused to rest, satisfied. In this brief span, she had uncovered 12 boxes, including 2 copper ones. Sheng Ning felt a glimmer of hope in finding the rules to advance. After washing her hands and lighting incense, she cautiously opened the first copper box. Alcohol, pizza, skill card, replication, C. Another replication card? While sometimes useful, Sheng Ning yearned to discover other cards. As she approached the second copper box, she mused, "It is now the 3rd day of the game. It is high time I uncover the rules to progress." The second copper box revealed fried chicken legs, fresh coconut latte, and a peace card. A new card. Sheng Ning examined the peace card's usage. Using the peace card prohibits war for 3 minutes in the world. Even more delightful was the discovery of 2 additional rules inscribed on the back of the peace card. Rule 4. When malevolent entities transform into messengers, do not harm them. Rule 5. In the wilderness, adhere to the law of energy conservation. As boxes multiply, so do dangers. When malevolent forces diminish, so do humans. Sheng Ning pondered. She was a liberal arts student, but was this truly the application of the law of energy conservation? The remaining boxes were divided between Sheng Ning and Chu, each claiming 5. Unsurprisingly, Sheng Ning continued to unearth replication cards and various food items, while Chu found naught but empty air. After a brief respite, the duo resumed their journey, just as Sheng Ning prepared to employ the guiding card again. Chu halted her. "Sister, I've got this. I'm super capable." Chu Xuanbao had arrived. With him present, Sheng Ning felt a wave of relaxation wash over her, her smile becoming more genuine. In the bright daylight, the two could hardly engage in anything nefarious. Moreover, this chapter of the game was not as ominous and constricted as the previous one. They strolled leisurely across the wilderness. Despite their leisurely pace, before Chu Xuanbao vanished, he and Sheng Ning managed to discover 17 boxes together. The treasure-seeking mouse proved more effective than the guiding card. Among these, there were 4 copper boxes and 1 silver box. As the quality of the boxes escalated, so too did Sheng Ning's unease. More boxes meant more peril. The wilderness remained tranquil, save for the whispering of the wind through the grass. Amidst this serenity, Sheng Ning suddenly heard the sound of grass snapping. "Be careful." Sheng Ning swiftly pushed Chu aside. Just as she drew her butterfly knife, a massive, serpentine shadow lunged at her with its gaping maw. It was the malevolent entity they had encountered on the first night. Although the serpentine malevolent entity was of a lower tier, akin to a Misty-level threat, its speed surpassed Sheng Ning and Appo's own, rendering her defensive maneuvers a necessity as she fled and dodged. Upon reaching a corner where Chu would be safe, Sheng Ning drew a tang knife. As the serpentine creature pounced, she executed a smooth kneeling maneuver, thrusting the tang knife into the creature's vulnerable spot. Chapter 26, The Desolate Wilderness. When the golden chest appears, congratulations to player Shang Xiaomei for successfully defeating the ethereal level anomaly, earning 50 experience points. Damn, is this some kind of cheat? She managed to obtain an A-level weapon, the Tang Dao. Using a laser to swat a mosquito, it's hardly impressive. What kind of nonsense is this? An unknown incense, an A-level sword. Could this be the illegitimate child of the anomaly game? Quit being envious. Even completing an SSS level grants you 3 choice cards. Clearly, this was something drawn from a choice card. Ha ha ha, when she could only draw replication cards. You all mocked her. By the way, isn't the Desolate Wilderness supposed to be a welfare dungeon? I recall it being a combat dungeon. It is a combat dungeon. Moreover, it's a 3-person combat dungeon. How exciting. I want to see Xiaomei play the spy. Ha ha ha. An A-level weapon. The Tang Dao is quite effective against an ethereal level anomaly. It was relatively easy. The serpentine anomaly quickly transformed into a wisp of black smoke, leaving behind a pile of items and a copper chest. Sheng Ning rummaged through the spoils, finding only a D-level speed card of any use. She was particularly intrigued by the chest. Anomalies often drop chests containing the rules for clearing the dungeon. Picking up the chest, Sheng Ning didn't rush to open it. She still needed to find Chu. In the silent wilderness, the grass swayed like dancers. Sunlight poured down as Sheng Ning returned to the spot where she had just landed. Aside from a few scattered chests, there was not a soul in sight. Sheng Ning called out urgently, "Chu! Chu!" The only response was the rustling of grass. Chu was gone. In this boundless expanse of grass, Sheng Ning suddenly felt quite alone. Never mind. Once Chu Yunyan wakes up, he will surely come looking for her. After all, he had survived being dismembered. Suppressing her unease, Sheng Ning followed the wooden dragonfly towards the cabin to open the chest. Within less than an hour's journey, Sheng Ning found 2 copper chests and 1 wooden chest. The number of chests was increasing. Just as she caught sight of the roof of the cabin, a cry for help suddenly echoed from behind it. "Help! Help! There is an anomaly!" The voice grew louder as it approached, and Sheng Ning drew her sword. Here it comes, another opportunity to earn experience points. She wasn't a paragon of virtue. Ambushing anomalies was the way to go. In less than a minute, a man rushed past her, his face twisted in terror. Upon seeing Sheng Ning, he even shoved her towards the direction of the anomaly. Sheng Ning exclaimed, "What the hell?" Fortunately, she was already prepared to strike, brandishing her Tang Dao as she charged forward. The anomaly took the form of a monkey, its shark-like teeth dripping with blood, and it moved with remarkable agility. Fortunately, Sheng Ning's speed and agility were high. She and the anomaly danced around each other, neither able to land a blow. Growing anxious, Sheng Ning realized that to defeat the anomaly, she needed to find its weakness. The monkey moved too swiftly for her to observe closely. She could make it still with her peace card, but that was not something to be used lightly. Thus, a chase unfolded in the wilderness, with her evading and the anomaly in pursuit. Suddenly, Sheng Ning sensed the anomaly's presence closing in behind her. She turned to see the monkey anomaly sprouting wings. diving from the sky, its feet transforming into sharp eagle talons. Sheng Ning thought to herself, this is utterly unfair. It's cheating. She drew her speed card, barely managing to activate it before the eagle talons reached for her neck. In that split second, she accelerated, leaving only a piercing sound in her wake. The monkey, frustrated at losing its prey, let out an enraged scream, its aura swelling again. You little pest, you've broken my defense. Following her instructor's words, she retreated when the enemy advanced, and advanced when the enemy retreated. With the speed card lasting for 30 minutes, Sheng Ning danced around the wilderness for that duration, evading the monkey's grasp just as it seemed ready to catch her. Each time, the monkey would screech in frustration. After realizing its eagle form was ineffective, the anomaly transformed into a cheetah, relentlessly pursuing her. Sheng Ning could only think, don't chase me, I don't have any cough syrup. During the chase, Sheng Ning deftly dispatched a ghost-level anomaly that lunged at her. Just as the forums had suggested, an attack level of 30 could tear through ghosts. Though her attack level was only 27. Her speed made up for it. Congratulations to player Shang Xiaomei for successfully defeating a ghost-level anomaly, earning 10 experience points. Sheng Ning thought, that's a bit too little. With only 5 minutes left on her speed card, Sheng Ning deployed her incense. Within 2 minutes, the monkey anomaly reverted to its original form, its eyes narrowed to slits, pursuing Sheng Ning as it licked the incense in her hand. Without hesitation, she plunged her sword through the monkey's chest, piercing the patch of brown fur. Behind that fur lay its heart, its weakness. Congratulations to player Shang Xiaomei for successfully defeating a malevolent ghost-level anomaly, earning 200 experience points. At this point, Sheng Ning had accumulated 1,000 experience points. Leveling up to LV2. The monkey anomaly dissipated into black smoke, leaving behind a pair of items and a golden chest. Sheng Ning recalled the third rule. When the golden chest appears, you cannot be alone. She had always assumed Chu would be by her side. Now, with him missing and no other humans or anomalies around, she was indeed alone. A wave of panic surged within Sheng Ning as she suddenly remembered the man who had pushed her. He couldn't have gone far. Taking out her guidance card, she declared, lead me to the nearest human. The card transformed into an arrow, and she sprinted in its direction, even utilizing her speed card once more. A minute later, she caught up with the man. Upon seeing her, he displayed a face of sheer terror. Secret Marseille. Secret Marseille. The sense of crisis hadn't faded. It felt as if a guillotine was poised above her head, ready to drop. No, it couldn't just be one person. 2 people wouldn't suffice either. It was a tribe. Let me join your tribe. Do you agree? She pressed a butterfly knife against the man's neck, the blade piercing his flesh. The man yelped in pain. I agree. I agree. I agree. Suddenly, he felt the pain at his neck vanish. Sheng Ning released her grip, gasping for breath. The sense of crisis dissipated. It turned out that not being alone referred to the necessity of joining a tribe. Chapter 27. The Desolate Wilderness. A 60-year path avoided. What tribe do you belong to? Sheng Ning observed the treacherous man from her elevated position. The man was short, with a flat face and eyes brimming with a furtive glint, a stark contrast to the individual she encountered in the Longya tribe. He resembled a rat scurrying through a gutter. Clutching his bleeding neck, he replied, the Chickenfoot tribe. Do you wish to return to your tribe? Sheng Ning inquired. The man nodded, his eyes suddenly sparkling with excitement. This woman was a wanderer. Her ability to slay such formidable entities surely meant she could protect their tribe. He was determined to bring her back. Yes, please accompany me. With that, he deeply bowed to Sheng Ning. She accepted the gesture with composure. Had it not been for her prowess, she might have fallen victim to this man moments ago. On the journey back to the Chickenfoot tribe, Sheng Ning collected several boxes, and the man's gaze became increasingly fervent as he watched her. Unperturbed, she focused solely on the quantity of her loot. Fortunately, after leveling up, her inventory had expanded somewhat. 2 hours later, as the last remnants of light faded from the horizon, Sheng Ning finally reached the Chickenfoot tribe. Upon entering, she quickly discerned the stark differences between it and the Longya tribe. While she felt at home in Longya, her arrival at Chickenfoot made her question, have you ever seen houses resembling grotesque tombs? The Chickenfoot tribe was akin to a sprawling graveyard. Have you ever encountered an open-air toilet in the middle of a courtyard? The Chickenfoot tribe had that too. Have you ever seen a toilet adjacent to a kitchen? The Chickenfoot tribe certainly did. Have you ever had to fetch water not from the kitchen, but from the toilet? Sheng Ning. She recalled reading in a book about a nation where toilet water was potable. How could this not be considered drinkable? Yet, curiously, everyone in the Chickenfoot tribe was impeccably dressed and clean, greeting one another with enthusiastic bows. The man led Sheng Ning, bowing countless times along the way, especially after learning she had single-handedly defeated an entity. The tribe members bowed deeply to her, their smiles reminiscent of blooming chrysanthemums. When the man explained Sheng Ning and Appo's situation to the tribe chief, the chief exclaimed with delight, "Honorable Miss Warrior, welcome to our tribe." Sheng Ning feigned a smile. "I apologize for the intrusion." Chief Jida of Chickenfoot, earnest and accented, pleaded, "Miss Sheng, please protect our members. Our entire tribe will be grateful." Standing tall, Sheng Ning responded lightly, "I shall do my best." After receiving her reply, Chief Jida instructed the man, known as Chi, who had accompanied Sheng Ning, to show her around the tribe and escort her to her accommodations. Along the way, many learned of Sheng Ning and Appo's status and bowed in greeting. Sheng Ning. Chi felt that Sheng Ning was somewhat impolite. "Miss Sheng, since you have joined our tribe, please learn our customs and refrain from the barbaric ways of the Longya." Sheng Ning brandished her butterfly knife, twirling it with flair to reveal its sharp tip, casually cleaning her ears as she asked, "What did you say?" Upon reaching her accommodations, she departed without a moment's pause. Sheng Ning had expected at least a wooden house for her elite lodging, but upon arrival, she found only a slightly larger grave mound. Ah, how fortunate to be merely in her 20s, having avoided a 60-year detour. Once assured that no one was around, she retrieved a gleaming golden box. Surely, anything that could be deemed a part of the rules was significant. To be cautious, Sheng Ning devotedly washed her hands and lit incense. After this ritual, she finally dared to open the box. Inside, she discovered a golden slip of paper emblazoned with the words "Passage Rules," causing her heart to race with excitement. Passage Rules: 1. Survive for 15 days, C grade completion. 2. Protect the tribe for a week, with no casualties, B grade completion. 3. Slay 12 distinct entities, A grade completion. 4. Identify and eliminate the Ghost King, S grade completion, with the passage rules in hand. Sheng Ning was no longer a headless fly. Through the forum, she learned that achieving a C grade did not necessarily mean it was the easiest among the four, but it would offer the most meager rewards. A C grade completion yielded only a basic reward of 100 points, with no additional items or cards. Having already slain 2 entities, Sheng Ning aspired to achieve an A or even an S grade. As she scrutinized the passage rules, she found them somewhat perplexing. 12 distinct entities? This could be interpreted in numerous ways. For instance, if there were 100 types of entities, slaying only 12 would suffice for completion. Or perhaps entities would reappear, such as if the serpentine entity she had defeated was of the ethereal level, while the spectral entity she vanquished was a mouse, and the monkey entity was of the vengeful spirit level. Could a single entity possess 3 different tiers? Unable to deduce an answer, Sheng Ning continued to open boxes. From 5 silver boxes, she extracted 3 copy cards, 2 C grade and 1 D grade. Sheng Ning felt a darkness descend upon her. Was she truly so unworthy as to only receive copy cards? A speed card or transformation card would have sufficed. In the final silver box, Sheng Ning uncovered another set of rules. Entity Rules 1. Night is the domain of entities. Their combat power increases by 50 in darkness. Entity Rules 2. When the population falls below 100, entities are unperturbed by day or night. Entity Rules 3. When a golden box appears, entities may invade the territory. Sheng Ning's heart sank. With the emergence of the golden box, it meant the territory had lost its protective barrier. As if to corroborate her fears, the night seemed darker than ever, as if thick ink had been poured across the sky, obscuring any glimmer of light. Although her surname was Xing, she was no saint. Entities were formidable at night. With her vision obscured, venturing outside would be akin to courting death. In mere seconds, Sheng Ning cast aside thoughts of the Chickenfoot tribe and Appo's well-being and resumed opening boxes. After half an hour of dismantling copper and wooden boxes, she procured various supplies, along with 3 D-grade copy cards. Copy cards. Copy cards. As the night deepened, Sheng Ning found herself too agitated to sleep. In this game of entities, how could one possibly rest? Outside, silence reigned, so profound that even the chirping of insects was absent, giving the atmosphere an eerie graveyard ambience. Turning off the lights, she lay down, clutching her butterfly knife tightly, her mind racing through the interface. The food and supplies she had gathered would suffice for a month. Yet, the most abundant items were the copy cards. As she sifted through the various cards, a glimmer caught her eye. Her talent, fusion, shimmering with a purple glow, seemed to beckon her with its allure. Sheng Ning pondered. Could fusing 2 D-grade copy cards yield a higher tier card? It was a gamble, Taking a deep breath, she declared, "Let us do this." The purple light enveloped the 2D grade copy cards. Fusion countdown, 5 o'clock. Fusion countdown, 0:59, as the countdown neared completion. Sheng Ning felt a rush of excitement akin to the anxiety of awaiting exam results. At that moment, the sound of a door creaking open resonated, and Sheng Ning and Appo's boiling blood came to an abrupt halt, her entire being feeling as if it had plummeted into a frigid abyss. Chapter 28. The Deserted Wilderness. Learning everything will only harm you. The sound of footsteps approached, halting at Sheng Ning's bedside. A figure nudged her. "Hey, you're a player, right?" Sheng Ning and Appo's scalp tingled, and a multitude of thoughts flashed through her mind. Rule 2. Do not trust anyone indiscriminately after nightfall. But did this entity know there were players? Ding. Talent activated successfully, acquiring skill card. Copy C. It worked. Her talent could indeed fuse cards. Sheng Ning was overjoyed, never expecting her ability to have such utility. However, this was not the time for celebration. Luck is finite. She had just gambled and won. Now, she lacked the courage to wager whether this speaker was an entity or a genuine player. Feigning ignorance, she closed her eyes and pretended to sleep while mentally sorting her inventory. The man, seeing her unresponsive, pushed her again. "I am a player too. Trust me." Humph. Sheng Ning remained silent. The man continued, his words spilling faster with urgency, until finally, he could no longer maintain his facade, revealing his true form in the darkness, preparing to devour Sheng Ning's head. In that instant, Sheng Ning accurately sensed the entity's aura. It seemed that after leveling up to level 2, she could automatically discern entities below her level. The creature poised to consume her was a spectral-level entity. As it opened its gaping maw, Sheng Ning ignited her super lighter, a flame bursting forth, illuminating her eerie profile. Only then did she discern the creature before her was a pig-headed entity, with ears like fans and a snout resembling a small hill. On the livestream screen, a woman with chest-length hair revealed a chilling smile, and in the next moment, her blade fell, the pig's head rolling on the ground. Oh, in an instant. I couldn't tell who was the entity. Wah, the pig was so cute. How could one kill it? Just as Sheng Ning thought the pig-headed entity was finished, a sudden wave of searing heat surged from behind her. She swiftly raised her tang dao to block. Yet a laser still seared her arm. A nearby mound was split in two by the laser, debris cascading down as the entire structure trembled. Gazing at her deformed tang dao, Sheng Ning cursed under her breath. Who claimed this was a spectral-level entity? Gritting her teeth against the pain in her arm, she recognized that the laser emanated from the pig's eye. The severed body, headless, stood upright and moved toward its head, preparing to reattach it. If the head were to be rejoined, the laser would strike wherever it aimed. With determination, Sheng Ning swung her tang dao, severing the pig-headed entity's legs. Now, the creature could only gaze in one direction, and the laser could only fire straight ahead. Being without a body diminished the threat posed by the pig and Appo's laser. Regretting her tang dao's loss of durability, which had now halved, she lamented that it had previously slain two entities without anywhere. She felt as though she had never suffered such a significant loss. Cursing under her breath, Sheng Ning swiftly dismantled the pig-headed entity and Appo's body. Her expression now devoid of fear as she faced the mangled remains. The pig-headed entity fell silent, seemingly aware of its impending doom, its face reflecting a glimmer of human-like despair. Crouching behind the pig's corpse, Sheng Ning inquired, "How did you know about the players?" The creature, embodying the visage of a noble sacrifice, remained mute. After a moment, she added, "Tell me, and I might spare you." Suddenly, the pig-headed entity's eyes widened with hope. "Really? Indeed. You said that Huaxiao people do not deceive each other. Huaxiao people do not deceive each other." The pig-headed entity exhaled in relief. "I once encountered a human who chased an entity, claiming to be a player. They were in cahoots, so I learned from them. Are you Huaxia? What? Are Huaxia people delicious?" With a smile, Sheng Ning struck decisively, cleaving the pig-headed entity's skull. In that moment, she recalled that this was being broadcasted live. Although she could not see the camera, she gazed into the void, adopting a teacher-like demeanor, saying gently, "Dear children in the live stream, do not emulate this. Learning everything will only lead to your demise." In the live stream, comments flooded in. "Wah, after so long, my wife finally remembered me. She is so adorable. I adore her. How meticulous. She only acted after confirming it wasn't a Huaxia entity. Love her. Wow. That smile is just like my former teacher from the perfect school instance. PTSD, I'm triggered. Wait, is everyone climaxing over a single statement? Simpering fans. Let us block each other. I'll keep my wife to myself. The pig's head dissipated into a wisp of black smoke, leaving behind a silver box and a silver chess piece. Within the silver box, a D-grade copy card emerged, a surprise that no longer astonished Sheng Ning. The true chill of the heart does not stem from raucous turmoil. What caught her off guard was the gauze found within the box. Coupled with the alcohol she had previously acquired, Sheng Ning managed to tend to her wounds despite the pain. Before examining the silver chess piece, it seemed oddly familiar. She recalled that after the monkey entity's demise, there had been a similar item, but her focus had been on the golden box at the time. Only upon sorting her supplies did she notice it. Placing the two items together, she observed, one monkey, one pig. This design, this pattern, the abilities of these two entities. A ludicrous thought suddenly struck Sheng Ning. Despite the commotion she had caused, no one dared approach in the stillness of the night. When the first rays of dawn broke, it marked Sheng Ning's fourth day in this instance. After a brief wash, she opened the door to find Ji Qi waiting outside, his demeanor one of reverent enthusiasm, his eyes alight with fervor upon seeing her. Miss Sheng, good morning. Good morning. What brings you here so early? Ji Qi replied, you must have heard about last night's events. We lost 16 people. It was devastating. Our chieftain and high priest are praying at the shrine. Would you like to join? In truth, only 5 entities had approached the Chickenfoot tribe last night. Except for Sheng Ning and the high priest, all encountered entities had perished, and even the high priest had sustained injuries. When Ji Qi saw Sheng Ning emerge unscathed from her room, he appeared as though he had found a savior. Chapter 29. Uncharted Wilderness. She's a spy. Seize her. Ji Qi's estimation of Sheng Ning's capabilities soared, leading him to be forthcoming and candid. From him, Sheng Ning gleaned that the tribe harbored a millennial prophecy. The advent of one bearing a golden chest would dictate the tribe's fate. Thus, the tribe had been in anticipation of this individual. Coincidentally, the person carrying the golden chest was encountered and brought back to the tribe yesterday afternoon, coinciding with Sheng Ning's arrival, and was subsequently appointed as the Grand Shaman. The Grand Shaman proclaimed that the chest contained cards capable of warding off the uncanny. At this juncture, Ji Qi, visibly agitated, inquired of Sheng Ning, Miss Sheng, are you capable of extracting cards? Sheng Ning was momentarily taken aback. Cards, you say? Sheng Ning's brief utterance seemed to shatter Ji Qi's world, extinguishing his inner light. Silence enveloped them until they reached the small altar in the midst of the graveyard. The player had yet to materialize. Sheng Ning had pondered yesterday whether the others were adeptly concealed, but she hadn't anticipated finding one so swiftly. This Grand Shaman was undoubtedly a player. During the chest openings, a Chu had opened numerous chests without yielding a single card. Sheng Ning initially attributed it to his misfortune, but now it seemed that only players could procure cards. The altar was rudimentary, almost offensively so. A circular platform, elevated a mere 50 centimeters above the ground, were a water vat and was designated as the altar. Upon the altar stood a gaunt man, his complexion pallid perhaps from the previous night's injury. He knelt, surrounded by chests. According to Ji Qi, the Grand Shaman was named Wu Yu. He had sustained a shoulder wound from a rat-like anomaly the previous night. Had it not been for his stasis card, he might have perished. Nevertheless, he managed to grievously wound the anomaly before it fled. Wu Yu, enduring the pain, opened chests, the third of which yielded a transformation card. Sheng Ning's eyes gleamed with avarice. Witnessing Sheng Ning's evident delight and longing, Ji Qi's final vestige of hope evaporated. No matter how formidable Miss Sheng was, she was not the foretold one. After procuring a speed card, Wu Yu ceased his actions and was promptly assisted down. He was clad in black, and although the extent of his injury was obscured, Sheng Ning discerned that the fabric over Wu Yu's shoulder was of a darker hue. Noticing Sheng Ning's gaze, Wu Yu frowned slightly. He had heard of another wanderer arriving the previous day. Could she be a player? Wu Yu's eyes narrowed, and he rebuked. Who is this person? Why does she not prostrate herself before the Grand Shaman? Sheng Ning thought. Excellent. I've encountered an imbecile. Ji Qi interjected, forgive her. Grand Shaman. Xiaomei only arrived yesterday and is ignorant of our tribe's customs. Wu Yu was displeased. Then instruct her. Prior to entering the game, Wu Yu was a village ruffian. After enduring hardships in the eerie game, he learned humility for a time. Now, in a where he was revered as a deity. Having sustained injuries for these wretches, he was determined to assert his authority. Ji Qi tugged at Sheng Ning. Xiaomei, quickly pay your respects to the Grand Shaman. Sheng Ning remained unmoved, casting a glacial glance at Wu Yu. The chilling gaze, like the unmelting snow of a celestial mountain, instantly instilled a sense of dread in Wu Yu. You're a player. Wu Yu fixed his gaze upon Sheng Ning, convinced that the woman before him was indeed a player. Sheng Ning feigned surprise, then candidly admitted, "I am a player." "I knew it." "Quickly, what are the rules for clearing the level?" Sheng Ning was momentarily taken aback. A flicker of confusion in her eyes. "What? Why should I tell you?" Her demeanor suggested ignorance, yet she exuded composure, poised to counterattack. This aroused suspicion in Wu Yu's mind. How could a player not know the rules for clearing the level? Unless... Wu Yu sneered. "You claim to be a player without knowing the rules for clearing the level? Jiqi, she's a spy. Seize her." Sheng Ning retorted, "I am a player." "Why do you insist I'm not? Then what is your number?" Wu Yu pressed, disregarding the pain in his shoulder. Sheng Ning stammered, "Why? Why should I tell you?" Wu Yu was now certain that this woman was an NPC. No player would so readily admit to being a player. Wu Yu was confident in his deduction. As Wu Yu lowered his guard, a glint of malice flashed in Sheng Ning's eyes. People are often skeptical of what others tell them. However, once they harbor doubts, they will actively seek corroborating evidence. The moment Wu Yu questioned Sheng Ning and Apos' status as a player, Sheng Ning had already gained the upper hand. Observing the woman and Apos' alluring face, fair skin, and curvaceous figure, Wu Yu leered, "Whether you and Apos re a player or not, a night with me will reveal the truth. We players often sleep together." He disregarded the live stream. Knowing he was and Apos, the only player to force himself upon NPCs, Sheng Ning reached into her pocket, produced a butterfly knife, and spun it into a menacing flourish. "Is that so? The player I saw was stabbed 20 times by an anomaly and still lived. You must be the same, right?" The ferocity on Sheng Ning's face sent a chill down Wu Yu's spine. Where did this savage NPC come from? Jiqi, seeing that Sheng Ning was about to offend the Grand Shaman, hastily pulled her away. Wu Yu no longer desired Sheng Ning and Apos as presence in the tribe. Her existence was a constant reminder that a player was inferior to an NPC. Before Sheng Ning could act on her designs regarding Wu Yu's cards, she was dispatched to search for chests. Coincidentally, she also wished to find a chew. The fact that anomalies could infiltrate the tribe at night seemed to indicate that the wilderness tribe was no longer safe. The tribe members, who had previously searched for chests individually, were now paired up. Sheng Ning was paired with a diminutive individual named Jitaro, rumored to be the son of Chief Ji and the heir apparent. Throughout their journey, Jitaro was exceedingly polite, showering Sheng Ning with attentive concern. His face perpetually wreathed in smiles. Sheng Ning feigned ignorance of his attempts to glean information about her past, providing innocuous answers that Jitaro found captivating. After 2 hours, the pair had amassed 26 chests. The more chests, the greater the danger. In stark contrast to Sheng Ning, Jitaro was overjoyed, cradling the chests as if they were made of gold. Sheng Ning, gazing at the towering grass, inquired, "Over the years, have you relied solely on the resources within the chests, without considering cultivation?" Lost in his elation, Jitaro casually replied, "This land is unsuitable for cultivation." "Why?" "The grass grows so luxuriantly, indicating fertile soil. Why can't crops be grown?" Chapter 30. The Desolate Wilderness. Jitaolang. "Your kindness is commendable," he stated. "It is due to the barbaric ignorance of the Longya tribe that the seeds were destroyed. For a millennium, any seeds sown merely turned to grass. It was only when our Jijiao tribe prayed to the heavens that Amaterasu bestowed upon us the boxes filled with provisions to redeem us. To hell with this." With an exclamation of rage, a lithe figure flashed before Sheng Ning, delivering a kick that sent Jitaolang flying. As Sheng Ning recognized the newcomer, her heart swelled with familiarity upon realizing it was Long Fei. He still bore the same attire as during their previous encounter, his arms laden with a multitude of boxes, suggesting a bountiful harvest. With a smile, Sheng Ning greeted, "Brother Long Fei." Suddenly, a look of guilt spread across Long Fei's honest face. "Shomei, we wronged you the day before yesterday. I apologize. Yesterday, 6 strange entities invaded our tribe, and we suffered heavy casualties. 2 players from the Jijiao tribe lost over 10 members, and the Longya tribe undoubtedly faced even greater losses. Brother Long Fei, was there anyone wielding a golden box among your tribe yesterday?" Sheng Ning inquired, recalling that this was a 3-player dungeon and speculating that another player might have ventured into the Longya tribe. With sorrow etched on his face, Long Fei replied, "It seems you are aware of the prophecy. However, no one from our tribe appeared yesterday." Then, as if struck by a thought, he added, "Did the Jijiao tribe's high priest make an appearance?" Nodding in acknowledgement, Sheng Ning sensed the weight of their long-standing rivalry. The individual with the golden box was crucial to the survival of both tribes. At this moment, while the Jijiao tribe had located their high priest, the Longya tribe had not, which explained Long Fei's grim expression. "Sister Xiaomei, could you assist me?" came Jitaolang's feeble voice from behind Sheng Ning. As she turned, she caught a glimpse of his weak, pleading demeanor, yet she did not miss the malice lurking in his gaze, perhaps aimed at Long Fei, or perhaps at her. Recognizing Jitaolang, Long Fei realized that Xiaomei had joined the Jijiao tribe. While a wanderer's choice of tribe was their own, Long Fei still said, "Xiaomei, would you consider returning to the Longye tribe?" Before Sheng Ning could respond, Jitaolang abruptly rose to his feet, wiping the blood from his mouth with indignation. "Shameless Longye tribesman! Sheng Xiaomei is one of us. You are disgraceful." Having walked for the better part of the morning, Sheng Ning felt fatigued and wished to avoid the conflict brewing between the two men in this perilous wilderness. "Let us rest at the wooden cabin ahead," she suggested. "We have all been searching for boxes since morning and could use a break." Long Fei and Jitaolang, having no rebuttal, accompanied her for a few minutes until they arrived at an old wooden cabin, its entrance marred by dark, viscous stains whose origins were unclear. Having just endured a painful kick, Jitaolang yearned for rest. He hastily pushed open the cabin door, greeted by a foul stench. Sheng Ning sensed something amiss, and Long Fei stepped protectively in front of her, declaring, "Xiaomei, this seems to be a strange place." "Mr. Long Fei, you aren't suggesting this is another one of those strange places, are you?" Jitaolang interjected. "Sister Xiaomei, do not worry. The Longye people thrive on intimidating others to assert their strength. Unlike them, our Jijiu tribe welcomes everyone." Sheng Ning smiled faintly, unimpressed by Jitaolang's words. Observing him venture further inside, she cautioned, "You should come back. Let us evaluate the situation first." Jitaolang, irritated by seeing Sheng Ning with Long Fei, maintained a facade of politeness. With a smile that concealed provocation, he remarked, "This place is safe. Sister Xiaomei, trust me. I will protect you." Then, he stepped into the room, completing a swift circuit before suddenly exclaiming, "Seeds. There are seeds here." It had been centuries since this land, which could only yield weeds, had seen any seeds. Both Jitaolang and Long Fei were astonished. Long Fei could no longer concern himself with potential dangers and rushed inside. On the floor lay a snakeskin pouch, quietly cradling half a bag of seeds. Sheng Ning recognized them as wheat. "Seeds. Amaterasu blesses our Jijiu tribe. We are indeed the chosen ones," Jitaolang exclaimed in ecstasy, sharply contrasting with the pensive Long Fei. Sheng Ning perceived Long Fei's guilt. He must have been thinking why he could not be braver. Perhaps if he had been, the seeds could have belonged to the Longye tribe. The sudden appearance of the half-bag of seeds raised Sheng Ning's suspicions. She scanned the modest cabin again, her gaze landing upon a water tank nestled in a corner. Around it lay some yellowish remnants. What could they be? Wheat. With a subtle smile, she nudged Long Fei and gestured towards the tank. Long Fei noticed the scattered wheat seeds around the tank, and his spirits soared. Upon lifting the tank's lid, he discovered it was filled to the brim with wheat, so much that the two snakeskin bags could not contain it all. A smile does not fade. It merely shifts to another's face. Jitaolang, unable to contain his agitation, glared at Sheng Ning. "Why did you give him the seeds? You belong to the Jijiu tribe." With an innocent shrug and a blink, Sheng Ning replied, "Jitaolang, you are so benevolent. You would share the seeds with Mr. Long Fei without my prompting, wouldn't you?" Jitaolang was momentarily at a loss for words. Disillusioned by the snakeskin pouch, Jitaolang discarded it and began rummaging through the boxes for food. In an apparent fit of frustration, he opened all the boxes he and Sheng Ning had found. As his hand approached a noticeably darkened box, Sheng Ning's heart raced. "Stop!" Jitaolang, already intent on provoking her, ignored her warning. He turned to Sheng Ning with a smirk and opened the box. In an instant, a shadow loomed large within the cabin. The door slammed shut, revealing a creature with sharp cow horns atop a human body. With one powerful fist, the cabin collapsed. Sheng Ning remained vigilant, while Long Fei retreated. The most unfortunate was Jitaolang, whose legs were shattered beneath the creature and Apos' blow. "Help me, help me." Jitaolang groaned on the ground, sensing blood. The creature extended its crimson tongue, ensnaring Jitaolang's mangled legs, devouring them with gluttonous glee. Even after consuming both of Jitaolang's legs, the creature belched thunderously, still ravenous. Sheng Ning seized Long Fei, attempting to flee, but Jitaolang's desperate cries echoed behind them. "Save me. I implore you. I possess a card. A card that can defeat the entity." Long Fei paused, clearly torn by the desire to rescue him. "Do not go," Sheng Ning warned, her eyes fixed on the creature. This was a formidable specter, immensely powerful. She feared that she could not vanquish it without endangering Long Fei. As for Jitaolang, he had brought this upon himself. "Please, Help me. My father is the chief of the Jijiao tribe. I can have him provide you with many cards to resist these entities. It must be said, this is an exceedingly tantalizing proposition for Long Fei. Xiaomei, you go ahead. I will divert the anomaly. Long Fei tightened his grip on the spear in his hand, leaving no opportunity for Sheng Ning to resist as he charged towards the bull-headed specter. Chapter 31. The Desolate Wilderness. The deceptive king will launch a night raid before Sheng Ning could utter that she too could draw cards. Long Fei had already lunged at the bull-headed deception with his knife. Strands of hair fell from its hide. Though the damage was minimal, the humiliation was profound. With a powerful kick, the bull-headed deception sent Long Fei flying, leaving him gasping blood. Without needing to inspect his injuries, Sheng Ning understood that Long Fei had surely sustained internal damage. As the bull-headed deception grappled with the two of them, its blood-dripping maw turned towards Ji Tailang. Panic-stricken, Ji Tailang could no longer maintain his facade of benevolence. Save me. Xiaomei, I command you to save me. Clutching a card, he cried out for help, his words becoming increasingly frantic. Sheng Ning feigned ignorance, focusing instead on Long Fei's wounds. Ji Tailang, in desperation, shouted at Long Fei, "Save me. I'll give you 3 cards. A stasis card. I have a stasis card." Long Fei, finally regaining some composure, felt Sheng Ning grip him tightly. "I can also draw cards," he managed to say, a pale smile gracing his lips. He believed Sheng Ning was merely trying to protect him from danger. Rubbing his chest, Long Fei struggled to stand, speaking as if delivering a final message. "Xiaomei, if anything happens to me, you must bring this scoundrel and Appo's cards back to the tribe." He handed Sheng Ning the bamboo dragonfly attached to his waist and prepared to charge once more. Before Long Fei could act, Sheng Ning drew her tang knife and struck at the bull-headed deception's leg. The sound of the impact resonated across the wilderness, causing her hands to tingle from the force. Yet the bull-headed deception only bore a nearly negligible wound. Its defense was indeed formidable. Provoked repeatedly, the bull-headed deception and Appo's eyes turned crimson, and it seized Ji Tailang, attempting to shove him into its maw. In a critical moment, Long Fei leaped again. At that instant, Sheng Ning witnessed Ji Tailang's figure, on the verge of being consumed, suddenly transform into Long Fei. Regardless of the identity, the bull-headed deception swallowed whole. Ji Tailang emerged from Long Fei's spot, tumbling to the ground as he frantically activated a speed card. "Xiaomei, save me. I can offer you many cards. Abundant cards." Sheng Ning and Appo's mind lingered on the moment Long Fei was devoured. The honest and earnest Long Fei, who had thought of the Longya tribe until his last breath, had been outwitted by the treacherous Ji Tailang. Fury ignited within Sheng Ning, her gaze seething with vengeance. What had just transpired? Ji Tailang, now clinging to life by a thread, disclosed it was a teleportation card, but it can only be used within 1 meter. Enlightened, Sheng Ning scoffed, a mix of anger and regret surging through her. What a pity. If only she could draw such cards. Had she possessed even one? Long Fei would not have met his demise. He had been the first in this world to extend kindness towards her, simple-minded yet noble, only to be betrayed by this seemingly cultured rogue. "Save me. Please, if you rescue me, I will give you all my cards." Ji Tailang, aware that once Sheng Ning acquired the cards, he would be forsaken, lamented. "The ungrateful woman." The bull-headed deception, relentless, swung a fist towards them once more. Sheng Ning swiftly dodged, producing incense that released a pale blue mist. Within a minute, the once frenzied bull-headed deception began to waver. It was then that Sheng Ning, wielding her tang knife, leaped into the air, aiming for the creature's heart, and plunged the blade deep. Blood sprayed forth, staining Sheng Ning from head to toe. She noted a 10% decrease in her knife's durability. The wretched beast's hide was exceedingly tough. To her astonishment, the bull-headed deception did not perish. Instead, it seemed to regain awareness, its weakness not being its heart. When the bull-headed deception beheld Sheng Ning, drenched in crimson, its eyes filled with bloodshot fury, it charged at her, sharp horns glinting ominously. With the speed card successfully activated, Sheng Ning outpaced the monstrous creature, turning to face its reckless charge. The sharp horns gleamed with a dark luster. She halted, swinging her tang knife once more at the bull-headed deception's head. The sharp clang reverberated painfully in her skull as one horn was severed. The bull-headed deception, now even more frantic, stumbled as if thrown off balance. With a swift motion, Sheng Ning struck again, lopping off the other horn. To her astonishment, the creature dissipated into a wisp of black smoke, leaving behind a golden box, a parchment, a silver chess piece, and a collection of miscellaneous items. Sheng Ning refrained from opening the box. She felt no thrill at its contents anymore. Retracing her steps, she discovered the remains of Ji Tailing, reduced to grotesque fragments, with 2 cards lying nearby, a stasis card, D, and a binding card, D. In an instant, she replicated both cards. Now, she possessed 5 C-grade replication cards and 3 D-grade replication cards. With her talent's 6-hour cooldown complete, Sheng Ning chose to fuse 2 C-grade replication cards. The wind howled across the wilderness, the sky of vivid blue, unmarred by clouds, seemingly distant and unattainable. In this moment, the wilderness echoed only with the sound of the wind, and Sheng Ning stood alone. Clutching the bamboo dragonfly given by Long Fei, she followed its guidance for 2 hours. Finally spotting the Longya tribe in the direction where the dragonfly had descended. Yet, the once boisterous tribe now lay shrouded in silence. A sense of foreboding gripped Sheng Ning. She feared another assault by the Deceptions. 10 minutes later, she found a note at the chiefess door. It revealed that after Long Fei and the others had ventured out in search of treasure, another wave of Deceptions had struck. The Longya tribe had lost 4 members in repelling the attack. The Deceptions had warned them that the deceptive king would raid the tribe that night. Left with no choice, the chief led the remaining members away, beginning a migration. Upon Long Fei's return, they would simply follow their previously established route. Sheng Ning. Long Fei knew their migration path, but Sheng Ning did not. Exhausted, she sat before the chief's door, pulling out a cola and a hamburger to devour heartily. It seemed that Chu Yuanyan's conscious periods spanned from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. With noon approaching, Sheng Ning felt lethargic, wishing that he would arrive soon. After her meal, she resumed opening boxes. In addition to the golden box obtained from slaying the Deceptions, she had collected a dozen more along her journey. As anticipated, she unearthed another replication card, C. To her surprise, there was also a transformation card, C, and finally, a piece of parchment. As she caressed the parchment, she noted its texture was similar to the one dropped by the bull-headed Deception, yet the two could not be combined, and it bore no inscriptions. Perhaps only by collecting all the parchments could their content be revealed. In the barrage of comments, it seemed the parchment had also piqued interest. Resembling a treasure map, does anyone know what this parchment is for? Laughing out loud, the rare replication card has been revealed, instantly diminishing in value. Newbie. This is my second dungeon. Last time I only found 5 parchments, but they looked completely different from the goddesses. Conservatively speaking, at least 10 parchments are needed. Doesn't anyone recognize that talisman? I also tuned into Wu Yu's stream. He encountered pig deceptions, rat deceptions, and rabbit deceptions. Alan Bell faced snake deceptions, monkey deceptions, pig deceptions, and bull deceptions. Indeed. But why do some strange charms manifest while others do not? Surely, these charms cannot be genuine. After unpacking the box, Sheng Ning acquired 2 C-grade replication cards and 4 D-grade replication cards. As she gazed at the talent section, she suddenly noticed that the fusion progress had stagnated at 66. 6, failing to advance further. Chapter 32. In the wilderness, a kiss could drain me dry. Progress had stagnated, and Sheng Ning had no alternative but to drag another C-grade replication card into the talent interface. The progress bar began to move. Fusion countdown. 1500 hours. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Chu Yuanyan had yet to make an appearance. Sheng Ning resolved to set out once more. As the system announced, she glanced at the talent bar. Fusion had transformed from purple to deep gray, with a cooldown timer of 6 hours remaining. In her inventory, Sheng Ning beheld a B-grade card shimmering with a purple hue. Skill card, Replication, B, Replication card, capable of replicating all non-living entities, usable 20 times. Each use has a 60 chance of producing a 10-fold critical hit, a 30 chance for a 100-fold critical hit, and a 5 chance for a 1,000-fold critical hit. My goodness, is this truly a B-grade card? Sheng Ning caressed the glimmering card, suddenly realizing the potency of her talent. Crafting a B-grade card by hand. Upon witnessing the emergence of the B-grade card in the live stream, the chat erupted in excitement. Is this reasonable? A B-grade card appears in a C-grade dungeon? Is this reasonable? No, it and amp. Oppos, SA B-grade card. I only amassed a single B-grade card after conquering 3 B-grade dungeons, and she just obtained one in her second dungeon? I was wrong, truly wrong. I should not have mocked her D-grade talent. This is even more impressive than a B-grade talent. Report. Report the bizarre game for favoritism. No, my friend, this is merely an exception. Who was it that mocked her for only being able to draw replication cards? Collect C-grade confinement cards. Collect C-grade confinement cards. What are you doing ahead? What are you doing? Goodness, collect cards, collect cards, collect cards. 3 C-grade cards for a single B-grade card. You think you can keep it all to yourself. The elation of acquiring a B-grade card did not last long, as by evening, Sheng Ning had still not located the tribe. In this vast wilderness, it was uncertain when she might encounter them again. At 4 in the afternoon, Sheng Ning stumbled upon a clean and brand-new wooden cabin, devoid of any ominous signs. She decided to rest there for the night, hoping to encounter the elusive player from the Longya tribe and safely pass the night. When fusion, in her talent bar transformed back into a captivating shade of purple, an idea struck Sheng Ning. She took out a C-grade replication card and tapped it against the D-grade replication card. In that instant, the C-grade replication card suddenly became scorching hot, causing Sheng Ning's head to spin and her hair to frizz as if struck by lightning. What on earth is happening? Is there something strange? No. It's likely that she touched the bizarre game and Oppos' forbidden rules and got zapped. What are these forbidden rules? Haha, it's a bug. If I'm not mistaken, this sister probably intended to replicate a replication card. Sheng Ning took a full half-hour to recover. Even if the card was bugged, did it need to be so harsh? After the shock, she obediently placed 3 C-grade replication cards into the fusion panel. Fusion countdown, 11:59, 59. After enjoying a slice of durian mille-feuille, Sheng Ning washed up and changed into clean, comfortable athletic wear, leaning against the door to drift off to sleep. Uncertain of how long she had slept, she was startled awake by a series of knocks on the door. The person outside seemed to sense her awakening and spoke through the door. Lost one, I am the messenger of the divine, here to guide you to where you must go. A messenger? Rule 4. When the bazaar transforms into a messenger, do not harm them. A dagger appeared in Sheng Ning's hand as she cautiously stood behind the door. The divine messenger said, Child, open the door. I possess what you desire, provided you can pay an equivalent price. Sheng Ning pondered. If the bazaar transformed into a messenger, did that mean they could not harm humans? It was a test of courage. She caressed the dagger and slowly opened the door. Outside stood a man clad in a flowing white robe, youthful and familiar. Achoo? Achoo revealed a shy smile. Sister, are you surprised? Sheng Ning, more startled. You, come in. Achoo entered, bringing with him a bright candelabrum that illuminated the entire wooden cabin. Sister, do you desire anything? After placing the candelabrum down, Achoo began to shake out various items from his ample robe. Swords, knives, guns, flashlights, all items that had never appeared in the boxes before. And several books and parchment scrolls? Sheng Ning paused. Yet another scroll. Achoo noticed her gaze. Sister has a keen eye. He took the scroll and offered it to her. Sheng Ning reached to take it, but suddenly recalled something and inquired, What is the price? Achoo's ears flushed. Sister, may I have a kiss? Sheng Ning tilted her head, her gaze sharpening as she looked at Achoo. Was it truly that simple? Yes. Can you do it, sister? Achoo propped his chin up, his eyes filled with anticipation. The most cherished and proud possession of that person was his wife. If his wife were to kiss another man, one could only wonder if he could still smile. I disagree. I disagree. I disagree. If anyone is to kiss, it should be me. I am the wife's favorite. I report that there is a lecherous bazaar here. Damn it, that foul creature is trying to take my wife. Sheng Ning smiled, taking Achoo's hand and gently placing a kiss on the ring on his ring finger. Achoo. In the live stream, ha 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 ha. Wife, you were too clever. Damn lecherous creature trying to bully my wife. Crush it. No, one cannot act recklessly. Breaking the rules means certain death. Achoo's smile faltered momentarily before he retrieved 2 more scrolls from his robe. Sister is truly remarkable. One kiss can drain me dry. He pushed the scrolls towards Sheng Ning, wearing an admiring yet innocent smile. With these 2, there would be 5 scrolls. Sister, kiss me. Here. Achoo pointed to his lips. Sheng Ning remained unmoved, even escalating the stakes. What about 2 more for a passionate kiss? Chapter 33. The Desolate Wilderness. If only Xiaomei would agree to be my wife, Achoo thought. No sooner had he uttered these words than he felt a flush spread across his entire being, as radiant as a delicate lotus in full bloom. Sheng Ning, with a smile dancing in her eyes, relaxed her posture. In that instant, the reins of power shifted back into Sheng Ning's hands. All right, it's your call, Achoo said, brimming with anticipation. He rose and left, returning in less than half an hour. Meanwhile, in the live stream, haha, just came from Wu Yu's stream. Achoo just gave a good beating to the messenger who sought out Wu Yu and snatched 2 parchment scrolls. Isn't anyone curious? Why is Achoo so kind to Xiaomei? Does he really think she is infatuated with him? Achoo's level is evidently high. He possesses a sentient NPC. Has anyone ventured through this instance before? Please enlighten us on who Achoo really is. I have. It was a random encounter with an NPC. But I didn't catch Chu's identity. My exploration rate is only 35. Chu tossed the scrolls in front of Sheng Ning and leaned in closer, pouting. Sister, hurry and enjoy my offerings. Sheng Ning smiled, and 2 sticks of incense appeared quietly behind her. The pale blue smoke soon wafted away, as it was enigmatic. It could not be resisted. With his eyes closed, Chu felt a warm hand caressing his cheek, inch by inch, filled with tenderness. The warm breath brushed against his face as he heard Sheng Ning's low, affectionate voice. Darling, if you don't come out soon, I shall kiss him. Chu felt a sharp pain in his consciousness, and when he opened his eyes again, he had transformed into another person, with Sheng Ning so close. And under the influence of the incense, Chu Yuan effortlessly obscured the live stream. The stream indicated that Chu suddenly changed his mind and departed, while Sheng Ning lay asleep on the ground. The image quality was sufficiently detailed, and for a moment, no one noticed anything amiss. Sheng Ning endured a night of torment. Before dawn broke, Chu Yuan had to leave. In the quiet wooden cabin, Sheng Ning was still in slumber. Chu Yuan, filled with reluctance, kissed her forehead and turned to depart. If only he could remain by his sister's side forever. Unfortunately, in the final instance, he had acted too hastily, falling victim to 4 unspeakable entities that tore him apart, scattering his essence across different instances. One such entity caught sight of Sheng Ning and dragged her into this place, claiming to save him, though who could truly know? In the final moments, Chu Yuan exhausted all his strength. Arranging the instances for Sheng Ning up to level 3, should she clear the instance, he could gradually reclaim his body and gather strength. Stepping out of the wooden cabin, the first rays of dawn bathed Chu Yuan in light. Within his mind, a consciousness waged war for control of his body. In the fleeting moments of this struggle, Chu Yuan coldly warned, if you dare to provoke her again, do not blame me for destroying your instance. Chu, filled with grievance, replied, clearly, my sister has feelings for me. She has been holding my hand all along. The image of that moment stirred a desire within Chu Yuan to consume this entity. But he knew better. Chu was an indispensable NPC in this instance. Should he perish, the instance would collapse, leaving Sheng Ning eternally trapped. With a cold laugh, Chu Yuan retorted, you are fortunate to possess her most beloved visage. Without it, she would not cast you a glance. Chu protested, no, even without this face, she would still like me. I am so adorable and pure, far superior to your sinister demeanor. Chu Yuan scoffed, very well, in the next instance, let you both use your own faces. Chu questioned, are you so certain she can clear this instance? Although he too believed it was merely a matter of time for Sheng Ning to succeed. With a proud smile, Chu Yuan answered, I trained her myself. It took only 4 years for her to reach your level. When Sheng Ning awakened, Chu Yuan had already departed. The previous night had been a gamble, and it was evident that she had emerged victorious. At noon, while rummaging through a box, Sheng Ning suddenly noticed bloodstains atop it, accompanied by a severed finger. Someone nearby had been attacked. Following the trail of blood, she sprinted forward, hoping it was not the Longya tribe. Alas, her hopes were dashed. Just as a rodent-like entity was about to gnaw at the man's skull, Sheng Ning hurled her dagger, narrowly piercing the creature's abdomen. The rodent-like entity, swift in its movement, sensing the threat, darted away without hesitation. Sheng Ning rushed to help the man, recognizing from his simple attire that he was undoubtedly from the Longya tribe. He clutched his mangled arm, revealing a gruesome wound. Yet he exclaimed in surprise, Xiaomei, it's you. Sheng Ning quickly produced alcohol and bandages to staunch his bleeding. His first words were an apology, Xiaomei, I'm sorry. We misunderstood you. Long Chen's death had nothing to do with you. Do not speak. Allow me to tend to your wounds, she urged, her brow furrowed. The sight of the gruesome injury, still dripping with muscle fibers, was distressing. With a serious expression, her hair tied back with a simple band, her profile was strikingly beautiful. Long Xia felt his ears redden, wishing Xiaomei would agree to be his wife. But just as this thought crossed his mind, Sheng Ning poured alcohol onto his wound, causing him to roll his eyes in agony before losing consciousness. 2 hours later, Long Xia awoke, and together they returned to the new Longya tribe. Though referred to as a tribe, it was merely a patch of grass enclosed by stones. The grass, though only a few decimeters high, was slowly growing. This was not a sustainable place. Upon their return, the villagers gathered around. Some expressed concern for Long Xia, while others offered heartfelt apologies to Sheng Ning. At the forefront stood Long Yi, the very one who had kicked open Sheng Ning's door. She waved her hand and produced a golden box, slowly saying, could you take me to the chieftain? Realizing her identity, Long Yi's demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect. Little, great priestess, please follow me. The chieftain, burdened with the evening's defenses, wore a furrowed brow. The tribe was on the brink of survival, yet the great priestess had yet to appear. Just then, a glimmer of gold caught his eye, and upon closer inspection, he was stunned to see the exiled Sheng Xiaomei holding the golden box. Xiaomei, the chieftain gasped in shock. It is I, chieftain. Let us not waste time. How many boxes do we have? I shall open them. Yes, yes, yes. We have 100, all awaiting you. The chieftain, in disbelief, trembled with excitement. He guided Sheng Ning toward the heart of the tribe, and upon seeing her and the golden box, the villagers understood her significance and stood in solemn respect. Before opening the boxes, Sheng Ning confessed, Chieftain, the cards I may reveal could mostly be duplicates. Chapter 34. The desolate wilderness. The incense had yielded 100-fold critical hit. Although it could only produce replication cards, I now possessed confinement cards, stasis cards, speed cards, transformation cards, in addition to the replication cards, ensuring the safety of the tribe members should pose no problem, Sheng Ning added. For the chieftain, any card was preferable to none at all. Moreover, the replication card was quite exceptional. With it, wouldn't all cards be available in infinite supply? Vastly superior to single-use cards? Seeing that the chieftain was unconcerned, Sheng Ning settled down to open the boxes. Out of the more than 100 boxes, without any surprises, Sheng Ning unveiled 25 D-grade replication cards and 11 C-grade replication cards. She retained 3 C-grade cards and took out a B-grade card, eager to test its power. Something she had been looking forward to for quite some time. The 25 D-grade cards provided 75 replication attempts, yielding 25 confinement cards, 18 stasis cards, 17 speed cards, and 15 transformation cards, along with over 20 ineffective cards that were deemed failures. The 8 C-grade cards allowed for 80 replication attempts, producing 20 cards of each type. Through this experience, Sheng Ning discovered that C-grade cards replicated D-grade cards with a 100 success rate, without a single failure. The moment everyone had been anticipating was the use of the B-grade card. On the first attempt, she replicated a confinement card, on the second, a stasis card, and on the third, a speed card. After 3 consecutive attempts without critical hits, Sheng Ning and the members of the Longya tribe grew anxious. While the live stream chat was filled with prayers and hopeful emojis, Sheng Ning took out the incense, offering a prayer to the shimmering purple B-grade card before using it again. Ding, she successfully replicated a transformation card, triggering a 10-fold critical hit, resulting in 10 transformation cards. Success! Exclamations of astonishment erupted from the Longya tribe. The chieftain felt that this was far more valuable than any other card. If a few more critical hits occurred, every tribe member would possess a card without issue. On the 5th attempt, she replicated a confinement card, triggering a 10-fold critical hit again, yielding 10 confinement cards. In total, the B-grade card had achieved 15 critical hits out of 20 attempts, with 10 being 10-fold and 5 being 100-fold. However, the crowd continued to hope for the elusive 1,000-fold critical hit. After 4 days, Sheng Ning had accumulated 5 original incense sticks, and during her final attempt, she achieved a 100-fold critical hit. She presented the incense and over 600 cards to the chieftain. Seeing so many cards, the chieftain was overwhelmed with tears of joy. Salvation had finally come for the tribe. He had not wept when leaving the tribe he had relied on for survival for hundreds of years, nor when the tribe suffered losses, nor even upon hearing of his son Long Fei's demise. Yet now, gazing at the life-saving cards, he could not hold back his tears. Choking back emotions, the chieftain said, Xiaomei, on behalf of the Longya tribe, I thank you. It is no trouble. It is what I ought to do. Sheng Ning was taken aback by such a solemn expression of gratitude. The chat was filled with sentiments of admiration. Let us see who dares to say that the girl is unlucky, drawing only replication cards. Replication cards are incredibly useful. This is a counter to the challenge. I'm convinced. How can the Jijiao tribe compete with the Longya tribe? They could bury their opponents under a mountain of cards. I report. There's a cheater here. Hiki, the reporter is still here. Report to the king. I just checked with US live stream. He only drew 45 cards in total, and though there were C-grade cards, he kept them all for himself. Does this guy even understand what a counter-challenge means? It's 2 tribes against each other, not players against players. With so many cards, the Longya tribe finally had hope of surviving the night. Sheng Ning wished to keep watch, but the chieftain and Longya insisted she rest at the center of the tribe. For once, she enjoyed a peaceful slumber. Just past midnight, a commotion arose within the tribe, waking Sheng Ning immediately. She inquired of the person beside her, a timid middle-aged woman holding a child tightly. What is happening? It seems there is a messenger ahead. The chieftain is a messenger. Achu. Yet, Sheng Ning's foremost thought was still of the rules. They could not act against the messenger, and Long Yi was rather brash. If a confrontation ensued, it would spell disaster. At the forefront of the tribe, the chieftain stood surrounded by people holding bright torches, illuminating the area. As Sheng Ning discerned the messenger, her disappointment was palpable. It was not Achu. Great priest, you have arrived. Someone made way for Sheng Ning. Upon seeing her, the messenger's eyes brightened. Lost child, do you desire something? As long as you offer an equivalent price, I can fulfill your wish. Sheng Ning stepped forward, but Long Yi held her back firmly. It's all right. He is a messenger of trade, and I happen to have something he desires. Sheng Ning offered Long Yi a reassuring glance and approached the messenger. Do you have any parchment? The messenger smiled and produced 2 pieces of parchment from his white robe. Child, what can you offer in exchange? Sheng Ning reciprocated with a smile. Grandson, what do you wish for? With each mention of child, the messenger's smile faded. You are quite clever. I will raise the price. I demand 1 piece of parchment for 5 human hearts. Observing the stony expressions on the faces of the Long Yi tribe members, the messenger revealed a honeyed smile once more. Sheng Ning, however, would not relent. She produced 2 sticks of incense. The light blue smoke billowed, and the messenger's expression changed instantly. 1 stick of incense for 1 piece of parchment. 2. 3 sticks for 2 pieces of parchment. Deal. The negotiation proceeded far too smoothly, to the point where the Long Yi tribe members found it hard to process that this should have been a bloody affair. After receiving the incense, the messenger inhaled deeply, feeling rejuvenated. After a moment, he wore a sly smile. 2 sticks of incense for the new tribe's location. How about that? A new tribe. The Long Yi tribe gasped in astonishment. This was precisely the reaction the messenger sought, though he regretted not asking for more. Sheng Ning smiled. The old tribe has lost its purpose, and a new tribe is born. Messenger, if I am not mistaken, this news was originally meant for you to deliver to us. The messenger's expression stiffened at being seen through. 1 stick, it cannot be less. Sheng Ning produced 1 stick of incense and inquired. Did the Jizhao tribe know about the new tribe? The messenger, having been bought off by the incense, divulged, I have yet to visit the Jizhao tribe. If you give me another stick, I will tell you all I know. Knowing the value of the incense, the messenger plotted to exploit her. However, Sheng Ning, reflecting on her newfound fortune after the recent critical hit, decided to indulge. Very well, here you go. Chapter 35, The Deserted Wilderness. At the beginning, only 1 hand. All equipment must be seized. After indulging in his revelry, the envoy, momentarily lucid, spoke at length. This new tribe can only be inhabited by members of 1 tribe. Otherwise we must annihilate the opposing side, or we will be annihilated ourselves. If even 1 person from the opposing tribe enters this new tribe, the sanctuary it provides will be lost. Am I not loyal? If you were unaware of this, how many more would perish? The envoy's words held truth. Should a member of the opposing tribe infiltrate, the inhabitants of the tribe, believing they were safe from invasion, would suffer devastating losses. Sheng Ning paused momentarily, recalling what had been mentioned on the forum. There are 5 types of dungeons: puzzle solving, confrontation, competition, treasure hunting, benefit dungeons, and special dungeons. It was only upon reviewing the clearing rules that she realized this dungeon could not be a benefit dungeon. To her surprise, it was indeed a confrontation dungeon. Confrontation dungeons are akin to competition dungeons. The distinction lies in the fact that confrontation dungeons test who can endure until the end, while competition dungeons test who can clear it first. In a competition dungeon, the first to clear wins, and the failures are eradicated by the game. In contrast, the goal of a confrontation dungeon is to eliminate all opponents. Sheng Ning remained silent for a long time, exhaling deeply. How about we keep 5 incense sticks for our tribe tonight? Sheng Ning asked with a smile, her eyes curving into delightful crescents. Those familiar with her would surely sense the hidden schemes behind such a smile. The envoy hesitated, his eyes darting. 10 sticks. Sheng Ning and Appo's smile deepened. Deal. Huh? The envoy stood dumbfounded, a peculiar sensation washing over him, as if he had been outwitted. Sheng Ning informed the chief that the envoy, in his current state, could not harm humans, yet humans could not attack the envoy either. Otherwise, the chief understood immediately and sent several robust individuals, bearing jars of fine wine, to entertain the envoy. Hey, when friends arrive, serve them fine wine. When wolves come, bring out the rifles. At 3 in the morning, the dense darkness had faded, giving way to a beautiful deep blue sky. The disoriented envoy suddenly exclaimed, They're coming! They're coming! No sooner had he spoken than a sharp whistle pierced the air from within the tribe. The mysterious threat had arrived. Sheng Ning, not deeply asleep, sprang up at the sound of the whistle, joining the battle against the unknown. What she had not anticipated was the arrival of 10 of these entities. The fight continued until dawn, marking the first time the Dragon-Tooth tribe had resisted the unknown with cards. Although they managed to protect most of their members, 26 still suffered grievous injuries and perished, with many more sustaining lighter wounds. Especially notable was the envoy, who transformed into a sinister being at the first light of day. Had it not been for Long Yi's vigilance, who used a stasis card at a critical moment, even more lives would have been lost. As dawn broke, they set off once again, but this time, amidst the vast wilderness, they had a clear direction. Everyone was determined to capitalize on their one-day advantage over the Chickenfoot tribe. On the journey, Sheng Ning tirelessly opened boxes, copying and replenishing cards. During the midday break, she pieced together 9 parchment scrolls. The scrolls emanated an ancient luster, and when placed together, they automatically fused. Sheng Ning noted that she still needed 3 more scrolls to complete the assembly. The chief and Sheng Ning had become the central figures in the tribe, their every move attracting attention. As Sheng Ning assembled the scrolls, Long Qiu approached. "High Priest, what is this?" Taking it as casual banter, Sheng Ning replied, "Parchment scrolls. I've heard that important matters are usually recorded on these." "What is recorded?" "There are no words." Sheng Ning pondered. "Indeed, what is inscribed?" "Perhaps we need to find the remaining parts to know." Long Qiu chuckled, gesturing to a mother and child nearby. "Long Qiu, bring your diaper over." "Sheng Ning." The child, dubbed Long Qiu, waddled over with a plump rear, handing the item to the elder. "Here is your diaper. Mom says you should wash it well." Long Qiu expertly tucked the child under his arm, grinning as he handed the scroll to Sheng Ning. "High Priest, is this not a parchment scroll?" The scroll was damp and steaming, evidently just soaked by the child. Sheng Ning. A mere glance confirmed it was indeed a parchment scroll. The chief, witnessing the entire scene, rushed over and playfully smacked the back of the man's head. "You little rascal, I wondered where the cloth on the bookshelf went. Turns out you swiped it." Sheng Ning. With the scrolls pieced together, only 2 were left. Sheng Ning believed the remaining pieces were likely with the Chickenfoot tribe. A smile spread across her face, causing the chief to feel an involuntary shiver. This girl was up to no good. "Chief, the unknowns we faced yesterday were particularly numerous. They must be connected to the Chickenfoot tribe. If our people encounter theirs first, then, well." The chief rarely displayed such a casual smile, his eyes glinting with intrigue. "Little May, so it seems venomous women refers to you." Sheng Ning. As the sun set in the west, those scattered in search of supplies returned to their tribe. The Chickenfoot tribe had already migrated from their original location. Yesterday, the high priest had mentioned a way to avoid the unknown attacks, and indeed, after a brief outing, no unknowns had appeared during the night. Today, more individuals ventured out to search for boxes to contribute to the high priest. "High Priest, it's terrible. Our people have been robbed." Wu Yu and Appo's brow furrowed. "What?" "The Dragon-Tooth tribe is vile. They approached our people under the guise of greeting and handshakes, only to strip us bare the moment we made contact, taking everything." "What about the boxes?" "All gone." Wu Yu gasped. "What about the cards?" "Stolen." "Ha ha ha, how wicked the girl is, starting with just one hand." "All equipment must be seized." "It's not that she lacks manners. How can one steal from others?" "I report. There's a saintly hypocrite here. The goddess's live stream is tainted." "Brother, this is a confrontation dungeon. It's either you or me, and you should be grateful it was merely theft. Had it been someone else, they would have likely killed you outright." "Of course, killing is expected in a confrontation dungeon. If even one person from the opposing side infiltrates your tribe, your people will die, and if you don't kill others, you can expect to be killed yourself." The Dragon-Tooth tribe had successfully seized several weapon cards and nearly 100 boxes from the Chickenfoot tribe. Sheng Ning had opened a total of 40 D-grade copies and 19 C-grade copies today. From last night to today, she had also acquired 3 B-grade cards through her talents. After distributing the copied cards, night had fully descended. After midnight, the unknowns attacked once more, and 10 of them reappeared. Among them was a ghostly serpent capable of invisibility, which claimed the lives of over 20 individuals in the tribe. Sheng Ning surveyed the blood-soaked grasslands, recalling the jovial Long Qiu from noon, now tragically lost. This serpent was likely an entity with talismans. Faced with such an invisible threat, Sheng Ning found herself at a loss. Acting decisively, she drew a selection card. Ding, the use of the selected card was successful, granting the skill card. I have tracking. No living being can evade your pursuit. If they do, it is merely a reflection of your own weakness. Upon the activation of the card, the world before Sheng Ning transformed into shades of black and white. Within her line of sight, she could distinctly observe the serpent-like creature, lingering 2 meters away, gnawing on a corpse while casting a predatory gaze in her direction. In the instant their eyes met, the creature surged towards her like a cannonball, its maw agape and dripping with menace. Chapter 36. Uncharted Wilderness. Can you still win as a wraith? The Tang blade sang as it met the serpent's fang. The colossal impact sending Sheng Ning hurtling back 10 meters. The severed fang oozed viscous, ebony venom, scorching the earth and birthing crimson mists. Sheng Ning and Appos' arms throbbed, as if crushed by a behemoth, but respite was a luxury she couldn't afford. Enraged by its mutilated fang, the serpent wraith swelled, its tail thrashing, pulverizing the surrounding foliage in a display of fury. This inadvertently aided Sheng Ning. With gritted teeth, she brandished her Tang blade and charged once more. The serpent wraith was agile, but Sheng Ning was even more so. It snapped and lunged, but could not seize her. Its tail lashed, but could not find her shadow. In the dance of evasion and pursuit, Sheng Ning seized an opening, plunging her blade into the serpent's vital spot, unleashing a blinding radiance. The serpent wraith issued a mournful cry before collapsing, dissolving into an inky haze. Though the dragon-tooth tribe could not perceive the wraith, they witnessed Sheng Ning's struggle. As it perished, they swarmed around her, assessing her wounds. Congratulations to player Shang Xiaomei for successfully slaying a calamity-grade wraith. Experience gained, 200. Nearby, amidst a pool of crimson, lay a silver reliquary and a talisman, just as Sheng Ning had anticipated. With the most formidable wraith vanquished, the others were repelled by the dragon-tooth tribe. By dawn, the tribe had tallied their losses. From over 3,000, their numbers had dwindled to a mere 1,500. The chieftain, upon hearing this, remained stoic, though his reddened eyes betrayed his grief and anguish. He issued commands, urging everyone to rest before sunrise, after which they would resume their journey. As chieftain, he had no time for lamentation or sorrow. Having weathered 2 successive assaults by 10 wraiths, Sheng Ning discerned a pattern, confirming her suspicions. The forms of these wraiths mirrored the creatures of the Chinese zodiac. Yet, she was perplexed by the absence of dragon and rooster wraiths. Another matter weighed on her mind. Of these 10 wraiths, one had become an emissary and another a wraith king. This was abnormal, highly abnormal. The only explanation Sheng Ning could fathom was the presence of a third player, likely in league with the wraiths. As the sun's golden tendrils crept over the horizon, a mountain emerged in the distance, bathed in radiant light. The chieftain's eyes shone with elation and anticipation. They had finally reached their new home. The sight of the mountain buoyed the spirits of the beleaguered dragon-tooth tribe. Sheng Ning trudged along, her wounds still fresh. Strapped to her back was a small child, Long Jojo. Jojo's parents had perished at the serpent wraith's hand, leaving him the sole survivor. As if comprehending the finality of death, the child trembled, stifling his sobs. Only when Sheng Ning held him did he dare to weep softly, eventually succumbing to exhaustion. As midday approached, the mountain grew clearer, and they neared its base. Sheng Ning could no longer remain with the main group. She needed to seek out the third player. After entrusting Long Jojo to the tribe, she vanished into the tall grass. Having obliterated 3 specter-grade wraiths and intimidated 4 ethereal-grade ones, Sheng Ning finally located the third player. Predictably, the player was a wraith. The rabbit wraith offered a wry smile. I was slain by a wraith on my first night in the instance. When I awoke, I had become one myself. Sheng Ning inquired, since you've become a wraith, can you still win? The rabbit wraith revealed an unexpected truth. Given the instance's progression, you should know it's a conflict instance. But who says there can only be 2 factions? We wraiths are a faction too. Sheng Ning's breath hitched, her gaze darkening with understanding. So, if the wraith faction slays everyone, you win. You and the Cripplefoot tribe agreed to eliminate the Dragon-Tooth tribe first, correct? The rabbit wraith nodded approvingly. You're quite astute. Why don't we collaborate? We can annihilate the Cripplefoot tribe, then settle our differences later. The rabbit wraith had met with you the previous day, an encounter that left him disheartened. He lamented, if only I had met you sooner, fair maiden. Sheng Ning harbored several lingering questions. She would not gamble with the lives of the Dragon-Tooth tribe without answers. She produced a stick of incense and offered it to the rabbit wraith. I'll give you 10 of these in exchange for answers to 2 questions. The rabbit wraith had caught a whiff of the intoxicating incense the night before. As a unique wraith, he possessed some resistance, but Sheng Ning was too clever, and the allure of the incense was irresistible. He relented. Ask away. Sheng Ning began. Why do the wraiths reappear, and with varying strengths? The rabbit wraith inhaled deeply, savoring the aroma. Wraiths cannot truly die. As long as one survives, the others will respawn at midnight. Sheng Ning's expression grew grave. The rabbit wraith added, there's also some less than ideal news. The respawned wraiths can range from specter to calamity grade. Silence descended. Sheng Ning realized the instance's difficulty. To achieve a high-level clearance, she had to slay all the wraiths, including the Wraith King, within 24 hours. The rabbit wraith dared to reveal this because he believed she couldn't and Oppos. T accomplished such a feat she herself doubted it, especially with the presence of special talismans. For a moment, Sheng Ning considered joining forces with Wu Yu and the two tribes to eliminate all the wraiths, but it was impossible. After a pause, Sheng Ning posed her second question, what about the dragon and rooster wraiths that haven't appeared? The rabbit wraith replied, it's related to the tribes. You and Oppos, LL understand when enough people have died. Sheng Ning produced 10 sticks of incense. I agree to your alliance. Cooperating with the rabbit wraith seemed the best way to protect the dragon-tooth tribe. After bidding farewell, Sheng Ning wandered through the wilderness, dispatching an ethereal-grade wraith before returning to the dragon-tooth tribe with her bamboo dragonfly. As she neared the village, she was met with heart-rending cries of sorrow. Having navigated through the thicket, Alara discovered a scene of utter carnage. Blood everywhere, dismembered limbs strewn about, and the anguished cries of her people echoing through the air. The deeper she ventured, the more gruesome the tableau became. A woman, having noticed Alara's return, knelt in supplication, imploring, High Priestess, you possess such power, I beseech thee. Deliver us. The woman clutched a man's severed head with her remaining arm, having lost the other. High Priestess. Draken appeared, his form stained crimson. Tears mingling with blood on his face, dripping onto the sanguinary ground. Alara's blood ran cold as she surveyed the devastation wrought upon her tribe. What has transpired? She queried, already suspecting the answer. It was the Griffin clan, Draken replied, his voice hoarse with suppressed fury. They launched a surprise assault. Their high priest, Carton, wielded formidable power. We could not withstand them. They targeted the women and children. Wu Yu, this is your doing, Alara exclaimed, closing her eyes. Remorse and agony etched upon her face, tears escaping her eyelids. Indeed, compassion held no value in this wretched game. Where's the chieftain? She inquired, needing to confer with him on urgent matters. Draken and Oppos. Tears finally broke free at the mention of the chieftain. The burly warrior, now a figure of utter grief, choked out. The chieftain, he lost a leg. His age weighs heavily upon him. I fear, he may not survive the night. Alara and Oppos. Voice, devoid of emotion. Cut through the air, do you seek vengeance? Draken's sobs ceased, his eyes blazing with hatred. Vengeance. We must have vengeance. Gather 20 warriors, Alara instructed, rest briefly. Then we shall march upon the Griffin clan. After Draken departed, Alara retrieved the D-grade weapon cards seized from the Griffin clan and fed them into her talent bar. The purple fusion icon displayed a countdown, 029, 59. The previous fusion of D-grade replication cards had taken merely 5 minutes, but this half-hour duration filled Alara with anticipation. 30 minutes elapsed, and Alara's lips curled into a smile as she beheld the resulting card. Weapon card, unique composite stiletto, C. This formidable weapon, forged from an amalgamation of blades, spears, and bludgeons, was a double-headed stiletto, approximately 1.5 meters in length. Its razor-sharp points exuded an aura of menace. Using 2 C-grade replication cards, Alara armed her 20 warriors. She further equipped them with 50 inhibition cards, stasis cards, swiftness cards, and metamorphosis cards each. Then, retrieving a replicated guidance card, she led her band towards the Griffin clan. The Griffin clan celebrated their recent triumph, reveling in the sight of dismembered dragon fang bodies. Their former semblance of civility towards Alara had vanished. They were demons incarnate. A stasis card was launched, silencing the revelers. 10 seconds later, blood seeped from their necks as their heads slowly rolled to the ground. The dragon fang people, ever frugal, meticulously salvaged every item from the corpses, presenting them to Alara. She accepted the duplicate cards, identified the original cards, and deposited them into her inventory. After eliminating several more groups, they discovered a healing card, D, within a corpse's pocket. Alara, uncharacteristically generous, took out a B-grade card and prayed to the heavens. A total of 17 critical hits were achieved, including 12 tenfold, for 100-fold, and 1,000-fold. The 1,000-fold critical hit was a godsend, yielding 540 cards. Alara distributed 20 cards to each warrior and dispatched the remainder to the tribe, hoping to save as many lives as possible. Night fell, promising a sleepless vigil. After midnight, the anomalies would descend upon the Griffin clan. Since the anomalies made no distinction between tribes, Alara and Draken knew that they had to cripple the Griffin clan before the stroke of midnight. Draken had chosen 20 of the tribe's strongest young adults. Their earlier skirmishes had honed their card-wielding skills. Their weapons, a grade above those of the Griffin clan, ensured a swift victory. Alara, however, was more adept at battling anomalies than at killing humans, her own kin. Draken forbade her from engaging in direct combat, so she remained on the periphery, providing support. Her sole target was Wu Yu. Raiding the Griffin clan's stronghold was a different beast than ambushing small squats. The Griffin clan, having suffered over 100 casualties, finally rallied. A throng of warriors swarmed them, quickly overwhelming the 20 Dragon Fang warriors. But the tide turned in a matter of moments. The Griffin clan's cards were diverse, but the Dragon Fang clan possessed a greater quantity. 20 warriors against 500, yet the Dragon Fang clan held their ground. Draken and his men, driven to a frenzy, pursued the Griffin clan warriors with their double-headed stilettos. Wu Yu, alerted to the chaos, arrived swiftly. He recognized Alara and exclaimed, "You are a player. You deceived me." Alara smiled coldly. "I told you I was a player. I curse you." Wu Yu began, but Alara cut him off with a swift thrust of her Tang blade. Wu Yu recognized the A-grade blade and cried out in disbelief, "This is a newbie dungeon. How can you possess an A-grade blade?" Alara remained silent, summoning her double-headed stiletto and lunging at Wu Yu. Stasis card. Alara, anticipating his move, used the stiletto's momentum to leap out of the card's range. The card was only C-grade, with a stasis range of 10 meters, while D-grade cards only had a range of 3 meters. Had she not been cautious, she would have been caught. The stasis card could only be used once. A moving object entering a stasis field would not be affected. Thus, before Wu Yu could react, Alara lunged again, the stiletto aimed at his throat. Wu Yu, unaccustomed to such speed, found it comparable to that of the anomalies. At the last moment, he used a teleportation card, switching places with a nearby figure. The stiletto pierced the figure's throat, and Alara recognized him as the chieftain of the Griffin clan, who had sought to ambush her, only to become an unwitting sacrifice. Standing 3 meters behind her, Wu Yu was equally stunned. He had not seen the chieftain. The chieftain, clutching a machete, had intended to assist Wu Yu in ambushing Alara, but instead, he had become a victim of circumstance. Chapter 38. The Deserted Wilderness. Sister, do not be disheartened. The movements of the high priest and the chieftain were closely monitored. At the moment the chieftain's carotid artery burst forth with blood, an eerie silence enveloped the world. Suddenly, a voice cried out that the chieftain was dead. The tribe erupted into chaos. The Chickenfoot tribe's morale shattered while the Dragon-Tooth tribe pressed their advantage. In a mere half hour, the Chickenfoot tribe was drenched in blood. In a state of bewilderment, Wu Yu found herself losing an arm to Sheng Ning. By the time she sought to retaliate, members of the Chickenfoot tribe emerged from nowhere, swiftly abducting Wu Yu. Dragon Wing and his companion fought with fervor. But the Chickenfoot tribe, witnessing their chieftain's death and the high priest's flight, was left in a state of terror and confusion as their comrades fell one after another. With 20 minutes remaining until midnight, the Chickenfoot tribe had dwindled from approximately 2,000 to just 1,300, losing their elite fighters. It was time to depart. Halfway through their escape, Sheng Ning suddenly recalled that Wu Yu had left without taking anything. Perhaps they could search his encampment for valuable items? Dragon Wing, concerned for her safety, led a group back. Despite having traveled tirelessly for a day and night, the Dragon-Tooth tribe members remained spirited and alert. Sheng Ning moved quickly, finding little of value at Wu Yu and Appo's location. However, she stumbled upon a piece of parchment on the chieftain and Appo's cushion, the last fragment of a sheepskin scroll. Ecstatic, she reunited with Dragonwing, preparing to leave. As the clock struck midnight, a sudden gale swept through the black expanse of the wilderness, forcing the surrounding grass to bow low. Had it not been for the darkness, their group would have been exposed. Sheng Ning gazed toward the center of the tempest, where a shadow slowly emerged from the chieftain and Appo's lifeless body, causing nearby objects, even blood, to levitate. When the wind subsided, an eerie silence fell. A spectral figure resembling a rooster floated in the air, its pea-sized eyes scanning the surroundings with a crimson glow. Just a glance filled Sheng Ning with an overwhelming sense of peril. This chicken-like apparition represented the pinnacle of malevolent entities. The Chickenfoot tribe, still reeling from the bloody battle, was paralyzed with despair upon witnessing this new horror. Their dread intensified as more grotesque figures emerged from the lush undergrowth. A new wave of slaughter loomed. On the 8th day of this sinister game, the Chickenfoot tribe was utterly annihilated, save for a few who fled with Wu Yu. What chilled Sheng Ning and her companions the most was that the most prolific killer among the apparitions was none other than the Chicken Spectre. It seemed aware that it was on the brink of a power upgrade, slaughtering its own kin to enhance itself, even eliminating 2 other entities in the process. This entity is formidable. What if it comes for our tribe? Dragon Wing fretted, raking his hair in frustration. Sheng Ning replied solemnly. We must reach a new tribe as swiftly as possible. They may offer protection against such entities. At midday, Sheng Ning, Dragon Wing, and their group regrouped. The atmosphere in the tribe was somber, their chieftain gravely injured. Upon Dragon Wing's return, he had no time to rest and was immediately thrust into managing tribal affairs. Thanks to the healing cards delivered the previous day, most had recovered, though some, critically injured, lay on the verge of death, including the chieftain. As the dragon chieftain lay unconscious, he seemed to sense Sheng Ning and Apos, as presence, struggling to open his eyes and offering her a faint smile. Sheng Ning felt a pang of regret. She both loathed her inability to produce a higher-grade healing card and lamented not catching up to Wu Yu the day before to obtain a C-grade card. The chieftain, perceiving her thoughts, smiled gently. Little May, meeting you has been a blessing for our tribe. The replication card is valuable. Do not blame yourself. Sheng Ning gazed at the chieftain as he continued. I fear I may not survive the day. The next chieftain shall be Dragon Wing. I implore you to assist him. Of course, I shall protect the Dragon Tooth tribe, she vowed. Though their time together was brief, Sheng Ning felt a profound sense of comfort. Having grown up without family, she had never known the warmth of kinship. If she had to compare the chieftain to someone, she thought he was akin to an uncle. The chieftain chuckled softly. My greatest regret in life is having misunderstood you. Thankfully, you have returned. He then mentioned the sheepskin scroll. Having discovered it among the remnants of ancient texts within the tribe, he spoke at length, his voice fading as the tribe halted its movements. And Dragon Wing and others gathered around him. The chieftain gazed towards the distant peaks, smiling as he closed his eyes. The tribe erupted in mourning, and Dragon Wing wept openly beside him. Sheng Ning quietly withdrew from the center of the crowd, her heart heavy with sorrow. Sister, do not grieve. A voice resonated from behind her, followed by a pair of strong arms wrapping around her waist, resting her against a solid chest. Chu Yunyan said, they are merely NPCs in this eerie game. Their deaths may not be final. Perhaps you will encounter them again in other scenarios. His appearance was fleeting. He vanished almost as soon as he arrived. Yet, his presence lightened Sheng Ning and Apos' spirits, reflecting on the chieftain and Apos' last words. She recalled the books she had found alongside the entity's remains. She retrieved these tomes for inspection and, within a seemingly unremarkable, tattered volume, discovered the final piece of the sheepskin scroll. As the 12 pieces of the scroll automatically fused, Sheng Ning unveiled the truth of this scenario. 1,500 years prior, the Dragon Tooth tribe was once the powerful Dragon Tooth kingdom. Their leader had cultivated rice yielding 2,000 kilograms per mu, rapidly elevating the kingdom above the neighboring Chickenfoot kingdom, which watched with a mix of fear and envy. Initially, they attempted to contaminate Dragon Tooth's land by discharging waste, and later resorted to espionage to steal rice seeds. Upon acquiring the seeds, they tampered with their genetics, concocting a harmful agent that they sprayed over the Dragon Tooth Kingdom's fields. The land became tainted, yielding nothing but weeds thereafter. Before the Chickenfoot tribe could celebrate, they discovered their own land had also been poisoned. Consequently, their territory lay fallow, and the population plummeted, plunging the world's economy into a primitive state. Just as despair engulfed the realm, they stumbled upon a box filled with food and supplies. However, the box also harbored a threat, the emergence of malevolent entities. From that moment, humanity relied on the contents of the box for survival, seemingly at the cost of unleashing these entities into the wilderness, which began to hunt humans. A cycle that continues to this day. So, this is the truth behind the scenario. Incredible! The Chickenfoot tribe truly deserves their fate. I felt sympathy for them being slaughtered yesterday, but they brought this upon themselves. Next time I enter this scenario, I shall slay a few Chickenfoot tribesmen to vent my anger. Damn it. This reminds me of when a foreign entity stole our nation and Apos' seeds before I entered the game. How malicious. The barrage of comments erupted with fervent indignation. And Sheng Ning was no exception. Her heart was consumed by a profound fury and a murderous intent. The people of the Chicken Claw tribe must perish. Chapter 39, The Desolate Wilderness. What is your weakness? As the sun descended beyond the mountains, the tribe had yet to reach the summit. This night was destined to be a protracted one. Long Wing appeared exceedingly anxious. He recalled how the chicken enigma had manifested the previous day. Now, he harbored a deep-seated fear that the chieftain might succumb to such a fate and turn against his own people. Sheng Ning gently patted his shoulder in a gesture of comfort, reassuring him not to worry. The night before dawn is the darkest. Their immediate task was to rest well. Before drifting into slumber, cradling Long Qiuqiu, Sheng Ning wished fervently for a card that could instantly restore their strength. At 10 o'clock that night, the tribe sounded a piercing whistle. All members of the Long-Toothed tribe swiftly responded according to the prearranged formation. Wu Yu plotted to ambush Sheng Ning, intending to deliver her to the enigma while she was vulnerable, thus reaping the benefits for himself. He had presumed, based on the fifth rule, that with the Chicken-Foot tribe defeated, the number of humans and enigmas would dwindle, and consequently, the treasure chests would also decrease. However, he was mistaken. That night, Sheng Ning exhausted all her C and D grade replication cards. Now, the Long-Toothed tribe was equipped from head to toe, with each member possessing at least one card. When Wei was captured by Long Wing, disbelief etched across his face. Why? How do you possess so many cards? The rich do not return home. Akin to a richly clad figure traversing the night unseen. To kill without extinguishing the heart is like bearing a son without an orifice. Sheng Ning and Appo's gaze was icy. Yet her face bore a smile as she brandished a B grade replication card before Wu Yu. Do you recognize this? A B grade. Replication card. How could this be? This is merely a C grade base card. At most a C grade card. The enigma could only be at the level of a malevolent spirit. So how? Wu Yu was enveloped in profound confusion. Suddenly, he realized that this was not the time for doubts. It was a battle for survival. Sheng Xiaomei would kill him. Please, I beg you. Xiaomei, I implore you, spare me. I will give you all my cards. All of them. Please, spare me. I am willing to join your tribe. Long Wing kicked out. It is you. You are the one who harmed the chieftain and the high priest. We cannot let him go. Sheng Ning cast him a calm, placating glance. What cards do you possess? Wu Yu's face brightened. I have C-grade shadow shift cards, C-grade dagger cards, C-grade transformation cards, C-grade speed cards, C-grade flight cards, C-grade stasis cards. Goodness, they were all C-grade cards. Without Wu Yu needing to surrender them. Long Wing searched his person and handed all the cards over to Sheng Ning, taking Wu Yu away with him. At midnight, a fierce wind re-emerged, reminiscent of the circumstances surrounding the appearance of the chicken enigma the previous day. Not far from where the tribe was resting, at the site of the chieftain's burial, a mighty dragon's roar echoed through the heavens. The previously clear sky erupted with thunder and lightning, seemingly tearing the night asunder. Following this, fireballs rained down from the sky, illuminating the wilderness, as flames swiftly spread across the terrain. Run! Long Wing shouted, urging everyone toward the mountain's peak. Sheng Ning lagged behind to fend off the enigmas. The first to arrive was the rabbit enigma. A swift exchange ensued between the two, with the rabbit enigma moving at such a rapid pace that even Sheng Ning, utilizing a speed card, struggled to keep up. While fending off the rabbit enigma's attacks, she shouted, why are we fighting? We are both players. Can't we resolve everything through discussion? The rabbit enigma, initially intent on ambushing Sheng Ning, conceded, all right. I will listen to you. Following the rabbit enigma was the elusive mouse enigma, roughly the size of a basketball. Just as she thought she could easily dispatch the mouse enigma, she noticed the grass nearby seemed to come alive, countless blades wrapping around her, an unusual enigma. Sheng Ning now possessed 4 talismans, uncertain if gathering 12 would yield a special item akin to the parchment scrolls. The agile grass blades were relentless, and with determination. Sheng Ning drew a card, ding. She replicated a transformation card, triggering a 10-fold critical hit, acquiring 10 transformation cards. Utilizing a transformation card, Sheng Ning morphed into a large, leopard-like 3-colored cat. Before the grass could ensnare her, she moved with lightning speed, sinking her teeth into the mouse enigma's neck. The mouse enigma had no time to struggle, dissipating into a wisp of black smoke, leaving behind a bronze chest and a mouse talisman. Unable to use these talismans herself, she turned to the rabbit enigma. You have talismans, don't you? The rabbit enigma, wary, replied, you needn't worry. I cannot utilize talismans and have no interest in them. The malevolent spirit-level horse enigma was also an unusual enigma. Sheng Ning employed several speed and stasis cards to barely overcome this enigma, acquiring a horse talisman. After another hour, she dealt with the non-special enigmas, a dog enigma, a pig enigma, and a tiger enigma. By this point, Sheng Ning was utterly fatigued. She desperately needed something to restore her energy. Even inhaling incense had no effect. At 2 o'clock in the morning, a rooster's crow reverberated throughout the wilderness. Moments later, a 2-meter-tall rooster appeared above Sheng Ning's head, its sharp beak descending towards her. She thought, "This is it," and was about to use her resurrection card when, in her moment of despair, something suddenly clamped onto her pant leg, dragging her away, an astonishingly dog-like enigma, upon which sat a figure resembling Ah Chu. Sheng Ning paused, only to find the dog-like enigma empty of its rider. The creature resembled a husky with its erect ears and wildly wagging tail, seeming to beg its master for a meat bone. Sheng Ning exclaimed, "Incense!" The dog-like enigma, having received 2 sticks of incense, joyfully rolled on the ground. Witnessing this scene, Sheng Ning suddenly conceived an idea. She produced 5 sticks of incense and proposed, "Rabbit, lend me a hand and attack this rooster. I and Appos, I'll give you 2 sticks of incense." The rabbit enigma hesitated, unwilling to become part of dog training, yet Sheng Ning and Appos' offer was too enticing to resist. The dog-like enigma, witnessing the rabbit swiftly stab the chicken enigma, excitedly wagged its tail like a helicopter. Sheng Ning smiled, petting the dog's head. "Good dog, take down that foul rooster. And these 10 sticks of incense are yours." With sparkling eyes, the dog-like enigma barked eagerly, "Woof woof. Charge." The airborne chicken enigma regarded the dog-like enigma with trepidation. After the dog-like enigma narrowly escaped death for the 3rd time and revived fully within 5 seconds, Sheng Ning realized this dog-like creature was also an unusual enigma. Simultaneously, the fire rain from the heavens drew closer, and the sound of dragons echoed persistently. Long Wing led the tribe in a frantic dash, returning bloodied for reasons unknown. Gazing at the swirling dragon enigma in the sky, Long Wing lamented, "Chieftain, it is Long Wing." The only response was the unfamiliar sound of dragon roars. The malevolent spirit-level chicken enigma and the seemingly indestructible dog-like enigma engaged in a fierce struggle. The rabbit enigma sidled up to Sheng Ning, "Give me 10 sticks. I'll join in." "Sob, sob, sob, mother, I am so weak. I cannot resist the allure of delicious incense. It's more addictive than mushrooms." Sheng Ning, of course, would not refuse. With the rabbit enigma's assistance, the chicken enigma could barely hold on for another 30 minutes. Crucially, this dog-like enigma not only resurrected itself but also, 10 minutes later, the massive form of the chicken enigma crashed to the ground, transforming into the corpse of the chicken chieftain. Beside it lay a golden chest and a chicken talisman. Both the dog-like enigma and the rabbit enigma vied for the talisman, but the rabbit enigma, possessing greater speed, seized the chicken talisman, floating in midair, exclaiming grandly, "Add 5 more sticks of incense." Sheng Ning, "Ah, you clever little bunny. Have you even learned to take advantage of chaos?" The members of the Dragon Wing and Dragon Tooth tribes hesitated, daunted by the frenzied flames spewed by the 4-clawed black dragon. Sheng Ning remarked, "This is an anomaly, not the chieftain. Only by slaying the dragon can we grant the chieftain peace." In response, the dragon swooped down, unleashing flames that turned the surroundings to charred black. The bunny spirit dared not allow its patron to be harmed. With the aid of a floating chicken talisman and its own agility, it swiftly carried Sheng Ning into the air. The bunny spirit stammered, I have no girlfriend. This is the first time I've been ridden by a girl." Sheng Ning clutched the bunny spirit's ears. "What?" "Quickly dodge." As dawn broke over the east, Sheng Ning and the bunny spirit finally severed the dragon's antennae. The sky crackled with thunder as the dragon's lifeless form plummeted. After soaring for a considerable time, Sheng Ning felt a wave of dizziness upon touching solid ground again. When she next awoke, it was already midday of the 9th day. Upon her awakening, the dog spirit barked eagerly, while Chu Yuanyin approached her with a furrowed brow, asking, "How are you?" Sheng Ning shook her head, attempting to clear her mind, assuring herself that she was fine. The dog spirit continued to bark excitedly. Sheng Ning retrieved a stick of incense, which satisfied the dog spirit. It was then that she realized she was in a brand new room. Chu Yuanyin explained, "You have arrived at a new tribe." Confused, Sheng Ning pointed at the dog spirit. "Can it enter the tribe?" With a slight smile, Chu Yuanyin replied, "Sister, only those who are entirely of one tribe can withstand anomalies." This implied that there were spies within the Dragon Tooth tribe. The task of identifying the spy would be better suited for the Dragon Wing. Leaning against Chu Yuanyin, Sheng Ning analyzed her progress to achieve an A rank. "I must slay 12 anomalies. Only the sheep spirit has yet to appear. I was so close to an S rank by identifying and eliminating the anomaly king." As she spoke, she glanced up at the youthful visage of Chu Yuanyin, his lips crimson and teeth white. "Dear Anomaly King, what is your weakness?" Chu Yuanyin showed no surprise and did not conceal the truth, stating, "Smash this fellow's head." "But how did you know I am the Anomaly King?" Sheng Ning rolled her eyes, her fingers grazing Chu Yuanyin's cheek, her heart fluttering more with each moment. "I always thought one of the 12 anomalies was the Anomaly King. However, judging by last night's events, the sheep spirit I have yet to encounter must have attacked Dragonwing through another means. This means none of the 12 zodiac spirits are the Anomaly King, leaving only you in this wilderness. My dear wife is truly clever." Chu Yuanyin could not resist drawing closer. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Chu Yuanyin vanished. The battered bunny spirit entered, looking heartbroken and aggrieved. "You and the Anomaly King, there's an affair." Sheng Ning displayed the ring on her finger. "Can't we just have a normal marital relationship?" The world had turned fantastical, leaving the bunny spirit bewildered. A human and an Anomaly King? A marital bond? Was this akin to stories of strange encounters, or perhaps a tale of a domineering Anomaly King falling for me? Tears streamed down the bunny spirit's face. "But you rode me yesterday. You must take responsibility." Sheng Ning pointed to her lips, smiling. "Is your mouth not sore anymore?" The bunny spirit touched its mouth, a flicker of indignation and embarrassment in its eyes, lamenting, "Woe is me, beaten by my girlfriend's husband." Had it not been for the bunny spirit last night, they could not have swiftly dealt with the chicken and dragon anomalies. Grateful, she offered 10 sticks of incense. "Would you prefer my responsibility or the incense?" Of course, the adult chose. Sheng Ning smirked, an enigmatic smile dancing on her lips. "Naturally, the incense." Currently, only the sheep spirit remained for the A rank completion. Aside from the dog and bunny talismans, she still needed the tiger and sheep talismans. Sheng Ning naturally aspired for an SSS rank. Just then, the bunny spirit returned, announcing, "Little May, the rules of the anomalies have refreshed. The resurrection time for anomalies is now noon." Does that mean Sheng Ning is heart raced? Is the rule of eliminating all anomalies before midnight no longer in effect? The bunny spirit shook its head. "No, but after tomorrow, it may not hold true." This was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. Sheng Ning had been troubled by the elusive sheep spirit. Observing her excitement, viewers in the live stream questioned, "Is she really a newcomer? Are novices truly this eager to chase and slay anomalies? This must be an alternate account. Is anyone still concerned about this? Let us wager on what rank the sister will achieve. At least in S rank, given her high exploration rate. She is likely at 80. Chapter 40, The Desolate Wilderness. Conclusion. Before long, a formidable tiger spirit appeared. 10 minutes later, the rabbit spirit, swayed by the incense, presented the tiger talisman to Sheng Ning. The sheep spirit remained elusive. Sheng Ning activated her tracking eye to search for its traces within the tribe. In a makeshift infirmary, she encountered a bizarre sheep-like spirit feasting on the bodies of the injured, astonishingly in a spectral form. The ethereal sheep spirit was easily within Sheng Ning's grasp. Ding! Congratulations to player Xing Xiaomei for completing the Wilderness No Man's Land A-level dungeon. Would you like to continue playing? Sheng Ning paused for merely a second before unhesitatingly selecting yes. She was tantalizingly close to an SSS clearance, and her current resources were ample for a bold gamble. Now, only the rabbit talisman and the dog talisman remained. The rabbit spirit retreated in silence, its eyes reflecting a renewed wariness. The dog spirit, oblivious to the change in atmosphere, bounded to Sheng Ning's feet, seeking affection. As she petted the fluffy little creature, Sheng Ning inquired casually, "What is your in-game name?" The rabbit spirit froze, its ears turning crimson, feeling bashful. "I love you for 10,000 years." Had it just confessed to its girlfriend? Would it face retribution? Sheng Ning, oblivious to the rabbit spirit's inner turmoil, pressed on. "Have you ever used a resurrection card?" "I love you for 10,000 years," paused momentarily, its mouth agape in disbelief. "You have a resurrection card?" Such low-level dungeons typically attracted novices. It was unusual for someone to afford a point card. Sheng Ning calmly nodded. "Collecting all 12 talismans must serve some greater purpose, and given our differing factions, one of us is bound to perish. I am willing to compensate you. I will give you the resurrection card and 50 sticks of incense." How does that sound? You may choose any card you like. Her generous offer was a testament to sincerity, captivating not only "I love you for 10,000 years" but also the viewers in the live stream. Although using a resurrection card in this dungeon equated to an entry fee, what other dungeon could yield such a trove of 50 sticks of incense capable of controlling the spirits alongside this many cards? "I love you for 10,000 years" regarded Sheng Ning intently. "I am willing. In life, one must not merely focus on the present. As Sheng Ning contemplated replicating the resurrection card, an unsettling sensation coursed through her, akin to a jolt of electricity. Enough with the electric shocks. If it doesn't work, then it doesn't. Sheng Ning grumbled, reluctantly passing the resurrection card to I love you for 10,000 years, and then piercing its heart, which erupted into a silver chest and the rabbit talisman. The dog spirit affectionately nudged Sheng Ning, who clutched the trident tightly, inhaling deeply several times, yet still hesitating to act. The obedient little dog, sensing her dilemma, licked her palm and suddenly expelled a talisman from its mouth, shortly thereafter shrinking in size, blood gushing forth until it succumbed to death, dissipating into a wisp of black smoke. Sheng Ning fell into silence, her gaze darkening. The moment all 12 talismans were gathered, they radiated a soft white light, floating in the air. 5 minutes later, the light vanished, leaving behind a singular card. The card bore the Taiji symbol on both sides. Special card, all things revive. The card bore no explanation, leaving Sheng Ning momentarily perplexed, and she tucked it away. She glanced around. This area had been scorched by the dragon spirit's fire rain yesterday, leaving behind a charred wasteland. As she walked, an unsettling realization dawned upon her. In the areas scorched by flames, no new blades of grass had sprouted. Sheng Ning formulated a hypothesis and ignited a fire on the prairie with her lighter. The flame spread and extinguished within 10 minutes. Meanwhile, in the areas first burned, new grass began to sprout, starkly contrasting with the surrounding scorched earth. The dragon spirit and Appo's fire rain could stifle the growth of grass. Suddenly, Sheng Ning remembered the seeds she had discovered in the cabin. She eagerly scattered them over the barren ground. The All Things Revive card seemed to have materialized for this very moment. Placing the card on the ground, she murmured, "Grow." The Taiji symbol on the card began to swirl. A gentle green light emanated from the card, and the freshly scattered seeds, upon contact with the light, sprouted tender shoots within mere seconds. The land was ready for cultivation. Sheng Ning and Appo's eyes sparkled with joy as she rushed back to the tribe to share her discovery with Long Yi. Long Yi murmured, "The strange occurrences we and Appo's faced, without the dragon spirit, there would be no fire rain. The dragon spirit and Appo's fire has eradicated this malevolent grass." The prophecy was indeed true. The high priest could genuinely guide the fate of the tribe. The anomalies resurfaced, and soon the dragon spirit appeared. Sheng Ning lured it with incense, leading it to set ablaze the wicked grass across the prairie. The dragon spirit ultimately halted before a black wooden cabin, where a leisurely tea drinker awaited. Someone Sheng Ning recognized all too well. "Sister, you've come." The youth's eyes sparkled as he joyfully rushed forward, but Sheng Ning deftly sidestepped, avoiding Achu's embrace. It was already 10:00 and Appo's clock at night. If she could eliminate the dragon spirit and the spirit king before midnight, the game would conclude. Achu, sensing her intent, flashed a harmless smile. With a delicate gesture, it appeared as though the dragon spirit's throat had been constricted, dissipating into black smoke. "Sister, now it's just the two of us here." Achu whimsically wrapped its pinky around Sheng Ning's, playfully pouting. Sheng Ning regarded Achu, unable to discern its level. Nor could she identify it as a spirit. "I must kill you to complete the game," she stated coldly, distancing herself from Achu. Achu feigned innocence. "Sister, how can you utter such frigid words with your warm breath? Allow me to warm you." It seemed to know precisely how to leverage its visage to soften Sheng Ning's heart. Its red lips and white teeth, dark yet earnest eyes oozed a pitiable charm. "You are not him. This trick will not work on me." Sheng Ning coldly rebuffed Achu. "Is that so? Sister really does not like me?" Achu edged closer. "Sister, if you kiss me, I'll share a secret with you." "I have no interest in your secrets," Sheng Ning replied. Achu pouted. "Does sister know who I am? Or rather, who that pervert from the last game was?" "We are of one essence, his dark side. He excels at masquerading as obedient before you while being an abhorrent pervert, always yearning to bind you and commit unspeakable acts." Sheng Ning keenly grasped the implication. "You are him?" Achu affirmed. "Indeed, we are all him, manifestations of his consciousness. Otherwise, how could he control us?" "Sister, do you prefer me or him?" Sheng Ning smiled, realizing this was the reason for her lack of aversion towards Achu and the brother spirit. She gently caressed Achu and Appo's face, her gaze seemingly peering beyond it. "As long as it is you, I like it." Achu froze, seemingly unprepared for her reaction, nuzzling against her hand. Its ears flushed with a hint of red, betraying its feelings. It longed to carry her away, bind her, and elicit her tears and madness. Sheng Ning continued, "Then, may I kill you now?" The madness that burgeoned within Achu and Appo's As heart abruptly ceased, a flicker of astonishment crossing its gaze. So, this was also a madman. No wonder it claimed that it was shaped by her influence. Come, sister, in my life. I shall await you in the eerie expanse. Do not forget me. A fervent admiration flickered in Achu and Appo's eyes as he offered a silver dagger to Sheng Ning. Gripping her hand, he slowly pressed the dagger into his own forehead. Crimson blood cascaded down, and Sheng Ning beheld Achu and Appo's ecstatic closure of his eyes, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Congratulations to player Shang Xiaomei for defeating the dungeon boss. The entity has been vanquished as a malevolent specter, earning 200 experience points, with an additional 100 experience points awarded. You have acquired the skill card, Confusion, X1. Congratulations to player Sheng Xiaomei for completing the dungeon, Wilderness Uninhabited. Rating is now in progress. The exploration rate for the player S dungeon is 98. The hidden completion has been achieved, rated as SSS. Rewards will be settled upon exiting the dungeon. Would you like to exit the dungeon? Sheng Ning selected no. A countdown of 1 hour and 25 minutes appeared on her panel, corresponding with midnight. Achu lay on the ground, appearing as if in slumber. She lowered her head, kissing his forehead, her blood-stained lips lingering as they traveled down to his nose and thin lips. Wait for me. In the wind of the wilderness, her soft whisper dissipated into the night. As her words faded, Achu's body suddenly transformed into a swirl of black smoke, leaving behind a diamond chest. The viewers in the live stream witnessed Sheng Ning sharing a cup of tea with the Spectre King, only to see him fall lifelessly moments later. Followed by the announcement of Shang Xiaomei and Appo's dungeon completion. Shortly thereafter, Sheng Ning opted not to exit the dungeon, instead returning to her tribe. The tribe, as per her guidance, had planted the first batch of replicated seeds upon the scorched earth. The seeds discovered now represented the progenitor of the entire world. After her return, she retrieved the card of all things, and verdant radiance rippled across the land. In under 10 minutes, the first batch of wheat had matured. The tribe and Appo's inventory still held a few chests. Sheng Ning opened each one, and as expected, they contained replication cards. With the newly replicated batch of seeds, the tribe hurriedly planted them. Before departing, Sheng Ning once more utilized the card of all things, this time enveloping the entire wilderness in a lush green glow. The Dragon-Tooth tribe thrived atop the peaks, and the wilderness blossomed with life. Chapter 41, Second Instance Settlement. Before departing from the instance, Sheng Ning left all the food and replication cards obtained from the chests to Long Yi, including over a dozen D-grade replication cards and 5 C-grade ones. These provisions were ample for the tribe until the wheat ripened. The anomalies would not respawn, and those in the wilderness would vanish. According to the rule of energy conservation, when the anomalies disappeared, the chests would also cease to exist. As Sheng Ning was leaving, Long Jiao and Appo's tearful eyes were a pitiful sight. One could not help but wonder if she would ever see the child again. Congratulations, player, on exiting the instance. The settlement of your rewards is now underway. Congratulations, player, on achieving SSS grade completion with an exploration rate of 98. Correction, the exploration rate is now 100, placing you first on the instance leaderboard. You are awarded personal base values of 10 for each attribute, 600 points, and a choice between 3 attribute cards or self-selected cards, 2 options. Upon completion of the settlement, a pale blue panel appeared before Sheng Ning. Faction, Human ID, 444477 Name, Sheng Xiaomei Level, LV2, 3400, Talent, Fusion Inventory, Incense X10, Tang Dao A, Replication Card B, X5, Replication Card C, X6, Self-Selected Card X2, Attribute Card X2, Stasis Card C, Confinement Card C, Flight Card C, Speed Card C, Transformation Card C, Shifting Shadows Card C, Mental Attack Card C, Special Synthesis Trident C, Guidance Card D, Healing Card D, Peace Card, Life of All Things Card, Apple X1. Diamond Chest, 24K Pure Gold Butterfly Knife Cleared Instances. 2. Although this instance had left Sheng Ning feeling quite fatigued, the rewards were undeniably gratifying. The B-grade cards and numerous C-grade original cards would bolster her confidence as she ventured into the next instance. She furrowed her brow at the apple in the corner of her inventory, wondering how she had retained it after giving all her provisions to Long Yi. B player has been detected to have leveled up to LV2. Would the player like to draw a talent? Sheng Ning. Yes. Talent drawing in progress. The wheel spun and gradually came to a halt, the pointer landing on the segment with the most vibrant color. Beep. Drawing complete. Congratulations, player. You have drawn the D-grade evolvable talent random. Another D-grade talent. Sheng Ning took a deep breath and opened the description talent, random, upon entering an instance. You may randomly draw one talent of the same level. For each instance cleared, the talent level evolves by 1, usable once per instance. After reviewing the description, Sheng Ning felt somewhat uplifted. Although it was also a D-grade talent, random had the potential to evolve, bringing a glimmer of hope to her days ahead. On the second page of the panel, basic attributes attack, 37 speed, 45 strength, 29 agility, 47 defense, 25 spirit, 40 observation, 42 each attribute had increased by 10 points. In the instance rewards, Sheng Ning had selected 2 attribute cards, each capable of adding 5 points. Without hesitation, she allocated both to her defense. Defense, 35. With this enhanced defense, she felt reassured that her injuries would not be as severe in her next confrontation with an anomaly. Sheng Ning vividly recalled the time she had battled a ghost-level serpent anomaly, her arm rendered immobile from the impact. The panel displaying values no lower than 30 provided her with a sense of comfort, regardless of what the next instance entailed. She would at least not fear the wandering souls and ethereal anomalies. With the aid of her cards, she stood a fighting chance even against ghost-level threats. Casually, she opened the forum, eager to supplement her knowledge regarding the anomaly games. To her surprise, the top post on the forum was titled Sheng Xiaomei. Come earn your fortune. Who could resist such an enticing offer? Upon entering, she discovered that many were seeking her fusion talent to combine cards. With numerous users tagging Sheng Xiaomei to request her services, Sheng Ning was taken aback. She had previously deemed this talent insignificant, but it appeared to be quite in demand. Everyone was aware that fusing cards was not without cost, and many began to offer their rewards, tempting Sheng Xiaomei to add them as friends for assistance in card fusion. After browsing the forum, Sheng Ning added 4 individuals to her friends list. 4L Bird Gun to Laser. Esteemed Goddess, I have a C-grade prophecy card to fuse into a B-grade. Once completed, the original card is yours. I only request 5 replication cards in return. 72 LGG. Shengjie, how many B-grade cards can be fused into an A? Would you accept 100 ghost coins? 196 L Stealing Toenails. Wifey, look at me. I have 3 C-grade stand-in cards to fuse into AB. Once done, I shall gift you a binding card. 1004 L Punching Ghosts and Kicking Fates. Goddess Alambel, look at me. I have a D-grade dream card to fuse into a C-grade. I will give you the original card as payment. I need 8 replication versions of the C-grade dream card. Is that acceptable? Really, dream cards are quite rare. After adding each friend, Sheng Ning decided to prioritize the B into a fusion for last, as she had never attempted to fuse an A and was uncertain of the outcome. The other 3 individuals possessed cards she found particularly appealing. On her first day of resting in the void, after successfully fusing the cards from Bird Gun, Toenails, and Punching, she began to fuse the B-grade cards. Gigi provided 4 B-grade X-ray cards, with a fusion time of 30 hours. The countdown for the fusion paused at 6 o'clock, 00, still requiring 1 more card. Gigi had expended all efforts to acquire the 4 X-ray cards, and obtaining another would come at a steep price. Sheng Ning returned the cards unaltered, and declined the 100 ghost coins offered by Gigi, who, feeling embarrassed, gifted her an X-ray card as an original, which she could replicate at will. Now, everyone knew that Sheng Ning had the most replication cards. After the cooldown for talent fusion concluded, she began to fuse her own A-grade replication cards. Simultaneously, Sheng Ning clicked on the instance page and pressed the lower right corner labeled Enter. After a brief moment of dizziness, welcome, player Sheng Xiaomei, to the game, Forbidden Depths of the Sea. Game level, C. Game difficulty, 5. Please explore the game actively and enjoy your experience. Chapter 42. The forbidden deep sea. In the profound stillness of a deep blue abyss, Sheng Ning found herself engulfed in an unsettling predicament. Before she could comprehend her surroundings, a deafening crack reverberated from behind her, followed by a vicious whip lashing against her back. A searing pain radiated through her body, causing her pupils to constrict as she turned, filled with astonishment and fury. Ah, how dare you resist, you wretched woman? Allow me to teach you a lesson. The voice belonged to a merman, his upper body human but his lower half transformed into a deep gray fish tail. His visage was grotesque, with bulging eyes and a luminescent orb dangling from his forehead. As his words faded, a barbed whip lashed out once more towards Sheng Ning. Confused by the bizarre circumstances, Sheng Ning instinctively evaded the strike, aware that she was unaware of the rules governing this strange realm. Thus, she could not retaliate against the merman, still daring to evade. The lantern fishman grew more incensed, moving with remarkable speed as he swung his whip mercilessly at her. In her panic, Sheng Ning realized she too bore the characteristics of a mermaid, her golden red tail marred with scars, her exposed skin equally blemished. Just as the whip was about to descend upon her, a pale pink merman swam swiftly from the distance, reaching the lantern fishman in mere moments. Clutching a pearl the size of a basketball. "My lord, look what we have discovered." Indeed, the lantern fishman was captivated. Discarding his whip as the orb on his forehead emitted a blinding light, his excitement palpable. "Excellent. Such a large pearl will suffice for our monthly quota. You are excused from labor today." He clutched the pearl possessively, his bulging eyes reflecting an eerie delight. The pale pink merman smiled ingratiatingly. "My lord, this is my dear friend. May we have a day of respite? She is not well and would only be a burden here." Sheng Ning was bewildered. Why was this merman advocating for her? Had she stumbled upon a sympathetic NPC? Casting a disdainful glance at Sheng Ning, the lantern fishman barked, "Scram. Your presence irks me." Following his command, the pale pink merman seized Sheng Ning's arm and fled swiftly. After swimming for a while, Sheng Ning discovered they were in a canyon deep beneath the ocean, where countless merfolk were engaged in some form of mining. For every 10 mining merfolk, one lantern fishman stood guard, resembling a group of enslaved criminals. After what felt like an eternity, the pale pink merman brought Sheng Ning to a colossal coral tree. Addressing her with warmth, "This is our dwelling." Sheng Ning gazed at the massive gray coral tree, its hue reminiscent of concrete, with numerous hollows that served as homes. The pale pink merman observed Sheng Ning's calm demeanor, inwardly admiring her poise in the face of adversity. She cautiously approached Sheng Ning, only to be met with a sudden retreat from the latter. "Do not fear. I too am a player," the pale pink merman said, her round eyes glimmering with delight. Sheng Ning maintained a neutral expression, though her breath momentarily faltered. The pale pink merman led Sheng Ning to a concealed area, her eyes sparkling. "You may call me Xiaoruan. I've watched your live streams. You are incredible. I am your fan." Sheng Ning instinctively stepped back, startled. Xiaoruan continued unabashedly. "That time you defeated the debt-collecting specter was so impressive. Who among the newcomers is so brave? You struck with such swiftness." Sheng Ning felt a flush of warmth spread through her, unaccustomed to such direct praise. "Thank you." She managed to smile naturally. "What was that all about? How long have you been in this instance?" Xiaoruan replied, "I entered this instance 17 hours ago, and I have yet to uncover the rules. Currently, we exist as slaves, engaged in mining. The pearls we extract purify the seawater. As you can see, this is an oceanic world. It is said that centuries ago, a merman clan ventured ashore, exposing the merfolk's territory, and the gods exacted punishment, rendering the ocean foul. Only pearls can cleanse the waters." Sheng Ning furrowed her brow. "Thank you for your help today. Since we are not mining, why not seek out the rules?" Xiaoruan cheerfully replied, "Yes. The coral tree dwelling has no rules, and the pearl mines are guarded by lantern fishmen, so we cannot search there. However, there is an ocean market not far off. Perhaps we should investigate?" Unfortunately, their timing seemed ill-fated, as the ocean market was sparsely populated. The so-called market consisted of uneven coral reefs, where merfolk displayed their goods for trade. Over time, this developed into the ocean market. With only a few vendors present, Sheng Ning and Xiaoruan's arrival immediately drew the attention of the other merfolk. However, the gazes were far from friendly. Upon recognizing them as red-tailed mermaids, expressions of disdain and contempt flashed across the faces of those present. As they wandered through the market, an eruption of angry shouts caught their attention from a distance. Exchanging glances, Sheng Ning and Xiaoruan decided to investigate, suspecting it might be an NPC issuing a quest. The visibility in the dark blue waters was low, permeated by an ominous sense of death. They pressed on until reaching the edge of a contaminated water zone, where the water had turned thick and foul. Sheng Ning, perhaps due to her high attribute points, felt only a mild discomfort. But Xiaoruan's complexion paled as they approached the boundary. The shouting continued unabated. "Damn those blue-tailed mermaids. If it weren't for your collusion with the red-tailed ones, our ocean would not be polluted. How dare you glare at us? Beat him. Strike him hard. You dare retaliate? Break his tail." Sheng Ning glanced at her golden red tail, starkly contrasting the black-blue waters. "Shall we rescue this blue-tailed merman?" Xiaoruan gasped, her face turning ashen. Sheng Ning brandished her tang knife. "You retreat for now. I will join you shortly." With that, she swam toward the edge, where a group of merfolk had gathered behind a coral reef. It was no wonder the assailants shouted with such vigor. They adorned themselves with small pearls, creating a small zone of purified water that surrounded them. The unfortunate blue-tailed merman, however, lay weak and gasping, his eyes shining brightly in the depths. 3 attackers, all with brown or gray tails, surrounded him. Sheng Ning swiftly dispatched them, 1 punch for each. As the blue-tailed merman turned his gaze toward her, it was filled with hatred. Sheng Ning, struggling to breathe, sought to assist him, only to be met with a fierce bite on her finger. Enraged, she slapped him, rendering him unconscious, and dragged his lifeless form back to the purer waters. Sheng Ning and Xiao Ruan took him to a secluded corner away from the market. Xiao Ruan produced a pearl the size of a grain of rice and placed it on the blue-tailed merman's forehead. Soon after, he awoke, instinctively swinging a punch at Sheng Ning, who caught his arm and twisted it behind his back. "Let me go?" the blue-tailed merman shouted in humiliation. Sheng Ning replied coolly, "Cry out all you wish. No one will come to your rescue." Chapter 43. The Forbidden Deep Sea. "My dear, do you not recognize me?" The blue-tailed fish, with its hard bones, had just been beaten by a group yet still dared to resist. Now pinned down by Sheng Ning, it showed no signs of submission. "Damn those red-tailed fish, it's all your fault." The blue-tailed fish hissed through clenched teeth, vowing to tear them apart. Such empty threats held no weight. Sheng Ning lightly patted the blue-tailed fish's face, noting its handsome features, with furrowed brows that hinted at a volatile temperament and an inherent rebellious streak. "What is wrong with our beautiful red-tailed fish?" she remarked, flicking her golden red tail, which shimmered magnificently under the sun. Transforming into a mermaid had caused her no discomfort, as if she were born for this existence. As seaweed-like inky hair floated around her, the moment Sheng Ning uttered the word beautiful, the blue-tailed fish's gaze fixated on her face, suddenly falling silent. At that instant, he began to understand why the leader of the red-tailed merfolk would assist the red-tailed fish. The red-tailed merfolk, renowned for their beauty and grace, truly were stunning. The magnificent tail was tempting to touch. After a while, the blue-tailed fish, puffed up with indignation, relented. "Let me go. I want to run away or fight you anymore." Sheng Ning exchanged a glance with Xiao Ruan, who nodded in agreement. "Sister Sheng, perhaps we should release him." The blue-tailed fish cast another glance at Xiao Ruan. She was quite attractive as well. A second look confirmed his earlier judgment. She was indeed not as charming as Sheng Ning. Sheng Ning released the blue-tailed fish, delivering a light punch. "Stop with those lewd glances. What is the matter between blue-tailed and red-tailed fish?" The blue-tailed fish shook its injured tail, raising its head proudly. "I am Yu Xing, a noble blue-tailed fish." Sheng Ning and Xiao Ruan exchanged bewildered glances. Yu Xing continued, 500 years ago, when your red-tailed fish fell in love with the land-dwelling creatures, divine punishment was unleashed, causing the death of countless marine beings. We were left to survive in the deep-sea canyons, and since then, the red-tailed fish have been deemed the scourge of the ocean, condemned to toil as slaves in the mines. Did you not know this? And what does that have to do with the blue-tailed fish? Sheng Ning inquired. Yu Xing rolled his eyes, baring his teeth. Is it not your flamboyant red-tailed fish that seduced our leader into procuring the potion for your transformation into landwalkers, which ultimately led to the divine retribution? Those flamboyant red-tailed fish. Xiao Ruan interjected. Are you complimenting our beauty? It appeared that indeed. The red-tailed fish had entangled the blue-tailed fish in their misfortune. Sheng Ning pressed on. Aside from blue-tailed and red-tailed fish, what other fish exist? Yu Xing became irate. Which deep-sea canyon do you inhabit, devoid of internet? Or have you simply not opened your eyes? There are also black-tailed fish. The ones who attacked me were black-tailed. Suddenly, a rumble from Yu Xing and Apos' belly interrupted his tirade, as if protesting his excessive exertion. Sheng Ning regarded him with a hint of amusement, while Xiao Ruan stifled a laugh. Yu Xing and Apos' ears flushed with embarrassment as he threatened, I'll eat you soon. Sheng Ning glanced at her meager supplies, finding nothing but an apple. Utilizing a duplication card, she replicated an apple for Yu Xing. The moment she produced the apple, Yu Xing's eyes lit up, drawn by its enticing aroma. It was then that Sheng Ning noticed something peculiar about his eyes. They gleamed with a deep blue light, reminiscent of his tail. His face, once marked by hostility, became strikingly handsome with those eyes. Go ahead and eat. She tossed the apple to him. Yu Xing devoured the apple voraciously, leaving no remnants, and gazed longingly at Sheng Ning after finishing. For a fleeting moment, she thought she saw Qianyin in him. There is nothing left, unless... Yu Xing interrupted. Unless what? Hurry up and say it. Sheng Ning stroked her chin, pondering. Unless you take us to find the merfolk codes or the deep-sea regulations. Yu Xing looked puzzled. Where on earth do you come from? Have you never seen the merfolk laws of the deep-sea gate? Sheng Ning and Xiao Ruan's eyes brightened as they pulled Yuxing towards the deep-sea gate. As they swam, Yuxing enlightened them. Merfolk now resided at the canyon's bottom, while the deep-sea gate towered on the peaks above. It was said that on the opposite mountain lay the current merfolk palace. However, the current merfolk king, a black-tailed fish, harbored a deep disdain for both blue-tailed and red-tailed fish, particularly the blue-tailed, as the previous king was the leader of their clan. The deep-sea gate was a 10-meter-long tunnel. Beyond the tunnel lay the polluted waters, and upon the stone wall adjacent to the gate, the colorful merfolk laws were inscribed using mother-of-pearl powder, serving as a warning to all merfolk. Yet to Sheng Ning and Xiao Ruan, these laws appeared as mere game rules. Rule 1. There is day and night even in the deep sea. Rule 2. If you do not stay in your room at night, the world will change. Rule 3. Never leave the clean water zone. Both Sheng Ning and Xiao Ruan felt a chill run down their spines upon reading these rules. Xiao Ruan, terrified, covered her mouth. I've been here for 19 hours, and the world I've seen has always been dark blue. How can one distinguish between day and night? Sheng Ning shared the same plight. Grabbing Yuxing's arm, she demanded, is it day or night now? Yuxing looked at her as though she were foolish. Are you blind? It's obviously night. Yuxing could discern between day and night, while they could not. In an instant, Sheng Ning realized that there was something wrong with their vision. Just then, the surrounding waters surged, enveloping her and Xiao Ruan in powerful currents. In the blink of an eye, the waters accelerated, propelling them in opposite directions. Ah, my apple! Yuxing exclaimed, leaping into the current without hesitation, rushing towards Sheng Ning. The current was swift, and in a mere moment, Sheng Ning found herself thrust beyond the clean water zone. Rule 3. Never leave the clean water zone. Uncertain if this was a fatal rule, Sheng Ning had no time to ponder further as the waters surged again. The slimy sensation of the polluted waters rendered her breathless, as the high-speed current darkened her vision, just before she lost consciousness. She thought she saw a golden-blue mermaid swimming anxiously towards her. Sheng Ning awoke to a sensation of furtive touches. Someone was caressing her tail. Hey, you pervert, she exclaimed, brandishing a butterfly knife, ready to retaliate. My dear, you're awake? The knife halted mere centimeters from the face of the irritable blue-tailed fish before her. Yuxing appeared transformed, his fierce demeanor softened, and his deep blue eyes reflected Sheng Ning's pale visage. The golden-red tail intertwined with the dull blue tail, both quivering as if to comfort one another. Sheng Ning narrowed her eyes. What are you calling me? Yuxing's face radiated tenderness as he raised his right hand adorned with a ring. My dear, do you truly not recognize me? That ring, which she had placed on Chu Yunyan's finger in the wilderness dungeon, was unmistakable. And now, it rested on Yuxing's ring finger. Chapter 44. The forbidden depths of the sea. The incense fails to burn the surrounding seawater had transformed entirely into a shadowy gray, resembling an immense net that obscured all light. Only the area around Yuexing radiated a faint white glow, creating a space of approximately 2 square meters filled with clear water. The individual before her claimed to be Chu Yuanian, yet bore the visage of another. Sheng Ning furrowed her brow and suddenly inquired, what is your favorite food? Yuexing chuckled softly, his unfamiliar yet familiar features glimmering with recognition. I most enjoy the sweet and sour ribs made by my wife, with extra sugar. And your favorite is cola chicken wings, especially when they are crispy. The response was precise, and the wariness in Sheng Ning and Appo's eyes melted away like snow, replaced by a hint of a smile as she embraced the muscular waist of the merman, affectionately proclaiming, I miss you so much. In the previous chapter, the two had scarcely had the opportunity to bond, particularly when Ah Chu, using Chu Yuanian's face, had taken her life. This left Sheng Ning feeling as though a heavy stone had lodged in her heart, suffocating her. It was only upon Chu Yuanian's reappearance that a semblance of solace graced her heart. After sharing tender moments, Chu Yuanian asserted, we must depart from here. The wastewater zone is rife with distorted mermen that are peculiar. Hand in hand, Sheng Ning and Chu Yuanian swam swiftly forward. The emergence of a rapid current corroborated Rule 2. One would be swept into the perilous wastewater zone if not present in their quarters at night. Though it was not a fatal rule. What puzzled Sheng Ning was the apparent warning from both Rule 2 and Rule 3, which seemed to caution mermen against venturing into the wastewater zone. Was it due to the inherent dangers of the area, or was there something within it that must remain concealed from the mermen? On their return, they encountered several bizarre deep-sea creatures, each more grotesque than the last. Fortunately, these creatures were of low rank, allowing Sheng Ning to accumulate experience effortlessly. Observing her diligence, Chu Yuanian felt a mix of emotions. His gaze cast into the void with an icy chill. This debt shall be settled in due time. After nearly an hour, Sheng Ning finally reached the clear water zone. As she traversed the tunnel, thoughts of Xiao Ruan crossed her mind. This was a 5-person dungeon, and Xiao Ruan was not only her fan but also a teammate from the same faction. Thankfully, Xiao Ruan possessed pearls, alleviating Sheng Ning's fears of contamination. Her true concern lay in Xiao Ruan and Appo's potential inability to find her way back. Just as Sheng Ning prepared to return to the wastewater zone, Xiao Ruan appeared riding a peculiar creature with a shark's head and 8 tentacles. Guess what my talent is, Sister Sheng? Xiao Ruan chimed cheerfully, sighing in relief. Sheng Ning responded, the mayor of Animal City? A night passed, and the two did not return to the Coral Treehouse, opting instead to stay with Chu Yuanian. They had lost all sense of day and night, relying solely on his reminders. When Xiao Ruan was present, Chu Yuanian transformed into a tempestuous version of Yueshing. In her absence, he became a large, affectionate dog, circling Sheng Ning eagerly. As dawn broke, Chu Yuanian awakened Sheng Ning. As a slave redtail fish, she was required to work in the mines. Uncertainty loomed over whether neglecting this duty would trigger a fatal rule. The diet of the merman was exceedingly simple. Wishing for a replicated apple, Sheng Ning opened her inventory only to discover she had 2. This indicated that apples and incense were akin in nature. No wonder Yueshing had savored the apple yesterday as though it were a divine delicacy. It was reminiscent of the bizarre incense. Ding! 2 replicated apples activated a tenfold critical strike, yielding 20 apples. Such treasures warranted the use of a B-grade replication card, which Sheng Ning had just synthesized. She divided the apples between Xiao Ruan and Chu Yuanian, secretly slipping a couple extra to Chu Yuanian, her bias evident. Upon consuming an apple, Sheng Ning felt an invigorating surge of energy, the pain from her back wound lessening significantly. Xiao Ruan and Appo's eyes sparkled. Sister Sheng, is this not a similar item to the incense? Nodding, Sheng Ning affirmed. Xiao Ruan exclaimed, Dear Sister Sheng, where on earth did you acquire these items? How did they come to be? Not only was Xiao Ruan curious, but the entire live stream audience was eagerly awaiting an answer. The chat unusually quiet for a prolonged moment. Shrugging, Sheng Ning replied, To be honest, I have no idea. It simply appeared in my inventory. If it weren't for the increase in quantity, I would have assumed it was merely an ordinary apple. Her sincerity did not yield the desired answers for the audience, who soon erupted into chaos, some chastising Sheng Ning for her selfishness, while others condemned her for being deceitful. Yet, Sheng Ning remained blissfully unaware and unconcerned. Upon arriving at the mines, they found a new lantern merman on duty, this one possessing a larger tail, exuding a more menacing aura. Sheng Ning grabbed a shovel and promptly joined the mining efforts. The lantern merman observed her industriousness with satisfaction, leisurely swishing his massive tail as he oversaw the work. As Sheng Ning dug faster and faster, she unearthed a pearl the size of a fingernail, but when she attempted to store it in her inventory, it refused to enter. Xiao Ruan approached, Sister, that and Appo's. It's not our resource. We can't and Appo's. Store it without a space card. Fortunately, Sheng Ning had a self-selected card. She chose the space card, A. Skill card, space. A. 100 cubic meters of space. When mental strength reaches 40, items can be retrieved from afar. At 60, space can be cut. At 80, a space of up to 10 cubic meters can be created. When mental strength is maxed, exploration becomes unrestricted. 100 cubic meter cube materialized in her mind. Within such vast dimensions, a pearl the size of a fingernail seemed trivial. The effects of an A-grade card were already astonishing, particularly for a permanent card like space, which felt akin to gaining a new talent. Before long, Sheng Ning excavated another pearl, this one the size of a fist. Such a pearl could expand the clear water zone by 5 square meters, sufficient for Sheng Ning. She placed the pearl into her space and, having achieved her mining objectives, ceased her efforts, opting instead to survey the entire mining site. According to the peculiar nature of the game, there should be rules hidden within the mine. After 2 hours of searching, Sheng Ning found nothing. Realizing she could not waste any more time, she tugged at Xiao Ruan's hand, preparing to bribe the lanternfish with incense to exit the mine. The lanternfish regarded the 2 red-tail fish with disdain as one of them produced a stick of incense, only to find it utterly unburnable. Sheng Ning sighed. I forgot this is the sea. Seeing the lanternfish grow impatient, Sheng Ning swiftly concealed the incense and produced an apple instead. My lord, please sample this. It is quite delightful. The lanternfish, skeptical, accepted the offering, pondering what these two red-tailed fish were scheming. The unassuming fruit was devoured in one bite. Initially indifferent, the explosion of juice within its mouth was akin to fireworks erupting in the night sky, leaving the lanternfish dizzy with delight. The lanternfish quivered with exhilaration, radiating vitality, its previously dull eyes now shimmering with brilliance. It felt as though running a marathon was no longer a challenge. With renewed vigor, it eagerly inquired, "Is there more of this fine fare?" Sheng Ning smiled. "Indeed, though it is a bit far. Shall we assist you in gathering more?" Excited, the lanternfish licked its lips, relishing the memory of the taste. Hurry, hurry. Chapter 45. Forbidden depths of the ocean. You are the newcomer with diffusion talent. Together with Chu, Sheng Ning, and the three fish swiftly traversed the edge of the clear water area, arriving at the sewage zone. Each of them wore a pearl, ensuring they could breathe normally in the murky waters. Their faint glow resembled beacons in the vast ocean, attracting numerous eerie deep-sea fish to draw near. "That's enough, Sheng Jie. My mental energy is insufficient. I can only control one ethereal anomaly," Xiao Ruan said in a trembling voice. Today, there were particularly many strange fish, each bearing twisted, grotesque faces that felt like a mental assault. With a swift motion, Tang Dao unsheathed, and Sheng Ning quickly dispatched 4 approaching anomalous fish. "Where are we headed?" Sheng Ning inquired of Chu Yuanyan. His handsome face was fraught with irritation. "Of course, to the Lost Palace," he replied. Xiao Ruan muttered softly, "With such fierce fish around, they're in Apos. That's no way to find a mate." The Lost Palace was a full 4 hours in Apos journey from the clear water area. If they hadn't taken the time to eat an apple along the way, the 3 fish would likely have perished before even getting halfway. Visibility in the sewage zone was exceedingly low, and the water was thick and viscous, especially as they neared the palace, where it became as dense as black jelly. Progress was laborious, and the glow of the pearls dimmed increasingly. Just as they entered the palace, a giant orca, measuring over 10 meters in length, suddenly appeared, opening its massive maw, poised to swallow the 3 small fish whole. Sheng Ning and Chu Yuanyan reacted swiftly and in perfect unison. Sheng Ning dodged with Xiao Ruan, who was frozen in shock, while Chu Yuanyan drew the fist-sized pearl Sheng Ning had thrown to him to divert the orca and Apos' attention. Once Xiao Ruan was safely set down, Sheng Ning immediately rejoined the fray. In the dim light, she beheld the grotesque orca, its body covered in mouth-like appendages, each expelling sewage with increasing speed. Drawing her long knife, Sheng Ning charged forward. Unable to match the orca's speed, she activated a speed card, propelling herself forward in an instant. In the blink of an eye, she was beside the orca, enduring a wave of discomfort as she plunged her knife deep into one of its mouths. The orca shrieked in pain, emitting a mournful cry. The sewage churned violently, and from within the dark palace, countless voices seemed to echo in response to the orca's wail. "Hurry! This brute has no honor and is starting to rally its kin." Xiao Ruan used her talent to seize the orca and Apos' consciousness. If these grotesque orcas surrounded them, there would be no hope for the 3 fish, and a moment's inattention could result in the palace being torn apart. Sheng Ning decisively grasped Chu Yuanyan with one hand and Xiao Ruan with the other, propelling them at great speed towards the palace. In the deep, murky sewage, they resembled a shooting star, vanishing into the depths of the ocean. In a dark, cramped chamber, the trio huddled together. Outside, a throng of orcas circled above the palace, unwilling to leave until they found the perpetrator who had harmed their kind. The orcas and Apos' erratic movements caused the sewage to ripple, and the sediment surrounding the palace stirred, rendering the already murky waters even less navigable. Xiao Ruan patted her chest, clearly shaken. "That was terrifying. The clear water zone feels so much safer." Her words seemed to awaken a realization. The presence of mutated orcas encircling the palace was indeed thought-provoking. They resembled a guard force, but it was uncertain whether they were protecting the palace or keeping outsiders at bay. Roughly an hour later, silence enveloped the area once more. The orca swarm appeared to have departed. Sheng Ning ventured outside first, greeted by an expanse of darkness, illuminated only by the faint glow of the pearls in a very limited area. Once assured of safety, she beckoned for her companions to emerge. The palace was vast, and if the 3 of them moved together, while it was considerably safer, it would also risk exposure and hinder efficiency. They needed to seize every moment to uncover clues within the palace. On the surface, it seemed they were separating, but as soon as Xiao Ruan and Apos' figure vanished, Chu Yuanyan emerged from the shadows, his tail entwining around Sheng Ning, pulling her into a corner as he showered her with fervent kisses, releasing the pent-up yearning within. The ocean palace was immense, with ceilings at least 50 meters high. Sheng Ning and Chu Yuanyin arrived first at the Merfolk King and Apos' study, which was simply yet majestically adorned, exuding an air of authority. One could almost envision the Merfolk King commanding from this very space. The room was in disarray, shells scattered across the floor, and parasitic organisms clung to the majestic coral pillars. "Wife, come look at this," Chu Yuanyin urged, stopping before a shell, dust covered in gray, yet on this particular shell there was a small, pristine handprint. "Has someone been here?" Sheng Ning pondered. This was a 5-person dungeon. Someone had arrived before them. Chu Yuanyin opened the shell, revealing a dusty area with a clean square patch, resembling a card. "There are definitely other players here." "Oh no." Shaoruan. Sheng Ning suddenly realized something and darted out, transforming into a streak of light as she swiftly swam towards Shaoruan and Apos' direction. Unfortunately, she was still a moment too late. She saw Shaoruan retreating rapidly, and just 2 centimeters from her neck, a halberd came barreling toward her. With a resounding clang, the metallic clash echoed throughout the palace, sending Sheng Ning staggering backward. Caught by Chu Yuanyin, Shenjie, Shaoruan, Sheng Ning and Apos' arms felt numb, and the durability of her Tang Dao had decreased once more. "You're a player too?" A shadow approached, revealing a figure with a black shark tail, a blacktail merfolk. "Since you are players, why would you attack us?" Sheng Ning was the first to pose the question. Behind the blacktail merfolk, 2 figures emerged, a man and a woman, both blacktail merfolk. The square-faced player surveyed the scene, a cold smirk curling his lips. 3 merfolk? I was beginning to think the dungeon had malfunctioned, expecting 6 players instead. The female blacktail merfolk frowned. "Fong Gu. Stop being cryptic." The square-faced player replied. "So these 2 little ladies are players, and this one is an NPC. You 2 are quite charming. Managing to entice an NPC to join your quest. How about you spend a night with my brothers, and I'll allow you to join our team? What do you say?" The 3 blacktail merfolk appeared completely confident in their grasp of the dungeon and Apos' rules. Sheng Ning, shielding both Shaoruan and Chu Yuanyin, began to retreat. Facing 2 against 3 was not a feasible scenario. As an NPC, Chu Yuanyin could not provide any clues nor act unless the players violated the rules. The trio of blacktail merfolk observed them with predatory intent, especially the square-faced one, whose gaze remained fixated on Sheng Ning. Chu Yuanyin's presence behind her grew increasingly intense, struggling to suppress his emotions. "You look somewhat familiar. Are you the newcomer with the fusion talent, Sheng Xiaomei?" Chapter 46. The Forbidden Deep Sea. I am the girlfriend of the vice president of the Ghostly Guild as her identity was revealed. Shaoruan felt more anxious than Sheng Ning. This meant that all of her trump cards were now exposed to the enemy's gaze. The adversary had a comprehensive understanding of her, which was hardly favorable news. The mermaid's gaze swept over Sheng Ning with palpable malice. Ever since Sheng Xiaomei's arrival, discussions about her remarkable achievements had proliferated across forums and other platforms, as if she were the only formidable female player in the entire world. Fang Xinro was irked, her eyes slicing through Sheng Ning like daggers. Suddenly, her attention fell upon the ring on Sheng Ning and Apos' ring finger, and she noticed that the NPC beside her also wore a ring on the same finger. The 2 rings were unmistakably a matching pair. Fang Xinro suddenly understood why this mermaid NPC was willing to assist Sheng Xiaomei. She grasped Fang Lian's arm and exclaimed, "Brother Fang, that ring. It must be able to control the NPC." Fang Lian and Apos' gaze immediately fixated on Sheng Ning and Apos' finger, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes as he sneered at her. "Will you remove your ring, or shall I sever your finger?" With that, he reveled in his own triumph, seemingly able to predict the frustration and helplessness brewing within Sheng Ning, completely oblivious to the blue-tailed mermaid nearby. "You desire the ring?" Chu Yuanyin interjected before Sheng Ning could speak, his voice as cold as ice, as though it could kill. Fang Lian paid no heed to Chu Yuanyin. For as long as the NPC did not violate the rules, they could not kill. "Not only do I want the ring, but I also wish to wear it." Before he could finish, Chu Yuanyin suddenly raised his hand, a crimson glow flickering within it, piercing through the inky waters. Before anyone could comprehend what was happening, a long, heavy wail and Apos' cry reverberated throughout the palace. A colossal shadow materialized from thin air, and with a resounding splash, Fang Lian, the black-tailed mermaid, vanished, leaving only a pool of crimson blood in his wake. Such an uncanny occurrence transpired in an instant, causing the female mermaid and Apos' pupils to constrict, on the verge of screaming. However, she was silenced by the hand of another mermaid, who had maintained a low profile until now. Above the crowd, a shadow continued to writhe. Its immense form nearly capable of collapsing the entire palace. Sheng Ning and her companions found themselves beneath the belly of this gigantic creature, too terrified to make a sound that might disturb it. After what felt like an eternity, the enormous being finally dissipated. The black-tailed mermaid lay on the ground, utterly drained. Her face pale as she gazed at Sheng Ning and the NPC. She could not comprehend how an ordinary NPC had summoned such a creature. Sheng Ning was equally startled, her eyes imploring Chu Yuanyin for an explanation. The murderous intent on his face faded, replaced by a familiar irritation. What are you staring at? You can end Oppos, to even protect your own possessions. Sheng Ning replied, all right, I get it. You and Oppos, re-fierce. Fang Shinro was helped up by another black-tailed mermaid. And what awaited her was a resounding slap. This slap left Sheng Ning momentarily stunned. You useless fool. Why did I have to draw you? Why wasn't he at you who died? Fang Shinro screamed hysterically. The mermaid who had been struck lowered her head, seemingly accustomed to the treatment, and softly muttered, I'm sorry. What good is that? Brother Fang is dead. Can you guide me through the level? Fang Shinro wept bitterly, her words laced with resentment and blame. Sensing Sheng Ning's confusion, Xiao Ruan explained, Sister Sheng, this is likely from a certain guild. Fang Lian, along with this mermaid, probably accompanied this young lady through the dungeon. Clearly, Fang Lian was stronger, yet he was swiftly eliminated in one move. What a pity. Xiao Ruan was immensely curious about the earlier event. It was simply too cool. Whose Ultraman transformation summons a giant monster? She cautiously glanced at Yusheng, only to find him secretly twisting Sheng Ning's hair, winding and smoothing it out in a playful manner. Once Fang Shinro had vented her frustration, she shot a venomous glare at Sheng Ning and prepared to leave. Trying to escape? Just moments ago, it was 3 against 2, and you were at a disadvantage. Now at Endopos, as 2 against 2, the decision to leave is no longer yours to make. The golden pink tail of the fish arced gracefully in the dim light as Sheng Ning positioned herself in front of Fang Shinro, a smirk playing on her lips. Will you present the rules willingly, or shall I take matters into my own hands? Sheng Ning bore no grudges, for she believed in settling scores promptly. Fang Shinro, taken aback, shifted her expression before finally cursing. Who do you think you are to speak to us like that? Do you know who I am? I am the girlfriend of the vice president of the Ghostly Guild. Sheng Ning replied with a smile. Even if you are my husband's girlfriend, that does not grant you the right to be so arrogant. It was evident that this guild leader's girlfriend would not hand over the rules voluntarily. Sheng Ning made no move to conceal her anger, raising her Tang Dao and charging forward. The mermaid following Fang Shinro, named Zhou Yan, drew her blade to intercept Sheng Ning and Oppos' advance. Zhou Yan had completed 5 C-level dungeons and was expected to face a B-level dungeon next. Perhaps fortune favored her, as she was drawn into the C-level dungeon alongside Fang Shinro. As a seasoned player, she had little competition in a dungeon typically filled with novices, especially against a woman who had only completed 2 dungeons. When their blades clashed, Zhou Yan felt the sting in her palm, and before she could react, the next strike came swiftly. She desperately resisted, yet Sheng Ning's speed was unparalleled, her movements more agile than an Amazonian monkey. To Fang Shinro, it appeared as though Zhou Yan was intentionally holding back. Zhou Yan, kill her. Otherwise, you'll face the consequences when we return to the guild. Fang Shinro shouted. Zhou Yan thought to herself, I honestly don't know whether to consider myself lucky or unlucky. Fang Shinro's talent was guidance, devoid of any combat prowess. Yet she continued to berate him. Reluctantly, Zhou Yan withdrew her blade and retreated rapidly. She could not keep up with Sheng Ning's speed and agility. Awaiting her was yet another slap from Fang Shinro, but Sheng Ning intercepted it, demanding, hand over the rules, or face death. Fine. You can have them. It's not like you need them anyway. Fang Shinro reluctantly produced the rules. A piece of pure black paper appeared. Clearing rules, Black-tailed mermaid. 1. Survive for 30 days. C-level clearance 2. Explore all ruins. B-level clearance 3. Secure the status of the black-tailed mermaid. A-level clearance 4. Conceal the truth of the deep sea. S-level clearance. Is this all the rules you have? Sheng Ning inquired, lifting Fang Shinro's chin with a condescending demeanor. Fang Shinro's eyes flashed with reluctance. What more do you want? We merely arrived a bit earlier than you. It was clear that Fang Shinro was the pampered type, her thoughts etched plainly on her face. Leave. Sheng Ning stepped back. She and Zhou Yan were evenly matched. Prolonging the conflict would yield no fruitful outcome. Chapter 47. The Forbidden Deep Sea. Compared to the previous scenario, Achu fell short. Fang Shinro was clearly reluctant to accept the reality. She could hardly believe that Brother Fong had been so easily slain. Although everyone had resurrection cards upon entry, without Brother Fong, how could she possibly complete the quest? Moreover, this was a competitive instance. If Sheng Xiaomei acquired the rules of the red-tailed fish, she would undoubtedly be trapped within the scenario. Zhou Yan took the risk of being slapped and led Fang Xinruo away. Xiao Wan, incredulous, asked, "Sister Sheng, are we just letting them go?" Sheng Ning smirked as she explained that the priority was to explore the palace. Soon, 2 black-tailed mermaids disappeared into the murky waters. Sheng Ning took out the replication guidance card and stealthily followed behind Chu Yuanyin and Xiao Wan. Fortunately, the dark waters made it easy to conceal their tracks. When they encountered Zhou Yin and Fang Xinruo again, Fang Xinruo was complaining, "What use are you? You can't fight. You can't even speak properly. Why am I so unfortunate to be stuck with you?" Zhou Yin remained silent. Fang Xinruo continued, "We need to find the entrance to the underground palace quickly. Speed is of the essence." She lamented that she had initially believed that with Brother Fang present, they would surely clear the competitive instance, but now he was gone, leaving only Zhou Yin. Upon hearing Fang Xinruo's words, Sheng Ning and Xiao Wan exchanged astonished glances. In this competitive instance, it appeared that there were 5 players divided into 2 factions, 2 red and 3 black. Xiao Wan gave a thumbs up to the seemingly perpetually restrained Yu Xing, exclaiming, "Brother Yu Xing is incredible. He defeated the strongest one on the opposing side in an instant." Yu Xing rolled his eyes and swam to Sheng Ning's side. Sheng Ning once again presented the rules for clearing the black-tailed fish scenario. C grade required no exploration, while B grade necessitated the exploration of all ruins. Currently, Sheng Ning was aware of only the palace as a ruin, implying that there were other locations yet to be discovered. It seemed that Fang Xinruo and her companions had chosen this method to clear the instance. What intrigued Sheng Ning was the A-grade clearance condition, stabilize the status of the black-tailed fish. Given that there were 2 factions, could she boldly speculate that the A-grade clearance for the red-tailed fish was to stabilize their status? Contemplating this, Sheng Ning fell silent. The red-tailed fish had no status to stabilize. If it was not about stabilizing status, could it instead mean to overturn the current plight of the red-tailed fish? The S-grade clearance involved concealing the truth of the deep sea, which presupposed knowledge of that truth. The word conceal was particularly intriguing. Concealment suggested something negative, which aimed to protect the black-tailed fish tribe. Correspondingly, did the red-tailed fish seek to uncover this layer of truth? Zhou Yin soon located the entrance to the underground palace, where a formation awaited them. Sheng Ning could not discern how Zhou Yin activated it, but the formation opened, likely related to Zhou Yin's innate talent. Upon reflection, it seemed unsurprising. Zhou Yin and Appo's talent was not combat-oriented, which explained Fang Xinruo and Appo's vulnerability. As they approached, they heard Fang Xinruo and Appo's startled exclamation upon entering the cave, prompting Sheng Ning and the others to hastily retreat, fearing a monster and Appo's attack. After a prolonged wait, nothing emerged from within. Xiao Wan hesitantly asked, "Sister Sheng, should we go in or stay out?" The entrance descended, and they were too far from the ground to discern what lay inside. After some contemplation, Sheng Ning concluded, "It should be fine. The mermen are formidable. If there is anything inside, they can handle that loudmouth mermaid." Just then, her pinky finger was sharply pinched, unbeknownst to her. Chu Yuanyin had moved in closer, his voice low and questioning. "Who is formidable?" Sheng Ning responded, "Sister Sheng, it's dark here." Xiao Wan had full faith in her sister and swam inside upon her reassurance. At that moment, Sheng Ning was immensely grateful to Xiao Wan. She gently caressed Chu Yuanyin and Appo's face and said, "Be good, let us proceed." Fang Xinruo and Appo's gasp was not due to any eerie presence or monster, but rather because there was no light whatsoever. The moment they stepped through the entrance, the faint glow emitted by the pearls vanished entirely. It was as if they had entered a black hole, absorbing all light. Even her fingers were indistinguishable before her eyes. Sheng Ning perceived this as a divine opportunity. She took a small step back with Chu Yuanyin, and before he could speak, softly pressed her cool lips against his. The moment of taking the initiative was fleeting. Chu Yuanyin grasped Sheng Ning's waist with one hand and cradled her head with the other, showering her with fervent kisses. As if a drowning fish yearned for clear spring water, continuously savoring her essence. In the darkened entrance, under the silent waters, the viscous sea could hardly stir a ripple. Their breaths intertwined, and Chu Yuanyin, longing for the familiar scent, felt as if he had finally encountered something he desired, yet it remained tantalizingly out of reach. A sight to behold yet not to be sullied. The emotions he had suppressed transformed into a gentle embrace, tightly entwining around the one in his arms, unwilling to relent. Time passed, and Xiao Ruan finally broke the silence. Ahem, I think we should go in and take a look. As seconds ticked by, young Xiao Ruan, who had been yearning for distraction, could no longer contain herself. She couldn't fathom that Sister Sheng could be so captivated. This mermaid paled in comparison to a Chu from the previous instance. Chu Yuanyin, still unsatisfied, was pushed away by Sheng Ning. Fortunately, the darkness concealed her flushed cheeks. Darkness indeed could shroud many things. At least the viewers in the live stream only heard fragmented sounds of water, but saw nothing scandalous. Chu Yuanyin, clearly perturbed by unfulfilled desires, followed closely behind Sheng Ning as the trio of mermaids swam along the cave and Apos' wall at a leisurely pace. After approximately 10 minutes, the wall beside them suddenly vanished, and they found themselves in a vast space. In the darkness, silence reigned until a familiar scream erupted from the lower right. Ah, Zhou Yin. Come quickly. There is a dead fish. Zhou Yin, exasperated, muttered. Can she please stop screaming? Is she not the least bit afraid of what might lurk in this underground palace? As Zhou Yin approached, he discovered that they were at the bottom of the palace, where a mermaid's corpse lay. As he felt around, his movements froze, a chill creeping up his spine. This hand moves? Without hesitation, Zhou Yin drew his military knife and thrust it forward. The sound of flesh being pierced echoed ominously, but then silence enveloped the space. Sheng Ning narrowly evaded Zhou Yin and Apos' blade. The viscous water ensured that no matter how much she moved, it would not cause a disturbance. Zhou Yin remained oblivious to her presence. However, Sheng Ning was certain of one thing. There was more than one fish corpse on the ground. Chapter 48. The Forbidden Deep Sea. Punishing the entire ocean for the sins of a single fish? Zhou Yin finally grasped the gravity of the situation. It was not merely a solitary fish corpse. Could this be a graveyard of the ocean? At this thought, Sheng Ning felt a chill run down her spine and instinctively moved closer to Chu Yuanyin, seeking solace. Before they arrived, ropes had already been tied around the waist of the three, ensuring they could keep track of one another. Suddenly, Sheng Ning remembered her tracking eye. She wondered if it would be effective here. Activating the option on her panel, she opened her tracking eye. As her vision sharpened, she froze at the sight before her, goosebumps erupting across her skin. The ground was littered with countless mermaid corpses, both red-tailed and blue-tailed, forming a dense circle. All their heads oriented towards the center of the underground palace. Zhou Yin, who was exploring the ground, suddenly seemed to grasp something, hastily retreating with Fang Xinro. In the absence of sight, the fear within one's heart is amplified invisibly. Zhou Yan's voice trembled with terror, urging, "Quick, use your talent to check the direction. There is more than one fish corpse here." Fang Xinro, scared to breathe, quietly replied after using her ability, "It's to the left." The left side led directly to the center of the underground palace. Sheng Ning subtly tugged at the rope, now understanding the talents of the opposing duo. Since neither possessed offensive abilities, the situation became considerably easier to manage. Sheng Ning, being swifter than Fang Xinro and Zhou Yin, reached the center of the palace first. In the heart of the underground palace stood a stone platform resembling a 9-tiered cake, with a small groove at its pinnacle. In the dim light, a deep purple sea urchin rested within the groove, its hue suggesting potent toxicity. Sheng Ning glanced around once more, her gaze settling on the mermaid corpses. She could nearly conclude that they had sought to obtain the object atop the stone platform before their demise. Was it this sea urchin? Zhou Yin, having explored to the base of the platform, was on the verge of discovery, with only herself able to see the unfolding events. Sheng Ning had no alternative but to draw her tang knife, lift the purple sea urchin, and swim towards the exit with Chu Yuanyin and Xiao Ruan in tow. As they emerged from the underground palace, light flooded back in, and Xiao Ruan appeared visibly disoriented. Before they could exchange words, a tremor reverberated from beneath the palace. The palace was collapsing. Xiao Ruan exclaimed in alarm, only to be swiftly pulled away by Sheng Ning as they swam urgently to safety. The trio soon escaped the impending ruin of the palace, the mournful calls of countless orcas echoing in the once silent depths of the ocean. Upon returning to Chu Yuanyin's abode, Sheng Ning presented the purple sea urchin, recounting the events that had transpired. "Sister Sheng, you are truly remarkable," Xiao Ruan praised immediately. Chu Yuanyin interjected, "How come someone is stealing my lines?" Their eyes fell upon the sea urchin, pondering its significance. Why had all the mermaids perished in pursuit or defense of it? Xiao Ruan produced a pair of golden silk, soft-edged gloves, stating, These are my D-class defensive gloves. Impervious to all toxins. They will do just fine. Sheng Ning examined them skeptically. Are you certain they will suffice? Xiao Ruan replied confidently, trust me. The C-class toxins are not that potent. Sheng Ning retrieved an identical pair of golden silk gloves, suggesting, let us use this replica instead. Xiao Ruan, momentarily stunned, happily accepted. Thank you, Sister Sheng. The moment the golden silk gloves made contact with the sea urchin, it hissed as if plunged into a furnace, white smoke billowing forth. With some effort, Xiao Ruan finally pried the sea urchin open, revealing a transparent orb within. As she removed her gloves, they bore the marks of scorching. Oh no! The durability has dropped by 70. Woe is me, my precious golden silk gloves. Thankfully, this was merely a replica. The orb, while not entirely transparent, glimmered in a pure oceanic blue, resembling a jar filled with seawater. The moment Sheng Ning's palm brushed against the orb, vivid images materialized in the air. The sun shone brilliantly, the sea a vast expanse of azure. In the distance, seagulls soared, their joyful cries drifting into the depths of the ocean. A grand sightseeing cruise ship glided across the surface, when suddenly, several men leaped from the upper deck, twisting midair as if in a diving competition. Abruptly, one man fell awkwardly into the water, momentarily dazed by the splash, sinking towards the abyss. By the time his friends realized what had transpired, the man had vanished without a trace. The scene shifted. In the deep, cerulean ocean, massive pearls illuminated the mysterious seabed. Sheng Ning and her companions beheld the palace before its ruin. Majestic and grand, it exuded an aura of ancient mystique. Teams of robust black-tailed mermaids patrolled the vicinity. Not far from the palace, a red-tailed mermaid conspired cautiously with a man, the very man who had fallen into the water. When he sank, it was this red-tailed mermaid who had rescued him. The red-tailed clan is known for its elegance and beauty, particularly among the females. The man, smitten by the red-tailed mermaid, repeatedly implored her to escape with him. Yearning for the world above, the red-tailed mermaid eventually resolved to join him in the shallow waters. Unable to venture onto land, the man settled by the shore, and every night he would take the red-tailed mermaid on aquatic adventures with the pearls she gifted him. The image froze on the red-tailed mermaid's radiant smile. The glow of the pearls gradually dimmed, morphing into a hue akin to seawater, starkly contrasting against the encroaching darkness. Xiao Ruan, overwhelmed with emotion, reflected, no wonder everyone despises the red-tailed mermaids. If it weren't an amp, oppos, tea for them, if not for that divine punishment, the ocean would be so much more beautiful. Indeed, Sheng Ning concurred. This splendid ocean, a cradle of countless lives, had transformed into a dark, polluted abyss, compressing the habitat of marine creatures into a mere mountain range. Pondering with her chin resting on her hand, Sheng Ning mused, something feels amiss. Xiao Ruan's eyes brightened. What seems off? Sheng Ning elaborated. The legend states that the red-tailed mermaid fell in love with a human, resulting in the sea's pollution. But to punish the entire ocean for the actions of a single fish, does that truly make sense? Xiao Ruan detected the incongruity. The 7 fairies were captured after falling in love with Dong Yong. The 3 holy mothers bore children, but were confined at their doorsteps. And the cowherd and weaver girl were kept apart. Yet the red-tailed mermaid's love for a human leads to the annihilation of the entire ocean? Chu Yuanyin observed Sheng Ning and Appo's earnest analysis, a smile unconsciously curling at his lips. His devoted and focused wife was indeed captivating. Chapter 49. The Forbidden Deep Sea. My only talent is SSS level. The answer to the questions may lie within other ruins. Much like a television series, The Palace's Dragon Pearl might merely be the first episode. As night fell, Xiao Ruan found an excuse to return to the coral treehouse. Who would want to live with a couple? She was puzzled as to why Sister Sheng appeared so compatible with an NPC. In this bizarre game, where absurdity reigned, engaging romantically with NPCs seemed rather ordinary. After a long day's journey, only after Xiao Ruan left did the two dare to speak privately. Before Sheng Ning could utter a word, Chu Yuanyin astutely muted the live stream. Sheng Ning inquired, "Is there no time limit this time?" Calculating the hours, Chu Yuanyin realized he had been online for nearly 24 hours, a stark contrast to the time frames in the previous 2 instances. With a lazy smile, he reclined on a bed fashioned from shells. Of course, it's because my wife is extraordinary. She obliterated the first 2 instances, and while they were reorganizing, I reclaimed some power. Sheng Ning frowned. And this face? Chu Yuanyin replied, I made a bet with them. They intended to use the faces of other handsome fellows to entice you. Sheng Ning continued, what about the fish in the palace? She felt a surge of fear. dreading that the fish might be akin to a chew, a reality she could not bear to face again. With his fish tail entwined with Sheng Ning's. Chu Yuanyin nonchalantly remarked, it consumed my flesh, so it tends to heed my commands. Sheng Ning and Appo's brow twitched at his words, prompting her to ask, what is your talent? Raising an eyebrow, he was taken aback by her question. I possess but one talent, SSS level, Blood Master. My flesh holds immense power. Anyone who consumes my blood or flesh becomes subservient to me. Once devoured by the otherworldly, my flesh becomes an anchor point. As long as my power is formidable enough, I can manifest in any otherworldly being and usurp them. Naturally, those who consume my flesh become my slaves. Perhaps influenced by daily thoughts or the weight of Chu Yuanyin's matters pressing on her heart, Sheng Ning experienced a rare dream. In her dream, she held the dragon pearl that once displayed past scenes, yet the images revealed something entirely different. In the vision, a young man sliced open his palm, blood gushing forth, and surrounding otherworldly beings surged towards him, ravenously consuming his blood. Among them were the otherworldly creatures she recognized, including a chew, alongside some she had never encountered, and a whale resembling a serpent. Countless entities encircled the young man, akin to leeches, infiltrating every crevice. His complexion swiftly paled, more ghastly than the visages of the otherworldly beings. Suddenly, as if he spotted someone through the water veil, a flicker of resignation illuminated his eyes. His lips moved, as if to utter something, yet Sheng Ning could not discern the words. As she sought to draw closer, the young man abruptly fragmented into pieces of flesh, vanishing. Don't. Sheng Ning awoke suddenly from her dream, sleep eluding her. At dawn, Sheng Ning arrived at the mine, exchanged 2 apples, and departed with Xiao Ruan, only to confront a fierce group of black-tailed merfolk before the entrance to the deep sea. Fang Xinruo and Zhou Yan were before her. Fang Xinruo's head wrapped in bandages and Zhou Yan's hands bandaged, both appearing quite disheveled. The sudden collapse of the underground palace had caught them off guard. Had it not been for Fang Xinruo's talent, they might have been trapped beneath the ruins. With their current strength, they could not continue exploring other ruins. Fang Xinruo suspected the collapse was related to Sheng Xiaomei, though she lacked evidence. This was a competitive instance, regardless of the unknown rules governing the red-tailed fish. Shen Xiaomei must not be allowed to clear it first. As a player, Fang Xinruo thought, being the current mermaid princess, capturing 2 red-tailed fish would be a trivial matter. With a commanding tone, she issued an order, and the robust black-tailed merfolk immediately surrounded them. According to the laws of the underwater kingdom, miners attempting to escape bore a 100-pound chain. Being red-tailed merfolk only compounded their offenses. The black-tailed merfolk exhibited a cold disdain. The trio of Sheng Ning appeared like children amongst the adult black-tailed merfolk. If the red-tailed merfolk epitomized elegance and beauty, the blue-tailed merfolk symbolized wisdom and reason, while the black-tailed merfolk represented strength and martial prowess. Xiao Ruan felt a wave of panic, yet witnessing Sheng Ning and Appo's composure calmed her heart. Sheng Ning, however, was not merely composed. She had suddenly realized the disparity in strength between Zhou Yan and the nearby black-tailed merfolk. Perhaps it was due to malnutrition, she speculated. Turning to Fang Xinruo, she said, Miss Fang, why must players trouble one another? Fang Xinruo scoffed. How dare you speak that way? You were the ones who attacked Fang Ge first. Xiao Ruan could no longer contain herself. You were the ones who initiated the attack on us. If your square face hadn't been so repulsive, a gallant fish wouldn't have devoured it. In human society, such valor would surely earn a commendation for bravery. Sheng Ning interjected. Miss Fang, let us consider yesterday and Appo's events settled. Shall we strike a deal? Fang Xinruo vehemently disagreed. Yet the usually silent Zhou Yan suddenly spoke. What kind of deal? Sheng Ning replied, this is a competitive instance. You chose the B-level clearance, correct? Zhou Yan hesitated before nodding. They had spent 2 bound cards to enter the C-level instance. Selecting a C-level clearance would leave them utterly destitute. Were Fang Ge still present, they might have attempted an A-level clearance. Now, with only he and Fang Xinruo, they prudently opted for a B-level clearance. Sheng Ning continued. I want to contest you for the B-level clearance. Instead, lead us to other ruins. What do you say? Fang Xinruo stared at her incredulously, disdain evident. Your intentions are painfully transparent. Without you, we possess a guiding talent and a breaking talent to clear it. Zhou Yan covered his face. Sheng Ning. I haven't seen such an adorably naive fool in ages. Teacher Zhou, what do you think? The title of teacher was always appropriate. Indeed. Zhou Yan's expression briefly reflected surprise, then he straightened his posture somewhat awkwardly. I believe you are absolutely right. We are all players. And this is not an instance doomed to failure. We can cooperate. What followed was a resounding slap from Feng Xinro, who exclaimed, "Damn you, Zhou Yin. You've never spoken this much to me." Zhou Yin, now numb to the pain, shot a glance at Feng Xinro and swam towards Sheng Ning. Addressing the black-tailed merfolk guards, "Disperse, the princess is throwing a tantrum." Chapter 50. The forbidden deep sea before an ancient temple, grander than the royal palace by several folds. 5 mermaids came to a halt. Sheng Ning patted the pale-faced Feng Xinro and handed her an apple, saying, "You've worked hard." Humph. Feng Xinro shot a disdainful glance at Sheng Ning but, with undeniable honesty, accepted the small apple and began to munch on it. Their arrival at the Ocean Temple was indeed largely due to Feng Xinro and Apos' extraordinary talent. It was roughly a 5-hour journey from the Clearwater Zone, traversing a winding and lengthy underwater tunnel. Without Feng Xinro and Apos' A-class talent that refreshed every 5 minutes, Sheng Ning would have undoubtedly faced numerous detours to reach this place. The temple was immense, soaring nearly 200 meters high. Its architecture was simple and ancient, with a magnificent 5-clawed golden dragon spiraling upwards in the center of the grand hall, its scales shimmering as if gilded. The dragon's eyes surveyed the surroundings, exuding an aura of compassion towards all beings, resembling that of a supreme deity. In the 4 corners of the hall were 4 similarly majestic 5-clawed dragons, each with distinct postures, some gazing into the distance, others stretching, and yet others in pursuit, each one vividly lifelike, as if real dragons graced the world. Whether it was a sensation from within or a unique enhancement of the temple, the murky water here appeared significantly shallower than that outside, making movement less laborious. Feng Xinro huffed, 5 dragons, just right for the 5 of us. Let's split up and search for clues. I deserve the one in the center. Sheng Ning, Xiaoruan, and Zhou Yin exchanged glances. You're behaving like a grade schooler. You think your word is law? Sheng Ning circled around, opting for the northern side of the hall, where the dragon's form was rather indistinct. As she approached, she discovered it was a dragon as dark as ink, its scales dulled and obscured by the murky water. The central dragon was golden, the eastern was azure, the southern was crimson, the western was white, and the northern was black. Suddenly, it dawned on Sheng Ning, the 5 dragons corresponded to the 5 elemental directions. Zhou Yin immediately grasped the implication. Could this be a formation? Look, is there something missing from the dragon's mouth? It was quite common for dragons to hold pearls in their mouths, yet not every dragon did so, which had led the group to overlook it. Zhou Yan's observation prompted everyone to notice the emptiness within the dragon's maw, as if something were amiss. In a moment of inspiration, Sheng Ning produced the pearl she had obtained from the royal palace. No, it should now be called a dragon pearl. Its size was a perfect fit for the dragon's mouth. Sheng Ning instinctively began to place it within the dragon's mouth. Shengjia, wait! Xiaoruan exclaimed urgently. Sheng Ning halted her motion as soon as Xiaoruan's voice rang out. They exchanged a knowing glance, realizing they shared the same thought. Feng Xinro frowned. What are you stopping for? Hurry up, there are still 2 more rooms to explore. Xiaoruan shot her a reproachful look. Elder sister, please get it straight. It and Apos. It's evident that the dragon pearl corresponds to each dragon. We have no solid clues. What if we make a mistake? Feeling cornered yet unwilling to concede, Feng Xinro retorted. Who are you calling elder sister? Her voice echoed sharply throughout the temple. In an instant, a thunderous roar resonated from beneath the temple, causing the structure to tremble. In the dim light, they saw several columns suddenly surge up around the temple, forming a cage that tightly encased it. Sheng Ning quickly realized the gravity of the situation. Momentarily setting aside her scolding of Feng Xinro, and dragged Chu Yuanyin and Xiaoruan to sprint away using an acceleration card. Once they reached the columns, they finally discerned that the massive pillars were covered with suction cups, quivering incessantly. These were not mere columns. They were the tentacles of an octopus. Legends spoke of octopuses having 3 brains, and others claimed each tentacle bore its own brain. Sheng Ning lamented, every tentacle indeed possesses a brain. Before they could approach the tentacles, 3 of them seemed to possess eyes, lunging towards them. Should these colossal appendages strike the 3 small mermaids, they would likely have no chance to plead for mercy. Fortunately, Xiaoruan's talent had refreshed. She directed her song towards one of the octopus's tentacles. Sleep, sleep. My dear baby. Xiaoruan's voice quavered in fear, the melody faltering. Yet somehow, the tentacle that had aimed for her suddenly slowed its movements, swaying gently in tune with her lullaby. Xiaoruan felt drained, nearly losing her balance, as Sheng Ning was swept away by a tentacle. She tossed an apple in desperation and then, struck with inspiration, pulled out a row of bright red apples, exclaiming, "These are delicious. Would you like to try one?" The tentacle monster, capable of understanding nursery rhymes, could hardly be deemed a bad child. It halted abruptly and, after a moment of hesitation, cautiously prodded the apple with its tip, as if pondering, before ultimately wrapping around all the apples without hesitation. In the quiet darkness of the deep sea, the crisp sound of apples being chewed echoed. Shaoran, biting into an apple, approached. "Sheng Jia, it's incredibly delicious. I declare that anyone who claims apples are the least appealing fruit shall face my wrath." Meanwhile, Zhou Yin and Fang Xinro had been spun around by several tentacles, resembling tops. Suddenly, all the tentacles paused, collectively surging toward Sheng Ning. The enormous appendages hovered before the petite mermaid, incessantly nudging her with gentle prods. However, they were cautious not to exert too much force, and soon their tips turned a vibrant red. The tentacle that had snatched the apples danced joyfully beside Sheng Ning, the water swirling around them in ripples as she was steadied by Chu Yuanyin. With a dismissive tone, Chu Yuanyin remarked, "Pathetic, all this fuss over a few apples." Just then, the nearest tentacle struck him, making him narrowly evade the blow. Sheng Ning touched the flush tip of a tentacle, causing it to react as if stimulated. Writhing more animatedly, the tentacle squealed, "Ah, the fruit goddess is touching me." Suddenly, Sheng Ning noticed the suction cups of the tentacle clamping shut, charging up. Then, with a spring, a card gleaming with a black sheen shot forth from the suction cup. Sheng Ning felt an inexplicable disinterest in the card. Without needing to move, the tentacle presented the card to her, as if offering a treasure. Upon contact with the card, a notification chimed, "A-class telepathic card successfully activated." At that moment, a voice resembling that of a 10-year-old boy echoed in her ear, "Sister, sister, 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 I'm Qi Xing, you can call me Xiaoba." Before Sheng Ning could respond, Chu Yuanyin's expression darkened as he grasped Xiaoba's tentacle, glaring fiercely, "Are you using a telepathic card on my wife?" Chapter 51. The Forbidden Deep Sea, the Abyss Forgives All. And all behold the abyss, the tentacle capable of toppling a mountain bore, glaring bloodstains inflicted by Chu Yuanyin's grip. The tentacle did not resist, drooping limply as it whimpered, "Sister, I'm sorry. I only used the card because I like you too much. It's all right, sister, I don't feel any pain at all." Sheng Ning was taken aback by the turn of events. She tugged at Chu Yuanyin and retrieved several small apples for the injured tentacle. "I apologize. He thought you meant to harm me. This is a token of compensation for you." The tentacle entwined around Sheng Ning's ankle, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, sister. You are truly kind." Chu Yuanyin, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, "So, you are trying to steal my thunder right in front of me. You scoundrel. Today I shall teach you a lesson." A flash of red light flickered in his hand, and the waters surrounding the temple surged, an oppressive force descending from above. The onlookers raised their heads, witnessing the colossal figure that had once appeared in the royal palace materializing anew, tearing at the octopus's tentacle. "Wah, sister, it hurts. What is wrong with liking my sister? You filthy creature, you only like the little apples." Chu Yuanyin retorted, "I like both the little apples and my sister. You like the little apples yet slander me. Wah, sister, save me." Sheng Ning remained speechless, her gaze fixed on the temple below. The waves surged higher and higher, yet the temple remained steadfast at the ocean's depths. It was then that she noticed the green tea octopus was trapped beneath the temple, only its tentacles able to move freely. With half of its body restrained, the green tea octopus was soon torn apart by an enormous serpentine whale, its whimpering echoing incessantly in their minds. Can this heart-to-heart card be turned off? Sheng Ning grasped Chu Yuanyin's hand, disregarding whether anyone was watching the live stream. After all, everyone believed it was a tool meant for NPCs. Chu Yuanyin's fury transformed into indignation. He is a vile rogue. That card can only be used once in a lifetime per person, and he made you use it. Sheng Ning had not anticipated such a situation. She soothingly stroked Chu Yuanyin's soft hair. "Let us consider it a means to complete the game. You alone are my treasure." Chu Yuanyin appeared unchanged, while the serpentine whale rolled joyfully on the ground, exclaiming, "Did you hear that? I am her treasure. Sheng Ning." I heard its heartfelt words. Chu Yuanyin was momentarily stunned, yet the serpentine octopus rejoiced, taunting, "Look, little green tea, did you see that? Sister is mine, although she used it on you. My affinity for her surpasses yours, and she can connect with my thoughts. I am her greatest treasure." The green tea octopus lamented, "Wah, sister. It's all right if you don't like me. I am willing to wait for you." Sheng Ning, what a sight to behold. Two large dogs vying for affection. She tossed a heap of apples to both the serpentine whale and the little green tea finally bringing a temporary truce between the two large fish. The turbulent waters soon calmed, yet Zhou Yin and Fang Xinro were gravely injured. Even with the use of healing cards, their wounds had healed, but the pain lingered, particularly Zhou Yin, whose murderous aura was palpable even from afar. Sighing, Sheng Ning paid them no heed and ventured into the two rooms behind the temple, hoping to uncover other rules or Dragon Balls. The first room appeared to be a shrine, filled with spirit tablets of the merfolk royal family. Little Juan discovered the passage rules for the blue-tailed mermaid behind the spirit tablet of the first merfolk king. Blue-tailed mermaid? Little Juan questioned. Aren't there only red-tailed and black-tailed fish? Sheng Ning shared her confusion. Perhaps our instance only encompasses the red and black factions. Upon saying this, she felt something was amiss. However, with 5 players present, 3 black and 2 red, there was no sign of a blue-tailed mermaid. Passage rules: blue-tailed mermaid. 1. Survive for 30 days. C level completion. 2. Explore all ruins. B level completion. 3. Become the merfolk king and restore the blue-tailed mermaid's glory. A level completion. 4. Uncover the truth of the deep sea and make the correct decision. S level completion. The first 2 rules were identical to those of the black-tailed mermaid. The A-level and S-level completions posed significant challenges, particularly the S-level rule, what constituted a correct decision. The black-tailed fish concealed the truth, while the blue-tailed mermaid sought to uncover it and make the right choice. Thus, the red-tailed fish likely aimed to reveal the truth. Sheng Ning tore the rule paper from behind the spirit tablet and said to Little Juan, regardless of our rules, they must relate to the truth of the deep sea. Little Juan nodded. Let us check the other room. Perhaps Zhou Yin can use his talent to locate any hidden passages. It feels as if there are Dragon Balls here. In the adjacent room, Zhou Yin was already present. It was a vast, empty chamber adorned with numerous murals depicting 5 dragons safeguarding all marine life, symbolizing that the 5 divine dragons were the essence and veneration of the ocean. Zhou Yin explored the murals for a moment, and suddenly, a flash of white light illuminated the wall, projecting 2 lines of text. Temple Rule 1. Please refrain from loud noises. Temple Rule 2. The dragon god can fulfill the wishes of its subjects, provided that it is fortunate. The white light flickered, and the text quickly faded. The first rule was already understood by all. The second rule left them somewhat puzzled. Returning to the temple and Appo's center, they faced the majestic dragon. Sheng Ning suddenly proposed. What if we kneel and pay our respects? If we are to make a wish, we cannot stand. Fang Xinro, whose pain had just subsided, entered the hall just in time to hear Sheng Ning's suggestion, promptly sliding to her knees before the dragon god, imploring for blessings to clear the instance. Silence enveloped the hall. Once again, Sheng Ning heard the little green tea's muffled voice chewing an apple in her mind. Sister, this is wrong. You should kneel before the dragon god and chant, the abyss forgives all, and all behold the abyss. That is how it should be. Sheng Ning hesitated. Little Juan followed Fang Xinro's lead, attempting 3 bows, but the hall remained unresponsive. The little green tea urged, I would never deceive you, sister. Just give it a try. Sheng Ning glanced at Chu Yuanyin, uncertain why he too could hear the little green tea's voice. After using the heart-to-heart card, she found she could also hear the serpentine whale's voice. Chu Yuanyin shook his head. I cannot say. Sheng Ning understood that he could not speak of matters involving the plot. With that in mind, she decided to take a gamble. The abyss forgives all, and all behold the abyss. The ancient words, akin to a spell, resonated throughout the silent and spacious dragon god hall. The moment the incantation concluded, the entire hall trembled as if a monstrous being were about to emerge from the depths. Suddenly, the voice of a young boy echoed in Sheng Ning's mind, now tinged with an ominous tone. Sister, you are so kind, since you have prayed to the abyss to see me. Here I come. Chapter 52. The Forbidden Deep Sea. The Merfolk King's proposal. As the crowd stood in stunned silence, the entire temple suddenly began to sink. A colossal octopus, so immense that it obscured the sky and filled their field of vision, slowly emerged from beneath the temple. In an instant, Sheng Ning activated her acceleration card, dragging Chu Yuanyin and Xiaoruan away. It was evident that she had been deceived. This was the first time she had failed after utilizing special items like incense and small apples. There was no need to ponder the reasons. The only imperative was to flee. Though the green tea octopus was enormous, Sheng Ning had assumed its movements would be sluggish. She believed she could easily outpace it with her acceleration card. Yet, in the blink of an eye, a towering peak several hundred meters high appeared before them, blocking their escape. The voice of the green tea octopus morphed, taking on a somewhat youthful tone as it snarled. You little pup, did you enjoy beating me just now? A gigantic serpent whale circled behind Sheng Ning and her companions, making them appear as if they were trapped between two mountains. A mere flick of the tail from either colossal creature could spell their doom. You didn't think I used my full strength just now, did you? Let me teach you a lesson. With that, the massive serpent whale surged forward, crashing into the octopus's underbelly and sending it hurtling into the distant canyon. The ground trembled as waves surged violently, sweeping Sheng Ning and her friends away, leaving them helpless against the torrent. In the midst of the chaos, Sheng Ning caught a glimpse of Chu Yuanyin offering her a faint smile, his lips moving ever so slightly. I'm leaving. Amidst the murky waters, a dark red light pierced the sky, heading toward the canyon. Moments later, Sheng Ning heard a cacophony of painful cries echoing in her mind. After the tumult, they returned to the clear water zone only to find that night had fallen. Frowning, Sheng Ning remarked, tomorrow, we should give the lanternfish a little extra compensation and not return. This back and forth is too time-consuming and exhausting. Xiao Wan agreed, suddenly concerned. Sister, do you think Shou Yin and the others will be okay? Sheng Ning shook her head. I'm not certain, but their talents, while not suited for battle, are formidable in their own right. They Shun Ti encounter serious trouble. After delivering the unconscious Yu Xing back to his dwelling, the two returned to their coral treehouse. Timing it just right, Sheng Ning woke at dawn. Before they even reached the mine, a group of black-tailed fish guards blocked their path. The leader, a burly black-tailed fish, gruffly announced, His Majesty wishes to see you. The Merfolk Palace loomed at the summit of the deep-sea canyon, reduced to merely half its original size. Sheng Ning and Xiao Wan were swiftly escorted into a bright and transparent study. A 5-meter-tall black-tailed merman, adorned with a pearl crown, stood at the window, gazing into the distance. Upon hearing movement behind him, he turned, revealing a fierce scar that bisected his nose and cheek, giving him a formidable appearance. Miss Shang, Miss Yang. The Merfolk King greeted with a smile. I trust you both rested well last night? This seemingly mundane inquiry set both women on edge. The Merfolk King undoubtedly knew what had transpired. You needn't be anxious, he continued. I merely wish to propose a transaction. With that, he slid a previously prepared white glass box across the desk and opened it, revealing a red slip of paper alongside 3 B-grade cards. Sheng Ning gently traced her fingers over the 4 pieces of paper, her mind echoing with the prompt. What do you wish us to do? The Merfolk King waved his hand, displaying remarkable patience. Miss Shang, you are overthinking. Quite the opposite. I require you to do nothing at all. Simply hand over the Dragon Pearl and remain in the Dragon Palace until you clear the C-grade challenge. In return, here are 3 B-grade cards for you. With an air of confidence, the Merfolk King seemed certain that Sheng Ning and Xiao Wan would acquiesce. In fact, Xiao Wan felt tempted. Although it was merely a C-grade challenge with no rewards, possessing a B-grade card was still a considerable gain. Sheng Ning regarded the Merfolk King with curiosity. How is it that NPCs are aware of our affairs? The Merfolk King sighed. Last night, Lord Qi Xing and Lord Yu Xing caused quite the stir, attracting the attention of those above. Oh, right. Lord Qi Xing and Lord Yu Xing are both favored pets of that esteemed individual. Decades ago, Lord Yu Xing suddenly rebelled. I wonder if Miss Xing is aware of the reason? A revelation struck Sheng Ning as she recalled Chu Yuanyin's talent. So that was how it was. Abducting another's pet was precisely the sort of mischief that individual would perpetrate. Wearing a mischievous smile, Sheng Ning boldly replied, A reason? What reason is needed for abandoning the dark for the light? The Merfolk King paused, then burst into hearty laughter. Ah, Miss Shang, your ignorance is indeed blissful. That esteemed individual governs the realm of the instance. Are you not afraid in the slightest? Rising, Sheng Ning arched an eyebrow and smiled faintly. It seems he sent you to hinder me. Kindly inform him to keep a close watch on the little octopus. It and I share a profound connection. With that, she elegantly exited the palace. As anticipated, the Merfolk King did not impede her departure, or perhaps he simply could not, if he had the means. The regal Merfolk King could have confined them or lured them into triggering fatal rules. He would not have gone to such lengths merely to offer gifts. Not long after Sheng Ning's exit, Xiao Wan followed suit. Accepting the Merfolk King's cards for the C-grade challenge was a low-risk endeavor with potential rewards, while staying with Sheng Ning represented a high-risk, yet high-reward choice. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xiao Wan reached her conclusion. Sister Sheng has grown formidable enough to instill fear in high-level anomalies. The choice is clear. Meanwhile, the live-stream chat erupted in a frenzy. What on earth is happening? Did the anomaly just attempt to bribe the players? Am I hallucinating? This is more astonishing than unlocking a hidden talent. Can any experts explain what is going on? I've always thought this sister was a bit too powerful. What did she mean when she said abandoning the dark for the light? Who is her light? I report this. There's a connection here. I knew she had ties. Ink, apples, rings. I'm truly impressed. If I had those items, I'd be formidable too. This sister is incredible. Confronting high-level anomalies with such bravado. Love it. To command a C-grade 5-person instance, the anomaly must be at least disaster level. Those at destruction or king levels have their own domains. Moreover, to maintain 2 overpowered pets, one must be at least at destruction level or even king level. Wow. A level 5 expert. Thank you for the insights, but just how formidable are king level anomalies? How should I put it? You know Xing Chong, right? Comparable to Sheng Chong. Chapter 53. The Forbidden Deep Sea. The Deep Sea Chapel. Upon exiting the Mermaid Palace, the vast and endless expanse of the Black Ocean lay before them, leaving Sheng Ning in a quandary. With Fang Xinruo and Zhou Yinqing's fates uncertain, they lacked a guide. Utilizing a guidance card seemed impractical. Yet Sheng Ning suppressed the curve of her lips and retrieved 3 B-grade cards from her inventory, precisely the ones the Mermaid King had intended to bestow upon them. These cards were Skill Card, Domain, B, Attack Card, Obscure, B, and Special Card, Revive, B. It appeared the Mermaid King had indeed shown great sincerity, even providing a special card. However, without a guiding card, Sheng Ning's dilemma remained unresolved. Opening her inventory, she sought to rummage through her belongings for something useful. Her peripheral vision caught sight of the talent section. Fusion, Random, Second Talent Ding, Activating Second Talent. Ding, Acquired Random Talent, Summon, can randomly summon a mount within 500. Sheng Ning pondered, is this reliable? The mermaid's whimsy. With no other alternatives, she proceeded to use her talent. Summon successful, your adorable mount, Xiaoba, is en route. Her pupils constricted. Surely this wasn't the Xiaoba she had in mind? Murphy's law dictated that the more one fears something, the more likely it is to manifest. As Sheng Ning caught sight of a sudden mountain peak emerging in the distance, illuminated by the Mermaid Palace's glow, she found herself at a loss for words, even suppressing a laugh. How could a mere D-grade talent summon such a colossal creature? Just as Xiaowan emerged, she was greeted by the familiar tentacle of the octopus cradling Sheng Ning, nearly inheriting Fang Xinruo's talent. Screaming in terror, Shenjie. With an impassive expression, Sheng Ning reassured. Do not be afraid. This is my deep-sea companion. She then addressed Xiaoba. Driver Ba, please take my friend along. A bashful and obedient male voice echoed in her mind. Okay, sister, your friend is my friend too. Soon after, Xiaowan was also pulled onto the octopus carriage. Elder sister, are you happy to see me? Thank you for freeing me yesterday. Xiaoba exclaimed cheerfully. Sheng Ning, elder sister, let me guess where you are headed. You came from the Deep Sea Palace, then to the temple. I wager your next destination is the Deep Sea Chapel. Xiaoba continued. The Deep Sea Chapel is beautiful. Before the pollution, it was adorned with little corals and many splendid fish. I heard the first Mermaid King and Queen met there, fell in love, and married. Elder sister, if we go there, would it count as a date? Not at all. You worthless octopus, stealing my wife. A furious voice erupted from behind Sheng Ning. No need to glance back. She recognized that irritable mermaid. Yuxing approached swiftly, questioning with a mix of fury and a hint of grievance. Why didn't you sleep with me last night? His menacing demeanor resembled that of a spouse betrayed. Sheng Ning pursed her lips, revealing a hint of sorrow. I thought you didn't like me. Before Yuxing could respond, Xiaoba delivered a slap. No scolding, elder sister. As the two fish appeared poised to clash once more, Sheng Ning hastily intervened, distributing 10 small apples to pacify the quarrelsome pair. The Deep Sea Chapel lay to the south of the purified water zone. Xiaoba's speed was commendable, yet it took them over 2 hours to reach the vicinity of the chapel. If the temple bore a Chinese architectural style, the chapel leaned more towards a Western cathedral, reminiscent of the Notre Dame de Paris, yet grander and more magnificent. The carvings on the building were exquisitely detailed, depicting a myriad of oceanic creatures, from sardines and sea turtles to sharks, orcas, and octopuses, each brought to life in intricate artistry. At the pinnacle of the carvings was a robust mermaid, kneeling before the dragon god, who held 5 dragon pearls in his claws, offering them to the mermaid. It was as if to proclaim that the guardianship of all oceanic life was entrusted to the merfolk. Due to Xiaoba's size, he could not enter the chapel. Sheng Ning coaxed him, please wait for me outside for a moment, all right? Yuxing swished his tail boastfully around Sheng Ning, his obnoxious demeanor causing Xiaowan to avert her gaze. Sister, you must rein him in. Fuming, Xiaoba's many tentacles trembled, and he darkly threatened, just wait. I'll call my older brother. With that, he vanished in a flash. Yuxing scoffed. What a useless creature, calling for help when he can't win. Sheng Ning shot him a glance. Didn't you call for help yesterday? Yuxing bristled. You aren't allowed to mention that. You belong to me. Humph. Inside the chapel, the furnishings had succumbed to the ravages of seawater, yet the statue of the dragon god stood valiantly. Sheng Ning suggested to Shaoruan. Let us split up and see if we can find the dragon pearl. The mermaid king specifically mentioned it. It must be linked to the truth of the deep sea. The three fish scoured the chapel thoroughly. Yuxing discovered a green shell at the base of the dragon goddess statue. The shell remained tightly closed, producing a rolling sound within when shaken. Shaoruan questioned, Sister, do you think the dragon pearl is inside? Sheng Ning replied, It sounds quite similar. Shall we attempt to open it? She produced her butterfly knife to strike the shell, only to witness the shell seemingly come to life, swiftly consuming the golden knife. Fortunately, it was merely a replica. Otherwise, Sheng Ning would have been heartbroken. Shaoruan approached. Is it alive? Should I try using my talent? Feeling a bit bashful about her ability, she added, Sister, don't laugh at me. Little rabbit, kindly open the door. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Mother has returned. The shell stirred. There was potential. Shaoruan's voice softened. Little dog, open the door. Tap, tap. Little mouse, open the door. Nibble, nibble. Little cat, open the door. Push, push. Shell, open the door. Ring the bell. After singing, Shaoruan gently tapped the shell. Moments later, the green shell slowly opened to reveal a green pearl within. Shaoruan's eyes sparkled as she hummed a nursery rhyme, tenderly extracting the green dragon pearl. Nod, strike a pose. Little shell performs the best. Upon removing the green dragon pearl, the shell's flesh trembled, releasing droplets as if it were weeping. Shaoruan froze, the green pearl growing scorching in her grasp. Oh no, this feels like bullying a child. Sheng Ning suddenly felt a pang of guilt, as though they had deceived a child out of their lollipop. Just then, she remembered the large pearl she had hidden away. Without hesitation, she retrieved it and placed it at the side of the dragon pearl. The shell ceased its weeping, its quivering flesh seeming to let out a hiccup. Once the pearl was placed, the green shell gradually closed and swam toward the feet of the dragon god, becoming still. Sheng Ning and Shaoruan exchanged glances, and at that moment, the green dragon pearl projected an image. Chapter 54. The Forbidden Deep Sea. The scene displayed a temple, the very one Sheng Ning and her companions had encountered the previous day. The underwater sanctuary, adorned in shell white, was illuminated by the sun and Apos' rays filtering through the crystalline waters, casting a gentle golden glow upon the magnificent structure, rendering it breathtakingly beautiful and resplendent. This was the most sacred place amidst the vast oceanic expanse. Before the solemn and grand dragon god, two mermaids knelt, one with a crimson tail and the other with azure. The blue-tailed mermaid, adorned with a golden ruby crown, wore a heavy expression and, after a prolonged silence, let out a deep sigh. Is what you say truly so? The red-tailed mermaid, equally sorrowful, wept as tears cascaded down her cheeks, transforming upon contact with the ground into glistening pearls. Lo Sun, I beseech you, grant me the Dragon Ball. I must ascend to the surface. The blue-tailed mermaid slowly removed her crown, devoutly gazing at the statue of the dragon god, before producing a pair of sacred chalices and casting them forth. The chalices landed on the ground, one embodying yin and the other yang. At that moment, the blue-tailed mermaid finally revealed a smile of relief. The dragon god has consented. Lo Sun took the ruby from the crown and handed it to the red-tailed mermaid. Ming Xing, take care of yourself. The scene shifted to a Western-style church, where Sheng Ning observed that Ming Xing had transformed into a human form, her vibrant red hair being the sole distinction. She was entwined with a man whom Sheng Ning recognized, the very human whom Ming Xing had rescued. In the presence of the pastor, the two exchanged kisses, the man's face radiant with joy, while Ming Xing, despite her smile, bore a slight furrow on her brow, hinting at a tinge of sorrow. Subsequently, the scene seemed to fast forward, depicting the couple's blissful life together, marriage and children. On the occasion of their child's first birthday, the man chartered an entire cruise ship for celebration. However, the sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, thunder rumbling across the heavens. The seas grew tumultuous, waves surging as if some colossal beast stirred beneath the surface. The scene froze at that juncture. After the green dragon ball finished displaying its vision, it gently descended into Shaoruan's hands. After a moment's contemplation, she said, Sister, you take care of this. Sheng Ning accepted it, placing it alongside the first blue dragon ball. With the one Ming Xing had brought to shore, there were now 3 dragon balls in total. The day was still young, and they needed to hasten to gather all the Dragon Balls. Let us go. Why are you dawdling? As Sheng Ning turned to leave, she noticed Xiaoruan still standing in a daze. Xiaoruan, as if awakening from a dream, followed with a worried expression. Sister, did you not find the projection strange? Could this truly be divine retribution? For Mingxing not only ascended to the surface, but also bore a child. The union of merfolk and humans is said to invite heavenly wrath. Sheng Ning replied. You've been watching too many melodramas. She explained. Did your family ever oppose your relationships? Xiaoruan responded. Sheng Ning continued. If your family disapproved of your relationship with your boyfriend, and you were resolute in your decision, would you feel more sorrow or determination at that moment? Xiaoruan pondered. Perhaps I would feel more determined. Exactly. Moreover, the blue-tailed mermaid appeared not heartbroken but rather despondent, while the red-tailed mermaid exhibited less resolve and more despair. Upon reflection, I would say that Mingxing and Lo Sun seemed more prepared for a tragic end. Xiaoruan enlightened. Their words were indeed ambiguous, so what could compel the red-tailed mermaid to yearn for the surface? What lies above? The octopus driver awaited outside. Upon seeing Sheng Ning emerge, it gracefully twirled, revealing white stockings adorning each tentacle. Sister, I can shrink. I'll do as you say. If you want me to grow, I'll grow. To prove its claim, a massive little octopus suddenly vanished, causing Sheng Ning's long hair to sway gently. The Q version of the octopus hairpin had nestled into her tresses. Sheng Ning chuckled, cradling the little octopus in her palms, gently poking it, and suddenly recalling the sensation from the previous day when the little octopus had prodded her. Xiaoba, we are off to the next ruins. Can you take me there? Sheng Ning coaxed in a soft tone that made the little octopus bubble with happiness. Absolutely. I am the sister you can trust and rely upon, it declared, puffing up proudly, its form expanding to that of a whale. Sheng Ning and Xiaoruan perched atop Xiaoba's shoulders as they sped through the ocean depths. 3 hours later, the deep-sea driver paused beside an inky black structure resembling a 9-story tower, each pinnacle adorned with fragmented wind chimes. The octopus driver enthusiastically explained, Sister, this is the deep-sea law platform, where every mermaid king must defeat the strongest black-tailed mermaid of the ocean to ascend the throne. If the decisions of the mermaid king are questioned, they must accept the challenge of others, with the octopus serving as both driver and guide. Sheng Ning felt as if she had activated a cheat code, relaying this information to Xiaoruan. The astonishment radiated not from Xiaoruan, but rather from the audience in the live stream. Mom, am I watching a bizarre game stream or a children's channel? Family, who can explain this 5-person difficulty dungeon? What a joke. Upstairs, you're watching the Animal World version of a bizarre game. Think about it. Without this colorful octopus, could you have sped through the unknown depths for hours? Enough already. Just emerged from the dungeon, sea level clearance, and could hardly find the ruins, only to mine daily. Only now do I realize I'm the true unlucky one. Thankfully, my talent is positioning, and the pearls I unearthed are large and round. Or I'd still be stuck in the dungeon. Bro, I feel for you. Some are mining in the deep sea, while others are like caretakers. The bizarre game's true daughter has been confirmed to smile. The game better compensate me with 5 level cards, or I'll report you. Sheng Ning rewarded Xiaoba with several small apples, receiving a playful nuzzle in return. Yu Xing, feeling aggrieved, complained from the side. I found the green Dragon Ball for you, and you didn't give me any small apples. Sheng Ning mused. Honestly, parents with 2 children must find it quite challenging. Balancing everything is truly difficult. Thankfully, both fish possessed modest intelligence, prompting Sheng Ning to produce another handful of small apples for Yu Xing, saying, whoever finds another Dragon Ball, I have more small apples and little red flowers. With that, the 2 fish abandoned their apples and dove into the deep-sea law platform. Xiaoruan placed her hand on her forehead, gazing at the silhouettes of the 2 fish, giving Sheng Ning a thumbs up. Sister, you truly have a way with training. Sheng Ning smiled, a glint of amusement in her eyes, gently ruffling Xiaoruan's hair. Tossing an apple her way. You deserve a reward too. You are quite impressive. Chapter 55. The Forbidden Depths of the Sea. The white dragon pearl. As Sheng Ning entered the altar, she was immediately greeted by the sight of distorted, bizarre fish corpses strewn across the ground. The sounds of combat echoed from above, causing her heart to race. She called out urgently, leave me some. It's all fun and games, but experience points are not to be trifled with. With her long blade in hand, she swiftly pursued 2 frenzied fish, their eyes clouded with bloodlust. These peculiar creatures were of low rank, and with 2 smaller fish providing them escort. The sound of experience points being accrued rang incessantly in Sheng Ning's mind. Xiao Ruan, witnessing Sheng Ning's adept maneuvers, was momentarily taken aback, but soon retrieved her own weapon to follow and seize any opportunities. As they ascended, the oddities grew more formidable, and Sheng Ning and Apos' pace in dispatching them began to wane. Thankfully, the two fish were loyal to her, accompanying her through the chaos until they reached the uppermost level. The apex was quite simple, adorned with niches on all sides, and at the center stood a magnificent white box. Sheng Ning took a bite of an apple to regain her strength, eyeing the box with the assumption that the dragon pearl lay within. However, a chill ran down her spine as she sensed something ominous approaching from behind. "Sister, we cannot assist you against this anomaly. Please do not think ill of my inadequacy," whimpered the green tea octopus, its obsidian eyes glimmering with a pitiful light. Yu Xing huffed dismissively. "Even if we cannot contravene the rules to aid you, I shall not stand idly by while you face danger." This creature was likely a minor boss, and both Yu Xing and Xiao Ba were unable to disrupt the established rules. Sheng Ning had not intended to rely on them, but with two exceptionally powerful fish by her side, she felt an inexplicable sense of security. She was ready to confront this anomaly. Just as she stepped forward, her vision blurred, and she suddenly saw Yu Xing lunging at her with its gaping maw, aiming for her neck. Utilizing a speed card, Sheng Ning hastily retreated. The phantom moved too swiftly. Despite her suspicion that it was not the real Yu Xing, she hesitated to strike. As Yu Xing reverted to its true form, a long, serpentine whale, it lunged at her once more, while the walls behind morphed, and Xiao Ba sprouted 8 heads, each one gaping with dark, cavernous mouths poised to devour her. Activating the illusionary attack card. Attack card, illusion. When this card is used, the opponent will be unable to perceive your presence. When mental power reaches 50, there is a 40% chance of witnessing their deepest fears. You may also choose to view it. As this card has no privacy restrictions, Sheng Ning felt a tinge of disappointment. Her mental power was only 40, rendering her incapable of witnessing any remarkable visions. Since this was an illusion, the puppeteer must be nearby. Sheng Ning activated the tracking eye on her panel, and the scene before her abruptly shifted. A languid pink bicolored damselfish reclined atop the white box, its gaze filled with derision and disdain. Having located the source, Sheng Ning wasted no time. Armed with her Tang Dao, bolstered by the speed card and the tracking eye, she swiftly severed the damselfish's tail. The fish, taken aback, erupted into a furious tirade. Though Sheng Ning could not comprehend the words, she sensed the foulness of its curses. "Very well, I shall make you into fish head soup tonight." With the advantages of the speed card and tracking eye, the damselfish's illusion and invisibility were rendered ineffective. In mere moments, it had lost the upper hand, and Sheng Ning relentlessly pursued it. Within 10 minutes, the pink damselfish was reduced to sashimi. Having successfully acquired the white box, Sheng Ning opened it to reveal a white dragon pearl. The projection of the pearl materialized once more. The deep azure of the ocean floor was now sounding alarms, with countless marine creatures fleeing in terror as black sludge spread ominously behind them. Luo Sun, leading the merfolk, was desperately trying to wield the golden dragon pearl to halt the encroaching filth. Alas, the ocean was vast, and the pollution was overwhelming. No matter how valiantly the merfolk fought, they could not stem the tide of the encroaching sludge. The scene shifted to reveal an irate black-tailed mermaid exclaiming before the pollution, "It must be the red-tailed merfolk's Ming Xing who has betrayed the ocean. This is the dragon god's punishment upon us." The rumor spread like wildfire, yet some dissenters arose. However, upon learning that Ming Xing had taken the merfolk's dragon pearl to come ashore, demands arose to capture her and reclaim the pearl to save the ocean's ecosystem. Despite Luo Sun's explanations that Ming Xing's ascent had been sanctioned by the dragon god, no one seemed to care anymore. Beneath the sludge, countless marine comrades perished, mutated, or turned against one another. A pervasive panic enveloped the ocean, and they desperately sought a solution, an outlet for their frustrations, a scapegoat for the calamity. Rather than viewing this as a collective disaster, they preferred to attribute it to an individual's misstep, granting them a fleeting sense of relief and hope. The black-tailed merfolk's chieftain dispatched formidable black-tailed merfolk to entice Ming Xing back to the depths. The final scene froze with Ming Xing bound to a colossal stone pillar before the temple. Upon witnessing this, Sheng Ning felt a pang of disappointment. They still had not unearthed the truth behind Ming Xing's ascent. Exiting the altar, the seawater was thick as ink. The faint glow emanating from Sheng Ning and Xiao Ruan was trivial compared to the vastness of the ocean. Faced with such murky waters, one could only imagine the despair of the marine creatures. They had no inkling of what they had done to deserve such a cataclysm. What could it possibly be? The 8 drivers resumed their journey, 5 hours from the deep-sea altar. Crossing a towering mountain, a majestic and solemn tomb came into view. The small graveyard surrounding the tomb was in ruins, gravestones toppled and decayed. The guide explained, "This is the merfolk cemetery, once a sacred ground for the merfolk. However, since the onset of the sludge, everything except the purification zone has become a forbidden area for them. The circular structure ahead is the tomb of the merfolk king. It is said that after death, the bodies are interred here." Before they could reach the tomb, a familiar scream pierced the air. Zhou Yin, come here. There are bugs." Sheng Ning was unsurprised. Zhou Yin was still alive, but she was taken aback to find him alongside her. To endure this long, he must be quite resilient. Approaching nonchalantly, Sheng Ning observed Zhou Yin brandishing a military knife, swatting away bugs that crawled from the tomb passage, evidently triggered by their presence. Upon seeing Sheng Ning, Fong let out a shriek. You're still alive." Xiao Ruan stepped forward. "Who are you cursing? We can die 8 times. And we still want to perish." Fong's agitation was not from anger, but rather from the bites of the bugs. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she grabbed Zhou Yin, pulling him behind Sheng Ning. Understanding her intent, Sheng Ning brandished her Tang Dao before her, her expression cold and resolute. "Step back." Zhou Yin. That murderous woman is pointing a knife at me." Hurry. Fong could not finish her sentence. Her mind flashing with images of Fong Ji's disappearance, she could not afford to lose Zhou Yin, or she would be trapped within this scenario. Zhou Yin continued to fend off the bugs, casting not a glance towards Fong. "Xiao Ba, incapacitate them." Sheng Ning and Apos' voice was icy and merciless as she commanded Xiao Ba. "At your service, your majesty." Xiao Ba saluted with a tentacle, and without delay, the other tentacles swiftly rendered Fong and Zhou Yin unconscious. The neglected Yuesheng transformed into a tempestuous being, questioning, "Why do you not call for me? I too can incapacitate them." A colossal serpentine whale emerged, its gaze seemingly ablaze with fury. Inside, Sheng Ning thought. With an expression of indifference, she commanded, "Yuesheng, annihilate these pests." The summoned guard, exhilarated by the task, placed his short fins on his hips, exclaiming, "You have discerning eyes, my queen." With a resounding descent, the insects below were swiftly obliterated. Chapter 56. Forbidden Depths. Supplements. The tomb was riddled with numerous mechanisms, yet, through sheer strength, Yuesheng forged ahead. Sheng Ning effortlessly reached the main burial chamber. Inside, there lay an enormous, resplendent coffin made of crimson coral. At its center, a radiant red dragon pearl was embedded. Witnessing this scene, both Sheng Ning and Xiao Ruan were struck by a singular question. Whose coffin is this? The red dragon pearl had been brought ashore by Ming Xing, who was subsequently captured by the black-scaled merfolk and taken back. Hence, how did the red dragon pearl come to be here? As Sheng Ning approached, her fingers brushed lightly against the dragon pearl, and a spectral red figure materialized above it. Ming Xing. At that moment, Ming Xing appraised Sheng Ning with a gentle expression, remarking, "Indeed, you are the descendant of my red-tailed merfolk." Ming Xing could be regarded as the matriarch of the red-tailed merfolk, unsure whether to address her as great-grandmother. Sheng Ning could only manage a stilted, "Hello." Ming Xing was strikingly beautiful, her vibrant red tail adorned with delicate lavender scales, glistening with a hint of golden luster. Her flowing red hair framed her face, accentuating her graceful features and the subtle elegance in her gaze. As a member of the red-tailed merfolk, you may pose me 3 questions, but I can only respond with a yes or no. Though her answers were limited, the very presence of the individual offered invaluable insights to Sheng Ning and her companions. Seizing the rare opportunity, Sheng Ning deliberated before discarding certain exploratory queries and eventually asked her first question. Will gathering all 5 dragon pearls resolve the issue of ocean pollution? Ming Xing smiled and shook her head. No. After pondering, Sheng Ning inquired, to achieve the hidden ending, must the issue of ocean pollution be resolved? Ming Xing nodded, yes. For the final question, Sheng Ning turned to Xiao Ruan. Do you have anything you wish to ask? Xiao Ruan shook her head. I have nothing to inquire about. Can this opportunity be preserved? Ming Xing remained silent but nodded in acknowledgement, casting a profound glance at Sheng Ning and her companion Yuesheng before her figure gradually faded. Simultaneously, a crisp unlocking sound resonated as the grooves encircling the red dragon pearl released it, causing the pearl to spring forth. Upon contact, the projection reignited, seamlessly connecting with the imagery of the white dragon pearl. In the vision, Ming Xing was bound to a stone pillar, while Luo Sun had already relinquished his crown, subdued by 2 black-tailed merfolk guards. Contrary to expectations, Ming Xing offered no resistance, addressing the leader of the black-tailed merfolk. If my death can appease the dragon god's wrath, then I, Ming Xing, would willingly embrace it. The leader of the black-tailed merfolk exhibited a flicker of anguish, regardless of their lineage. Merfolk were all part of the same kin. To sacrifice one's kin in pursuit of the dragon god's favor pained him deeply. However, the merfolk were the appointed guardians of the ocean by the dragon god, endowed with wisdom, and they owed it to all marine life to provide an explanation. With a command, water surged into Ming Xing's head, and she emitted no cries of agony or pleas for mercy upon her demise. The scene shifted to the merfolk tomb, where Luo Sun and the black-tailed merfolk sealed the coffin, placing the red dragon pearl atop it. Luo Sun remarked, "It appears that only the dragon pearl can sustain the ocean's purity. Now that the various tribes no longer trust me, Ing Chun, take the dragon pearl and retreat with the tribe to the South Sea." Ing Chen retorted angrily, "You should have informed me why Ming Xing went ashore. She grew up alongside you, and am I not also part of that history?" Luo Sun seemed to recollect something, his lips curling into a smile. "Ming Xing foretold that you would likely lead the tribe ashore by tomorrow." Fuming, Ing Chen exclaimed, You all." Luo Sun patted his shoulder. "The palace's underground is perilous. I shall retrieve the dragon pearl there. Ing Chen, the merfolk and the ocean-s creatures shall be entrusted to you." The scene shifted again, revealing the ocean divided in twain, one half overrun by pollution while the other glimmered with vibrant red. Ming Xing's sacrifice yielded no salvation. Upon discovering that the dragon pearl could purify water, numerous intelligent species initiated a fierce contest for it. Over half of the ocean's creatures perished in this conflict. Ing Chen led the merfolk to retreat to the present deep-sea canyon, while other intelligent races seized various ancient ocean cities. Regrettably, within a century, these intelligent beings vanished into the polluted waters, and the dragon pearl drifted back to its original place. The vision concluded here. Sheng Ning and Xiao Ruan beheld the ocean's dire state, their hearts heavy with silence. Xiao Ruan inhaled deeply before speaking. "Sister, we still lack the most crucial memory." Sheng Ning turned and swam toward the tomb and Appo's exit. "Let us return to the royal palace." Xiao Ruan queried, "Huh?" Sheng Ning elucidated. "The final dragon pearl must be in the possession of the merfolk king. It is the last pearl sustaining the existence of the purified waters." Suddenly enlightened, Xiao Ruan exclaimed indignantly, "No wonder the merfolk king was so willing to release us. He must feel secure. With the most vital dragon pearl in the merfolk king's hands, they needed to return to him." Upon returning to the purified waters, Sheng Ning did not hasten to seek the merfolk king. It was night, and both needed respite. Besides, the merfolk king might be waiting for them to approach him. Sheng Ning was certainly not one to be easily manipulated by the merfolk king. After refreshing themselves, Xiaoba transformed into a small octopus hairpin, resting atop Sheng Ning's head, while Yu Xing lay on her left and Xiao Ruan succumbed to deep slumber on her right. Xiao Ruan's constitution was weaker. Having made it this far, she was likely exhausted. In the profound silence of the dark depths, Sheng Ning found solace in Xiao Ruan's companionship. Once she heard Sheng Ning's steady breathing, Yu Xing stealthily cast aside the octopus hairpin, entwining her tail with Sheng Ning's, finally content to drift into slumber. However, Sheng Ning's sleep was anything but peaceful. She once again dreamed of the dragon pearl's projection, revealing scenes related to Chu Yuanyan. Within a space where red and black intertwined, 5 uniquely garbed men sat around a round table, while Chu Yuanyan, drenched in blood, faced them. Some spoke, others scoffed, and a few glared fiercely. Chu Yuanyan's expression was resolute, and Sheng Ning deciphered his lips. "I want to go back. I want to go back." Ultimately, the 5 cast their votes. 3 raised their hands, and as Chu Yuanyan's body began to fracture, his head and arms detached before the 5 could act. The remaining parts of his body were absorbed by them. At last, Sheng Ning heard the voice of the one adorned with a feathered crown. What a delectable supplement. Chapter 57. Forbidden Deep Sea. He poisoned me. "Sister, are you unhappy?" Since morning, Sheng Ning's expression had been grim. She had remained silent on the way to the palace, exuding an air of coldness. Xiao Ruan felt that even her homeroom teacher, who had been in the role for over 20 years, was not as intimidating as Sheng Jia appeared. Sheng Ning silently shook her head. She did not perceive the events of yesterday as a mere dream. They were undoubtedly experiences that Shi Yunyan had truly undergone. The thought of the man and Appo's stubborn visage from her dream, alongside the dignified individuals who had directly siphoned Shi Yunyan and Appo's essence, filled Sheng Ning with a murderous intent. Yet she found herself powerless, with only the option to advance through the game and achieve a higher score. The entrance to the palace was smooth, The merfolk king awaited their arrival. With the same courteous demeanor, the merfolk king remarked, "It seems Miss Sheng has collected all the Dragon Balls? Much quicker than I anticipated." Upon noticing the blue-tailed mermaid beside Sheng Ning and the exquisite octopus hairpin adorning her hair, he chuckled. "With these two by your side, the depths of the ocean, distances, and any peculiarities are of no consequence to you, Miss Sheng. You truly are remarkable. No wonder he is anxious. You seem more formidable than the one from years past." Sheng Ning, uninterested in idle chatter, stated directly, "Since you are aware of my arrival, you must also know my purpose. I seek the final Dragon Ball." The merfolk king, unfazed, settled into a grand black-backed chair and began to speak as if narrating a tale. "Miss Sheng, now that you have gathered all the scattered Dragon Balls, you must understand that even with 5 Dragon Balls, the ocean's issues cannot be resolved. If that is the case, we might as well stop here. Yesterday's transaction still stands." Sheng Ning was perplexed. Ancient already grasped the truth about Ming Xing's arrival on land. Out of guilt, he left the red Dragon Ball in the merfolk tomb. If Ancient knew this truth, surely you do as well. Why then do you obstruct our efforts to reveal it? The merfolk king slowly shook his head. "Sometimes, truth is not as significant, Miss Sheng. Unless you can address the issue of wastewater, I shall not surrender the Dragon Balls to you." In a vast ocean, resolving the wastewater dilemma was no simple task. As the merfolk king's words echoed, a silence enveloped the study. After a prolonged pause, a knock interrupted the stillness. A guard outside announced, "Your Majesty, Princess Xin Ruo requests an audience." The merfolk king quirked a smile and said meaningfully, "Let her in." Fong Xin Ruo entered the study with Zhou Yin, casting a gaze filled with boundless hatred towards Sheng Ning. Having been knocked unconscious and discarded in the merfolk tomb the night before, she had encountered treacherous currents but managed to awaken in time, using her guiding talent to return to the palace. This woman had nearly caused her demise. "Merfolk king, I have heard you made a deal with Miss Sheng. Whatever it is, I agree." On the surface, Fong Xin Ruo was the merfolk princess and daughter of the merfolk king, yet she exhibited no trace of respect, instead behaving in a commanding manner. The merfolk king shot her a sidelong glance, seemingly indifferent. Fong Xin Ruo, growing anxious, perceived his lack of interest in trading with her. She hurriedly approached, pleading, "If I kill Sheng Ning, will you assist me in clearing the game?" The merfolk king scoffed. "Miss Sheng possesses an admirable temperament. The one from years past would have disposed of such a nuisance immediately." Sheng Ning's eyes narrowed, contemplating if he referred to Chu Yunyan. However, now was not the time for such thoughts. She scanned Fong Xin Ruo and Zhou Yin before fixing her gaze on Zhou Yin. "I have the rules for clearing the game with the blue-tailed mermaid. Do you desire them?" Sheng Ning only intended to test Zhou Yin, yet to her surprise, Zhou Yin abruptly raised his head, a fleeting eagerness flashing in his eyes. Fong Xin Ruo, oblivious to the shift, sneered, "We have no blue-tailed mermaid here. Your offer lacks any allure." Sheng Ning smiled and turned to the merfolk king. "Perhaps you might trust me. Obtaining the last Dragon Ball could lead to a solution." The smile vanished from the merfolk king's lips as he replied earnestly, "Miss Sheng, I cannot gamble the lives of my kin on a possibility." With that, Sheng Ning ceased her entanglement, departing with Xiaoruan. Outside the palace, Xiaoruan gazed at the pitch-black ocean and inquired, "Sister, where do we go now?" Sheng Ning grinned confidently, "Back to the mine, to work as miners." At the mine, the lanternfish continued to wield their small whips, while the red-tailed mermaids, faces pale, brandished their shovels, digging in the lightless depths. The red-tailed mermaids were the most refined, elegant, and beautiful of the 3 mermaid clans, akin to the foxes of the land. Yet now, they could only survive in the crevices, residing in coral tree houses barely large enough for one person, laboring daily in the mine to atone for the sins of the ocean. But what sins were they atoning for? Ming Xing had done no wrong. Back already? The lanternfish rolled its eyes. Returning and not working? Don't think that just because you've caught His Majesty's favor, you can shirk your duties, you wretched red-tailed mermaids. Xiaoruan seethed with indignation, vowing, "Once sister retrieves the last Dragon Ball and clears the red-tailed mermaid's name, I'll be the first to strike you." The two toiled in the mine all day, their backs aching from the labor, yet they found nothing. Upon returning to the small house in Yuxing that night, Xiao Ba swiftly descended from Sheng Ning's hair, transforming to a size nearly matching hers, using all his appendages to massage her shoulders and back. "Sister, you have worked so hard. If I weren't afraid of scaring those lanternfish and causing you trouble, I would have dealt with them all." Xiao Ba's skills were remarkable. It was unclear if he had trained elsewhere, but soon Sheng Ning felt significantly relieved. The diligent little creature's demeanor made Yuxing grit his teeth, muttering a curse under his breath. In the dead of night, a knock resounded at the door of the small house. Sheng Ning and the others instantly awoke. Just as Yu Xing had entangled himself with Sheng Ning's tail, the interruption incited an extraordinary rage. He flung the door open without checking who was there. His mouth agape as he swallowed the intruder whole. Sheng Ning. If she wasn't mistaken, that person was Zhou Yan, right? Moments after swallowing, Yu Xing's expression soured, as if he had consumed spoiled food. Within 2 seconds, he retched, expelling black bile mixed with blue-tailed mermaids. Yu Xing was compelled to shed tears of physiological distress, his eyes watery as he pitifully accused, he poisoned me. Sheng Ning. Xiao Wan. On the bullet screen. Wow, this kid is really lucky. His entrance was thwarted by his own paint. What? A blue-tailed mermaid? I thought the red and black factions had no rules for blue-tailed mermaids. Did the goddess already know? Is that why she told Zhou Yan she had the blue-tailed mermaid's rules? Entrapment? Haha. Am I the only one curious about what it feels like to be swallowed and then regurgitated? It looks quite appetizing. Woo-woo. I report this. Someone here is unhygienic. Vomiting indiscriminately. Chapter 58. Forbidden Deep Sea. I want to perish with her. Zhou Yan's countenance was ashen, his appearance utterly disheveled. Sheng Ning remained taciturn. Perhaps you should cleanse yourself before returning? Zhou Yan, control your canine. Prevent it from indiscriminate biting. Yu Xing erupted instantly, one hand clutching his abdomen while the other pointed accusingly at Zhou Yan's nose. Whom are you calling a dog? Sheng Ning swiftly embraced Yu Xing, soothingly stating, our Yu Xing is no dog. Here, partake of an apple to calm yourself. Xiao Ba's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Sister, I desire one as well. 30 minutes elapsed before Zhou Yan once more rapped on the door, this time with Xiao Wan answering. Observing the two docile creatures within the room, Zhou Yan's resolve solidified further. He inquired, how did you discern that I am a blue-tailed fish? His complexion was far from robust, and Sheng Ning, apprehensive of provoking a malady, delicately responded, your paint betrays its flaking nature. Zhou Yan proposed, I offer a bargain. Until your successful passage, I shall prevent Fang Xinro from disturbing you. What say you? Frankly, Sheng Ning found the proposition unenticing. With Xiao Ba and Yu Xing present, any machinations by Fang Xinro would prove futile. Sheng Ning chuckled and demurred. I require Fang Xinro's talent. Persuade her to locate the dragon pearl in the pure water zone. She extended the blue-tailed fish's rules, stating, my sincerity is evident here. The remainder is contingent upon your efforts. Beholding Sheng Ning's resolute demeanor, Zhou Yan persisted. The red-tailed fish's rules reside with the Merman King. Are you so confident in deciphering the red-tailed fish's path to victory? Or do you believe that with these two advanced entities, you are assured of unscathed passage? Sheng Ning arose, ushering him out. Until tomorrow morning. The following day, evidently, Zhou Yan employed some stratagem to bring Fang Xinro to the mine. As a merman princess, Fang Xinro commanded the lampfish's respect. Their demeanor toward Sheng Ning and company improving somewhat. Fang Xinro furrowed her brow. Knowing the dragon pearl resides within the mine, why necessitate my presence? Sheng Ning retorted. Consider the mine's vastness. How long must I excavate? Fang Xinro haughtily declared, one must supplicate appropriately. Kneel and kowtow, and I shall assist. Sheng Ning glanced at Zhou Yan with a smile, refraining from pressing him, and called out, Xiao Ba, administer a brain cleansing. Affirmative, sister. Xiao Ba's form expanded like an inflating balloon, his tentacles ensnaring Fang Xinro, whisking her away. 10 minutes later, Fang Xinro returned, her face pallid, and upon touching the ground, she vomited violently. With Fang Xinro's guidance, coupled with Zhou Yan's exceptional labor, Sheng Ning swiftly carved out a narrow tunnel. After a day of excavation, failing to unearth the dragon pearl, they instead summoned the Merman King. The Merman King, observing the deep tunnel excavated by Sheng Ning, sighed and relented. Miss Sheng, I can reveal the truth if you cease your digging. Sheng Ning, hair disheveled, emerged from the tunnel, a hoe slung over her shoulder. Ah, it's you. Alas, I sense that I am on the cusp of discovery. Our teachers have instilled in us the principle of perseverance. 2 days of physical exertion, devoid of mental strain, left Sheng Ning feeling remarkably relaxed, her speech laced with playful tones. The Merman King offered a wry smile. Unearthing the dragon pearl would negate the efforts of His Majesty Ingchen, who labored extensively to create this mine. Sheng Ning's lips curled into a smile. Yesterday's probe of the Merman King yielded the response, I cannot gamble the fate of my people on a mere possibility. Acquiring the dragon pearl would spell the demise of the pure water zone. The pure water zone's existence serves as the pearl of the mine. Thus, the dragon pearl must be intimately linked to the mine's pearls. Indeed, Her suspicions were confirmed. Perceiving the Merman King's helplessness, Sheng Ning set down her hoe. Procuring a bag of apples, distributing one to each of her diligent companions. Seating herself, she addressed the Merman King. I grant you an opportunity to reveal the truth of yesteryear. Within the mine, countless red-tailed merfolk were present. The Merman King's arrival instantly captivated all eyes. Their every action was scrutinized. The Merman King and Appo's wry smile deepened. Miss Sheng, is this truly necessary? Sheng Ning countered, not necessarily. I can unearth the dragon pearl, uncover the truth myself, and ascertain whether I can resolve your sewage predicament. The Merman King lamented. That individual also explored numerous solutions, yet none succeeded. With a mere D-grade talent, what can you accomplish? Sheng Ning confidently asserted, his failure does not preclude my success. A dissenting voice arose. Whom do you impugn? Sheng. Little Mei, whom do you impugn? Yu Xing, swishing his fishtail, approached Sheng Ning, encircling her waist, his feigned indignation familiar. Your Majesty has arrived. Sensing Yu Xing's transformed aura, the Merman King's demeanor instantly diminished, eager to shrink away from this madman. Sheng Ning pinched his waist, chuckling. Did speaking ill of you summon you? Shu Yuanian buried his head, nuzzling her, complaining, You do not miss me at all. Xiao Wan interjected, ahem. Sheng Ning. All right, we are occupied with pressing matters. Shu Yuanian raised his head, gazing at the Merman King with detached arrogance. You are aware of my master's wager with me. Her identity is self-evident. To resolve the ocean's woes, none but my wife can succeed. The Merman King mopped his brow. Shall we attempt it then? Preventing the attempt would only result in him wreaking havoc upon his ocean, devastating it entirely. A gamble may be prudent. After all, he has proclaimed himself a product of Miss Sheng's tutelage. The mentor of a madman can be no paragon. Under duress, the Merman King ventured into the tunnel excavated by Sheng Ning, emerging shortly thereafter with a translucent dragon pearl. The Merman King lamented. Even if your highness foregoes the dragon pearl, it is unlikely to endure for long. Upon touching the dragon pearl, Sheng Ning witnessed the unfolding of a projection once more. This time, the entire red-tailed merfolk community in the mine beheld the projection. Long ago, Mingxing and a man lived by the sea, witnessing sunrises and sunsets, tides rising and falling. On the man and Appo's birthday, Mingxing arrived at the shore early, intending to surprise him, only to overhear a conversation between the man and another within the cottage. When do you intend to return? Humans are migrating inland. The seaside is no longer habitable. The man countered, do you comprehend the implications of your actions? Discharging nuclear wastewater into the ocean will contaminate the entire sea. Earth is not solely humanity and Appo's domain. The other retorted, we are powerless to prevent it. The initial nuclear wastewater project is scheduled for discharge in a year, allowing for human migration. Depart with me. The man insisted, I refuse to leave Mingxing. The other pleaded, how long will you persist? She is a mermaid. You are human. The chasm between you is not merely that of a young master and a slum girl. It spans an entire species. Your aunt has been hospitalized thrice because of her. I implore you, consider your family. The man declared, I have considered my family my entire life. This time, I shall prioritize another. Even in death, I shall remain with Mingxing. The other exasperatedly exclaimed, do you desire death? Does she? Returning now, assuming the mantle of family head, expanding industry to the island nation, and seizing control of its economic lifeline are the only means to prevent the discharge. Man, you may leave, but I shall not depart. Chapter 59, The Forbidden Deep Sea. Wish card extravaganza. The scene shifts, and Mingxing has returned to the palace, recounting the events to the Merfolk King, Luo Sun. Luo Sun immediately dispatched scouts, who confirmed the existence of a contaminated sea in the northern waters. As sovereign of the ocean, Luo Sun was incensed. He sent the fish that had perished due to the pollution to the shores of the island nation as a warning to humanity. Ignoring the ocean's wrath, humanity persisted in its reckless ways. Luo Sun considered summoning Ing Chun to discuss the matter. However, Mingxing demurred. That impetuous fish would surely lead a squadron to overturn human fishing boats, exposing our existence. We might not even survive until the wastewater discharge commences in a year. Luo Sun fell silent. The situation could not be revealed to the other marine races, lest a war erupt between them and humanity, leaving the ocean denizens vulnerable. Mingxing proposed, allow me to go ashore. There's still hope. He is a good man and will assist me. Luo Sun adamantly refused. No, humans are too dangerous. You will be defenseless on land, and I won't be able to sense your condition. It's out of the question. Ultimately, Mingxing prevailed upon Luo Sun, and obtained the red dragon orb to venture ashore. A year later, Mingxing and the man had amassed 30 of human society's wealth. They attempted to prevent the discharge of nuclear wastewater into the sea, but the island nation acted duplicitously, surreptitiously releasing the effluent. Mingxing's son's first birthday celebration was, in fact, an assassination attempt targeting the island nation. Unfortunately, Ying Chen arrived with his forces, capturing Mingxing's child and revealing Mingxing's identity as a mermaid. The assassination failed. The man was imprisoned, and the discharge of nuclear wastewater commenced in earnest. The projection from the transparent dragon orb dissipated, plunging the deep-sea mine into an eerie silence. The pearl-like luster of the mine gradually faded as the dragon orb was removed. After a long pause, a red-tailed merfolk finally spoke. So, this isn't divine retribution for us red-tailed merfolk going ashore but humanity? Humanity is trying to eradicate us. We red-tailed merfolk are innocent. And Princess Mingxing died for the sake of our race. It's all humanity's fault. They have destroyed the ocean. Death, death, death. I want to go ashore and slaughter all humans. They must pay for their actions. The crowd was incensed, and the emaciated red-tailed merfolk, consumed by rage, brandished their hoes, ready to charge out. The black-tailed guard promptly restrained them, their gazes filled with remorse. Had they been wrong about the red-tailed merfolk all these years? Princess Mingxing had willingly accepted divine punishment, sacrificing herself, and King Luo Sun had perished searching for the dragon orb. Ying Chen had offered himself as a sacrifice, merging the dragon orb with the mountain to preserve the last sanctuary. The truth of the past had finally come to light. The merfolk had been fulfilling their mission to safeguard the marine races. Yet, the black-tailed merfolk had scorned and mistreated their brethren. Some black-tailed merfolk trembled, tears streaming down their faces. After their initial outburst, the red-tailed merfolk began to wail, as if trying to cleanse themselves of years of injustice. From birth, they had been burdened with guilt, atoning endlessly. Now, the truth was revealed. The red-tailed merfolk were not to blame, and they were also a merfolk tribe dedicated to protecting the ocean. Amidst the clamor, the merfolk king remained impassive, as if he had witnessed these scenes countless times. Sheng Ning inhaled deeply, overwhelmed by the truth. Mingxing's desperate gamble to retrieve the red dragon orb and her valiant defiance in the face of divine punishment were truly remarkable. Suddenly, Sheng Ning seemed to realize something. Her eyes flashed as she questioned the merfolk king. You knew the truth all along, as did the previous king. Mingxing was innocent. So why didn't Apos, do you speak up? She seemed to be addressing the merfolk king and herself. The red-tailed merfolk, who had ceased their weeping, provided the answer. One of them exclaimed, "Brothers and sisters, our century-long humiliation has finally been avenged. But we must not fight amongst ourselves. Humanity is to blame for all of this. They are the ones who have destroyed our ocean, robbing us of our home. We must bravely resist, repaying them in kind. We must go ashore and wage war against humanity, submerging their islands and capsizing their fishing boats. Death, death, death." The merfolk's rallying cry was met with enthusiasm. Not only from the red-tailed merfolk, but also from the blue-tailed and black-tailed merfolk in the mine, their faces contorted with hatred for humanity. Sheng Ning realized the truth. Mingxing had faced death without fear, shouldering all the consequences to prevent the merfolk from hating humanity and waging war against them. She had sacrificed herself to protect all merfolk descendants, indeed, all marine races. Sheng Ning's breathing became labored. There was no turning back. The last dragon orb supporting the sanctuary had been removed, and in a few years, the sanctuary would be lost. This would be a catastrophe for the marine races. With all the dragon orbs in hand, Sheng Ning noticed that two of them had unusual colors, one blue and one transparent. Why had the dragon orbs changed color? Xiao Ruan interjected, "Can we make a wish if we collect all 7 dragon orbs? Is this a miniature version?" The 5 dragon orbs lay silently on the ground. Without any reaction, Xiaoba, let and Apos go to the temple. Placing the 5 dragon orbs into the mouths of the dragon gods might activate their power. The merfolk king left a team to take care of the red-tailed merfolk, and he and Sheng Ning headed to the temple. The temple had sunk into the abyss. Xiaoba was embarrassed, as he had accidentally overturned the temple when he rushed out. Fortunately, his sister didn't blame him, and he carried everyone down into the abyss like a parachute. The dragons of azure, white, and red were obvious, but the transparent and blue orbs were more mysterious. The merfolk king said, "I remember that the late King Ying Chen held the yellow dragon orb. Yellow, corresponding to earth. The blue one must be the water dragon orb." As the 5 dragon orbs were returned to their places, 5 beams of light shot up, illuminating the entire temple. The dilapidated temple was instantly restored, the walls shimmering with color, and the scales of the 5 dragon gods gleaming with a sacred aura. Finally, The 5 beams of light merged into a card that landed in Sheng Ning's hand. Special card. Wish, you are a lucky fish. And the dragon gods will grant your wish. Sheng Ning caught the card and said without hesitation, I want 10 wish cards. The card ignited in her hand, and a flame singed Sheng Ning's hair. Chu Yuanian acted swiftly, cutting off the burning strands to prevent the fire from spreading. How could a flame that burned underwater be easily extinguished? Sheng Ning's face darkened. Are you kidding me? I only asked for 10 wish cards. She had traversed mountains and rivers to collect the dragon orbs, and she was being burned. A wish card, resembling exquisite glass, was abruptly affixed to Sheng Ning's forehead. And after a brief moment, as if in reluctant acceptance, it transformed into 3 distinct wish cards. Is this truly possible? How does this differ from duplicating a card, Sister Sheng? You must be jesting. High prices offered for wish cards, 500,000 counterfeit currency. Those interested may message privately. But, my friend, this is a wish card. Even in an A-grade dungeon, one might not possess even a single card. And yet you have bestowed upon us 3. I can't continue. I can't continue. This bizarre game is on the verge of collapse. And wish cards are being wholesale. Chapter 60. The Forbidden Deep Sea. Completed 3 wish cards fell into Sheng Ning's hands, and Fang Xinro, consumed by envy, nearly bit her teeth in frustration. What merit did this woman possess to deserve 3 wish cards? Without these artifacts, she was nothing. Sheng Ning produced the All Things Grow card obtained from the wilderness dungeon. At that time, she could use it to nurture the flora of the wild. She wondered if it could also purify the ocean. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Mingxing was still within the dragon pearl. They had one last question to ask her. As if hearing her name called, a radiant red light escaped from the center of the wish card, coalescing into a red figure moments later. Mingxing floated gracefully in the air, a smile gracing her face, her golden red tail creating beautiful splashes behind her. A dragon's tail. Xiaoruan stared blankly at the tail. Its scales more vibrant and lustrous than before. Mingxing's fish tail now bore no resemblance to that of a fish. It mirrored the tail of the dragon deity in the temple. Mingxing expressed her gratitude. Thank you for preserving my last vestige of consciousness and gathering the 5 dragon pearls. Only then could I evolve into a dragon fish. Both of these conditions are indispensable. The merfolk king gazed in disbelief at the scene before him, and suddenly, his fish tail softened as he knelt before Mingxing. Princess Mingxing, is it really you? You are still alive? Mingxing glanced at his fish tail and immediately recognized him as a descendant of the blacktail merfolk. Her smile unwavering. No, I perished long ago. However, I must thank Ancient for leaving behind the dragon pearls, which allowed me to retain a fragment of my consciousness within them. The merfolk king, a robust figure adorned with scars, was immediately moved to tears. Princess Mingxing, King Ancient has been tormented by regret day and night since you and King Luoxuan departed. Before his passing, he wished to know, do you harbor hatred for him? Mingxing was taken aback. I have never hated anyone. As her words echoed, a resounding dragon's roar reverberated through the temple. The once transparent dragon pearl suddenly transformed into a brilliant gold, and the statue of the dragon deity grew more lifelike. Seemingly responding to Mingxing's affirmation, Sheng Ning felt compelled to interrupt their reminiscence, recalling that Mingxing still owed her a question. She spoke up, Princess Mingxing. There remains one question from before. Does it still count? Mingxing nodded. Now, not just one question, even 10 would pose no issue. Sheng Ning replied, that's splendid. Please take a look at this card. Can it purify the ocean? The All Things Grow card floated before Mingxing, whose pupils dilated. And she covered her mouth in astonishment. It truly exists. How do you possess this card? Sheng Ning explained. I acquired it in the previous dungeon. Can it purify the ocean? Mingxing was overwhelmed with joy, tears of happiness brimming in her eyes. This is a Genesis-level card. With it, the ocean can be restored. But she paused, looking at Sheng Ning. You must reach a mental strength of 100 to fully unleash its power. Sheng Ning furrowed her brow. My mental strength is only 40 at present. Xiaoruan gasped. What? Only 40? I barely reached 21 after several dungeons. The disparity between people was infuriating. Xiaoruan wanted to pinch herself. Mingxing regarded Sheng Ning with a knowing look, suggesting, achieving a mental strength of 100 is not an insurmountable task. After all, she possessed wish cards. Understanding her hint, Sheng Ning produced a wish card. Displaying a humble and earnest smile, please grant me a mental strength of 100. The wish card began to heat up, and suddenly, the temple trembled twice. The massive golden dragon coiled in the center of the hall opened its golden eyes and chastised Sheng Ning. You ungrateful girl, my mental strength is only 98. After scolding, The dragon deity closed its eyes, as if it had never appeared at all. Sheng Ning, Mingxing, the others. Fang Xinro scoffed. It's a dragon deity, not a wish-granting turtle. Greed is insatiable, Before she could finish, the dragon deity swatted her away with its tail. Sheng Ning's heart skipped a beat. If it could swat her, it might spare her as well. She decided to play coy. This won't do, that won't do either. Surely you can grant me a card that helps purify the ocean? I implore you. I am aiding your subjects. The last plea echoed the sentiments of Mingxing and the Merfolk King. They were all subjects of the dragon deity. It was unreasonable to turn a blind eye to their plight. The dragon deity. The wish card continued to heat up, and soon a brilliant golden hue flashed, transforming the wish card into a black gold card, special card, temporary attributes, SS, permanent card. Grants an increase of 50 attribute points upon use, cannot be split, cooldown period of 48 hours. Mingxing beamed with delight, bowing gracefully to the dragon deity. Thank you, great dragon deity, for bestowing this card. The dragon deity offered no response, yet Sheng Ning could see the dragon's tail flicking with barely contained excitement. As Sheng Ning utilized the attribute card, a chime echoed. Ding, mental strength increased by 50. In an instant, Sheng Ning felt the world around her constrict. The dark ocean took shape within her mind, and countless hidden mysteries became vividly perceptible to her. She could even sense several pairs of black eyes observing from beyond this dungeon. When she focused her gaze, she glimpsed a man who bore a striking resemblance to Mingxing. The man looked equally astonished and inclined his head slightly. Madam Chu, please convey my regards to Princess Mingxing. Just then, a voice whispered in her ear. Ning Ning, focus. And disregard that ugly creature. In the blink of an eye, she saw Chu Yuanyan's slightly displeased expression. Was that not an illusion? Chu Yuanyan smirked. A hint of pride in his demeanor. You now possess a mental strength of 90. With your will, you can traverse 90 of the dungeons. I can reach full capacity. Sheng Ning and Appos' thoughts sparked. If she could max out her mental strength before entering the dungeon next time, she could. Chu Yuanyan interrupted her musings. No, your physical condition cannot keep up. Excessive mental strength will overwhelm your body, leading to internal bleeding and death. Sheng Ning shot him a sidelong glance and retrieved the All Things Grow card. As she gently infused her mental strength into the card, she earnestly declared, purify the ocean and Appos' filth, restore the age of the ocean. A stream of blue light shot forth from the card like a meteor, piercing through the temple and breaking through the dark ocean, akin to an eternal flame that would not extinguish, heralding the return of the ocean era. 5 divine dragons seemed to respond to the call, soaring upwards along the blue light, their clear roars resonating through every ocean. The first to break free was the black divine dragon, spiraling upward along the blue light, its mouth emitting a blue pearl that radiated the same purifying light. Countless marine creatures bowed in reverence, praying. The blue light spread in concentric circles, transforming the dark ocean into a crystalline clarity centered around the temple. With each ripple, the water became increasingly transparent. 6 hours later, the blue light dissipated, and the gray, All Things Grow card returned to Sheng Ning and Appos' hand. Feeling a connection, she gently addressed the card. Thank you for your hard work. As the 5 divine dragons returned to their positions, Sheng Ning noticed that the dragon pearl in the black dragon and Appos' mouth had also turned black, its gaze towards her filled with approval and warmth. Simultaneously, a mechanical voice echoed in Sheng Ning and Xiao Wan and Appos' minds. Chapter 61. Special Instance, Settlement. Congratulations to players Sheng Xiaomei Yang Xiaowan for successfully completing the instance. Forbidden Deep Sea. Now proceeding to rating. Player Sheng Xiaomei's exploration level is 100, achieving a hidden completion, rated SSS. Detected player has rescued Princess Mingxing. Rewards for completing the instance doubled. Rewards will be settled after leaving the instance. Does the player wish to exit the instance? Player Yang Xiaowan and Appos' exploration level is 70, achieving an S-level completion. Detected player has rescued Princess Mingxing. Rewards 3 B-level selection cards. Rewards will be settled after leaving the instance. Does the player wish to exit the instance? To her surprise, the completion notification came so swiftly. Shirwan was astonished that following Sister Sheng led her to an S-level completion. In the midst of Chu Yuanyan's murderous gaze, she hugged Sheng Ning and planted a couple of kisses on her. Family, choices outweigh effort. It turns out that being close to a big shot brings such joy. Sister Sheng, do you want to exit the instance? Chu Yuanyan grasped Sheng Ning's hand. She had not intended to leave and shook her head. I still have some matters to attend to. You go ahead. Xiaowan felt a twinge of unease. But with the presence of the Sea King, the great boss Yueshing, and the valiant Xiaoba, she reassured herself that there would be no issues. Sheng Ning chose to stay, and Xiaowan joyfully returned to receive her rewards, marking the most fruitful occasion since her debut. The purification of the ocean was a success, and the cheers of the myriad sea creatures could be heard even from the distant temple. Mingxing and the Sea King sincerely thanked Sheng Ning. Thank you. Receiving gratitude from such a beautiful elder sister made Sheng Ning blush slightly, her earlobes reddening. I did it for the completion, it and Appos, nothing. The Sea King replied, Miss Sheng, once you reach level 4, you may establish your own territory, and we in the Forbidden Deep Sea wish to belong to you. This is also the will of our elders. Upon finishing, he presented his pearl crown to Sheng Ning as a token of allegiance. She had not intended to accept it, but Chu Yuanyan preempted her, taking it for her. You should accept it, and Appos, a heartfelt gesture. Xiaoba chimed in with a grin. Sister, it and Appos, just a crown. My brother has plenty, he is very generous. Have you considered my brother? And also, my brother won't be divided into 18 pieces. Before Xiao Ba could finish, dozens of tentacles abruptly severed, and cries of pain echoed throughout the ocean. It was evident who was responsible. Sheng Ning instinctively gave Chu Yuanyan a shove. He's still a child. Chu Yuanyan shot her a glare. He tried to steal my attention in front of me. Xiao Ba's pained body twisted like a tangled rope, yet he still managed to feign innocence. Sister, I'm not in pain at all. I absolutely wouldn't be so violent. Just wait for me, I and Appos. I'm off to steal my brother and Appos, as treasures to support you. With that, Xiao Ba vanished, presumably off to tend to his injuries. Mingxing smiled as she returned to her card, for the card was her refuge. The Sea King smiled at Zhou Yin and Feng Xinro. This is a racing instance. You should know that those who lose will be stranded in the instance. Zhou Yin remained silent. The Sea King quickly added with a smile, do not worry. You must have heard of special instances. When a special instance opens, all humans stranded within will be transported, and you will be able to return to the game station. Zhou Yin departed silently with the Sea King, glancing at Sheng Ning, and suddenly said, Next time, I hope we can be friends. Sheng Ning was astute and formidable, especially in contrast to someone who made her appear not only clever but also emotionally stable. Moreover, only those who had traversed the instance knew that Sheng Ning was unlike all other players. The individual beside her, was he truly an NPC controlled by props? Soon, only Chu Yuanyan and Sheng Ning remained in the temple. This instance had been a continuous journey, and they had scarcely enjoyed a moment of intimacy. Once the others had departed, Chu Yan eagerly leaned in to kiss her. Wife. Let us try the mermaid. His husky voice laced with desire ignited fireworks in Sheng Ning and Appos' mind, rendering her utterly defenseless against Chu Yuanyan. Reef, sunrise. Chu Yuanyan rested against Sheng Ning's shoulder, gazing at the colorful clouds and the rising sun. Only a few minutes remained before Sheng Ning would depart. They sat quietly together. Words unnecessary. Just before her exit, Chu Yuanyan said, Ning Ning, no matter when, no matter where, no matter how I change, my greatest love will always be you. Ding. Congratulations to the player for exiting the instance. Now proceeding to settle your rewards. Congratulations on achieving an SSS level completion. Exploration level of this instance is 100, ranking first on the instance leaderboard. Rewards include 10 to each personal base value. 600 points. Rewards of attribute cards and selection cards, 2 options, 3 cards. Special task completed. Rewards doubled. Rewards include 20 to each personal base value, 1,200 points. Rewards of attribute cards and selection cards, 2 options, 6 cards. At the same time, countless live broadcast screens in the void flashed a golden barrage. Congratulations to player Shang Xiaomei for completing the special task. Rewards doubled. This is hereby announced. May all players continue to strive hard. The barrage scrolled 3 times, glaringly bright. Sheng Ning felt somewhat speechless. Fame attracts trouble, and this was clearly a calculated move against her. Indeed, the treacherous game was insidious. Upon completion, a light blue panel emerged before Sheng Ning faction. Human ID. For 44477 name. Shang Xiaomei level. LV2, 6320. Talent. Fusion. Random resource inventory. Incense X15. Incense 1212. Apple X6. Apple 758. Temporary attribute card. SS. Tang Dao A. X1. Copy card A. X1. Copy card B. X1. Space card A. X1. Prophecy card B. X1. Domain card, B, X101. Revive card, B, X11. Obscuration card, B, X10. Stasis card, C. Confinement card, C. Flight card, C. Speed card, C. X95. Transformation card, C. Shadow shift card, C. Mental attack card, C. Special synthesis triangular spike, C. Dream card, C. X1. Dream card, C. X2. Guidance card, D. Healing card, D. Peace card. All living card, binding card. Wish card, X2. Selection card, X3. Attribute card, X4. Pearl crown, diamond chest, 24K pure gold butterfly knife. Instance completion. 3. Sheng Ning gazed at her overflowing inventory, most of which had been accumulated during her time in the wilderness instance. The only gain from this deep sea instance was 3 cards replicating the Sea King. The copy card could not be replicated again, and during her replication, she had only triggered a critical hit of 10. Alas, the inability to use incense in the deep sea was indeed a significant loss. Panel page 2, basic attributes attack, 57 speed, 65 strength, 49 agility, 67 defense, 45 spirit, 60 observation, 62. Each attribute had increased by 20 points. All of this was connected to Mingxing. Why was rescuing Mingxing a special task? Suddenly, Sheng Ning recalled the man she had hoped to bring good fortune to Mingxing. She attempted to summon Mingxing, only to be notified that she was not in the instance and could not be summoned. Sheng Ning. In the rewards for completing the dungeon, Sheng Ning selected 4 attribute cards, each capable of enhancing her stats by 5 points. This time, she refrained from hastily allocating her points. Although her inclination was to invest in her mental prowess, she decided to defer it until the next dungeon run. After reviewing her upgrade panel, she intended to visit the forum to engage in trade, utilizing her talents to replenish her original cards. However, just as she closed the panel, a mechanical and eerie announcement echoed. Detection of a player who has consecutively completed hidden challenges 3 times, with one instance acquiring an unusual hidden talent through assistance, and another fulfilling a special task, thus triggering the opening of a special dungeon as a reward. This dungeon has a participation count of 100. Participants include players, those stranded in the dungeon, and anomalies, including anomalous players. The current special dungeon is rated as a B-level dungeon, offering substantial rewards. We encourage all players to engage actively. May you enjoy your gaming experience, and may those who perish early attain swift rebirth. Chapter 62. The Unique Dungeon. The enchanting little fairy. As the notification sound echoed, Sheng Ning was enveloped in darkness, entering the standby space. Please select your supplies. The game shop for this dungeon will no longer be accessible after the selection is complete. Sheng Ning scoffed, recalling that the shop had never been opened during previous dungeons. The shop interface popped up, bold, blood red letters proclaimed, high risk, high reward, more items, more opportunities. Behind the large text, a glaring blue button with red lettering beckoned, loan. Sheng Ning. The items in the shop were slashed in half, akin to a clearance sale, as chaotic as Huang He fleeing with his sister-in-law. After deducting the initial purchase of a revival card costing 444 points, and the survival points accumulated from 2 completed dungeons totaling 40 each, Sheng Ning had 1756 points remaining. With the revival card now half-priced, hesitation for even a second would be a disservice to the card. She clicked on the revival card's description, which had transformed from, using the revival card will exit the dungeon immediately, forfeiting any rewards from this game, to special dungeon activated. Revival card can be used infinitely. A sense of unease crept into Sheng Ning's mind. When did this bizarre game start showing such benevolence? It felt as though every aspect of the shop was urging players to purchase cards. Although her points were not excessive among the throngs of players, she still had a decent amount. There was no pressure for her to buy cards, but what about those who could not afford them? The answer was self-evident. While others were in a frenzy of clearance sales, Sheng Ning would still lend her support. Revival card, points minus 444. Weapon repair card, A, points minus 200. Stealth card, A, points minus 200. Disguise card, A, points minus 200. Copy card, S, points minus 400. Immunity card, B, points minus 100. Gazing at the remaining 12 points on the interface, Sheng Ning felt a sense of satisfaction. Judging by the trust established in the 3 dungeons, who could possibly surpass her? Bizarre game. Your strength has arrived. Just as Sheng Ning was about to enter the game, a notification sound rang out. Seemingly infused with a hint of human emotion, the half-price opportunity in the shop can only be activated in special dungeons. Don't you want to buy a few more cards? Sheng Ning was not easily deceived. No points left, bizarre game. You can take out a loan. Sheng Ning, the police taught us not to trust any loans in games. Bizarre game. Which police officer? I'll have him report to the game tomorrow. Upon clicking the switch to enter the game, darkness enveloped her once more, followed by the sound of eerie hissing in her ears. When her vision cleared, a gaping maw, smeared with decaying flesh, loomed just an inch from her nose. Overwhelmed by the putrid stench, Sheng Ning's body instinctively bent backward, executing a 180-degree extreme backbend. Perhaps due to her enhanced physical condition, her body reacted faster than her mind. She regained her composure in less than a second. The teeth in the gaping mouth clattered loudly, prompting Sheng Ning to push off the ground and deliver a powerful kick that sent the owner of the mouth flying, performing a backflip to land on her feet. Only then did she realize her predicament. The creature attempting to bite her was not a mere oddity but a grotesque, oozing zombie. Coincidentally, she found herself in the center of a zombie encirclement. Having copied a weapon repair card, Sheng Ning hastily repaired her Tang Dao and charged forward, slicing a bloody path through the horde. The effect of an increased 20 points in physical attributes was profoundly evident, allowing her to feel the strength of the zombies. Without that enhancement, dealing with them would have been far more challenging. Right. Princess Mingxing, are you there? Sheng Ning called out in her mind. A cheerful voice responded, yes. Ning Ning, you've entered a new dungeon. Oh, a special one. Sheng Ning was taken aback to find Mingxing indeed present. She tentatively asked, could you assist me with a copied guidance card? I need directions. Mingxing was delighted to help Sheng Ning, as it symbolized a renewal of her purpose. Of course, Mingxing summoned a guidance card from Sheng Ning's inventory, leading her to a safe location. A blue arrow appeared, and Sheng Ning sprinted toward the zombie horde. Ning Ning, what is that blue thing? Mingxing, petite and perched on Sheng Ning's shoulder, resembled a magical helper. Following Mingxing's gaze, Sheng Ning spotted it, the zombie's crystal core. In post-apocalyptic literature, crystals were considered a valuable currency. With her spatial card's mental energy reaching 40, she could retrieve items from afar. This was the perfect opportunity to test it. An hour later, the vast urban commercial district was littered with shattered corpses. Sheng Ning, her face covered with a mask and donning sunglasses, was splattered with greenish gore. Mingxing, unable to endure the gruesome sight, had retreated into the wish card. On the ground lay at least 10,000 dismembered zombies, and within her spatial inventory rested at least 5,000 crystal cores. Yet Sheng Ning felt far from well. For the first time, she experienced sheer exhaustion, both physically and mentally. Were it not for the apples she had, standing would be an arduous task. What was worse was the stench of decay clinging to her. There was no place to clean up. What is most precious in a post-apocalyptic world? Food and water. Activating another guidance card, Sheng Ning hastened to find a place to bathe. Fortunately, in this commercial district, a nearby 5-star hotel boasted its own water and power systems. After the city collapsed, the zombie population in the commercial area surged, yet the resources within the hotel remained well preserved. After clearing the zombies from the hotel, Sheng Ning ascended to the top-floor suite. After a refreshing shower, she rummaged through several intact packages she had found, donning a set of athletic wear that revived her spirit. Mingxing re-emerged. All done? It seems this dungeon doesn't provide food. Should we search for some? The suite had been unoccupied before the apocalypse, and the bar still displayed some edibles. Sheng Ning found exquisite packaged snacks and drinks that seemed to be well within their expiration date, enough to satiate her hunger. After finishing her meal, Sheng Ning did not overlook the items in the suite, including toiletries from the bathroom. This special dungeon was a gathering of players, a peculiar and strange convergence. Sheng Ning suspected the number of participants exceeded 30. Placing different factions in the same dungeon was an obvious goal of the bizarre game, fostering conflict. This dungeon would undoubtedly be more challenging than any prior ones, and Sheng Ning steeled herself for a prolonged battle. The daylight outside was still bright. Following the guidance card, Sheng Ning scoured the hotel's storage room, uncovering ample alcohol, delectable snacks, and chips. Before departing, she drained the hotel's water supply. Hey! She had read many post-apocalyptic novels. With her spatial card, she could certainly make the most of it. Before leaving, Sheng Ning glanced at the front desk in the hotel lobby. 2 zombies had recently met their end at her hands. Curiosity piqued her interest. Could the hotel retrieve the records of room rentals? Stowing away her Tang Dao, Sheng Ning felt a touch of guilt at Mingxing's inquisitive expression. Well, just curiosity. The hotel's power system was still operational, and the computer booted up. After a bit of navigation, Sheng Ning accessed the room rental records. Indeed, The hotel front desk is an excellent vantage point for observing the unfolding drama. Look, a man has brought 3 different women to check in over the course of a week. Observe. 2 men have registered a staggering 28 visits in just 1 month. What is this? Chu Yuanian. As Sheng Ning glanced at the identification number of this Chu Yuanian, she was momentarily taken aback. How could it be identical to that of Chu Yuanian? Her gaze shifted to the bottom left corner, revealing the date, May 20th, 2047. Meanwhile, the screen displayed an unmistakable May 20th, 2046. Opening the record of the room booking, Sheng Ning was curious to discover which enchanting siren this Chu Yuanian was entangled with. The screen boldly proclaimed, Chu Yuanian Sheng Ning. Ah, so it is this captivating little enchantress. Chapter 63, Special Instance. Kissing one and Appo's own face upon leaving the hotel. A faint blush lingered on Sheng Ning and Appo's cheeks. Ming Xing stifled her laughter beside her. Clearly amused by the serendipitous nature of their encounter, it seemed that fate had woven their paths together, even in a mere instance of a virtual world. Embarrassed and exasperated, Sheng Ning implored her to cease her teasing. The hotel's records indicated that it had been stagnant since November of the previous year, implying that they were now 6 months into the apocalypse. Sheng Ning surveyed the commercial landscape of the city, noting the presence of thousands of zombies surrounding a low-end shopping district, suggesting that the city's scale was indeed considerable. After locating a functioning vehicle, she examined her collection of grimy crystal cores and, in a moment of inspiration, decided to transfer them to her talent panel. Merge countdown. 1,500 hours. Is it truly effective? Sheng Ning mused in surprise, while Ming Xing expressed her own disbelief, curious about the outcome of the crystal fusion. Though merely a phantom, Ming Xing seemed to possess a tangible presence as she perched on Sheng Ning's shoulder, able to view and utilize the latter's panel. As they drove out of the city, Sheng Ning took the wheel while Ming Xing employed her spatial card to clear obstacles ahead. Their cooperation was seamless, yet as they progressed, the number of zombies increased, eventually leading to a point where the vehicle could no longer advance. Sheng Ning disembarked, weapon in hand. If this were indeed the apocalypse, her primary concern would be survival. However, since she was merely navigating through a special instance, she resolved to gather as many resources as possible. After dispatching 13,000 zombies, an unexpected game prompt rang out. Ding, 100 players have successfully entered. Welcome to the Fallen Capital instance. Please safeguard your identities. Ding, detected 5 advanced players have bound into the instance. Thank you for your contributions. Rewards are now doubled. Each advanced player killed will increase the reward multiplier. Ding, this instance has no time limit, no restrictions on frequency, players, or factions. Enjoy the game. And may you find early rebirth. As the mechanical voice faded, Sheng Ning paused mid-bite of her apple. 100 players? And 5 advanced players? Those regarded as advanced typically held levels above 4, and they seldom entered instances rated lower than A. What could draw them to this B-rated special instance? Was it for the rewards? Yet, upon comparison, the value of an A-rated instance far surpassed that of this special one. Therefore, what was their true intention? Were they, like Zhou Yan, providing protection for someone, or perhaps entering to kill? The players selected were random, with only one guaranteed entry, herself. She had gained a modicum of renown within the peculiar gaming community, particularly due to her line of incense and apples. The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed, and the apple in her mouth suddenly lost its appeal. Finding a secluded corner, she retrieved her disguise card and the facial transformation card. Thankfully, she had prepared for this moment, having selected these 2 cards. All her B-level replication cards had merged into A-level, leaving her with only one B-level card. And its uses were limited. Skill card, replication. A can replicate all lifeless entities, 20 uses. Each use has an 80 chance of triggering a 10x critical hit, a 50 chance for a 100x critical hit, and a 20 chance for a 1000x critical hit. Skill card, replication. S replicates all lifeless entities, with a duration of 120 minutes, accumulative use. Each use has an 80 chance of triggering a 10x critical hit, a 50 chance for a 100x critical hit, and a 20 chance for a 1000x critical hit. Can attempt to replicate organic entities when mental energy reaches 80. Aside from the differences in usage frequency, the critical effects of the S and A level cards were identical. Without hesitation, Sheng Ning selected the S level replication card. Ding, one facial transformation card replicated, triggering a 10-fold critical hit, resulting in 10 facial transformation cards. Ming Xing joyfully exclaimed, counting down 5 seconds. Replicating one card takes 5 seconds. with a total of 120 minutes, allowing for 1440 replications. Is this the allure of S-level cards? Sheng Ning and Appo's brow arched in delight, her eyes gleaming with excitement. She produced 3 lines of incense, and ding, 1 facial transformation card replicated, triggering a 1,000-fold critical hit, resulting in 1,000 facial transformation cards. Haha. Sheng Ning cooed and Appo's contained her laughter. The incense could be of use. And Xing Han-san was back in action. Ding, using the facial transformation card, the A-level card not only mimics a person and Appo's appearance, but also replicates their voice, gestures, and even scent. However, the duration is short. 1 A-level facial transformation card lasts only 1 day. In the instant of activating the card, Sheng Ning's form and features began to morph. A minute later, a female version of Chu Yuanyan stood before Ming Xing. Chu Yuanyan, from childhood, had possessed fair skin, rosy lips, and a beauty that surpassed that of many girls. During their time at the orphanage, due to a lack of funds and his own obsessive cleanliness, he was forced to wear dresses discarded by others, appearing even more charming than the proper girls. When they were together, one of Xing Ning's birthday wishes was to see Chu Yuanyan in women's clothing. Unfortunately, a photo had been leaked by one of his friends, leading to a barrage of suggestive messages on his phone from both men and women alike. In that fleeting moment of transformation, Xing Ning found herself recalling Chu Yuanyan's strikingly made-up visage. Her stature had increased by 10 centimeters. Xing Ning wondered if Chu Yuanyan was present in this instance. If so, would it feel like to kiss oneself? The disguise card remained temporarily unused. The A-level disguise card could not only conceal skills but also mask panels. Sheng Ning decided to wait until she had observed others' panels before proceeding. Her fusion talent had garnered a reputation on the peculiar forum, and anyone familiar with Shang Xiaomei would undoubtedly recognize it. She needed to exercise caution to avoid revealing her abilities. Once all disguises were in place, Xing Ning discovered that the crystal cores had successfully fused. The blue crystal core, post-fusion, appeared darker, transitioning from a sea blue hue to a vibrant sapphire tone, strikingly beautiful. Apart from the enhanced purity of energy, it seemed to exhibit no other changes. Continuing onward with Ming Xing, Sheng Ning noted the time. It was already afternoon. At that moment, her peripheral vision caught sight of something floating atop the opposite skyscraper. A card. An acceleration card. Sheng Ning commanded Ming Xing with her voice and began sprinting. In just 2 minutes, she reached the top of the towering structure. To ensure her safety, she activated her eye of pursuit to confirm the absence of hidden dangers before advancing to retrieve the card. The back of the card outlined the game rules. Rule 1. Do not strike against the natives. Rule 2. Safeguard your identity. Upon death, you will be replaced. Rule 3. At night, some identities will be reshuffled. Rule 4. If the number of natives killed exceeds 1,000, all identities will be reshuffled. Rule 5. Trust no one. The front of the card shifted, revealing a familiar design to Sheng Ning's skill card. Replication. C. Sheng Ning. Am I truly so wretched? Why is it another replication card? Just as Sheng Ning contemplated arranging a meet with the enigmatic game offline, a discordant voice echoed from behind her. Brother, I've spotted a beauty rivaling that Shang Xiaomei. Our fortunes are about to change. Chapter 64. Special Instance. There is a saying among us humans. Sheng Ning tucked away her card, her expression dark as she turned away. It was truly a case of finding a pillow for her sleep. A punching bag had just arrived. Unfortunately, the 3 men behind her remained oblivious to Sheng Ning and Appo's suppressed fury, mistaking her pallor for fear. Their laughter grew more raucous. Brother, you promised. With such a beauty, you must be gentle. Let us enjoy her a few more times. The leader of the group arrogantly slapped his palm, declaring, I don't need your guidance in my affairs. Such a stunning beauty is certainly mine. He approached with a lewd grin, revealing a row of jagged, darkened teeth. His tone sickeningly soft. Don't be afraid, beautiful. We are not bad people. We are here to rescue lovely, lonely girls like you and offer you a home. Sheng Ning smiled, her eyes curving into beautiful crescent shapes. Oh, really? You're here to rescue me? She stepped forward gracefully, her athletic attire accentuating the elegant lines of her long legs, causing the men's eyes to widen in lust. A surge of heat coursed through him as he opened his arms, intending to embrace Sheng Ning. Suddenly, the smile at the corner of her lips deepened, and he felt a chill in his chest. Instinctively, he looked down to see a bronze-long knife piercing through his body, crimson blood gushing forth like a fountain. Sheng Ning had struck with precision, leaving a mere centimeter from his heart. ensuring enough blood flowed without causing immediate death. It appeared that with her heightened mental acuity and observational skills, she could master even the minutest details. Healing, she declared, and Mingxing promptly threw down a healing card. Having never encountered an S-class card, Mingxing was fascinated by the replication cards and was currently pushing her limits, reducing the replication time from 5 seconds to 3. Various cards had already filled Sheng Ning and Appo's resource inventory. One healing card was inconsequential. The man on the ground quickly saw his wound heal. Though the C-class healing card was only capable of closing wounds, leaving his vitality unrestored. Terrified, he gazed at Sheng Ning as if she were a demon from hell. Smiling even while killing, Sheng Ning placed a foot on his chest, ignoring his fear, and asked, "Are you a player?" The man, pale as a ghost, stammered, "Yes. We are players." "Open your panel," Sheng Ning commanded. The man, too frightened to resist, complied. A faint blue panel floated in the air, revealing his information: faction, human ID, 403176 name, invincible universe level, LV2, 1475, abilities, bird language, D, bear arm, D, resource inventory, transformation card, C, speed card, C, gravity card, C, revive card, illusory currency, 120, wolf card, D, blinding card, D, gale card, D, replication card, D, completed instances, 5 upon seeing the man and Appo's S panel. Sheng Ning fell silent for a moment. How impoverished he was. However, this did not hinder her speed in robbing him. Simultaneously, she received an answer. The panel could be viewed by others. Previously, one could only see their own panel, but the game rules had always mentioned identity, which led Sheng Ning to wonder how others could judge their identity. The best method was to reveal the panel directly. Now, it seemed the panel was no longer a player's privacy. Feeling fortunate, Sheng Ning recalled that the disguise card she selected allowed her to mask her panel. On the edge of the rooftop stood 2 simpletons, and Sheng Ning waved, who just said he was lucky. 3 minutes later, Sheng Ning returned to the vehicle, continuing her journey, while the 3 Na'vi individuals on the rooftop were left stripped bare. Look, who was truly lucky remains to be seen. Sheng Ning continued to peruse the rules when a sudden inspiration struck her. "Mingxing, what do you think about us disguising ourselves as natives?" Mingxing, her golden-pink dragon tail flicking with excitement, brightened at the suggestion. "Ning Ning, you are so clever." Rule 1. Do not engage with the natives. Sheng Ning explained. Becoming natives ensures our safety, and natives are mentioned twice in the rules as important NPCs, which means there are surely regulations governing them. Mingxing replied. "If we're lucky, we might even discover the rules for completion." The two were in perfect agreement, but as night approached, Rule 3. At night, some identities may be reshuffled. To be cautious, Sheng Ning chose to check into a hotel, eager to see what the first night of the special instance would unfold. At midnight, Sheng Ning noticed her panel flicker without any changes. Mingxing sighed in relief. No changes, so our identities remain intact. The current rules were still too few, and the changes around them might not be advantageous. Thus, this situation was best. On the second day of the special instance at 6 a.m., Sheng Ning rose, washed up, nibbled on some pastries, and had an apple before heading downstairs. She found a supermarket teeming with zombies, taking charge of eliminating them, while Mingxing focused on gathering supplies. Their cooperation grew increasingly seamless. In this apocalyptic world, beyond food and water, medical supplies were paramount. 10 minutes later, Sheng Ning gazed at the enormous red letters of the hospital, Capital's first hospital. The number of zombies here rivaled that of a large commercial district. With an estimated minimum of 100,000 zombies. Mingxing hesitated. "Shouldn't we leave? So many zombies, you'll get dirty." Wearing a mask and sunglasses. Sheng Ning replied, "Mingxing, you probably don't know, but we humans have a saying, since we come, we might as well stay." And Appo's. Mingxing rolled her eyes and tossed Sheng Ning a speed card. "Hurry up." An hour later, Sheng Ning's inventory was overflowing. The next task was to find a place that would easily expose her, waiting for the natives to come and collect her. "Why don't we go find them?" Mingxing asked. Sheng Ning smiled slyly. "Mingxing, having lived in human society, you should know that we humans often say that high-end hunters tend to employ." Mingxing interjected eagerly. "The simplest cooking methods?" Sheng Ning chuckled. "Hey, your quick response is impressive, Chef Ming." She elaborated. "If suddenly 100 outsiders appear in the instance, surely more than just us will discover the rules and think to disguise as natives. However, after 6 months of the apocalypse, what identity do the newly appeared natives possess? That would be too obvious. And as for me, this gaunt and pitiful figure, wouldn't I be more akin to a native? Ming Xing's eyes sparkled. Ning Ning. You are truly remarkable. Next time, I'll introduce you to my son. Sheng Ning replied. Goodness, I consider you a sister. And you see me as a daughter-in-law. As they reached the outer ring of the city, Sheng Ning keenly observed that there were significantly fewer zombies, with many corpses displaying shattered skulls scattered on the ground. Some shops along the roadside showed signs of having been searched. This was the place. They found a neighborhood and selected a room that bore the marks of a recent life, tidying it up and leaving out a small portion of supplies. Then, using a disguise card, Sheng Ning reduced her weight by 15 kilograms, making her appear gaunt, her skin pale as if she were a refugee who had endured great hardship. It was just past 4 in the afternoon when the busy Sheng master prepared a simple hot pot. Half an hour later, she heard the sound of a vehicle's engine approaching nearby. Thanks to the enhancement of her attribute points, Sheng Ning now possesses astonishing senses. She can distinctly hear the sound of a mosquito from 10 meters away. As the sound of the car draws nearer, she suddenly hears an exclamation. What the hell? Why do I smell hot pot? Old Tao, give me a punch, so I can dream of feasting on hot pot. A second. Cool voice with a magnetic resonance interjects. Indeed, there is the scent of hot pot. There are survivors here. Chapter 65, Special Instance, indeed. There are hidden motives following the enticing aroma of hot pot. The third squad of the capital base swiftly discovered a filthy dwelling, surrounded by the unmistakable signs of zombies. Dried blood stained the ground, and the front door appeared somewhat deformed, indicating a heavy presence of life. It seemed they had truly found survivors. Prompting a sigh of relief among the members of the third squad, they politely knocked on the door, and a coarse male voice responded from within. Is anyone there? We are the third squad of the capital base, searching for survivors. Please open the door. When silence greeted them, the man repeated his request, and eventually, a narrow gap in the door creaked open. The squad beheld a filthy young girl, her hair disheveled, exuding an unpleasant odor that mingled with the scent of hot pot. Nearly overwhelming the men present, the girl clutched a fire axe with trembling hands, her eyes filled with terror. Upon seeing them, her gaze flickered with a glimmer of hope, only to be quickly replaced by despair. Ultimately, her gaze settled on a tall, robust man in the middle of the group. As she looked up, she noticed the man clad in military attire, his features sharp and imposing, with piercing eyes reminiscent of an eagle. He wore a black mask that could not conceal the strong bridge of his nose and the perfect line of his jaw. He was strikingly handsome and exuded an air of stoicism. The third squad cautiously interrogated the girl, who had evidently prepared for this encounter. She appeared pitiful, responding with eloquence yet frequently choking on her words, coupled with her emaciated form and the impression that she was ready to succumb after her last meal of hot pot. She successfully garnered the sympathy of the squad members. In this apocalyptic world, the most terrifying threat was not the zombies but rather the despair that drove many to end their lives before help could arrive. Had they arrived even a moment later, she too might have joined that grim statistic. Their compassion for her led them to quickly believe that she was indeed a survivor. A benevolent water elemental ability user offered her ample water to clean herself. In turn, she invited them to share her hot pot, a gesture of camaraderie. Half an hour later, she found herself aboard the spacious off-road vehicle of the third squad. As dusk approached, the squad returned to the capital base. Upon entering the inspection area, a man in similar military garb approached them, his gaze toward the girl decidedly unfriendly. Another survivor? The striking man nodded, his expression serious and stern. Why are there so many survivors lately? Is there something unusual about this one? After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head and, lowering his voice, replied, No, she is very frail. When we found her, she was preparing to die. The man relaxed slightly. With Yan Jing's confirmation, he felt reassured. Noticing that the girl was surreptitiously gazing at their leader, Longing chuckled beside her. That and amp, Oppos, as my leader, Yinzhong. Before the apocalypse, he was the vice commander of the Capital Legion, 27 years old, both handsome and formidable. Nodding, she remarked, impressive. He seems capable of taking on 10 of me. Longing burst into laughter. Come on, the captain could take on 50 of you. The number of individuals being inspected was sparse, with the squad and survivors forming 2 lines. Ming Song found herself at the back, behind 5 individuals who appeared robust, their faces intentionally smeared with dirt, exuding a sense of roughness. Particularly, when the inspector drew blood, his demeanor grew increasingly serious upon seeing their thick veins, as if facing a formidable foe. Furrowing her brow, Ming Song realized, in that fleeting moment, the true identity of these individuals. When it was her turn, the inspector scrutinized her frail arms, struggling to locate a vein, and sighed. Have you been bitten by a zombie? Shaking her head, she replied, I was very careful. I wrapped my arms in several layers of towels and used tape. The inspector smiled faintly. Have you awakened any abilities? Ming Song shook her head again, feeling somewhat disheartened. The inspector marked her form with a check and allowed her to pass. Exiting the inspection area, they entered the outer city of the base. Long Yin and Yin Zheng had been waiting nearby. Upon seeing her, Long Yin waved. The captain and I will escort you to the outer city to lend you some support. Although Ming Song had surmised that the conditions of the outer city were poor, witnessing it firsthand left her astounded. The narrow corridors were littered with garbage and sewage, accompanied by various excrement, the stench overwhelming her senses and nearly causing her to faint. Were it not for someone steadying her. Looking up, she met Yin Zheng's deep, penetrating gaze. Freshened and used, Yin Zheng extended a clean handkerchief toward her, as if it had been prepared specifically for her. Thank you, she accepted it, taking a few steps forward to observe the layout of the outer city. A room measured scarcely 3 square meters, barely accommodating a bed and 2 steps of space, with even the doorframe precariously wobbling. It was cramped, stifling, damp, and filthy. Living in such an environment, Ming Song thought, would render her a reluctant native. Yin Zheng's voice broke the silence. The conditions in the outer city are dire, only ensuring the basic survival of the populace. If you desire a better room, it would require either an ability or resources. His words bore a striking resemblance to an insinuation. No, it was indeed an insinuation. Yin Zheng must have discerned something. As she gazed into his profound eyes, the man, who had maintained a cold demeanor, softened slightly. You can trust us. Longing pinched his nose. How about we discuss this outside? Ming Song resolved to be candid. Yin Zheng was far more perceptive than she had anticipated. Beneath the starry sky, Long Yin erected a soundproof barrier and winked at her before departing. Feigning guilt, Ming Song asked, how did you know I possess an ability? Yin Zheng replied, I've been to that neighborhood. There are several advanced zombies inside. Those without abilities cannot survive there. Ming Song cursed silently. Finally, she admitted, I have spatial abilities. Yin Zheng appeared unperturbed. Indeed. How extensive is your space? And how much resource do you have? Ming Song responded, I do not wish for others to discover this. If I give you a portion, can you keep it a secret? Yin Zheng understood. Chu Yuanyin was too weak, and possessing something precious could invite trouble. He nodded, I can help you. I do not want the resources, but your ability is invaluable. If you do not mind, you may move in with me. Ming Song was taken aback by Yin Zheng and Appo's willingness to assist. She eyed him suspiciously. Why do you wish to help me? Yin Zheng remained silent for a moment before responding, Indeed, I have my own motives. Do you know Chu Yuanyin? Chapter 66, a unique instance. A wolf tail half tied behind the head. It had been an age since anyone had so openly spoken the name Chu Yuanyin in Sheng Ning and Appo's presence. Sheng Ning paused momentarily, realizing this Chu Yuanyin was not the other. Taking the initiative, she stated directly, Captain Yin, please speak plainly. Yin Zheng did not mince words. He is currently the most formidable zombie in the capital, having already established his own territory. And you resemble him greatly, also bearing the surname Chu. I cannot help but suspect a connection between you. Sheng Ning bore Chu Yuanyin and Appo's visage, and the zombie who resembled her also bore the name Chu Yuanyin. The connection was undeniable. Sheng Ning nodded, I know him. Where is he now? Yin Zheng replied, the last time I saw him was in the northern district. We are heading to the North 3rd Ring Road tomorrow to gather supplies. Would you like to accompany us? If you do, the team members may discover your identity. However, I can assure you that everyone will keep your secret. That night, Sheng Ning lay in Yin Zheng's villa, finding sleep elusive. Mingxing tumbled through the air, pawing at her inventory as if playing a game of matching tiles. Suddenly, Mingxing sat upright, addressing Sheng Ning, you and Appo's collected all the replication cards of every grade, from D grade to S grade. Sheng Ning inquired, what happens when you collect all the cards? Can you summon the Dragon Balls? Mingxing exclaimed, oh. I know completionists get excited when they finish a collection. 5 cards of varying colors floated in the air. Sheng Ning squinted at them for a moment before suddenly asking, what do you think would happen if I fused all 5 of these cards? Mingxing cocked its head, puzzled. Would you lose 5 replication cards? Sheng Ning, struck by a sudden whim and a hint of anticipation, considered, this is another gamble. Mingxing pondered for a moment, then suggested, Why not exchange one for a divination card? Perhaps it will offer some insight. Sheng Ning, intrigued, swapped a selection card for a divination card. The A-grade divination card depicted the image of a book. Permanent card. Usable twice daily. You may pose questions, and the card will answer with A and amp, oppos, yes and amp, oppos, or and amp, oppos, no, and amp, oppos. If the card offers no answer, reflect upon the inanity of your inquiry. Sheng Ning was speechless. Holding a stick of incense towards the card, she inquired, card, who is the fairest woman in the land? The card remained silent. Mingxing burst into laughter. Sheng Ning glared at her, then turned back to the card, asking, card, do mermaids defecate? The card remained silent. Mingxing exclaimed, Sheng Ning. The rules on the back of the card are there to prevent people like you. The card was rendered utterly speechless. Mingxing fumed, such a waste of two precious opportunities. As she spoke, Sheng Ning pointed to the clock on the wall. Ding dong, the clock struck midnight. Sheng Ning ceased her antics and posed the question, card, may I fuse the 5 S-grade cards? The pages of the book on the card fluttered, revealing a single word, yes. Sheng Ning dragged the 5 cards. Noticing the countdown timer on the talent bar countdown 48:00:00. 2 days, longer than any card fusion thus far. Sheng Ning was filled with anticipation. Instance, Day 3. Sheng Ning once again boarded the 3rd Squad and Oppo's off-road vehicle, this time as a member of the 3rd Squad. Before setting off, Sheng Ning encountered the players from the previous day, who had each joined a squad. Upon hearing that Sheng Ning was also a newly arrived Esper, a multitude of inquisitive gazes turned her way. Seeing her gaunt figure, many revealed expressions of disappointment or indifference. Most did not believe her to be a player, while a cautious few remained skeptical. Depart, Yin Zheng commanded coldly. Before entering the city, Sheng Ning distributed snacks to each person. The squad members were overjoyed. As soldiers, they had to hand over all recovered supplies to the base. Heaven knew how long it had been since they had eaten their fill. The pleasant atmosphere dissipated on the 4th ring road. The zombies ahead had completely blocked the road, forcing them to disembark and clear the way. Yin Zheng announced, everyone out. Clear the zombies. Chun Yen, stay behind. Sheng Ning raised her hand. I can kill zombies too. Yin Zheng hesitated. Be careful then. Sheng Ning, gripping her blade, followed behind the others. Initially, the others were protective of her, but upon realizing the girl was ruthless and precise in her attacks, they left her to fend for herself. Mingxing loathed the filthy and bloody scene, counting the crystal cores she collected. Her gaze drifted to the countdown timer on the talent panel. Suddenly, she had an epiphany. Tossing a crystal core towards it, the blue crystal core vanished instantly, and the timer, 38, 47, 36, changed to 38, 42, 35. Damn. This thing can accelerate the talent bar. Hearing Mingxing's exclamation, Sheng Ning paused. A foul-mouthed zombie lunged at her, only to be dismembered by countless blades. Yin Zheng frowned. His face etched with concern. Dawn and Oppos, lose focus. Who could maintain focus with news like that? Crystal cores could be used as accelerators. Sheng Ning mentally screamed, her movements becoming increasingly ruthless. She would give it her all. The other Espers, witnessing a small girl wielding a blade like a cleaver, were spurred by competitive spirit. Yin Zheng was speechless. The zombies that would have taken an hour to clear were now dealt with in half an hour. Sheng Ning was exhausted. Yin Zheng approached, supporting her frail frame, finding it hard to believe such a small body could possess such strength. Longing interjected, Captain, I want a hug too. At that moment, a thunderclap echoed through the sky. A violent wind swept through the area, and dark clouds gathered overhead. Damn, it and Oppos, the zombie king. Longing shrieked, quick, back to the car. This is a level 5 zombie king. Yin Zheng and Oppos, expression turned grim. He instinctively looked at Sheng Ning, who understood instantly. Was it Chu Yuanian? Before Yin Zheng could answer, the man known as the zombie king appeared in the sky. He wore a vintage black robe, exuding the aura of an emperor surveying his domain. His hair was slightly disheveled, with a wolf tail half tied behind his head. His skin was luminously pale, and his lips were stained crimson. His eyes were narrow and upturned, with dangerous currents flickering in his violet pupils. His thin lips were curved in a sardonic smile, hinting at both aloofness and nobility, like a meticulously cultivated scion of a prominent family. This Chu Yuanian was unfamiliar, yet all the more captivating. Instantly, Sheng Ning and Oppos' heartbeat drowned out the distant thunder. Chu Yuanian coldly surveyed the Esper squad below. Are you seeking death? His chilling voice cut through the air as countless lightning bolts descended from the sky, one of them aimed directly at Sheng Ning. Did Chu Yuanian not recognize her? Sheng Ning was alarmed. The static electricity in the air caused her hair to stand on end, and the lightning was upon her in an instant. Yin Zheng wrapped his arm around Sheng Ning and Apos' waist, retreating swiftly. From afar, across the sky, Chu Yuanian and Apos' eyes were filled with a murderous intent. His gaze upon Sheng Ning utterly indifferent, as if he had never known her. Sheng Ning cried out, Chu Yuanian, it and amp. Apos, me, Sheng Ning. Another lightning bolt formed, once again targeting Sheng Ning. Chapter 67, Special Instance. Do you mind? Sheng Ning pushed Yin Zheng aside, her eyes filled with confusion and fury. Domain card. Skill card. Domain. B creates a spatial domain of 5m times 5m times 5m for 30 minutes. Within this domain, any attack can be converted into energy accumulation. If the domain is breached, it merely proves your weakness. A colossal bolt of lightning vanished into the intangible realm. In the next instant, the bolt formed in Sheng Ning and Apos' hands and was hurled fiercely towards Chu Yuanian. Mingxing, utilizing a divination card, inquired if he was her husband, Chu Yuanian. Sheng Ning and Apos' tone was devoid of emotion, as if she were posing an inconsequential question. A flicker of surprise crossed Mingxing and Apos' bright eyes before she activated the divination card. The answer came back, yes. Sheng Ning employed a flight card and confronted Chu Yuanian in midair. She removed the effect of her disguise card and asked once more. Chu Yuanian, open your eyes and see who I am. The zombie king, Chu Yuanian, tilted his head and scoffed. Human, ant. Very well. Looking at Chu Yuanian and Apos' demeanor. Sheng Ning and Apos' earlier attraction dissipated entirely, replaced by a desire to deliver a sound thrashing to this scoundrel. Their childhood relationship had not been particularly amicable. Sheng Ning, the leader among the girls at the orphanage, had been the dominant force, while Chu Yuanian, despite being younger, had bullied his way to the top among the boys at the orphanage. A mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. After repeated provocations from Chu Yuanian, he ultimately became Sheng Ning's foremost servant under her relentless oppression. As time passed and Chu Yuanian matured, their roles reversed. He became the dominant one. Sheng Ning could hardly recall the last time she had to teach this rebellious boy some manners. In an instant, she flung a mental attack card and swiftly enveloped Chu Yuanian within her domain. Subsequently, she unleashed both a binding card and a stasis card. Caught off guard, Chu Yuanian had not anticipated that this frail woman could wield such an array of tactics. For a brief moment, he found himself entrapped by her fluid movements and card applications. In that fleeting interval, Sheng Ning slapped him across the face. Look closely, I am Sheng Ning, your wife. Stunned, Chu Yuanian pondered what wife meant. Was it delicious? In the blink of an eye, Sheng Ning had exchanged a card for a wondrous rope. Weapon card, wondrous rope, a permanent card, durability 100, perfectly conforms to the curves of all life forms, including humans, animals, and corpses. When binding an object, it automatically reduces its combat power by 80. Note, this rope is clean and pure, not suitable for improper uses. The transparent rope ensnared the incredulous zombie king. And in the next moment, he was dragged down from the air and crashed onto the ground. At this point, Sheng Ning and Apos' disguise effect was restored. The members of the third squad regarded Sheng Ning with complicated expressions. Longin was the first to speak. This zombie king, is he real? Lao Tao gave him a light slap on the head, glancing at Yin Zheng, hesitating to voice his thoughts. This girl is too dangerous, Captain. Can you handle her? Sheng Ning explained, I apologize, I deceived you earlier. I am not only a spatial ability user, I am also a wind ability user. I can fly and accelerate. Quite normal, right? Lao Tao responded incredulously. Is that it? Just that? He could only manage a dry laugh. Chu girl, you are so impressive. I wondered how a delicate girl like you survived 6 months in the apocalypse. Sheng Ning looked at Yin Zheng, who was also gazing at her, seemingly aware that she had not told the whole truth. After a moment of silence, Yin Zheng spoke, he is your. Sheng Ning interjected, he is my husband. Yin Zheng fell silent, a shadow crossing his eyes. What are you planning to do? Sheng Ning also fell into thought. The fact that Chu Yuanian did not recognize her completely disrupted her plans. She had intended to masquerade as a local, seeking out the rules while evading several high-level players. Now, with the zombie Chu Yuanian in tow, returning to the base was out of the question. Frustrated, she glanced at Chu Yuanian, who was still struggling against his bindings, and in a fit of anger, delivered 2 punches to him. Sheng Ning's strength was considerable, and those 2 punches sent Chu Yuanyin rolling his eyes back. The third squad murmured, "Even a zombie king is under the thumb of his wife." Yin Zheng lowered his gaze. "We need to search for supplies. With the zombie king along, it will simplify many matters. Will you bring him with us?" Sheng Ning asked. "Arin and Amp, Oppos, to you? Afraid?" Yin Zheng produced a muzzle from his backpack. "Do you mind?" Chu Yuanyin, thoroughly aggrieved, was bound and gagged, unceremoniously tossed into the trunk. Lo Min's feelings towards this zombie king shifted from disgust to sympathy, secretly vowing to find a gentle girlfriend in the future. With her spatial abilities, Sheng Ning managed to fit in quite a bit of supplies, despite having already filled her space. They scoured around 10 commercial districts, and by the time they returned to the base, night had fully descended. The third squad was elated, as this was their most fruitful venture yet. However, when they were still a kilometer from the base, Sheng Ning suddenly furrowed her brow. The air was thick with the scent of blood. "We must return quickly. Something may have happened at the base. Such a strong smell of blood. Could it be a zombie siege?" Yin Zheng and Amp, Oppos' expression turned grave. He too had caught the scent. Anxiety gripped them as they approached the base. Upon arrival, the base was shrouded in darkness, the gates tightly locked. The man who had greeted them the previous day was nowhere to be seen. Something was amiss. Everyone was on high alert, fully armed and advancing stealthily. Yin Zheng's weapons were drawn, his demeanor chillingly composed. The iron fence and gates surrounding the base remained intact, indicating that it had not been overrun by zombies. It suggested that an internal issue had arisen. Numerous possibilities flashed through Sheng Ning's mind. Was it against the rules to harm locals? Would a local and Oppos' death trigger a reshuffling of identities? Those who attacked the locals would undoubtedly wish to shuffle identities. But who were these assailants? And why would they desire a reshuffle? Countless questions swirled in Sheng Ning's mind as she turned to warn Chu Yuanyin. "No noise. Behave. And I will let you rest soon." Chu Yuanyin retorted. "Wicked woman, release me and I will devour you." With Mingxing observing Chu Yuanyin, Sheng Ning felt secure enough to follow Yin Zheng into the base. Passing through the inspection area, they were met with a blinding crimson sight. The entire outer city appeared as if splattered with bright red paint, crimson liquid cascading down the walls, mingling with the filthy water below, exuding a foul stench. Screams echoed throughout the outer city, accompanied by the sounds of ongoing gunfire. Yin Zheng quickened his pace, entering the outer city. In the narrow corridors of the outer city, a grotesque creature with 8 arms and legs, 2 meters long but only 20 centimeters in height, was mercilessly hunting humans. It was eerie. There was an unsettling aura about it. Without hesitation, upon encountering this abomination, the third squad unleashed their full firepower, 6 types of abilities converging upon the 8-armed creature. However, all abilities passed through the creature's body, piercing the upper ceiling, while the creature itself remained unscathed. The third squad stood frozen in disbelief. They finally understood why so many ability users existed at the base, and why this monster could rampage unchecked. The 8-armed creature revealed a sinister grin, cackling, "Ability users. You are the tastiest. I can devour one after another, gaining your talents, ha ha ha." Chapter 68, Special Instance. She is my wife. Sheng Ning's gaze sharpened. A talent enhancement? Since when did the bizarre possess talents? The eerie aura emanating from this entity surpassed that of a malevolent spirit. Just as Sheng Ning prepared to strike, a head covered in black fur suddenly emerged from the shattered ceiling. Simultaneously, the sounds of gunfire from above fell silent. "Retreat, quickly retreat," Sheng Ning shouted, rousing Team 3 from their stupor. 1 bizarre entity could be dealt with, and 2 she could manage, but the safety of Team 3 and Oppos' members was no longer guaranteed. Yet, none of Team 3 showed any intention of retreating. They stood resolute before the towering monstrosity like an unyielding fortress, their eyes glimmering with unwavering courage. Since the day the apocalypse began, they had already prepared for sacrifice. What fear was there in life and death? Behind them lay a multitude of civilians, and before them, an unknown creature. There could be no retreat, not even a single step. The black-furred entity leaped down from the ceiling, its laughter grating. These few individuals possess formidable abilities. How about we split them in half? The 8-armed bizarre retorted, 1 floor per person. Do not disrupt the rules. The black-furred entity replied, "Don't be so stingy." "Oh, why can't I discern this woman's abilities?" The 2 bizarre entities turned their gaze upon Sheng Ning, their leering stares making her stomach churn. Suddenly, a tall figure stepped forward. Yin Zheng slightly turned his face, saying, "Chunyan, take the zombie king and leave first." through Sheng Ning's eyes. She could see Yin Zheng and Appo's resolute and hardened profile. His delicate eyelashes fluttered, yet his voice provided reassurance. Sheng Ning took a deep breath and replied firmly, I am also a member of Team 3. If everyone stays, I will not leave. Yin Zheng frowned, his tone heavy. You are different. It seems. We arrived too early. The ability team is not yet finished. Just as Sheng Ning prepared to draw her weapon, a voice, as if watching a spectacle, abruptly rang out. Never mind. Since we are here, let us do a favor for the natives. As the words fell, the two bizarre entities, who had been discussing the distribution of the abilities, turned pale, as if they had encountered their nemesis, their already grotesque faces filled with terror. Boom! A single word escaped the man's lips, and the two bizarre entities instantly erupted, their foul blood splattering everywhere, leaving only fragments behind. This scene made Sheng Ning's heart race and her breath catch. With just one word, two bizarre entities were reduced to nothing. How powerful was this man? What was his talent? Was this the strength of a high-level player? 5 high-level players, if these individuals truly sought her demise for the first time. Sheng Ning felt a surge of panic. Would she be able to survive this instance? Yin Zheng approached with a stern expression, thanking the man. Thank you for your assistance. Could you tell us what kind of creature that was? He seemed unperturbed by the man's earlier comment, expressing gratitude tinged with a hint of reverence. The man appeared satisfied with this attitude, nodding slightly. This is a bizarre entity. Now, lead me to your base leader. One word had resolved their seemingly indomitable foes. Such a person surely possessed the strength to meet the leader. Sheng Ning concealed Xu Yunyan and Yin Zheng and Appo's home and hurried to the central tower. In the conference room of the central tower, the man lounged casually in a chair, his long arms resting behind his head, adopting a relaxed posture that exuded an air of authority. Even upon meeting the base leader, he did not rise. The leader, showing no signs of offense, approached with a smile and extended his hand. I heard you were the one who eliminated the creature. May I ask your name and which base you hailed from? The man, tall and slender, his gaze sharp as a blade, matched the leader's imposing presence without flinching. He opened his lips, and his casual remark made the leader's expression shift dramatically. My code name is Lin Shuzhu, but you may also call me Lin. I am not from your world. Or rather, your world is merely a playground for us, and I am one of the players, seated at the far end. Sheng Ning watched as the man calmly revealed the unsettling truth. The leader and several high-ranking officials displayed expressions of terror, while Team 3 appeared somewhat distressed. Only Yin Zheng remained impassive, his expression cold and unyielding. After a long silence, the leader inquired, Lin Qingzhu, what did you mean by that? Could you elaborate? Lin Qingzhu spoke slowly. What I mean is, this is merely a game. Your world has been destroyed at some point. Perhaps a compassionate individual saved you just before your world was about to perish, granting you a new opportunity. If you can kill this person, the order of your world can be restored. As Lin Mo produced a portrait, revealing Sheng Ning's original likeness, she instantly grasped the intentions of these high-level players. They planned to exploit the base's natives to constrict her living space while coercing her into making a move against them. Once she acted against the natives, it would breach the rules, and what awaited her would undoubtedly be dire consequences. Such a malicious scheme, no wonder he mentioned arriving too early. They intended to wait until the base and Appo's ability team was entirely wiped out, leaving the base leader with no choice but to trust these individuals. At that point, this Lin Qingzhu could truly take control of the base, using the natives to force her hand. But Sheng Ning could not comprehend what she had done to incite such wrath. Why were they targeting her? The base leader passed the portrait around, and everyone shook their heads in unison. Lin Qingzhu, we have not encountered this individual, the leader stated. Lin Mo appeared undeterred. No matter. This woman is cunning and cautious. She may have adopted a different appearance. Regardless, as long as you kill her, your world will function normally again. Remember this. The leader nodded. We shall remember, Lin Qingzhu. Can you tell us what this sudden creature is and how we should deal with it? Lin Mo smiled. My dear leader, I have already assisted you greatly, even providing you with a solution. Are you truly prepared to rely on me this way? The leader understood instantly, his smile becoming more congenial. Indeed, you are correct. What do you require? I will do my utmost. Lin Mo replied, 3 days ago, did your base receive any sudden cards with rules? The leader and Appo's expression turned puzzled. Not that I know of. Have you all seen them? Everyone in the conference room shook their heads in unison. Lin Mo swung his legs. In that case, gather all the survivors you have found in the past 3 days here. Sheng Ning and Appo's heart sank. Panic rising within her, Ming Xing, prepare to flee quickly. Toss the crystal core in for the talent. Though her face remained calm, her slightly trembling body betrayed her. This Lin Chengzhu was far too powerful. She felt utterly incapable of contending with him, let alone escaping. Just as she began to feel anxious, a pair of strong hands landed on her shoulder. "It's time to go," Yin Zheng stated, his expression grave. The leader regarded Chu Nian, his brow furrowing slightly. "Is this the survivor you rescued yesterday?" Sheng Ning froze, while Yin Zheng replied with poise, reporting to the leader, "Yes. But she is not the person Lin Chengzhu seeks." Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh? You know who I am looking for?" Yin Zheng rarely spoke at length. He remarked, "If I am not mistaken, Lord Lin intends to find the one depicted in the portrait among the survivors. Sheng Xiaomei. This implies that Sheng Xiaomei, much like yourself, is an outsider. I can assert with utmost certainty that Chu Nian is not an outsider." Lin Mo inquired, "How can you be so certain?" Yin Zheng replied, "She is my wife." Chapter 69, The Special Instance. Did you open a back door? The wife of the indigenous people, of course, is not an outsider. Lin Mo cautiously surveyed the reactions of those around him and discovered that the members belonging to this captain showed no signs of suspicion, while a few high-ranking officials from the base appeared perplexed. "When did you get married?" Yin Zheng explained, "We just got together before the apocalypse, and later we were separated. It took me a long time to find her." Yin Zheng's assurance proved effective, and the base leader did not doubt him. Lin Mo deliberately glanced at the man's fingers, noticing the absence of any ring or item, and thus he harbored no further suspicions. The members of the third squad had unwavering trust in Yin Zheng. Whatever he said was absolute, and even if he commanded them to sacrifice themselves, they would not question it. Moreover, their captain had seemingly acquired a wife, a woman of remarkable strength and striking beauty. They were already fantasizing about the captain's life under his iron fist. What? The captain's wife has another husband? Huh. What is the point of arguing with a zombie? Can zombies even have children with the captain's wife? After escorting Sheng Ning back to her residence, Yin Zheng stated, "Many squads have sacrificed, and I need to handle their affairs. You should rest early." His tone was calm, as if nothing had just transpired. Regardless of whether this individual acted thoughtlessly or was aware of something, Sheng Ning sincerely expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Captain Yin." Yin Zheng. "What?" Yin Zheng pressed his lips together. "You may call me Yin Zheng." Sheng Ning chuckled softly, her eyes sparkling. "All right, Yin Zheng, you've had a long day too. If you're tired, you can have this apple." After a moment of hesitation, Yin Zheng accepted it. Upon noticing that Sheng Ning had already turned to enter the room, he poked his head out as if recalling something. "It's a love apple. Eat it, and you'll be full of energy." Her eyes gleamed brightly, reminiscent of the twinkling stars before the apocalypse. After waving goodbye, her fluffy head disappeared inside. Yin Zheng gazed at the apple and suddenly smiled. Sheng Ning had not forgotten that there was still a proud little wolf tail at home. Chu Yuanian was dragged out from the wardrobe by Sheng Ning, who then removed his muzzle. "You wretched woman, let go of me. If you have the guts, challenge me one-on-one. I will surely devour you." Slap. "Dare to hit me? You're finished. I'll tear you apart." Slap. "Ah." Slap. Slap. Sheng Ning's hand stung a little, and she frowned. "Can we talk properly now?" Chu Yuanian's eyes were red with grievance. "If we're just talking, why hit?" Sheng Ning sighed. Despite being Chu Yuanian, he did not remember her. What went wrong? She felt a twinge of melancholy. "I am your wife. We are married. Do you truly not remember me?" Chu Yuanian blinked. "I seem to have some recollection. Perhaps if you let go of me, I'll remember more." Sheng Ning. "Do I look like a fool to you?" Chu Yuanian bared his teeth, hastily retracting as Sheng Ning raised her hand. This time, Sheng Ning did not strike him. Instead, she gently caressed his face. Having transformed into a zombie, Chu Yuanian's bodily functions were already different from those of humans. If he were still human, he would likely have become a pig's head by now. Yet, now, not a single mark remained on his face. Chu Yuanian paused, a flicker of struggle crossing his dark purple pupils. This sensation felt so familiar. "Oh, my head itches. It seems I'm about to regain my memories." Sheng Ning changed Chu Yuanian into a tidy outfit, stowing away the cumbersome black robe, and gave him a thorough wash, trimmed his long nails, and applied some baby lotion. Alas, Sheng Ning sighed, lamenting her fate. Just after marrying, her husband died, leaving her a widow with an orphan. Let us consider Xiaoba as my son for the time being. On the fourth day of the instance, Sheng Ning woke up groggily. Beside her, Chu Yuanian stared intently at her without blinking. For a fleeting moment, she felt he might remember her, but looking again, his gaze remained unfamiliar. Still not fully awake, Ming Xing suddenly screamed, "Ah, Ning Ning, Your talent. Sheng Ning hurriedly opened the talent interface, and there, floating above the fusion talent, was a golden, shimmering word. Click Copy. A level copy talent can replicate all non-living entities. Each use has an 80 chance of a 10x critical hit, a 50 chance of a 100x critical hit, a 20 chance of a 1000x critical hit. Cooldown time is 10 minutes. In special scenarios, infinite critical hit bonuses can be obtained. The golden light vanished from the talent bar. Following, random, the golden copy appeared. Sheng Ning gasped in disbelief, her voice trembling. Collecting all levels of cards can fuse into a talent? It was said that opportunities to draw talents only arose during upgrades. Forum discussions indicated that high-level players above level 4 would be targeted, greatly increasing the chances of drawing nothing. Yet, she had not even reached level 3 and already possessed 3 talents. Sheng Ning could hardly believe it and joyfully embraced Chu Yuanian, showering him with kisses. Chu Shago. We struck it rich. At this rate, I can find you without even reaching level 5. La 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 Chu Yuanian. His lips felt damp and tingled. He wanted more. There were still many crystal cores left. With past experiences in mind, Sheng Ning directly utilized her copy talent. Cooldown timer, 9:59. 2 crystal cores were tossed in, and the countdown ended. Ming Xing had grown somewhat numb. Gazing at Sheng Ning with a wooden expression, tell me, have you grasped the loophole in this strange game? This back door is far too expansive. Sheng Ning, cheerfully getting out of bed, she found Yinzheng in the kitchen preparing breakfast, wearing a military green apron. His lips curving up for no apparent reason, exuding a cheerful demeanor. Equally in high spirits, Sheng Ning greeted him joyfully. Hi Yinzheng. You look so handsome in that apron. Her words were candid and sincere. Any man wearing an apron naturally exudes the charm of a devoted spouse. Especially someone like Yinzheng, who usually appeared aloof, the contrast was striking. Yinzheng looked at Sheng Ning, his eyes no longer cold. I prepared bread and milk. Is that all right? Sheng Ning happily produced 2 apples, saying, dessert after the meal. Her joy radiated. But she froze upon seeing a blank sheet of paper on the dining table. Yinzheng, where did this come from? On the front of the white paper was a funnel, while the back was filled with rules. Rule 6. Those with mental values below 30 will experience terrifying events at night. Rule 7. Only players can leave the game when the instance concludes. Rule 8. If the duration of becoming a strange being exceeds 72 hours. One is not subject to Rule 3. Rule 9. If the number of indigenous people who die exceeds 500, they can inflict damage on the strange beings. Rule 10. If a stranded player dies, they become a strange player. Chapter 70. Special Dungeon. Uncertainty surrounding the presence of high-level players. Yinzheng observed her agitation with a hint of concern and explained. This card was discovered by the leader in a document, and he was unaware of its rules, so he instructed me to bring it back for analysis with the team. Do you have any insight into this matter? In pursuit of more information, Sheng Ning recounted, during my time in the city, I also encountered this card. It bore rules indicating it was a replication card. What kind of card is this? Yinzheng replied, there is no explanation regarding its nature, however. The card in the hands of Lord Lin has transformed into a funnel. Puzzled, Sheng Ning inquired, a funnel? Is it a timer? Yinzheng shook his head. When the funnel is inverted, the black sand within does not fall. Lord Lin did not elaborate further. What Yinzheng omitted to mention was that upon acquiring the funnel, Lord Lin honored his promise and revealed that these creatures are called anomalies, and currently, only outsiders possess the capability to eliminate them. Sheng Ning fell silent, focusing intently on analyzing the rules. Rule 6 stated, individuals with mental values below 30 will encounter terrifying events at night. This rule could be viewed in conjunction with Rule 3. At night, certain identities will be shuffled. It was almost certain that this terrifying event referred to the shuffling of identities. There were currently 4 identities present in this dungeon: players, stranded players, anomalies, and anomaly players. Upon examining Rule 7, at the conclusion of the dungeon, only players can exit the game. It became clear that everyone and Appos' desired identity was that of a player. The anomalies encountered last night were likely the result of identity shuffling involving players and stranded players. Thus, the anomalies aimed to eliminate the natives. Rule 4 stated, when the number of native deaths exceeds 1,000, all identities will be shuffled. This would allow for a reshuffling of identities, granting them new roles. Of course, these individuals also had choices. Rule 2 cautioned, protect your identity. If your current identity is eliminated, you will be replaced. To eliminate a player is to supplant the player. At this point, Sheng Ning was suddenly engulfed by a wave of panic. She found the concept of this dungeon utterly absurd. Rule 10 dictated that upon the death of a stranded player, they would become an anomaly player. Did player death signify true demise, or would they transform into anomalies? If players turned into anomalies upon death, and then those anomalies killed individuals with player identities, it would create a vicious cycle. The game would only conclude when all players successfully cleared it. Presently, the rules for clearing the dungeon had not yet emerged. Obtaining them sooner would be advantageous. This was not a race against time, but rather a conventional dungeon clearing scenario. As long as the clearing rules were fulfilled, it would lead to completion, meaning that the final player would have to contend with the entanglement of stranded players, anomalies, and anomaly players, 75 individuals in total. Sheng Ning and Apple's mental value remained high, bolstered by Apple's, ensuring it did not drop below 30. However, the situation was still dire, as she had attracted the attention of several high-level players. The appearance of these high-level players was no coincidence. They were all there for her. This implied that Lord Lin was currently at the base, while the other high-level players, who had not made an appearance, were likely searching for her elsewhere in the capital. The 5 of them formed an intricate web, enveloping the capital's key areas solely to capture her. But why? Sheng Ning was perplexed. Was it due to the incense? Or did they believe they possessed an item that allowed them to control NPCs? She suspected it was not that simple. There must be other underlying reasons. Oh. Fang Shinro and the guild. She found it amusing that 5 high-level players were mobilized for a single Fang Shinro, showcasing the guild and Apple's considerable resources. The base and Apple's ability users had suffered significant casualties, leaving only 2 squads remaining. Yin Zheng led Lao Tao, Sheng Ning, and others on a mission to scavenge for supplies, while another squad remained at the base. Among those departing was the Zombie King, Chu. The 3rd squad, besides looking for supplies, aimed to find cards, as these cards were crucial for outsiders, possibly serving as pivotal negotiation tools. After leaving the base for some time, Yin Zheng, seated in the passenger seat, spoke coldly, understood. The 3rd squad exhibited unwavering obedience to Yin Zheng and the military orders. Sheng Ning was silently impressed. Yin Zheng was indeed remarkable. Just from the knowledge that Lord Lin required a single card, he deduced its significance and considered it a negotiation asset. He could swiftly accept that this was merely a world-ending event and adjust his mindset accordingly, remaining steadfast in his principles. He was the most formidable man Sheng Ning had ever encountered. Yin Zheng handed Sheng Ning the map of Kyoto. Where did you find the card last time? Recalling the location, Sheng Ning pointed it out, Qinglong Building. The building lay to the east, while the base was situated to the north. Was this mere coincidence? As he considered this, Yin Zheng drew several circles on the map, which ultimately connected to form a perfect circle. The cardinal directions created a loop. To Ping and Apple's and Taoist Temple. Yin Zheng commanded. Ping and Apple's and Taoist Temple was located in the western suburbs of Kyoto. Before the apocalypse, it would have taken about 2 hours to reach via the expressway. However, now, as they walked, stopping intermittently to clear zombies, they arrived at Ping and Taoist Temple by 2 p.m. Longin asked, Captain, why are we going to the temple? Surely we aren't and Apple's seeking divine intervention to smite these zombies? Sheng Ning took the map from Yin Zheng and Apple's hands and, observing the circled areas, questioned. Do you suspect the cards are not random? Yin Zheng nodded. When I was young, my grandfather told me that Kyoto has 4 major areas of malevolent energy. 400 years ago, a celestial being descended and marked these 4 locations, establishing suppressive artifacts to safeguard the city's feng shui. The map showcased 4 circles: the northern base, the eastern Qinglong Building, the western Ping and Taoist Temple, and the southern Imperial Palace. As a native of Kyoto, no one understood the city better than Yin Zheng. If there were indeed special locations, they would likely be the 4 sites of malevolent energy he mentioned. The ancient, imposing doors swung open, and they initially anticipated that the temple inhabitants had succumbed to zombification. To their surprise, the temple was entirely deserted. Before them lay a lush expanse of greenery, tranquil and vibrant, exuding an air of antiquity. They felt as though they had stepped into an isolated realm untouched by the ravages of the undead. Sheng Ning and Apple's caution heightened. She wondered whether high-level players were concealed within. If she could not combat them, could she escape? What of the 3rd squad? Yin Zheng scanned the temple's front courtyard and instructed, everyone, split up to search and stay vigilant. Safety is paramount. Understood. Sheng Ning prepared to depart, yet Yin Zheng said, Stay with me. Amidst Sheng Ning's slight confusion, Yin Zheng maintained his composure, stating, "It is unsafe for a girl like you." Sheng Ning retorted, "Brother. Haven and Amp. Oppos. I've been fierce enough while slaying zombies. I have the most cores on this journey." However, considering all the assistance Yin Zheng had provided, she did not refuse his request. The two entered the temple. As Sheng Ning gazed upon the solemn 3 Pure One statues in the main hall, she dutifully knelt and offered a prayer, then placed 3 sticks of incense in the burner before she and Yin Zheng navigated around the statue to enter the inner courtyard in search of further clues. They had barely begun their search among the bookshelves when a piercing scream erupted from outside. "Ah, Captain, help." Chapter 71. Special Instance. "Oh. My name is Sun Wukong." In an instant, Yin Zheng unleashed all his abilities. A steel plate, 10 centimeters thick, plummeted from the heavens, encircling Long Yin at its center, effectively thwarting the impending wave of assault. Almost simultaneously, the members of the third squad appeared in the tranquil backyard. The blue stone floor had been shattered by the steel plate, and the area in front of it had melted under extreme heat, viscous molten iron oozing onto the ground, causing the blue stone to emit wisps of white smoke. "Who are you?" Old Tao barked. Before the steel plate stood a youth, approximately 17 or 18 years old, standing at 1.7 meters, with yellow hair, piercings in his ears, and a toothpick in his mouth, enveloped in flames, resembling a scion. "I am your grandfather." A crack resonated as a jet of water shot towards him, extinguishing the flames that surrounded him instantly. Failure in posturing. This action incited the yellow-haired youth and Amp, Oppos, ire, prompting him to conjure a massive fireball, hurling it directly at the water affinity ability user. The water user was not easily subdued, summoning dozens of water jets from above. The two engaged in a fierce battle, escalating from the courtyard to outside its confines. However, the water user soon found himself at a disadvantage. The talents of high-tier players should not be underestimated. This fire was no ordinary flame. Its temperature was exceedingly high. "Allow me," Sheng Ning thought, already devising a method to counter the fiery youth, bestowing Yin Zheng with a sly smile. Curiously, the very person who had been worried for her safety moments ago did not intervene, merely stating, "Go ahead, I will support you." In response, she flashed him a beaming smile. Yin Zheng and Amp, Oppos' brow relaxed slightly, his expression softening unconsciously. Sheng Ning produced the D-grade Gale card gifted by her little blessings. With a powerful strike, it unleashed 1,000 critical hits. "With 1,000 Gale cards, just watch as I blow away your kidney stones." Upon seeing Sheng Ning, the yellow-haired youth scoffed, "I Dawn and Oppos, hit women." Sheng Ning smiled and winked. "A man like you, with such a sense of chivalry, is truly commendable. So, you one and Amp, Oppos, retaliate later, will you?" With the allure of Chu Yunyin and Amp, Oppos' captivating visage, the yellow-haired youth felt his heart flutter, responding involuntarily, "Of course. You have a keen eye." In the next moment, a tempest surged forth. Skill, Gale card, use count 1. Level 7 Gale lasts 3 minutes. Level 8 Gale lasts 5 minutes. Level 9 Gale lasts 45 seconds. Level 10 Gale lasts 20 seconds. For a boy she admired, Sheng Ning was exceedingly generous, bestowing upon him the ultimate Gale package. The flames enveloping him were extinguished by the wind, and countless wind blades formed, targeting the boy's vital points, a lethal strike indeed. The flames surged violently, yet were dispersed by the gale, the flames' direction now uncontrollable. The yellow-haired youth's expression shifted dramatically as he activated his secondary ability, Bear Transformation. His body inflated instantly, transforming into a towering bear of 7 to 8 meters, undeterred by the gale, launching himself towards Sheng Ning from a height of several meters. Unfazed, Sheng Ning revealed a triumphant smile. Utilizing a flight card and a teleportation card simultaneously, she switched places with the airborne giant bear, floating gracefully in the air. The bear, caught off guard by her unexpected move, had no time to brace itself, and with the weight and inertia combined, it crashed violently into the ground, producing a thunderous sound. Amidst the resounding crash, Sheng Ning keenly discerned the sound of cracking bones. Gravity card activated. Skill card, Gravity, use count 1, duration 1 minute. Creates a 10 cubic meter zone of 20 times gravity. Sheng Ning, while inexperienced with the concept of gravity, had seen Dragon Ball and recalled that Sun Wukong initially experienced 20 times gravity. "Since you are a Super Saiyan Bear, let us give you 100 times." She generously tossed 4 additional gravity cards. The bear, which could still stand, was forced to its knees under the overwhelming pressure, the surrounding concrete cracking like spider webs. Under the extraordinary weight, the bear bled from all orifices, desperately pleading, "Please, spare me." as Sheng Ning retracted the gravity cards. The giant bear morphed back into the yellow-haired youth, who lay gasping for air on the ground. In that previous space, he had been unable to breathe at all. Sheng Ning regarded him with disdain. This high-level player was starkly inferior to the likes of Lin Chengzhu. As if perceiving her thoughts, Ming Xing remarked, "Sister, who possesses 100 gravity cards?" Sheng Ning. The yellow-haired youth employed a healing card, rising from the pit. "You must be a player." In that instant, you utilized no less than 3 types of cards. Sheng Ning maintained her enchanting smile. "What player? That is merely my ability. However, you are indeed impressive. You are the first to compel me to use 2 abilities simultaneously." Acknowledging her as a player would equate to acknowledging her identity as Sheng Xiaomei. The yellow-haired youth was incredulous. "Impossible. What ability allows for gale winds, spatial manipulation, and gravity enhancement?" Sheng Ning waved her tiny fist. "Why should I reveal my trump card to you? Believe it or not, I and Appos, I'll strike you again." She returned to Yin Jing and Appos' side, contemplating how to probe the information known to the yellow-haired youth. Yin Zheng seemed to sense her intentions and stepped forward to negotiate. "We are the 3rd squad of the base. Do you know Lin Chengzhu?" The yellow-haired youth rubbed his left leg. "I know him. Have you met him? Did he send you here?" The 6 locations had been claimed by the 5 of them. Casting another glance at Sheng Ning, the yellow-haired youth thought, since they had met Lin Mo, and Lin Mo had allowed her to leave, it should be fine. She was not a player. Yin Zheng continued. "Lin Chengzhu appears to be in need of cards. We came here hoping to find some luck, and perhaps acquire some cards." The yellow-haired youth scoffed, fully lowering his guard, viewing them as naive natives. "With only 3 rule cards, do you think it would be that easy to find?" Even after being bloodied by a native, he clung to his pride. He had not even used any cards. Otherwise, could this native have defeated him? Impatiently, he said, "All right, hurry back. Don't disturb me while I wait for an opportunity. Beneath this temple lies a great mystery. If they could eliminate it, they might be fortunate enough to obtain a B-grade card." Yin Zheng and Appos' eyes gleamed with a dark light. "I am Yin Zheng, captain of the 3rd squad. This place is quite distant from the base. We intend to stay here overnight without disturbing you. Is that acceptable?" The yellow-haired youth initially intended to refuse, but suddenly thought of something, revealing a mischievous smile. "Oh, my name is Sun Wukong. You may stay here. But if anything dangerous occurs, I want to protect you." Yin Zheng replied, "We are all ability users and can protect ourselves." The yellow-haired youth chuckled coldly. "There is still time," adhering to the principle of not leaving empty-handed. "Oh no, since we are here." Yin Zheng led the 3rd squad to a small commercial area 10 kilometers away to gather supplies and clear out zombies. With another 3,000 crystal cores acquired, Sheng Ning felt exceedingly pleased. Night fell. Though the temple had many rooms, for safety and Appos' sake, Yin Zheng cleared out a large room for the 3rd squad, who huddled together. Sheng Ning savored her beef noodles, oblivious to the fact that she was surrounded by men. To her, they were simply NPCs, engrossed in her meal. She missed the fleeting look of disappointment in another and Appos' eyes. After the meal, Sheng Ning took advantage of the bustling activities of the others to sneak into the car and remove the gag from Chu Yuanyan's mouth, aiding him in the restoration of his memory. The night was deepening, and the moon hung low over the willow branches. The already tranquil temple now seemed to envelop itself in an even more profound silence, a stillness that hinted at an unsettling eeriness. As Sheng Ning fed Chu Yuanyan some snacks, she suddenly sensed a chilling presence that sent shivers down her spine, an inexplicable fear washing over her. This ominous aura surpassed any strangeness she had encountered before. Chapter 72. The enigmatic temple of the Taoist. A sense of alarm surged within Sheng Ning as she turned to Chu Yuanyan. "There is a formidable adversary ahead. I am going to confront it, and I will release you now. However, you must not ambush me. If I perish, you must flee as far as you can." Her expression bore an unprecedented gravity. Zombies are devoid of emotions, and logically, Chu Yuanyan should not be able to perceive human sentiments. Yet, inexplicably, he sensed the palpable fear emanating from the woman before him, who claimed to be his wife. It seemed that her dread of the entity within surpassed her concern for her own safety. This emotion was irksome. With a flicker of electricity in his gaze, Chu Yuanyan asked fiercely, "What if you do not die?" Suddenly, Sheng Ning smiled, a faint smile, yet more resplendent than any blooming flower. "If I survive, will you return to be my husband?" After speaking, she lightly pecked his lips, a fleeting gesture imbued with unexpressed affection. Retrieving the peculiar tether, Sheng Ning exited the vehicle, her silhouette exuding an unutterable resolve. Chu Yuanyan contemplated that he had been released by the woman, Perhaps now was the opportune moment to eliminate her. Yet, she had instructed him not to surprise her. What was he to do now? He felt vexed. His mind was overwhelmed. Above the level of malevolent spirits lies the realm of deadly curses. Above that, the level of disasters. The only time Sheng Ning had encountered a deadly curse was in the first instance, where she nearly met her demise. The anomaly within the temple now surpassed even the level of deadly curses. Her best option was to flee, yet she could not. A malevolent spirit grants 200 experience points. A deadly curse yields 500, a disaster grants 2,000. She desperately needed experience points to elevate her level, yearning to uncover more truths about the enigmatic game. Moreover, if her intuition was correct, the yellow-haired individual was preparing to lie in wait for this disaster-level anomaly. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Sheng Ning thought, this time, it was her turn to be the dealer. As the vehicle halted before the temple, before she could step inside, two human-shaped anomalies emerged from the stone lions at the entrance. Indeed, they were the Taoists who had vanished from the temple. Clad in dark blue robes, their features remained unaltered, save for their eyes, which had entirely lost their whites. What fiend dares intrude upon our temple at this hour? You shall be punished. The two Taoist spirits shouted in unison, brandishing their peachwood swords, their forms ethereal as they executed a formidable set of Tai Chi sword techniques, utilizing a speed enhancement. Sheng Ning's Tang Dao clashed against their peachwood swords, producing a cacophony of sparks and ringing sounds. After 2 minutes, the Taoist spirits realized they could not contend with Sheng Ning. They then formed seals and chanted incantations. By the decree of the Heavenly Emperor, summon the Thunder God. Ascend to the infinite, descend to the underworld. Command the talismans, act with urgency. Urgent as the law commands. Thunder erupted from the heavens, and a bolt of lightning, as thick as a wrist, descended directly toward Sheng Ning and Amp, Appos, as head. What the hell? You, an anomaly, dare to summon lightning against me? This is utterly preposterous. Sheng Ning evaded swiftly. The lightning, however, suddenly bifurcated mid-descent, veering around her and striking the two anomalies instead. A wave of acrid, anomalous energy emanated as the Taoist spirits collapsed to the ground, barely clinging to life. Incapable of movement, one of the Taoist spirits cried out, "Monster! You must not enter the temple and disturb our revered ancestor." Sheng Ning retorted, "Look closely. I am human, not a monster." The Taoist spirit insisted, "Impossible. There are no humans left in this world." They mumbled to themselves, tears streaming down their faces. Suddenly, Sheng Ning noticed the darkness receding from their eyes, returning to normalcy. After a brief pause, the Taoist spirit regained clarity. "You are truly human. O benefactor, I implore you, end our suffering." Sheng Ning furrowed her brows. "What has transpired?" The Taoist spirit explained. "All of humanity has been transformed into zombies. After 10 years without fresh blood, they too succumbed to death." At that moment, the world was shrouded in anomalous energy. Save for the 4 great Earth Guardians, everything else seems to have reverted to the 6th month of the apocalypse. We cannot return. We have become anomalies. Please, we beseech you to end our lives. We dedicated our lives to vanquishing demons and monsters, and do not wish to harm others in death. Another Taoist echoed the plea. Sheng Ning inquired, "How many of you anomalies remain?" The Taoist spirit wept, 48 of us in the temple have perished and transformed. The temple master, striving to contain the malevolent energy, has become an exceptionally powerful anomaly under its corruption. If possible, please eliminate the temple master. He suffers far more than we do. After a long pause, Sheng Ning finally drew her Tang Dao and plunged it into their hearts. Congratulations. Player Shan Xiaomei has slain a deadly curse anomaly, earning 200 experience points. The notification chimed twice, a sound that should have brought joy. Yet Sheng Ning's expression was grim. Mingxing, feeling a pang of empathy, consoled her. For them, complete death is the best outcome. Time is a remedy. Yet an interminably long time becomes the most potent poison. In the depths of the endless sea, I have tasted the bitterness of that poison. Within the temple, anomalies roamed chaotically, and the 3rd squad retreated towards the entrance. "Chunyan, we must leave." Yen Zheng grasped Sheng Ning and Amp, Appos, wrist and dashed outside. An anomaly pursued them. Sheng Ning utilized a binding card before Yen Zheng, driving her blade into the anomaly and Amp, Appos' heart. Yen Zheng was taken aback. Sheng Ning smiled at him. "You must have already suspected my true identity." Yen Zheng remained silent, his brow furrowed, lost in thought. Sheng Ning continued, "You should understand that I must enter, whether for your sake or my own. The yellow-haired one has already engaged with the anomaly. He cannot overcome it, Yin Zheng stated. Sheng Ning smiled confidently. When the clam and the snipe contend, the fisherman profits. Yin Zheng declared, I will stay with you. Sheng Ning pushed him towards the third squad. I am counting on you to come for me tomorrow. With that, she stepped into the temple and closed the great door behind her. At this moment, the yellow-haired individual had morphed into a giant bear, being relentlessly pursued by the disaster-level anomaly in the rear courtyard. Flames enveloped him, crackling as they clashed with the crimson mist in the air. Amidst the blood-red haze stood an elderly man in a light green Taoist robe. His arm draped over a whisk, watching serenely as the giant bear struggled within the fog. The yellow-haired one's primary ability was fire control, his second was transformation, and his third was still an offensive ability, Legion. None of his skills could counter such magical attacks, especially those of a disaster-level anomaly. His defensive cards crumbled within seconds beneath the weight of the blood-red malevolence. He was merely a newly ascended level 4 player, lured into this special instance for a glimpse of the extraordinary. That individual had promised him that before vanquishing Sheng Xiaomei, he would indulge him. The allure of Sheng Xiaomei's beauty was unparalleled within the realm of the enigmatic game. The mere thought excited him. Yet, before he could revel in that excitement, he found himself facing death. Just as despair washed over him, he heard the disaster-level anomaly address a direction. Young friend, since you have arrived, why not reveal yourself? With that, a blood arrow composed of malevolence shot toward a specific direction. If one were to measure, it would be found that the height of the blood arrow from the ground is precisely 7 meters, the exact distance to pierce the center of the brow. Chapter 73, Special Instance. To eradicate the root, one must eliminate the yellow-haired man. Utilizing an invisibility card, Sheng Ning swiftly evaded. Initially believing that the blood arrow would dissipate after failing to find its target, she was taken aback when it seemed to possess radar-like capabilities, relentlessly pursuing her throughout the courtyard. Ning, that old man has mentally locked onto you, Ming Xing observed. Sensing that the elder and amp, Appos, gaze could perceive Sheng Ning as if she were visible, the mental attack card, the observer, could bizarrely see through an A-level invisibility card. It was uncertain whether a C-level mental attack card would be effective. With audacious confidence, Sheng Ning hurled 3 cards in succession. When levels fell short, she compensated with numbers. Suddenly, the blood arrow halted mid-air, transforming into a mist that merged with the sinister aura. The observer, stroking his beard, spoke gently, my young friend. Why must you be angry? It would be better for you to reveal yourself, and we can have a discussion. In reality, the observer could not see Sheng Ning. The sinister aura was merely an extension of his being. If someone were to traverse within his body, he would undoubtedly sense it. However, Sheng Ning had yet to realize this. Concluding that the invisibility card was ineffective, she decided to conserve time. With the effect of the invisibility card withdrawn, she appeared not far from the yellow-haired man. He was struggling against the encroaching crimson aura, and upon seeing Sheng Ning, disbelief washed over his face. You, the yellow-haired man, and Appos' breath quickened, his mind clouded with rage, as he exclaimed, this woman is a player. How dare you deceive me? I will kill you. With that, disregarding all caution, he activated his third talent, Legion. In the blink of an eye, 3 identical colossal bears emerged from the sinister aura, their bodies engulfed in flames, bearing their foul-smelling maws as they charged at Sheng Ning. Sheng Ning threw out 3 gravity cards, instantly pinning the 3 bears in place, causing the cobblestone path to crack and sink. The observer furrowed his brow slightly, a look of pain evident on his face. For this was the ancient path left by his ancestor. The old man appeared gentle and benevolent, yet the eerie aura emanating from him was undeniably unsettling. Sheng Ning feigned innocence, saying, Taoist uncle, I did not mean to. It was all for self-preservation. The observer, showing great courtesy, waved his dust whisk, condensing the sinister aura to envelop and strangle, causing the 3 colossal bears to dissolve into a mist of blood, dissipating into the air. Was this the power of a calamity-level anomaly? It was exceedingly formidable. The yellow-haired man and amp, Appos' talent was severely injured. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes turning crimson as he directed the immense flames toward the observer. The observer remained unperturbed, casually flicking his dust whisk to form a shield of sinister aura, repelling the flames. The yellow-haired man, unwilling to concede, quickly launched 2 more cards. The cards transformed mid-air, summoning 2 powerful shadowy figures. One was a black tiger, the other a reaper clad in a massive cloak. The tiger, with its robust fur, charged fearlessly into the sinister aura. Meanwhile, the Reaper inexplicably appeared behind the observer, raising its sharp scythe as if to claim the observer's head. The observer, no longer motionless, swiftly melded into the crimson aura, rapidly materializing a new form in another direction. The tiger missed its target, yet the Reaper seemed to possess a locking function, reappearing behind the observer the moment he materialized, the scythe descending swiftly. The dust whisk rose to meet the scythe, the tremendous force of their collision creating a shockwave that forced Sheng Ning to stagger back. She activated an immunity card. Otherwise, she would not have remained composed within this sinister aura. It was precisely this that led the yellow-haired man to realize that this player was indeed formidable. He shouted at Sheng Ning, "What offensive cards do you have? Give me one, quickly." Sheng Ning turned to him. The yellow-haired man continued to shout, "Hurry up. Now is your chance. Kill this anomaly, and we will split the loot." In that moment, as the dust whisk was raised, the tiger lunged and bit the observer, attempting to swallow him whole. However, to their astonishment, the severed arm regrew in an instant, and the observer struck the tiger and Apos' head with a cracked dust whisk. The tiger let out a mournful howl, echoing through the skies, before its form dissipated. At that instant, Sheng Ning sensed the fluctuations of the sinister aura in the air. The manifestation of the observer was merely a puppet, not the true body of this calamity-level anomaly. The sinister aura itself was his true form. The observer and Apos' appearance was but a fade. The words spoken during her televised demise echoed in her mind. To kill an anomaly, one must possess absolute strength beyond its own, know its weaknesses, or wield powerful weapons. In nearly an instant, Sheng Ning and Apos' thoughts raced, and when she raised her gaze again, she had made her decision. Whether or not the calamity-level anomaly would perish was uncertain. However, the yellow-haired man must die, and he must fall before the calamity-level anomaly. Otherwise, when she employed the incense sticks later, she would undoubtedly be exposed. At that moment, the yellow-haired man, seeing her blade, felt an unsettling familiarity. Upon observing her stance with the knife, "Sheng Xiaomei, you are Sheng Xiaomei," he exclaimed in shock. The observer and Apos' face broke into a peculiar smile, as if sensing Sheng Ning and Apos' hesitation. The sinister aura began to envelop her. He was inciting her ferocity. Her immunity card burned rapidly, while Ming Xing replenished one card after another. "Ning Ning, you must understand they have come to kill you. If you do not kill them, they will kill you," Ming Xing urged anxiously. The sinister aura pressed in. Should Sheng Ning succumb to the ferocity ignited by the aura and then kill, the aura would undoubtedly affect her mental state. It could even lead to the emergence of a heart demon, jeopardizing her journey through the instance. Taking a deep breath, Sheng Ning realized that had she hesitated earlier about merely knocking him out, the moment the yellow-haired man recognized her, the flash of murderous intent in his eyes solidified her resolve. To eradicate the yellow-haired man was to eliminate the root and prevent future troubles. Utilizing 5 gravity cards, a binding card, and a stasis card, the yellow-haired man was immobilized, the weight of gravity bending his spine. In that moment, he felt the chilling fear of death approaching. This woman before him seemed to embody the true essence of death. Her blade was raised high, descending swiftly in the eyes of the yellow-haired man, filled with terror. Blood sprayed forth, the crimson aura absorbing it at an accelerated pace, the immunity card burning even faster. Had she been an ordinary level 2 player, she would have long perished within this sinister aura. Yet she was Sheng Ning, endowed with the replication talent. Even the observer found himself bewildered, inquiring, "Just how many cards do you possess that can withstand my sinister aura and Apos' corruption?" Rolling her eyes, Sheng Ning retorted, "Probably enough to last 10 or 8 years. The observer responded, "Do you wish to hear the nonsense you are spouting?" Ding, player Sheng Xiaomei has slain a high-level player, earning a cumulative reward of double points. Players, strive onward. Ding, the game has initiated a multiplicative transfer. Those who slay others may receive multiplied rewards. Sheng Ning. She had foreseen this eerie game would yield such outcomes. Suddenly, the space quivered, a double door materializing in the sky, and 2 agile men stepped through, making a beeline for Sheng Ning. Chapter 74. Special Instance. The Death of Friends. The Survival of the Taoist in her heart. Sheng Ning felt alarm bells ringing, suspecting that these 2 individuals were high-level players. Immediately, she clung to the leg of the Taoist, exclaiming, "Uncle Taoist, save me." The observer wore a peculiar expression, reminiscent of someone straining. "Ha ha ha, look at you. I told you not to dress so ostentatiously when going out. You frightened someone?" Among the 2 men, one emitted an eerie and chilling laughter. He floated down and stood before Sheng Ning. Sporting 2 horns on his head and a long tail swaying behind him, his expression odd. Your face seems somewhat familiar. The other man beside him glanced at her for a moment, saying, Isn't that the one who was dismembered next door? The horned figure, unfamiliar with Sheng Ning's disguise, failed to recognize her. However, she recognized him. He was the debt collector from the first instance, the owner of the 24K butterfly gold knife. To her surprise, this debt collector was rather amiable. Initially, Sheng Ning thought she was being hunted by a high-level player, but it turned out to be an old acquaintance, which bolstered her courage. She asked, Handsome, what are you up to? Collecting garbage? The debt collector and the other peculiar figure promptly produced a sack and began stuffing the body of the yellow-haired man inside. Noticing their silence, Sheng Ning hurriedly offered them some incense. The aroma was irresistible to the 2 strange beings, who indulged eagerly. Once they had absorbed the fragrance, the debt collector explained, We are from the Erie Joy Loan Company. This guy borrowed 800 points from us, and now that he and Appos is dead, he naturally has to work off his debt. Sheng Ning suddenly recalled the loan button she had seen in the marketplace, so this was how it worked. Wow, so you were waiting here all along, she thought. Curiosity piqued. 800 points? How many years of labor would that entail? The debt collector patiently responded, 1 point is equivalent to 10,000 Erie notes. He just needs to repay 8 million. Sheng Ning was taken aback. 8 million was quite a sum. Before departing, the debt collector extracted a card from his pocket. Here, we won and Appos, take your things for free. This card is for you. 886. With that, the 2 peculiar beings vanished, leaving behind only the cards dropped by the yellow-haired man. Sheng Ning mused, I really adore this debt collector. When we meet again, I and Appos, definitely gift him more incense. The remaining cards from the yellow-haired man numbered around 10. She resolved to handle his cards with caution, acknowledging the need for prudence in online lending. The temple fell quiet once more, and Sheng Ning turned to the observer, who gazed back at her. Shall we continue? She inquired. The observer replied enigmatically, Shall we continue? Silence enveloped them. Do you want some incense? Sheng Ning offered. Do you have incense? The observer inquired. Though not human, the observer was far from foolish. Its instincts surpassed those of humans. Despite her lower level, this girl was evidently stronger than the earlier yellow-haired man. Sheng Ning produced a stick of incense for the observer, who gratefully accepted it, gradually absorbing its essence. Soon, the malevolent energy in the courtyard dissipated, with the impending battle fading into nothingness. After a while, the observer suddenly opened its eyes. Child, it is time for you to leave. Sheng Ning, who had been sorting through the cards, paused in surprise. The observer elaborated. My brother to the south informed me that a high-level human, originally from his domain, is approaching your direction. Ah, you have brothers? Sheng Ning exclaimed. The observer stroked its beard, as if reprimanding a child. What do you look down upon? We are of the same origin, sharing malevolent energy. Naturally, we can sense each other. Thank you. I shall take my leave, Sheng Ning replied. Wait, before you go, allow me to share some news. Could you spare me 100 sticks of incense? What a bold request. The scent is delightful. It masks the stench of blood on me, making it feel as if I am wandering freely through a forest filled with blooming flowers and verdant trees, caressed by the grass. Sheng Ning thought the observer was being overly demanding. Don and Appos, be too greedy. 50 will suffice. The observer countered, 80. Sheng Ning frowned. 70. The observer relented, deal. With a sly grin, it added, the brother to the south is barely hanging on. And it seems that player suddenly left to deal with you before returning to finish him off. You understand, right? Isn't he your brother? Sheng Ning questioned. The observer was essentially suggesting she take advantage of the situation. Trading 70 sticks of incense for her brother was perplexing. She couldn't decide whether to consider the brother valuable or not. A mysterious expression crossed the observer and Appos' face. There is a saying in the Taoist realm, and Appos, a dead friend is better than a living Taoist, and Appos, before leaving the peaceful Taoist temple. Sheng Ning bowed once more before the 3 pure ones, offering 3 sticks of incense. However, this time, the incense kept toppling over as she attempted to insert it. Her expression darkened. This was rather unsettling. Suddenly, a hoarse, aggrieved voice echoed in her mind. You gave one eerie 70 sticks of incense. What about us 3 old men? Sheng Ning jumped, realizing this was the voice of the ancestors. She quickly retrieved 300 sticks of incense, which miraculously expanded the incense burner to accommodate the offering. To show my respect, Sheng Ning declared, preparing a plate of fresh apples for each, reciting, "May the ancestors bless me, Sheng Ning, with survival in this instance. I promise to return and pay my respects." With flight cards, acceleration cards, and guidance cards in hand, Sheng Ning sped southward to the imperial palace. The scene was one of chaos, with dust swirling and ruins scattered, as though a fierce battle had just taken place. The once grand palace was now littered with collapsed structures, and fires were still ablaze. Amidst the flames, Sheng Ning discovered the barely alive phoenix Eerie. Its feathers were disheveled. Lying helplessly in the inferno, warily eyeing Sheng Ning. "You despicable human," the phoenix screeched. Sheng Ning smiled. "Our director said we shouldn't accept insults without retaliation. But he also mentioned repaying kindness with kindness, so I and Oppos. I'll reluctantly send you on your way." She unleashed 5 gravity cards, donning an immunity card herself. Within the gravity space, she struck swiftly and accurately, piercing the phoenix's heart. The phoenix emitted a sharp, piercing cry, its beak aimed menacingly at Sheng Ning's head. However, under the weight of 100 times gravity, the injured creature struggled to move, allowing Sheng Ning to seize the opportunity. With a swift motion, she severed the phoenix's neck. Blood splattering onto the flames, igniting a vision of the phoenix soaring amidst the fiery backdrop, illuminating the dark night sky over the capital. The notification sound echoed once more, announcing the completion of her mission. "Congratulations to player Shang Xiaomei for defeating the instance boss, the Phoenix Eerie." The Eerie is classified as a disaster-level entity, granting 2,000 experience points and 1 land deed. On the screen, Shang Ning's expression was cold and fierce, her eyes brimming with intent to kill. The flames instinctively avoided her, as if in submission, while the Phoenix, filled with regret, vanished with one final cry. It seemed the Eerie game-feared players would forget the moment, replaying the scene 3 times across the night sky. "If you want me dead, just say it," Sheng Ning thought, setting aside her joy as she utilized a disguise card to transform into a celebrity from a faded poster on a nearby wall. Before she could even contemplate fleeing, the fiery vermilion bird, circling in the sky, suddenly swooped down and unleashed a torrent of searing flames upon her. The scorching heat assailed her, causing her hair to contort, and as the flames surged frighteningly close, she found herself unable to evade the impending danger. Chapter 75, Special Instance. Becoming the Zombie King is no coincidence. In a moment of peril, a presence with the sweet scent of baby lotion suddenly appeared behind her, wrapping around Shang Ning's waist and whisking her away at lightning speed to a distance of 100 meters. The Zhuke was relentless, flapping its wings and lunging at Sheng Ning once more. "All right, use the containment card," Ming Xing instructed swiftly. Special card, Eerie Containment, capable of containing bizarre creatures from the Eerie realm. If it resists, it is likely due to a debt. A good beating should suffice. This card was one of the 2 A-level cards inherited from Huang Mao, and it had just been successfully replicated, yielding a 10-fold critical hit. However, when the containment card was thrown at the Zhuke, it had no effect whatsoever. It appeared that a good thrashing was still in order. The person behind her tightened their grip around her waist, and without needing to turn around, Sheng Ning knew who it was. She glanced back, feeling aggrieved. "Darling, it burned my hair, beat it up." To her surprise, Chu Yunyan readily agreed. "I'll take care of it, but you have to kiss me. Has your memory returned?" Shang Ning peered into his eyes, noticing the deepening purple hue in his pupils, a spark of electricity flashing through them, yet the gaze remained unfamiliar. She pecked his cool lips. "Don't kill it. Keep it as a pet." Chu Yunyan frowned, and Shang Ning found it amusing. She kissed him again, and he replied, "I'll do my best." As his words fell, countless bolts of lightning descended, striking down upon the Zhuke in a furious onslaught. Ultimately, the Zhuke could no longer endure and willingly dove into the containment card. The backside of the card displayed an image of the Zhuke, now renamed Attack Card, Zhuke A. With the battle concluded, Sheng Ning grasped Chu Yunyan's hand, and they swiftly departed. The couple found a nearby hotel to rest for the night. It was only later that Sheng Ning realized, touching her face, "How did you know I am your wife?" When she posed this question, Chu Yunyan responded with an annoyed and somewhat embarrassed grin. Sheng Ning secretly inquired of the divination card. "Has he been following me this entire time?" The honest divination card offered no leniency. "Yes." Delighted, Sheng Ning happily brushed Chu Yunyan's teeth, washed his face, and applied baby lotion, dressing them both in matching outfits. She noticed that there was no ring on Chu Yunyan's hand. Could this be the reason he had forgotten? She asked the divination card again. "Is the ring in this instance?" "Yes." "And what of the ring?" As they prepared to leave, a cacophony of shouts and chaos erupted from downstairs. Peering out of the window, they saw a crowd battling zombies. Among them were unfamiliar faces, including members of the third squad. She had forgotten to rendezvous with the third squad. Almost instinctively sensing Sheng Ning's gaze, Yin Zheng, who had been standing atop a vehicle unleashing his powers, suddenly looked up, their eyes meeting. Could he recognize her? Sheng Ning touched her face, sighing inwardly. She could no longer accompany the third squad. The Lord of Lin City must have recognized her, and continuing with them would mean exposing her identity, putting both herself and the third squad in danger. Sheng Ning led Xu Yunyan out through the back door, battling zombies as they made their escape. Yet unexpectedly, they encountered the third squad in another district. Chunyan, Yin Zheng spoke first. Sheng Ning wanted to deny it, to distance herself from him. But before she could, Yin Zheng declared, I know it's you. His gaze fell upon the familiar Tang Dao. Sheng Ning looked over, and a chill ran down her spine as the Tang Dao instantly transformed into a card, settling back into the inventory. Huang Mao had recognized her as Sheng Xiaomei because of this Tang Dao. Surely, the Lord of Lin City and others could do the same. The Tang Dao could no longer be used. The three-sided dagger, these had all appeared in the live stream. She could not use them, leaving her without a weapon. Sensing Sheng Ning's predicament, Yin Zheng conjured a sword for her using his powers, its blade exceptionally sharp. Here, he said, casting a silent glance at Qi Yunyan. The couple in Oppo's matching outfits strikingly conspicuous. Thank you, Yin Zheng. I must take my leave now. I truly appreciate your help during this time. Yin Zheng fell silent, stepping aside to allow her to pass. As they brushed past each other, he asked, Can you tell me your real name? Sheng Ning met his gaze, removing her disguise card to reveal a sincere, radiant smile. I am Sheng Ning. Their figures quickly faded around the corner, leaving Yin Zheng with a bittersweet understanding in his eyes. The southern region of the capital was almost untouched by the zombie scourge, presenting Sheng Ning with a veritable treasure trove. As they journeyed, they collected crystal cores along the way. By midday, they found another seemingly clean hotel to rest. Xu Yunyan nestled close to her, exhibiting much more docility than their first encounter. He craved the scent of this woman, though not in a bloodthirsty manner. Being near her brought an unspeakable comfort. How much better would it be if she would kiss him? Sheng Ning hardly noticed the shift in the zombie husband and Oppo's demeanor. After all, it was normal for Xu Yunyan to be so close. She pulled out a map of the capital and began to study it intently. The four major towns were suppressing malevolent energies beneath them. This meant that each town likely harbored a calamity-level anomaly. Yet, why had there been no such appearance during their last visit to the Qinglong building? Huang Mao had mentioned 3 rule cards. She had already obtained 2, leaving 1 rule for completion. It was imperative to acquire the final rule swiftly. Noticing Sheng Ning lost in the map, Qi Yunyan casually took a pen and circled a spot on the map. Wife, this is my home. Sheng Ning held her breath as she observed the 4 towns forming a circular pattern on the map, with a small ring in the center. If this were divided into black and white, and a circle drawn equidistant below the one Xu Yunyan had drawn, the resulting image would resemble a yin-yang taiji diagram. Xu Yunyan's rise to the position of zombie king was not mere coincidence. He was situated within the realm of yin, while the other realm of yang represented the rules. If the southwest was yin, symbolizing the emergence of anomalies, then the northeast was yang, embodying the rules. Thus, if Qi Yunyan was in the yin realm, the yang realm must be where the rules resided, leading to the emergence of completion rules. Ecstatic at uncovering the truth, Sheng Ning embraced Qi Yunyan and showered him with kisses, leaving him bewildered and dripping with saliva. Qi Yunyan was perplexed. A mere circle had brought her such joy. Imagine if he drew more circles. Sheng Ning noticed Qi Yunyan circling another location, feeling a bit puzzled until she looked up to find him staring longingly at her lips. Although the weapon Yin Zheng had gifted her was excellent, it was ineffective against the anomalies. If she wished to combat the anomalies, she would require a new weapon. Feeling somewhat helpless, she suddenly remembered her and used talent, fusion. In the wilderness instance, Sheng Ning had fused a collection of weapons into a special 3-sided dagger. She wondered if she could fuse the Tang Dao this time and perhaps create another card. Ming Xing suggested, why not add some crystal cores? We have 2 original transformation cards. We could toss one in, along with the D-level blinding card, which has a similar effect. Let us do it. Ming Xing resembled a dark sorceress concocting her magical elixir. Sheng Ning replied, let us do it. Chapter 76, Special Instance. Perhaps the 3 of us can conquer it together. Sheng Ning hurried towards the location of Yang Yin, where a locked dragon tower stood. It was the most likely place among the surrounding structures to conceal the rules for passage, since she desired to uncover it. It was highly probable that the remaining 4 high-level players would also have the same intention. It seemed that to approach, they would have to wait until nightfall to sneak over. As dusk fell and the sun dipped below the horizon, even with the impending doom of the world, the evening glow remained breathtakingly beautiful. Sheng Ning concealed herself on the rooftop of a nearby building, leaning against Chu Yuanian. The two were enjoying the sunset. The atmosphere peaceful and serene, until it was shattered by the sound of a distant car engine. Chu Yuanian grimaced, and Sheng Ning soothingly kissed him. Someone was having a splendid time. Looking from the rooftop, they saw a Wuling Hongwang parked before the locked dragon tower. A familiar figure was being dragged out of the car, tightly bound, with tape over her mouth. It was Yang Shiruan and Shou Yin. Beside Shou Yin stood Fang Xinro and another man, their demeanor intimate. Upon seeing Yang Shiruan, Fang Xinro and Imp, Appo's expression twisted into a snarl. She stepped forward and slapped Yang Shiruan twice. With her mouth taped shut, Yang Shiruan could only glare in fury. You shameless wretch. Did you enjoy clinging to Sheng Xiaomei's leg in the last instance? Guess what? Do you think Sheng Xiaomei will come to save you now? The look on Yang Shiruan's face turned mocking. Fang Xinro slapped her again, gripping Shiruan's chin and said, I'll give you a chance. If you bow to me 3 times, I'll let you go. The expression on Yang Shiruan's face was unmistakably clear, rubbish. She attempted to retaliate, but Shou Yin restrained her, urging her to stop. The slap intended for Yang Shiruan instead landed on Shou Yan's face. He merely rubbed his jaw, his expression devoid of emotion. At that moment, Sheng Ning activated her eye of pursuit and discerned the identity of the man beside Fang Xinro. Indeed, he was a level 4 player, with all 3 talents rated S. His aura was comparable to that of Lord Lin, significantly surpassing that of Huang Mao. The locked dragon tower had been seized by high-level players, prompting Ming Xing to question, Do you still wish to proceed? Ding, fusion countdown complete. A brand new weapon card appeared in Sheng Ning and Amp, Appo's hand. Attack card, unnamed weapon, a weapon not catalogued in the armory, capable of changing form. When mental energy exceeds 50, it can trigger a blinding effect, doubling damage against the bizarre, and gaining critical hit bonuses in special environments. This was a pitch-black trident sword, its blade dark and unreflective, yet it exuded an inexplicable sharpness. It felt substantial, but with Sheng Ning and Amp, Appo's current strength attributes, it felt just right. With a thought, the trident sword transformed into a Tang Dao, then into a cleaver, a kitchen knife, and a QNGLNYNYU Dao. With another thought, it morphed into a nail clipper, an ear scoop, and a nail file. Ming Xing, Sheng Ning, let an Amp, Appo's call it free transformation. With this new weapon, Sheng Ning felt a sense of assurance. She instructed Ming Xing to ensure all cards had a sufficient stock. And after securing Chu Yuanian, she used a stealth card to quietly infiltrate the locked dragon tower. As the sun set into twilight, the sky was enchanting. However, inside the locked dragon tower, the lighting was dim. The tower was an open tourist attraction, and the zombies had been cleared out, leaving behind severed limbs and bloodstains. In front of the crimson 9-story locked dragon tower lay a courtyard adorned with corridors. Sheng Ning observed several individuals surrounding Yang Shiruan. One bald man, with only the whites of his eyes and devoid of pupils, was forcing Yang Shiruan to meet his gaze. After merely 3 seconds, Yang Shiruan's pupils dilated, and she lost her sense of self. Release her. Let her contact Shen Xiaomei. Like catching a turtle in a jar. Zhou Yin untied the ropes binding Yang Shiruan and tore away the tape from her mouth. Yang Shiruan opened her interface, locating the friend column, and clicked on Sheng Xiaomei's name. Sister, I'm at the locked dragon tower. Where are you? As the message was sent, a notification suddenly popped up on Sheng Ning's disguised interface. Simultaneously, the man with no pupils abruptly turned to face Sheng Ning, exclaiming in astonishment, Sheng Xiaomei is right here. Zhou Yin immediately reacted, stepping forward to use his talent, Barrier Break. Although Sheng Ning had mentally prepared for the strength of these opponents, thinking of her numerous cards, she considered that if things went awry, she could simply escape. Yet, she never anticipated being discovered so swiftly. She quickly cast an immunity card on herself. But the B-grade card Kuden and Appo's to withstand Shou Yin and Appo's A-grade talent. In an instant, her figure was exposed to everyone and Appo's gaze. At that moment, the level 4 man, Tu Lin, narrowed his eyes and activated his talent. Rakshasa, a bizarre figure suddenly materialized, causing the temperature around to plummet. Sheng Ning felt a chill envelop her, uncertain whether it stemmed from an internal dread or the deathly aura emanating from the Rakshasa. with 3 heads and 6 arms, surrounded by a shroud of deathly energy. The Rakshasa locked its gaze on Sheng Ning, appearing before her in the blink of an eye. The 6 hands of the Rakshasa suddenly bore tridents, striking towards her with such speed that they sliced through the air with a piercing sound. He was fast, but Sheng Ning was not slow either. Under the enhancement of her speed card, she swiftly evaded. Indeed, free transformation was as its name implied. As soon as a thought arose, it morphed into a flexible whip. Before anyone could react, the whip ensnared the trident, drawing it into her spatial card. The Rakshasa paused momentarily, all 3 heads staring at the hand that had lost its weapon. Tu Lin was equally taken aback that someone dared to seize the Rakshasa and Appos' weapon. That was an S-grade talent summon. How audacious of Shen Xiaomei. In the following moment, Sheng Ning's figure vanished, and Shou Yan's expression shifted. He knew Sheng Ning had used another invisibility card. His talent had not yet cooled down. The bald man with white eyes, unable to see what was unfolding, understood that Tu Lin's first talent had not incapacitated Shen Xiaomei. It still relied on him. With a cold snort, something began to sprout from the bald man's gleaming head, growing in strands. Moments later, the invisible Sheng Ning had seized all of the Rakshas's tridents, inciting the Rakshas's furious wrath as it began to attack indiscriminately. The temperature around plummeting below freezing. The bald man frowned. Rein in your talent. Such extreme cold is detrimental to the growth of spores. As long as those spores touched even a single hair of Sheng Ning, he could control her. Tu Lin, aware of the bald man and Appos' talent, smirked with amusement as the Rakshasa vanished. He began to retreat swiftly, the air becoming humid and sweet with a foul scent, as something began to grow within it. Sheng Ning held her breath, her mental energy surging, suddenly noticing fine particles floating in the air. She did not believe these were benign. A glance at the bald man revealed the fungal growth swaying atop his head. The spores, seemingly alive, surged towards Sheng Ning. She retreated again, producing 3 Zhuke cards and casting them away. In an instant, flames illuminated the locked dragon tower as 3 fire zooks spiraled upwards beside Sheng Ning. The offspring of the bald man were instantly incinerated, leaving not a trace of ash. The flames not only brightened the sky but also raised the temperature to such heights that the fungal growth atop the bald man's head rapidly withered and melted, turning into a viscous puddle upon his bald crown. 3 fiery vermilion birds ascended into the sky, circling for 2 seconds as if they had discovered something similar. And one of them exclaimed, "Oh, is there someone who looks exactly like me? Why not let the 3 of us join forces?" In perfect harmony, the 3 fiery vermilion birds transformed into a blazing inferno, and upon reappearing, they became an even more colossal vermilion bird, swiftly swooping down towards Feng Xinro and the others. The bald, wide-eyed man, scorched by the mycelium, felt a mix of sorrow and fury, but his innate attack power was feeble. He shouted in exasperation, "Old Tu, if you don't unleash your 3rd talent soon, we'll all end up as skewers." In Chapter 77, Special Instance, Severed Head Rolling on the Ground, Tu Lin coldly casts a vacuum card. The immense vermilion bird vanishes into the dark night. He gazes with venom, disdain, and a hint of annoyance at a certain spot, thinking, "Sheng Ning, I intended to grant you a complete corpse, but since you refused to heed my advice, do not blame me." Sheng Ning's formidability was anticipated, but their astonishment stems from her rapid adaptation to the eerie game. Failure to eliminate her in her nascent state would disrupt the game's order, spelling everyone's doom. With this in mind, Tu Lin activates his 3rd talent, True Scene. Instantly, the surrounding space contorts, a dense, eerie aura rises, and a suffocating pressure engulfs the area. Sheng Ning's invisibility card dissipates once more. As her figure reappears, the scene shifts again. Tu Lin is enthroned in a hall, clad in a cyan official robe, with a painting of a blue sky and white sun behind him, flanked by Zhou Yan and others. The atmosphere is eerily sinister, with grotesque heads hanging high on the walls and severed limbs dangling from the ceiling, creating a terrifying spectacle. The murky, eerie air is tinged with a gruesome, blood-red glow. A sharp sound echoes as Tu Lin slams the gavel, scolding, "Audacious Sheng Xiaomei. Your wanton slaughter in the mortal realm warrants punishment. This judge sentences you to the copper pillar hell to atone for your sins and be denied reincarnation." The scene imitates a judge passing sentence in hell, a vision of infernal torment. Abruptly, 2 spectral figures materialize, seizing Sheng Ning's arms. The scene transforms once more. A colossal, red-hot copper pillar rises into the sky, surrounded by leering specters, their screams and cries of agony filling the air, evoking primal fear. Sheng Ning and Appos, S mental fortitude wanes. The two specters, immensely strong, restrain her, dragging her toward the scorching pillar. Even from a distance, she feels the searing heat, the agonizing burn on her skin. This is not an illusion, but the genuine copper pillar hell. Tu Lin, who could have directly cast her onto the pillar, stages this scene to summon the authentic hellish landscape. Desperate, Sheng Ning seeks a solution. Incense sticks, she thinks, but as she retrieves them, they vanish. Tu Lin and Appos' voice reverberates through the copper pillar hell. Sheng Ning, abandon hope. This is my domain. All your powers will be rendered useless. After a pause, he adds, if you surrender all your incense sticks, I might consider granting you an easier death. Fine, I'll give them to you, Sheng Ning replies. Beads of cold sweat trickling down her face, agreeing without hesitation. Tu Lin sneers, how sensible. Hand them over, and I and Appos, LL spare you. Sheng Ning, not naive, counters. Release me first. Tu Lin retorts, dare you negotiate with me? Sheng Ning, sensing a glimmer of hope, persuades. You must be eager to uncover the secrets of the incense sticks. I can give you the incense sticks, all 511 of them. I have no means of escape. Conversely, if I hand them over and you betray me, what recourse do I have? Mr. Tu, my sincerity is ample. Tu Lin demands, I also want all the apples. Sheng Ning pauses, Dawn and Amp, Appos, T push your luck. Tu Lin retorts, you are in no position to negotiate. I hold all the cards. Shen Xiaomei, you have but 2 seconds to decide. Sheng Ning, gnashing her teeth, concedes, I and Appos, LL give them. She feigns desperation, her anger causing veins to bulge on her neck. Her eyes filled with resentment. In an instant, space distorts again, the hellish scene dissipating, gradually reverting to the courtyard of the dragon-locking pagoda. A dark light flashes across Sheng Ning and Appos' body, and the two specters vanish. With her restraints gone, Sheng Ning notices the bruised marks on her wrists. Her eyes shifting with emotion. Fang Xinro struts over, brimming with malice. Your comeuppance has arrived. She raises her hand, eager to strike Sheng Xiaomei, a desire she has harbored for a long time. Sheng Ning glares at her with a fierce expression, dare to touch me, and I and Appos, LL drag you down with me. Even in death, her aura is so terrifying, indistinguishable from the malevolent spirits of hell. Startled by Sheng Ning and Appos' presence, Fang Xinro retreats. Tu Lin steps forward, pushing Fang Xinro aside, and stares at Sheng Ning, demanding, the items? Sheng Ning throws out the incense sticks, over 500 of them, and asks, what are the conditions for my release? Tu Lin gives Zhou Yin a signal, and Zhou Yin proceeds to collect the incense sticks. He looks down at Sheng Ning, who is sitting on the ground, gasping for breath, and says, as if toying with a mouse, Sheng Ning, you must die. Sheng Ning, puzzled, smiles helplessly. Why won't you spare me? In the last instance, I left Fang Xinro a path to survival. Tu Lin discerns Sheng Ning's meaning. That she believes they are seeking revenge for Fang Xinro and Appos' sake. How shallow, he muses. Tu Lin explains, let me enlighten you before you die. It's not that we are determined to kill you, but that you brought it upon yourself. Sheng Ning asks. Tu Lin elaborates, upon reaching level 4. All players have the opportunity to enter a prophetic dream during their advancement. One level 5 player foresaw in his dream that someone who had achieved 3 SSS rank clearances in a row and possessed the game's only unique item would destroy the eerie game. You might think that destroying this harmful game is a good thing, right? Tu Lin reveals a fanatical smile. Do you know what a high-level player signifies in this eerie game? It means they are the king of this game, the master of this game. If the eerie game is destroyed, how can we reign supreme? Sheng Ning retorts, so you believe that person is me? And you fear that I will destroy your dream of becoming local tyrants? Tu Lin bursts into laughter, ha ha ha. It's your misfortune that you resemble the person in the prophetic dream. As the saying goes, better to kill the innocent than to let the guilty escape. He then becomes resentful. The instances wilderness without people and forbidden deep sea have been removed from the eerie instances because of you. Our human territory is already scarce, and you have deprived us of the opportunity to occupy instances. Sheng Ning, who else but you deserves to die? The wide-eyed man interjects, enough talk. Let's send her on her way. Tu Lin accepts the military knife from Zhou Yin, aims it at Sheng Ning's neck, and strikes with force. A muffled thud is heard. Blood splatters, and Sheng Ning's head rolls on the ground. Chapter 78, Special Instance. Like a spasming snake's spirit, the severed head of Sheng Ning lay on the ground, blood seeping out and quickly pooling into a puddle. The military knife bore the enhancement of a special card, death. This card could disregard certain resurrection items or rules, ensuring that at the moment her head was severed, she would truly and utterly perish. Yet, damn it, she still managed to escape. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, Tu Lin realized he had been outsmarted by Sheng Ning. Enraged, he crushed the head beneath his foot, brain matter splattering everywhere. The bald man with a disdainful expression was visibly agitated, his breath coming in short gasps as black fungal tendrils sprouted once again from his barren scalp. Meanwhile, the dazed Yang Xiaowan stiffly messaged Sheng Ning, only to receive a giant exclamation mark in response. When did this happen? How did she manage to escape? Tu Lin, in a fit of fury, shouted to the heavens, his anger stemming from either being deceived by Sheng Ning or the thought of being mocked by the other two players. He pointed at Fang Xinruo, his voice chilling, instructing her to use her talent to locate Old Lin and Old Pai. He refused to believe that 4 high-level players could be toyed with by a mere level 2 player. Fang Xinruo quickly deduced a direction. Just when he thought they would leave immediately, Tu Lin produced a card and, at the stroke of midnight, exchanged the identities of Fang Xinruo and Xiaowan. Fang Xinruo, player. Yang Xiaowan, stuck player. Following Fang Xinruo's guidance, they swiftly departed. The air once again fell into silence. The dilapidated locking dragon tower stood amidst desolation. Devoid of zombies or human presence, its red walls aged and crumbling. After a long while, even a crow perched atop the tower refused to linger, flapping its wings and taking flight. A night passed, and as dawn broke, even a distant mouse yawned and scurried away. A new day had officially begun. The warm yellow sunlight poured into the yard, illuminating a nondescript, bloodied severed hand. Ouch, ouch, ouch. A startled cry shattered the stillness of the courtyard as the severed hand suddenly transformed into a gray, translucent figure, hastily drifting toward the interior of the locking dragon tower. Its movements resembled that of a newly walking child, spasming like a snake spirit in convulsions. Just before the sunlight flooded the yard, Sheng Ning slipped into the shadows of the tower, finally daring to take a deep breath. She had truly survived. After confirming the surroundings were safe, Ming Xing dared to reveal himself, equally startled as Sheng Ning. Last night, while still in hell, Sheng Ning had activated her second talent, Random. The Random talent evolved into a C-level ability, Puppet. At the moment of being restrained by the strange entity's disappearance, she and the puppet had exchanged identities. Logically, she should have fled the locking dragon tower immediately. However, upon seeing the scattered limbs and severed body parts, a bold thought took root in her mind. As the ancients say, fortune favors the bold. They also say, the most dangerous place is often the safest. Thus, Sheng Ning utilized a transformation card to become a zombie's severed hand, hiding among the remnants of flesh for an entire night. Fang Xinruo had been startled when she used it, nearly believing she was doomed. Yet, unexpectedly, Fang Xinruo pointed in another direction. Truly, she must have been blessed by the ancestors. Sheng Ning sighed deeply. Recalling the bizarre transformation she underwent last night, her mental state had plummeted to 60. Subsequently, she maintained the puppet and Appo's consciousness with her mental energy, which rapidly deteriorated. At the stroke of midnight, her mental state dwindled to 29. With the identity shuffle, she had unexpectedly become the strange entity. Sheng Ning worried that becoming a strange entity might render her as grotesque as the 8-armed and black cat entities. However, aside from being unable to touch the ground, she had transformed into a genuine ghost without any other alterations. Inside the locking dragon tower, darkness enveloped everything, dust swirling in the air, exuding a damp, moldy odor. Tu Lin and his companions had already searched this place, but it remained uncertain whether they discovered the rules for clearing the instance. With the sun shining brightly outside, Sheng Ning, now a ghost, could not venture out and was left to scavenge within the tower. Upon reaching the 4th floor, she heard a vaguely familiar weeping. Woah, Sheng Xiaomei. Your death is so tragic. Woah, you are so beautiful, you must have never been in love, right? Woah, and you died just like that. Woah. Rest assured, we will meet soon, and we can be together again. Sheng Ning's expression darkened as she recognized the speaker, the rabid entity from the desolate wilderness. From behind him, she coldly spoke. No need to wait. You can see me now. Ah, mommy, a ghost. The rabid entity, or rather, I love you for 10,000 years, screamed twice in shock, realizing the person he had longed for was right before him. His mouth agape in astonishment. You're not dead? Oh, no, you died. Sheng Ning. Sometimes, she couldn't fathom why her fists would inexplicably clench. After a brief, cordial exchange, I love you for 10,000 years recounted everything he had witnessed over the past 2 days. Tu Lin and his group discovered the locking dragon tower the day before yesterday, believing the rules for clearing the instance were located here. In truth, the rules were not here. They had encountered a wounded entity from a great battle, which Tu Lin and the others swiftly dispatched, uncovering an item that excited them greatly. There remained some malevolent entities on the upper floors, some even at a higher level. Sheng Ning produced a transformation card, gripping a pitch-black tang knife in her palm. She was close to gaining enough experience to reach level 3. Since Tu Lin and his companions looked down upon this meager experience, she would gladly accept it for herself. On the 7th floor of the Dragon Slayer Tower, Sheng Ning had already ended the lives of 12 malevolent entities, but the atmosphere on the 7th floor felt markedly different. The temperature was lower, the light dimmer. The entities here were of the lethal grade. The moment she set foot on the 7th floor, a piercing shriek shattered the silence, abruptly assaulting her eardrums. Caught off guard, her eardrums bled from the impact. She tossed out several incense sticks and observed a woman with her face covered crawling from the corner. With sharp teeth, the woman grasped the incense sticks, gasping for air. Against lethal-grade entities, the effects of cards below sea level were minimal. Sheng Ning first flung a B-level obscuring card, followed by a gravity card, a binding card, and a sealing card all at once. The lethal-grade entity snapped back to reality from the incense, its movements awkward and slow as it opened its mouth to howl once more. Sheng Ning's mental state plummeted, but she swiftly donned an immunity card and deftly swung her knife, severing the woman's neck. However, lethal-grade entities were not so easily vanquished. The woman's head rolled away, yet her piercing wail persisted, even summoning another entity from the 8th floor. Binding. The entity on the 8th floor was a humanoid creature with a birdcage for a head. Each lethal-grade entity possessed a unique skill. Just as the television entity wielded the skill, illusion, the 7th floor entity had screech, and the 8th floor entity's skill was binding. At the moment the skill activated, countless chains materialized in the black space, all converging toward Sheng Ning. Chapter 79. Special Instance, Chu Yuanian, we have a son. A glint of ferocity manifested in Sheng Ning's eyes, recalling the previous night when she was immobilized by 2 Spectre constables. The memory of that terrifying helplessness still lingered, and she vowed to never be vulnerable like that again. Stealth card activated. Sheng Ning vanished, leaving the chains flailing aimlessly. A chilling dread washed over the birdcage ghoul, followed by a disorienting sensation as its birdcage head was cleaved off, shattering on the ground. Before it could react, the suspended chains were severed with surgical precision, collapsing neatly onto the floor. Silence descended. The shrieking ghoul fell silent, while the birdcage ghoul and Apos' attempt to wail was thwarted by a hastily stuffed, foul-smelling sock rammed into its navel. He, esteemed one, show us mercy. We beg for forgiveness, the shrieking ghoul pleaded in a shrill voice. From the moment Sheng Ning disappeared, the shrieking ghoul knew they were doomed. This woman is not to be trifled with, it thought. It immediately groveled, the practiced ease of its actions hinting at a history of similar situations. Sheng Ning materialized, gesturing with her chin at the 2 ghouls. Repentance requires sincerity. The shrieking ghoul hesitated for a moment before understanding her meaning. Its face contorted into a bitter grimace. What misfortune has befallen me? This is the 3rd protection fee I've paid this month. Is there no justice? The birdcage ghoul spat out the sock, shakily reattaching its head. Its voice, like that of a parrot, was both timid and defiant. We have no money. Take our lives instead. Go ahead and kill me. This is unbearable. We can't even beat the first 2, and now a low-level player comes to bully us. Sheng Ning was taken aback. Why do they make me sound like a villainous tyrant? You attacked first, didn't it, Apos? To you? However, the 2 ghouls wept shamelessly, perhaps because Sheng Ning was now a ghoul herself. Stirring a hint of compassion within her, Sheng Ning proposed a deal to the 2 ghouls. I need 500 more experience points to level up. Which of you will volunteer? The birdcage ghoul and the shrieking ghoul recoiled in synchronized horror, shaking their heads as if facing a demon. After a pause, the birdcage ghoul tentatively suggested, how about we lead you to the Black Dragon's treasure? Sheng Ning was surprised. You know where the Black Dragon's treasure is hidden? The shrieking ghoul chuckled. We followed our great leader for 300 years. A visible sadness washed over the shrieking ghoul's face. My leader died tragically. A calamity-level female ghoul ripped off his dragon horns. The birdcage ghoul wailed. The rule for clearing the instance was also stolen by that woman. The treasure dropped by the dragon leader was taken by high-level players. We couldn't even protect what remained. We're so useless. It glanced at Sheng Ning, its eyes betraying a hint of cunning. Spare us. Sheng Ning smiled, and the Tang blade materialized. How about you sacrifice yourself, and I won't take your dragon leader's treasure. The birdcage ghoul was dismayed. This woman is terrifying. 9th level perhaps due to the black dragon ghoul's demise. The eerie atmosphere here was noticeably less oppressive than on the 7th and 8th levels. The shrieking ghoul and the birdcage ghoul located a corner, triggered a mechanism, and dragged out a Wong Wally wooden box secured with a Lubon lock. The birdcage ghoul opened the lock, revealing that the two ghouls had coveted the treasure for a long time. As Sheng Ning approached, the eerie aura intensified the moment the box was opened. Inside was a jet black egg. The eerie energy emanating from the egg far surpassed that of the shrieking ghoul and the birdcage ghoul. Huh. This is the leader's aura. The leader isn't dead, exclaimed the birdcage ghoul. As if to confirm its words, the eggshell began to crack, and a forearm-length little black dragon emerged, its eyes wide with confusion. It scanned the three figures present before lunging towards Sheng Ning. Mama, the two ugly creatures were obviously not related to it. Only this beautiful woman could be its mama. Sheng Ning reached out, holding the little dragon by its tail as it swam toward her, a look of undisguised distaste on her face. After all that anticipation, the treasure is just this? She thought. She rummaged through the box, finding no cards but discovering 3 jet black dragon scales. Ming Xing exclaimed in surprise, swishing its dragon tail. These are the heart-guarding scale, the inverse scale, and the toughest scale. Wearing them will enhance your attributes. The little black dragon wriggled free from Sheng Ning, glanced at the scales, then at Sheng Ning, and pointed its tail at the stand holding the eggshell. Dragon bone. A layer of black sinew covered the dragon bone. Mama, don't dislike me. The little black dragon wrapped its tail around Sheng Ning's wrist, its eyes shining with anticipation of praise. Sheng Ning was exasperated. Is this some kind of test? Sheng Ning's fingers brushed against the heart-guarding scale, and a vision of a colossal black dragon appeared before her. These are my brother's alimony. I entrust him to you from now on. Sheng Ning was speechless. Does your brother know what he's calling me? The little black dragon circled twice in the air, then opened its mouth and bit into something, extracting a card from thin air. Mama, I want to live here like sister. Sister referred to Ming Xing. Ming Xing shrieked. Ah, this is a generation gap. I'm your auntie. The little black dragon grinned, revealing its pearly white teeth. Sister. The little black dragon had retrieved the blank wishing card. Sheng Ning was astonished. How did you find it? The little black dragon winked at Sheng Ning. Mama, my talent is space manipulation. All right, Sheng Ning declared. This little one is my son from now on. Finally, night fell, and the birdcage ghoul and the shrieking ghoul tearfully, falsely, bid farewell to Sheng Ning. They would be in danger if they stayed with Sheng Ning. The previous day, on the rooftop, Chu Yuanian looked at the approaching Sheng Ning with murderous intent, his voice hoarse and cold. I waited for you for an entire day. Do you know how I spent that day? Sheng Ning had said she would only be gone for a few hours, but he had waited a whole day. Each passing moment felt like torture. He wanted to find her, but he dared not leave, remembering Sheng Ning and Apos' instructions. Chu Yuanian stood alone on the rooftop, watching the dreamlike sunset, a sudden pang of pain in his heart. An involuntary thought crossed his mind. If one day is this unbearable, what about 4 years? These inexplicable emotions made him increasingly agitated. If Sheng Ning didn't return, he would kill those who had left the previous night. Fortunately, she returned. This inexplicable feeling was far more satisfying than killing. Sheng Ning patted Chu Yuanian and Apos' head, kissed him, and said, Chu Yuanian, we have a son. The little black dragon peeked out at the opportune moment. Hi, Daddy. Chapter 80. Special Instance. A path to walk sideways. Sheng Ning was merely 500 experience points away from reaching level 3. The only location available to her at this moment was the Qinglong building. During her previous visit, there had been no abnormal occurrences. Was it truly devoid of anomalies? Or had she merely arrived prematurely, failing to trigger the conditions for their emergence? Determined to uncover the truth, Sheng Ning resolved to revisit the Qinglong building. Additionally, there was that calamity-level anomaly which had seized the game's completion rules. She hoped it was still located within the Qinglong building. Otherwise, the base would face dire consequences. As she made her way to the Qinglong building, a wave of melancholy washed over Sheng Ning. To evade higher-level players, she was forced to move stealthily. Passing by a horde of zombies, she felt a pang of frustration, akin to watching a handsome man without the ability to indulge in her desires. The moment she stepped into the Qinglong building, she was immediately enveloped by a chilling, eerie presence. The little black dragon coiled around Chu Yuanian's shoulder whimpered, Mommy, avenge me. It was this anomaly that harmed my brother. The dragon and Apos acknowledgement confirmed to Sheng Ning that this was indeed the entity that had stolen the rules for completing the game. A flicker of relief surged through her. The base remained secure. Inside the Qinglong building, everything appeared as it had on the first day of the instance, devoid of any signs of battle. This implied that the completion rules were likely still in the possession of this anomaly. Sheng Ning swallowed hard. Noticing the fleeting fear in her eyes, Chu Yuanyin, with a commanding grip, pulled her into his embrace, frowning. "What are you afraid of?" "I am here," Sheng Ning thought. Though foolish, he is reliable when it matters. This thought comforted her considerably. Her fear stemmed from the death of her puppet the previous night, which too was a death. The sensation of her mental energy being severed as a knife sliced through the puppet's throat was one she wished to forget forever. Just as she was about to enter the safety passage, a sinister shadow appeared before her. The ghostly security guard, a malevolent entity, addressed her politely. "Miss, please take the elevator. Our president has been awaiting your arrival." Sheng Ning was perplexed, awaiting her? What trickery was this? The elevator ascended, halting at the 44th floor. Exiting the elevator, she found a row of malevolent anomalies lined up on either side, adorned with uniform, welcoming smiles. "Welcome, miss, to the group inspection." Wait. Did this miss imply what she thought it did? After unexpectedly becoming a mother, was she now to become a daughter as well? One of the malevolent entities guided Sheng Ning toward the president and Oppo's office. The interior was dimly lit, the eerie atmosphere more pronounced, sending chills down her spine. "Miss, the president is waiting for you." As she pushed the door open, a somewhat familiar silhouette stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, exuding an air of authority. Upon hearing the noise behind her, she turned with a smile. "Ning Ning, it's been a long time." A moment of silence enveloped the air. Recognition washed over Sheng Ning, leading her to exclaim in disbelief, "Mother?" The familiar figure stepped forward, embracing Sheng Ning. "My dear Ning Ning, you have suffered. It is your mother's fault for being powerless and unable to find you." This anomaly was none other than the mother anomaly from the first instance. At this moment, she had transformed entirely, shedding the image of the simple, timid woman she once was. Now, the mother anomaly donned an exquisite black shirt of unidentifiable fabric, adorned with a beautiful frost flower at her chest. Her hair was elegantly styled, exuding an air of competence and grace, a true queen in command. Her gaze shifted to the back, a composed smile gracing her lips. "It was you in the instance, wasn't he it? I never imagined we would meet again." Sheng Ning recalled the mother anomaly's palpable fear of Chu Yuanyin from the first instance, a fear etched deep within her being. Chu Yuanyin, however, remained indifferent, merely a proud zombie king obediently following his wife's commands. Sheng Ning hurriedly explained, "He asked not himself, 'Mother, how did you end up here?'" The word mother felt as though it had been uttered countless times in her heart, and when it finally escaped her lips, it was devoid of hesitation. The mother anomaly was clearly pleased, affectionately stroking Sheng Ning's head, her eyes brimming with tenderness. "I have longed to hear you call me mother. Today, my wish has finally come true." This journey was not in vain. She recounted the events that transpired after Sheng Ning's departure from the instance and the reason for her presence here. After Sheng Ning left, the mother anomaly absorbed the strength of the television anomaly, breaking free from her former home and entering a more advanced instance, her power gradually increasing. By the time she reached the calamity-level anomaly, she had yet to find a stable instance when she received a notification from above. There was an issue with the special instance, which had bound 5 high-level players. Moreover, a former calamity-level anomaly had temporarily upgraded and vanished, necessitating the transfer of anomalies without fixed instances to the special instance. The mother anomaly, well-connected, learned of Sheng Ning's presence in this instance and hurriedly made her way here. Before the rules binding the instance were established, she had gone to the Dragon Lock Tower to seize the Black Dragon's completion rules and return to the Qinglong building, where she had been awaiting Sheng Ning's arrival. Simultaneously, the mother anomaly confirmed a hypothesis that Sheng Ning had entertained. Rule 1. Do not strike against the indigenous inhabitants. This rule was directed towards human players. If players, stranded players, refrained from attacking the indigenous inhabitants, the anomalies would not manifest. The mother anomaly had watched helplessly as Sheng Ning entered and then exited the Qinglong building, unable to reveal herself due to the constraints of the rule, which led to their missed encounter. Upon learning that the mother anomaly had ventured into the special instance for her sake, Sheng Ning felt a tumult of emotions, a blend of bitterness and warmth. Having grown up without a mother, she had never understood what maternal love felt like. Now, it seemed she was beginning to grasp it. Sensing Sheng Ning's emotions, the mother anomaly gently caressed her face, her gaze soft yet resolute. "Ning Ning, I must thank you. Your brother must thank you too. You have given both your mother and brother a new lease on life. From now on, we shall be your steadfast support. Brother? The mother anomaly expressed her gratitude towards Chu Yinyan, saying, I owe much to this gentleman. The energy remnants within your brother's body, along with his unique constitution, allowed him to exceed my level once his mind was restored. While she felt a sense of relief, it was accompanied by a tinge of regret. Due to his elevated level, he could not wander freely, and she had not seen him for quite some time. The mother anomaly resembled a proud parent whose child had achieved great things, but lamented the lack of time spent together. Sheng Ning chuckled softly. This feeling of home was truly enchanting. I wish to meet my brother too. With a mother and a brother. She dared not imagine the joy of being born into such a family. She would have been an incredibly happy little girl. The mother anomaly chuckled. If your brother were here, you could traverse this instance with ease. I've talked so much and forgotten to give you the completion rules. Let us see how I can assist you in completing the instance. Completion rules. 1. Survive for 15 days and obtain 100,000 crystal cores. Sea level completion. 2. Decipher the zombie virus and successfully create a serum. B level completion. 3. Slay the zombie king. A level completion. 4. Restart the capital. S level completion. Chapter 81. Special instance. Moreover, Sheng Ning is not a gentleman. Upon seeing the completion rules, Sheng Ning felt as though her cheerful demeanor was about to be engulfed by despair. As a distinguished student of the bizarre game, she momentarily dismissed the idea of achieving a C-level clearance. The remaining 3 options were the B-level clearance, which she deemed entirely unfeasible as a liberal arts student, and the A-level clearance, pass. That left only the S-level clearance, restarting the capital. However, to restart the capital, there were only 2 choices: to develop a cure for the zombie virus or to eliminate all the zombies. Only through these means could the people of the base return to life in the capital. Yet, with millions of zombies roaming the city, the task of eradicating them seemed insurmountable unless Sheng Ning possessed a nuclear bomb. Even then, deploying such a weapon would not restart the capital but rather lead to a rebirth of chaos. The difficulty of the B-level instance was evident. And even after acquiring the completion rules, Sheng Ning found herself in a quandary. Observing the frown that creased her brow, Chu Yuanyan expressed his discontent with her troubled expression, playfully pinching her lips into a smile. How about you kiss me, and I'll let you kill? Without hesitation, Sheng Ning delivered a swift retort. Why don't you have those zombies commit suicide? Chu Yuanyan stared at her in bewilderment, as if she had uttered the words of a demon. Unable to fathom how such a soft and delicate mouth could produce such chilling sentiments. Mommy Gui, she coughed lightly to interject, Ning Ning. We are all comrades who risk our lives together. Isn't that a bit harsh? Sheng Ning remained silent, realizing she had merely spoken in jest. Yet, if it truly came down to a C-level clearance, she couldn't and amp. Oppos, shake the feeling of profound disappointment, akin to an honor student who barely scraped by. After a moment of contemplation, Sheng Ning inquired, Mom, can you leave the Qinglong building? Mommy Gui shook her head, bound by the rules which restricted her freedom of movement. However, she added, but Ning Ning, do you remember Mommy's hidden talent? Of course, Sheng Ning remembered. She had come to appreciate just how formidable that hidden talent was. Mommy Gui handed her a card. Special card. Deep affection. Designated card. Usable by the designated individual if their mental value exceeds 40, to withstand 1 absolute attack. If mental value exceeds 70, it can summon a bizarre entity. Therefore, you can summon me whenever you wish. The longer your mental value, the more time I can remain with you, Mommy Gui said with a doting smile. Since she couldn't assist her eldest son, she would pour all her affection into her daughter, compensating for the regrets in her heart. Just as the family basked in warmth, a discordant voice echoed above the Qinglong building, resonating throughout the entire instance. Sheng Xiaomei, come to the northern base, or I shall destroy this NPC ring. Immediately, a projection reminiscent of the moment Sheng Ning had slain the Zhuke appeared in the sky, revealing Chu Yuanyan's ring in Tu Lin's grasp. The little black dragon's eyes glowed crimson. Mommy, this person killed my brother and stole this. With gritted teeth, Sheng Ning exclaimed in outrage, this is utterly intolerable. Engaging directly with Tu Lin and his cohorts would be futile. Yet, as the instructor had advised, one must unite all possible forces, including a certain individual from the Pinyin Taoist temple. He surely had several hidden cards up his sleeve. With incense sticks as a bargaining chip, a single favor would suffice. Incense. With this thought, Sheng Ning retrieved all the incense from her space, grinning, Mom, you must really need this. 19,000 incense sticks filled Mommy Gui's office, leaving the bizarre onlookers astonished. How did you acquire so much incense? Mommy Gui gasped in surprise. Mom, I possess a duplication talent. Yesterday, I got 19 sticks of incense. And with a 1,000-fold critical hit, this is the result. Mommy Gui was left speechless, suddenly feeling as though her daughter might not need her as much. As Sheng Ning prepared to set off for the Ping'an Taoist temple to seek out the Guanguan master, Mommy Gui urged her to return some of the incense. With a mysterious smile, Sheng Ning activated her talent, duplication. Ding! Duplicate incense x20, triggering a 100-fold critical hit, acquiring 2,000 sticks of incense. Ding! Detected current environment as deep maternal affection, triggering a special usage condition. 100-fold duplication successful, acquiring 2,000 sticks of incense. Suddenly, 4,000 sticks of incense appeared, which, compared to the previous 19,000, was not an overwhelming amount, but it still astonished Sheng Ning. Another special environment. She quickly duplicated other items, each yielding a 100-fold special bonus, with no limit on usage. A sly grin crept across her face, revealing a devious amusement as she chuckled. Upon arriving at the Ping'an Taoist temple, she boldly presented 200 sticks of incense. Master, let us strike a deal. The master raised an eyebrow, sensing her intentions were anything but benign. After a round of negotiations, 2,000 sticks of incense yielded 2 cards. Special card, Erosion of Malevolence. Designated card, Immunity to Malevolence when used by the designated individual, usable 3 times, each lasting 1 hour. Special card, Golden Light Spell. Immunity to all bizarre attacks. A certain chance to reflect damage. If no reflection occurs, consider whether you've properly honored the ancestors in the morning and evening, in order for the Ping'an master to lend his assistance. Sheng Ning sought to forge a bond akin to that she shared with Mommy Gui. The master proposed, kneel before me, and I shall protect you. Sheng Ning sensed the master was trying to take advantage of her and suggested a brotherhood. Call me master, and I shall act twice, he replied. Sheng Ning boldly countered. 5 times. The master, exasperated, conceded, very well, but no more than that. Without hesitation, she knelt and proclaimed, Master, please accept this humble bow from your disciple. After bowing to the statue of the ancestral master, she finally departed the temple. At midnight, identities were reshuffled once more. Sheng Ning's identity remained unchanged. At 1 o'clock in the morning, near the base, Chu Yuanyin instructed a few clever little zombies to scout the situation. The current state of the base was dire. Tu Lin and 3 other high-level players had completely seized control. Numerous players had surrendered to Tu Lin, becoming his lackeys. These makeshift players posed little threat, as Sheng Ning had already devised a plan to deal with them. What truly concerned her was the third team. They were confined in a conference room, each gravely injured, clearly having suffered wounds from a confrontation with players. The remaining civilians were herded together like cattle, with the more attractive female natives offering massages to the high-level players. One bald man, with pink mycelium sprouting from his scalp, dragged a beautiful native girl into a room, his expression repugnant enough to make even zombies cringe. Sheng Ning scoffed internally, thinking how he fancied himself an emperor, enslaving the natives while reveling in his power within the instance. To hold a grudge without retaliation is not the mark of a gentleman, and since Sheng Ning was no gentleman herself, the vendetta for her brother's beheading would be repaid tenfold. A few swift little zombies undertook the task assigned by the corpse king and queen, darting into the base with a stack of flyers. After quickly scattering the flyers, they fled just as swiftly. The players in the base picked up the flyers, which read, Completion rules. Survive for 15 days. Earn 100,000 crystal cores, sea level clearance. For the remaining rules, bring 100,000 crystal cores to the Qinglong building for trade. Players with a major in biochemistry receive a 20 discount. Chapter 82. A unique instance. Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is. Among the players, one possessed the talent to discern authenticity. When this talent confirmed the leaflet's clearance rules as genuine, all those still identified as players erupted in jubilation. Exchanging glances, they solidified their strategy. It was now the instance's 6th day, with 9 days remaining out of the allotted 15. Their optimal course of action wasn't a mere sea-level clearance, which could easily lead to others reaping the rewards while they remained tethered to their player status. Instead, they would amass crystalline cores to achieve a higher-tier clearance, expediting their departure. Both lingering players and active players surged beyond the base, heading toward the Azure Dragon Tower in the Eastern District. Tu Lin attempted to intervene, but Lin Mo restrained him, stating, Let them go. This is Shang Xiaomei's ploy. Lin Mo held the highest level among them. Unlike the others, his ambition was to eradicate anyone surpassing him in power. Sheng Xiaomei was on that list, and he wanted to eliminate her swiftly. The ever-elusive black-tattooed man remarked. It seems Sheng Xiaomei has discovered the clearance rules. If she possesses the rules, these players could defect at any moment. Their departure might be a blessing in disguise. The balding, narrow-eyed man, having returned upon hearing the commotion, responded with a disdainful smirk. His derision wasn't directed at the black-tattooed man but at Sheng Ning's perceived foolishness in not utilizing readily available cannon fodder. With the players gone, Sheng Ning and Chu Yuanian entered the base together. After being fed apples, the little black dragon gleefully set off to liberate the third squad, while Sheng Ning and Chu Yuanian directly confronted the four advanced players. I'm here. Where's the ring? Sheng Ning stepped forward, her own face unveiled, devoid of expression. Her exquisite features alone commanded attention. Clad in a black tracksuit, she seemed to meld into the night, a dancer in the shadows. Chu Yuanian, similarly attired, stood behind Sheng Ning, resembling a knight guarding the darkness. Lin Mo produced a velvet ring box. This ring holds no power over other anomalies. Tell me why. And I and Oppos, LL return it to you. Sheng Ning, distrustful of their integrity, scoffed, scum. What credibility could you possess? It and Oppos, S merely my wedding ring. What and Oppos, S the fuss? Lin Mo's expression darkened, and he subtly exerted pressure, intending to crush the ring before Sheng Ning's eyes, a calculated act of intimidation. However, events didn't unfold as he anticipated. A crimson glint flashed in Chu Yuanian's eyes, and torrents of lightning, as thick as barrels, descended upon Lin Mo caught off guard. Lin Mo evaded, activating his talent, veracity, and the barrage of lightning vanished. Yet, in that instant, countless more bolts of lightning coalesced, striking Lin Mo again, allowing him no respite. Recognizing the power of the zombie king, a realization flickered through Lin Mo's mind, but he lacked the time to dwell on it. He surrendered, crying out, I'll return the ring to you. His talent, though high level, had a 3-hour cooldown, and he couldn't afford to expend his energy on rapid cooldowns. He needed to conserve his cards for dealing with anomalies and ensuring his survival, leaving him with no choice but to plead for mercy from the zombie king. It was then that Lin Mo recognized the zombie king's face, a face that seemed vaguely familiar. Chu Yuanian moved with incredible speed, his lightning-based ability allowing him to move at several times the speed of sound, though not quite light speed. In half a second, he seized the ring. In another half second, he returned to Sheng Ning's side. As Chu Yuanian grasped the ring, an overwhelming sense of relief washed over him. He eagerly presented the ring to Sheng Ning, who, attuned to his emotions, accepted it and gently slid it onto the ring finger of his left hand. Husband, she purred, the rising inflection sending a shiver down the spine. This endearment intensified the emotion swirling within Chu Yuanian. His violet pupils deepened, tinged with vibrant crimson, contrasting with his porcelain, bloodless skin and enchanting features, resembling a medieval vampire. His half-tied wolf tail cascaded down his back, and stray strands of hair partially obscured his eyes, lending him an aura of melancholy and morbid beauty. The elegant line of his elongated neck and delicate collarbone added to his allure. Sheng Ning mused that a silver choker would complete the ensemble, creating a fusion of elegance and wildness, a beauty capable of crushing skulls with a single hand. As his memories flooded back, Chu Yuanian's eyes were filled with tenderness. He embraced Sheng Ning, expressing remorse and apology. I and Oppos, am sorry you had to suffer. Sheng Ning and Oppos, eyes welled with tears, but recognizing that this was not the time for lamentations. She firmly pressed her face against Chu Yuanian and Amp, Oppos, shoulder and declared, it and Amp, Oppos, all right. Just help me exact revenge. Chu Yuanian kissed the tears from the corners of her eyes, his crimson gaze sweeping over the four opponents, his voice icy and laced with palpable fury. Want to know the ring's secret? You dare covet my wife's wedding ring? Attempt to kill my wife, to send her to hell? What are you? You dare seek death. Chu Yuanian's words were imbued with thunderous anger, and the surrounding lightning seemed to mirror his rage, amplified in intensity. The four individuals responded with distinct cards, while the bald, narrow-eyed man and Tu Lin, more inclined towards support roles, displayed evident alarm. This is the aura of a cataclysmic anomaly. How can there be such an aura here? The bald man exclaimed in panic. Sheng Ning also sensed the change. This iteration of Chu Yuanian was terrifyingly powerful. Seizing the opportunity, she unleashed the aura of corruption card, enveloping the four opponents in a horrifying miasma. Anomalous energy, corrupted aura, and furious lightning, the once dark sky was now shrouded in a purple-gray fog of death. behind which a deep crimson fissure appeared. The earth trembled, and Sheng Ning began to panic. The little black dragon frantically burrowed into her chest, whimpering, "Mommy, it's scary. This is bad. The instance is cracking. This instance is about to collapse." Panic gripped the faces of the four opponents. If the instance collapsed, no one would survive. Even low-level players and anomalies would be annihilated. Enough. A figure, vaguely familiar, emerged from the crimson fissure. "Mr. Chu, your true form is here. The instance's collapse benefits no one." The voice, cold and magnetic, resonated with someone in Sheng Ning's memory. From above, the figure emanated an anomalous aura no less potent than Chu Yuanyan's, and began to mend the fissure in the sky. Whether due to the figure's persuasion or Chu Yuanyan's concern about the instance's potential collapse, he smirked, and the anomalous aura gradually subsided, though the lightning continued to strike. With the anomalous energy gone, the four opponents felt a significant reduction in pressure, but their nerves remained taut, even more so than before. The sudden appearance of another cataclysmic anomaly left them uncertain of its allegiance. The man emerged from the darkness, his gaze fixed on Sheng Ning. He offered her a rare smile. "Hello, Sheng Ning. Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Yin Zheng. I am a cataclysmic anomaly. Of course, if you prefer. You may call me Yin Zheng as well." Chapter 83, Special Instance. This is a summoning card. Yin Zheng extended his hand in a friendly gesture. An elegant and gentlemanly motion that made Chu Yuanyan feel as if he were facing a formidable adversary, while Sheng Ning was still in a daze. He directly grasped her hand with a forced smile, saying, "Hello, Mr. Yin. This is my beloved, Sheng Ning." This blatant declaration of possession caught Yin Zheng's gaze, which fell upon their entwined hands, sparking an unsettling tension between them. Sheng Ning separated their hands, giving Chu Yuanyan a jab, and apologetically addressed Yin Zheng. "He is not very bright, Yin. Please don't take offense." The emotions in Yin Zheng's eyes were inscrutable, leaving Sheng Ning feeling a mix of anxiety and guilt. Not far away, for high-level players observed the scene, particularly Tu Lin and the man with white eyes, and felt a sense of dread wash over them. They had killed Sheng Ning the previous night, and she would undoubtedly seek retribution. Indeed, that was the case. After calming the two powerful yet petty entities, Sheng Ning's gaze immediately turned to the bald man with white eyes. With slightly parted lips, she inquired, "Where is Shaoruan?" "Oh, right, young Shaoruan." The bald man with white eyes felt a flicker of joy. He still had a hostage. He seized young Shaoruan by the neck and threatened Sheng Ning. "Sheng Xiaomei, your dear sister is in my grasp. If you take your own life now, I shall spare her." Sheng Ning regarded him as if he were a fool, thinking, perhaps you should donate your brain to the zombies. Chu Yuanyan interjected, "No. Consuming such a thing would cause indigestion." The bald man, infuriated, tightened his grip on young Shaoruan's neck. Sheng Ning's gaze darkened, yet she remained unyielding. After all, saving her was merely an act of kindness, and not rescuing her was equally justifiable. However, one thing was certain. To prevent you from spreading the tale of my indifference, you shall all account for your actions here tonight. Who would have anticipated that? In just one night, Sheng Ning would transform from a mere victim into a formidable force. Lin Mo and the tattooed man exchanged glances, both activating their abilities. Lin Mo and Appo's second ability, Cage Beast. The tattooed man unleashed Hidden Wings. They understood that Yin Zheng would not allow the instance to collapse. Since he wished to maintain its stability, he would refrain from intervening, even suppressing Chu Yuanyan's strength. If Sheng Xiaomei's trump card was Chu Yuanyan, then even if she survived, the four of them could strip her of her defenses. Phoenix card, X6. 6 fiery phoenixes soared into the sky, merging in the night, forming a colossal fire phoenix even mightier than the one that had once wounded Sheng Ning. The fire phoenix immediately locked onto the tattooed man, the source of its suffering, and with a resounding cry, it unleashed flames that incinerated the hidden wings, releasing plumes of black smoke. The smoke coiled around the phoenix and Appo's tail, beginning to corrode it, causing it to emit sharp cries of agony. Its tail was the phoenix and Appo's peculiar vulnerability. In its frenzy of pain, the phoenix cast a forlorn glance at Sheng Ning, pleading, "Master, save me." Another 6 phoenix cards ignited, and as the red flames enveloped the phoenix, tangible red feathers sprouted, incinerating the black smoke that assailed its tail. The combined wrath of old grievances ignited a resounding phoenix cry, obliterating the tattooed man. At that moment, a lizard-like creature with a serpentine tail lunged at Sheng Ning. Countless bolts of lightning descended, and in the next instant, Tu Lin activated his ability, True Scene, dragging Chu Yuanyan into the fray. Sheng Ning felt a surge of urgency. She knew the terror of that ability. Yin Zheng cautioned her, "Don't lose focus. He is unharmed. That man has likely found favor in hell. The lizard-like creature raged as if it had been imprisoned for 8 centuries. Evil energy invasion. As the evil energy surged forth, Sheng Ning tossed a handful of incense. Witnessing the creature's frantic movements pause for a brief moment as it inhaled the fragrant aroma. Obscuring card, she then summoned a sharp spear, which pierced the lizard-like creature's skull, shocking Lin Mo into realization that as long as Sheng Ning had incense, no anomaly could wield the power to intimidate her. Lin Mo felt relieved that he had not attempted to ambush Sheng Xiaomei at the Dragonlock Tower the previous day. Initially believing it a certainty to slay a level 2 player with 5 individuals, the cost of killing Sheng Xiaomei now appeared far greater than anticipated, unworthy of such an effort. There were other high-level players involved, and depleting his resources to eliminate Sheng Xiaomei was not worth it. He glanced at the pale-faced Tu Lin, clearly overwhelmed by the events unfolding within true scene. This one is beyond saving, he thought, looking at the lifeless form of Yang Xiaoruan on the ground. Resolute, Lin Mo used a card to rescue the tattooed man from the flames, simultaneously producing another card. As it vanished, a door materialized behind him. He turned to Sheng Ning and declared, Sheng Xiaomei, when the mountain does not turn, the water will. When the water does not turn, the path will. When the path does not turn, the clouds will. When the clouds do not turn, I shall turn. He intended to escape through the door, but how to open it? Yin Zheng exuded an aura of low pressure, his gaze frosty as he regarded Lin Mo. This is my domain. You think you can come and go as you please? Lin Mo's heart sank as he retaliated. Don't think I fear you just because you're a destruction-level anomaly. Behold. In Lin Mo's grasp was a black card with silver edges, its luxurious sheen indicating its high rank. Yin Zheng remained impassive, clad in camouflage combat gear, an imposing warrior. An SS-level card? Yin Zheng expressed no surprise. Lin Mo's facial muscles twitched as he suppressed his rage. Yes, this is a summoning card, summoning the Lin family's celestial master. Can we leave or not? Yin Zheng replied calmly. If you wish to depart, present your sincerity and relinquish that card. Lin Mo erupted in fury. You must be joking. Sheng Ning herself found the situation rather excessive, yet she considered it reasonable to hand the card over to Yin Zheng. Chapter 84. Special Instance. Is Sheng Xiaomei to be killed at will? Though Lin Mo seethed with resentment, he recognized the overwhelming strength of Yin Zheng. He was unwilling to squander this hard-won SS-level card here, as it served as one of his trump cards for the next foray into the instance. It was unequivocally not an option to part with it. Having ascended to the 4th level, Lin Mo only needed a mere 100,000 experience points to reach level 5. He was not without his own capabilities. He possessed the discernment to realize that discussions with Yin Zheng would yield no results. So he resolved to attempt persuading Sheng Ning instead. In an instant, Lin Mo and Appo's face transformed into a broad smile, and he ingratiatingly remarked, Fairy Sheng, it appears I have underestimated your prowess. We bear no grudges from the past nor enmities in the present. I would be willing to offer you 2 A-level cards. Might you speak to this esteemed individual and help us depart? Sheng Ning responded with a radiant smile. Lord Lin, as a city lord, 2 A-level cards hardly befit your esteemed status. Lin Mo inhaled deeply, cursing internally at the audacity of the young girl. His expression, however, could only become more obsequious. What if I offer 5, or even 10? Yin Zheng interjected, 5 S-level cards. Present all your cards for her selection. Lin Mo took a deep breath, while the tattooed man beside him finally regained his composure. Upon hearing Yin Zheng's statement, he nearly fainted again, trembling as he pointed at Yin Zheng, exclaiming, Do you think we are Sheng Xiaomei? This bizarre game belongs to her father, not to us. Are S-level cards so easily come by? This is an utter disgrace. Sheng Ning chuckled. Yin Zheng is truly generous. Allowing me to choose means I can examine all the cards. Excitedly, Ming Xing had already prepared the crystal cores, ensuring that Sheng Ning and Appo's replication ability would not be wasted for even a second. It was inevitable that these two would be allowed to leave. And Yin Zheng had no desire to create numerous enemies with Sheng Ning. After much negotiation, they finally settled on 3 S-level cards and 5 A-level cards, with the stipulation that Sheng Ning would choose the A-level cards herself. Together, their collection of A-level cards amounted to 30, a truly opulent sum. Sheng Ning selected a few animal-type cards, eager to experiment further, hoping to merge them like the Shuke did. For the S-level cards, she chose 3 from the long-range attack category, as her offensive capabilities were somewhat limited, while she could manage with incense against the bizarre in combat with other players. She found close-range encounters less advantageous. Lin Mo and the tattooed man entered the special instance with lofty aspirations, but after the mentor's painstaking guidance, they bid farewell with expressions of profound regret. The bald man with white eyes had mycelium wildly growing atop his head, a riot of colors crawling across his bald scalp. In his current state, even the patriarch of the Zhang AI family would exclaim a welcome home for the ancestral spirit. The spores emitted by the mycelium clashed with the malevolent energy, attempting to repel its encroachment, seeking an opportunity to control either Sheng Ning or Yin Zheng. Alas, his talent was more suited for support, making it increasingly difficult to resist the spores, let alone take any action. With Lin Mo and the tattooed man departed, Tu Lin remained, enveloped in despair, alone with Sheng Ning and Yin Zheng. While Yin Zheng could not intervene directly, his imposing presence beside Sheng Ning struck terror into the heart of the bald man. The malevolent energy had already drained much of Tu Lin's mental fortitude. Upon seeing Sheng Ning gaze in his direction, he noticed the body of Yang Shiruan vanish. In the next moment, Sheng Ning produced a card, attack card, Celestial Fall S, summons meteors from beyond the heavens, consuming 10 mental points per minute, granting an additional minute for every 50 mental points expended. Countless meteors rained down, interspersed with flames, each striking perilously close to him. This card, acquired from Lin Mo, wielded an unimaginable power. Fortunately, Yin Zheng activated a barrier just in time. Otherwise, half the base would have been obliterated. In the instant of demise, Tu Lin's third talent, Toxic Barrier, was unleashed. The air erupted with billions of pink spores, scattering like a splendid firework display, impervious to the malevolent energy, drifting towards Sheng Ning and Yin Zheng. The next moment, Zhu Ke and Amp, Appo's flames descended from the heavens, incinerating all the beautiful spores. Yin Zheng was momentarily entranced, as the pink spores and golden flames intertwined, creating a surreal spectacle. Standing shoulder to shoulder with Sheng Ning, it felt as though they were admiring exquisite Valentine and Appo's fireworks. Ding! Congratulations to player Sheng Xiaomei for eliminating a high-level player, earning double rewards. Players, continue your efforts. As the notification faded, Chu Yuanyin concluded his battle and returned to Sheng Ning's side, exuding a calm demeanor as if he had merely taken a leisurely stroll. His previously aloof expression softened into one reflecting serene affection upon seeing Sheng Ning. Are you all right? Sheng Ning inquired anxiously. All is well. Just enjoying some sweet plums. The crisp voice of the little black dragon drifted in from who knows where. Ever since Sheng Ning had fed him, he had been using his spatial abilities to appear and vanish at will. Chu Yuanyin stepped forward, placing himself between Sheng Ning and Yin Zheng, smirking. Is it just him? Were it not for the rewards you seek, I would have ensured he never returned from the copper pillar hell. Sheng Ning seemed to recall something, tenderly caressing Chu Yuanyin's face, praising, darling, you truly understand. Love you, moi moi moi. This scene elicited a slight displeasure from Yin Zheng, his gaze flickering as he remarked. Ning Ning, I was quite pleased to watch the fireworks with you just now. What? I was avenging you while you enjoyed fireworks with him. This will not stand. I must make a scene. Chu Yuanyin's expression shifted drastically, and he immediately threw himself into Sheng Ning's embrace, acting spoiled. Sheng Ning looked at Yin Zheng in astonishment, as if to say, my friend, what is your issue? She then embraced Chu Yuanyin, showering him with kisses to placate him. Why are puppies so adorable? Because they are obedient, compliant, and easily soothed. Tu Lin lay on the ground, barely clinging to consciousness, his gaze unfocused, drooling as he lay there. Clearly having endured something horrific in the depths of hell, yet his mental state was evidently compromised. Gripping her military knife, Sheng Ning advanced, curling her lips into a cruel smile. Until we meet again in the next life. With that, she swung her blade down. Ding! Congratulations to player Sheng Xiaomei for eliminating a high-level player, earning triple rewards. Players, continue your efforts. The announcement echoed throughout the game, igniting a frenzy among those unable to witness the special instance live. Everyone was left wondering what had transpired within the instance. 3 high-level players. And Sheng Xiaomei had declared death at her whim. Having dealt with Tu Lin and the bald man, Sheng Ning observed that no one had come to collect the bodies. It seemed they had not taken out loans, leaving her somewhat disheartened. After gathering what little inheritance Tu Lin and the bald man had left behind, Sheng Ning prepared to return to her mother's embrace. Yin Zheng continued to conceal his identity, working to rebuild the human base. Upon returning to the Qinglong building, dawn was approaching. Mother Gui instructed Sheng Ning to get some rest. Chu Yuanyin was kept outside by Mother Gui. Our Ning Ning is a girl. What business do you have going in? Xu Yuanyin bared his teeth, to which he received a strike from Sheng Ning. This is mother. Be courteous. Xu Yuanyin. Mom. Mother Gui held her head high and departed, her silhouette imposing and unattainable. Chapter 85, Special Instance. The irreversible identity of the eerie player Sheng Ning awoke in the evening, the sky painted with clouds. For once, her slumber was serene. Upon opening her room door, she beheld Xu Yuanyin, curled up at the threshold, looking as forlorn as an abandoned puppy. At the sound of the door creaking, Xu Yuanyin lifted his gaze, his dark red eyes shimmering with unabashed affection, his lips a tempting shade of crimson, blissfully unaware of their allure. Unable to resist, Sheng Ning tugged him into her room and kissed him. Not far away, Mother Gui stood holding a cup of coffee, her expression a blend of helplessness and indulgence. By the time Sheng Ning stepped outside again, it was nearly 10 o'clock. Mother Gui was poring over a stack of documents, fatigue evident on her face. Mom, Sheng Ning said as she embraced her mother, receiving a gentle pat in return, which filled her with joy and relaxation. Having resolved the threat posed by high-level players and uncovered the rules for clearing the game, Sheng Ning felt an undeniable sense of ease wash over her. Mother Gui retrieved a sheet of draft paper from her drawer. Amidst a flurry of mathematical calculations, Sheng Ning noticed a line written in red ink. Hidden Rule 1. Once you become an eerie player, your identity is irreversible. Hidden Rule 2. After 15 days of gameplay, the player's identity will be updated immediately. This was found by the players while clearing zombies, Mother Gui explained. And it has been validated by someone with talent. It is indeed true. That individual used a hidden rule to exchange for a B-level clearance. According to your arrangements. Among this batch of players and those stranded, there are several with a background in biochemistry. I have already placed them in the building. They have begun researching the zombie virus. Thank you, Mom, Sheng Ning replied with a sweet smile. Mother Gui beamed with pride, pleased to be of assistance to her daughter. Yet, Sheng Ning had a nagging feeling that she had overlooked something, although she could not recall what it was. As she pondered her lapse, a flustered player rushed in, exclaiming, "My lord, the city lord has arrived." Mother Gui's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. Was it a cataclysmic anomaly? At that moment, Sheng Ning realized who this city lord was, Lord Yan. Mother Gui welcomed him inside, reminiscent of a corporate executive inspecting a branch office. Upon entering, Yan Zheng's gaze fell upon Sheng Ning, who had donned a light-colored dress, her hair cascading softly behind her, exuding an air of relaxation, an allure unlike any he had witnessed before. Ning Ning, Yan Zheng began, attempting to soften his tone. The base here requires your assistance. Sheng Ning, unoccupied at the moment, readily agreed. What do you need? There should be a group of scientists trapped underground in the research institute. I need you to rescue them. Their expertise will expedite the development of the zombie virus. For Sheng Ning, this task was not particularly daunting. However, as she was currently in an eerie form, she would need to maintain acute concentration to combat the zombies. She planned to wait until nightfall to restore her player identity before proceeding. At midnight, Sheng Ning's identity panel still displayed as eerie, unchanged in the slightest. What could be amiss? As she ruminated on the rules, a sudden realization struck her when she recalled the last stipulation. Rule 2. Safeguard your identity. If your current identity dies, you will be replaced. Only then did Sheng Ning grasp the underlying significance of this rule. It permitted others to kill players. Only those who eliminated a player identity could usurp it and become a player themselves. The true oversight lay in the 10th rule. Rule 10. When stranded players die, they become eerie players. Yang Xiaowan had swapped identities with Fang Xinro last night due to the effects of a card. Therefore, Yang Xiaowan's identity was that of a stranded player. Upon her death, she would transform into an eerie player, and the hidden rule stated that the identity of an eerie player is irreversible. This meant that Yang Xiaowan would be trapped in this instance, or, in other words, enter another world and become an eerie player. All of this transpired because of her. Yesterday, she had merely believed that Yang Xiaowan would not perish. She had intended to assist her in acquiring a player identity upon her revival. Yet, such a pivotal detail had slipped her mind. The sound of hurried footsteps approached from behind, and Yang Xiaowan entered, her complexion pale. Glancing at those present, she uttered, "Sister Sheng. I've become an eerie player. What does this mean?" Sheng Ning found it hard to face Yang Xiaowan. If it were not for her, Yang Xiaowan would not have transformed into an eerie player. Seeing Sheng Ning's hesitance, Yang Xiaowan grew increasingly anxious, asking urgently, "What has happened to the eerie player? How can I revert to being a player?" Sheng Ning could only reveal the truth about the hidden rules. Upon hearing this, tears streamed down Yang Shirwan's cheeks. I can't go back. Biting her lip, she furrowed her brows, and after casting a glance around the room filled with eerie figures, she managed a weak, self-deprecating smile before turning and leaving the building without a backward glance. Sheng Ning wished to chase after her, but was halted by Yen Zheng, who said, "This instance is a boon for eerie players. The world she perceives outside is entirely different from yours. Her irreversible identity has been established. It would be better for her to seek cards and eerie currency outside." Instinctively clenching her fists, Sheng Ning felt an overwhelming guilt. In the next moment, Chu Yuanyin grasped her hand, stating, "Mom, please send 2 lethal-level Eries to protect Miss Yang. Additionally, inquire about her requests. We will oblige." Mother Gui shot a sidelong glance at Chu Yuanyin but complied nonetheless. Sheng Ning was not one to wallow in past mistakes. She resolved to do everything in her power to make amends for Yang Shirwan. She changed into athletic wear, preparing to rescue the personnel from the research institute. As she descended the stairs, a group of players surrounded her. The lead young man was rather impolite, even questioning her. "You're Shang Xiaomei, right? You found the rules for clearing the game, didn't you?" Sheng Ning's mood was already soured, and the unfriendly gazes of the players only deepened her cold demeanor. "Yes, that's me. We are all players. Since you discovered the rules for clearing, why should we have to exchange crystal cores? How selfish of you." The man's indignation sparked a chorus of agreement from the surrounding players. "Exactly. Are you trying to hoard the crystal cores for yourself? We are aware of the secret behind them. Hand over the rules for clearing, and we can consider this matter resolved. I've suspected you were no good." Mingling with the Eerie, another player scoffed. "What do you know? She's always used her looks to entice the Eerie to clear the game, hasn't she? Hey, do you think she's the one who killed the high-level players while fooling around with those other players? If you refuse to yield the rules, how about letting us have a go at it? Sheng Xiaomei, don't be ungrateful. We are many. Hurry up and hand over the rules." With a smirk, Sheng Ning replied clearly, "The rules I discovered are mine to share as I please. If you have the capability, go find the rules yourselves." Infuriated by her defiance, the young man retorted, "Don't think you're impressive just because you've killed a few high-level players. I don't believe you have the strength to face us all. Hand over the rules for clearing." The surrounding players quickly brandished their cards, aiming them at Sheng Ning. She looked up at the pitch-black night sky, a faint smile gracing her lips as she felt a surge of relief that this was an eerie world where killing bore no consequences. She curled her lips, and with a flick of her wrist, transformed her will into a sharp dagger that swiftly severed the throat of the leading man. Instinctively, he clutched at his neck. Yet no matter how he tried, the gushing blood could not be contained. Sheng Ning was fully prepared for battle. However, to her astonishment, upon witnessing her lethal act, these individuals panicked and fled in all directions, unable to utter a single harsh word. In the pitch-black night sky, only a few stars twinkled. As the ancients said, "A grain of rice brings gratitude, while it invites enmity." She had harbored intentions of utilizing these individuals to cleanse the zombies, yet simultaneously afforded them a fair chance at survival. Little did she expect to be bitten back. Did they truly consider themselves virtuous after slaying 3 high-ranking players? Chapter 86, Special Instance. And emerging victorious, Sheng Ning single-handedly infiltrated the research institute, liberating 15 scientists from its subterranean depths. This underground facility served as a compact sanctuary, designed to safeguard vital personnel and resources during potential enemy incursions or unforeseen calamities. Stocked with provisions and data, it could sustain 100 individuals for 2 years. Escorted by Ming Xing, Sheng Ning navigated the perilous roads, arriving at the base before dawn. Sheng Ning entrusted the scientists and the stored supplies to Yen Zheng. Yen Zheng escorted Sheng Ning home for respite, while Chuyu maintained constant vigilance, shadowing her every move. On the 8th night of the eerie game, Sheng Ning received instructions from Yen Zheng to retrieve machinery and data from the research institute. Another arduous journey ensued, resulting in Sheng Ning and Appos' spatial inventory overflowing with crystals, far exceeding 100,000. The utility of these crystals had become widely recognized, prompting a frenzied hunt for zombies. Of the initial 20 million zombies, approximately 15 million remained. It was clear to Sheng Ning that relying solely on individual efforts would be insufficient to eradicate them all, underscoring the urgency of developing an antidote to the zombie virus. At midnight, Sheng Ning's identity reverted to that of a player. She swiftly transported the acquired items to the base, while also distributing divination cards to the researchers, hoping they would prove beneficial. In the following days, Sheng Ning was assigned by Yin Zheng to various locations, scavenging resources and eliminating zombies. Meanwhile, at the Azure Dragon building, someone spent 200,000 crystals to purchase an A-grade clearance, only to be dismayed upon realizing its implications, which were tantamount to assassinating Sheng Ning. Efforts to seek a refund or file a complaint were quickly abandoned upon discovering the ominous nature of the task. As the final days approached, the players and Oppos conflicts escalated. With alliances dissolving, most players had amassed the required crystals and were now vying for the coveted player identity. Some, still unaccustomed to the macabre world, resorted to stealing crystals from others and selling them cheaply at the Azure Dragon building, while others engaged in direct combat. The final showdown was scheduled for dawn on the 14th night. The 24 players with the player identity sought refuge, while others managed to escape the instance at midnight. Those who remained faced even fiercer competition as the 10,000 crystals became increasingly difficult to acquire. During a rare moment of respite, Sheng Ning was studying Taoist practices under the guidance of the peaceful master. In the afternoon, a knock echoed at the door. Yang Shirwan entered, sheltering under an antique red oilpaper umbrella. Sheng Ning exclaimed with delight, "Shirwan, are you all right?" Shirwan responded with her former adoring smile, "Sister Sheng, I've come to terms with everything, and as a result, I've gained a lot in the capital." She twirled the umbrella, seemingly pleased with it. This instance was a boon for the Eerie game, with Eerie players rarely engaging in conflicts with human players. They adhered to their own code of survival, distinct from that of the human players, although the cards remained universal. Many Eerie players seized opportunities amidst the carnage between players. Sheng Ning finally apologized, "Xiaowan, I and Oppos am sorry. It's because of me that you became." Xiaowan reassured her, "It's all right. Fate is predetermined. I accept my fate, and Sister Sheng, you must accept yours as well." Sensing a hidden meaning in her words, Sheng Ning, uncomfortable at the thought of someone blaming her for not being able to return to their original world, assumed Xiaowan was simply venting. Sheng Ning gifted Xiaowan 500,000 crystals and 100 A-grade cards, saying, "I don and Oppos. To know if that world is different from ours. Take these, Xiaowan. I'm sorry, and I hope you can forgive me." Xiaowan looked at the pile of items, momentarily lost in thought. She might not earn that much in 10 instances. A fleeting expression of pain crossed her face before she collected the items. "Sister Sheng, I have matters to attend to. I must leave." 10 days later, with the aid of the divination cards, the Research Institute successfully developed an antidote to the zombie virus. Drones began dispensing the antidote on a large scale. 15 days later, the survivors left the base and began clearing the capital. The S-grade clearance was imminent, and the time for farewells was approaching. Sheng Ning bid farewell to her mother, then visited the peaceful Taoist temple, respectfully offering incense to the 3 pure ones, thanking them for their protection. As instructed by the peaceful master, she physically transmuted all her fellow disciples, gaining 5,400 experience points. The 2 Eerie beings in the locked dragon tower had joined her mother and Oppos' Azure Dragon building. The rabbit Eerie experienced a stroke of luck, ambushing a wounded player, inheriting their crystals and leaving the instance. All the players in the instance had departed, leaving those who remained unwilling to provoke Sheng Ning. This special instance was nearing its conclusion. Just as the mission was about to be completed, Shirwan reappeared on the rooftop, bathed in bright sunlight. Her radiant red umbrella appeared even more vibrant. She announced, "Sister Sheng, I'm here to say goodbye. I'll be leaving soon." Sheng Ning, who was enjoying the breeze on the rooftop, was pleasantly surprised to see her. "Xiaowan, take care of yourself. We and Oppos meet again." Ding! Congratulations to player Sheng Xiaomei for clearing the special instance. Assessment in progress. Player Sheng Xiaomei and Oppos' instance exploration rate is 80, rated S, with a reward multiplier of 3x. The rewards will be settled upon exiting the instance. Do you wish to exit the instance? As Sheng Ning prepared to select no, Yang Shirwan stepped forward, urgently grasping Sheng Ning and Oppos' wrist. A familiar card appeared in Yang Shirwan and Oppos' hand. Sheng Ning watched in dismay as her identity transformed into Eerie player on the panel. Yang Shirwan retreated, her face still bearing traces of fear, now replaced by unfamiliar hatred. Her hands trembled, as if both frightened and relieved. "Sheng Ning, I told you, fate is predetermined. I accept my fate, and you must accept yours as well." With those words, she fled. With the 50,000 crystals Sheng Ning had given her, she could immediately leave as long as she got the player identity. Ding, error detected. Correcting. Sheng Xiaomei and Oppos' S identity is Eerie player. Instance cleared, maintaining original rating and rewards. Do you wish to exit the instance? Sheng Ning numbly selected no. Almost simultaneously, the last player in the instance departed, and the restrictions on Mother Eerie and the peaceful master vanished. Yin Zhang also sensed the anomaly, and the three of them appeared on the rooftop. Mother Eerie, in particular, radiated unrestrained eerie energy, clearly consumed by rage. I'm fine, Sheng Ning said hoarsely, forcing a weak smile at their concerned gazes. Sheng Ning couldn't and amp, oppose, to articulate her emotions. From shock to bewilderment, a flash of anger, disappointment, confusion, and now, a sense of release. She no longer felt indebted to Yang Xiaowan. She and Yang Xiaowan were even. Mother Eerie embraced her daughter, filled with heartache. Only human players had the chance to return to the real world. Once someone became an Eerie player, they would be forever trapped in the Eerie world. Chapter 87. A new world. The taste of betrayal is rather unpleasant, especially when it comes to Yang Xiaowan's excessive actions. Not only did she intend to usurp identities, but she also denied Sheng Ning even a moment to prepare herself. The master of Ping and Appo's, and Temple and Yin Zheng were not primarily concerned about Sheng Ning and Appo's existence in the Eerie world ahead. Rather, their worries lay within the depths of her heart. After a brief silence, Sheng Ning managed to compose herself. Her upbringing in an orphanage had instilled a resilience in her that surpassed that of many, and with her mother, mentor, and dear friends by her side, she felt fortified. Time was of the essence. She ought not to squander her precious moments on a stranger. She and Yang Xiaowan had settled their scores. Witnessing Sheng Ning recover so swiftly from her sorrow, her mother Gui felt an even deeper pang of sympathy, wiping away the blood and tears from her face as she led Sheng Ning back to the building. In the instant Yang Xiaowan departed, the binds of the rules that tethered Chu Yuanyin to the situation dissipated. The sole remnant of his talent illuminated the events that had unfolded. Before Sheng Ning descended the stairs, he had already captured the true instigator, Zhou Yan. Sheng Ning froze at the sight of Zhou Yan, drenched in blood. Chu Yuanyin kept his eyelids low, and those familiar with him recognized this as a sign of his suppressed fury. He possessed a card for identity exchange, an idea he had concocted with Fang Xinro for Yang Xiaowan, intended to exploit her trust and ensure her permanent entrapment in the Eerie world. Serving as retribution for Tu Lin, they had meticulously planned to strike after everyone had vacated, ensuring no chance for Sheng Ning to retreat. The origin of Zhou Yan and Appo's identity exchange card was not hard to deduce. It was likely prepared by Tu Lin for both him and Fang Xinro, one card each. Confounded, Sheng Ning inquired, you granted the card to Yang Xiaowan, yet you could not escape the instance. Zhou Yan, I failed to comprehend you. Lying bloodied on the ground. Zhou Yan managed a grim smile at her words. He had indeed possessed a chance to flee, but regrettably, Fang Xinro and Appo's player identity had been snatched away, compelling him to transfer his identity to her. It was a case of fade-out maneuvering calculation. Do as you will, I care not, Zhou Yan resigned, evidently unwilling to elaborate. Even to speak. Chu Yuanyin struggled against his restraint, eager to rend this man to pieces. Sheng Ning intervened, declaring, death would be too lenient for you. I can overlook Yang Xiaowan's actions, but you and Fang Xinro shall pay for your machinations against me. She brandished a tome gifted by the master of Ping and Temple, uncovering a talisman to control the Eerie. Had a conventional mentor witnessed such a pure display of dark arts from their disciple, they would surely erupt in fury. Or at the very least, after a hearty meal of stir-fried bamboo shoots and pork, spend 81 days repenting before their ancestors. Yet, the master of Ping and Temple, astounded by Sheng Ning's innate talent and her brilliant idea to torment the Eerie, erupted in laughter, guiding her in crafting the talisman. In the final 3 hours, Sheng Ning and her mother Gui prepared a traditional Chinese family feast, dumpling making. As they filled the dumplings, they explained the stark differences between the Eerie faction and the human faction. The games in the Eerie faction were far more frenzied, devoid of any moral boundaries. This realm resembled an eternal space. As long as one possessed points or Eerie currency, life had no limits. Perhaps the lengthy passage of time rendered existence unbearably tedious. As live streaming had become the sole source of entertainment, the Eerie populace reveled in watching streams, captivated by the various deaths of human players and the brutalities inflicted by Eerie players. The driving force behind these actions was the Eerie faction and Appo's live streams, which could reward experience points. A donation of 10 Eerie coins equated to 1 experience point. In their quest for experience and Eerie currency, some would stoop to any depths, committing acts of murder and dismemberment with abandon. Moreover, live streaming featured a betting function akin to player versus player contests. For instance, the first to slay an eerie entity in the instance could seize the first rule or the first card, and those betting on victory sought to amass eerie coins. As a result, the most formidable players garnered immense popularity within the eerie faction. In essence, the eerie faction offered greater freedom, yet demanded a lower moral standard. Crucially, Sheng Ning was transitioning from a player to an eerie player, meaning all that she had acquired in the human faction would become obsolete. In their farewell, Gue and the master of Ping and Amp, Appos, and Temple took Yin Zheng away, granting Chu Yuanyin and Sheng Ning a moment of solitude atop the rooftop, overlooking the setting sun. Chu Yuanyin gently kissed Sheng Ning's hair, murmuring, "My dear, I may not be able to accompany you on the path ahead. There are those who, in their bitterness, deny me the joy of seeking you. From the entrance of the human faction's instance, I can sense your location, but in the eerie world, I am powerless." His voice was heavy, muscles taut with tension. Sheng Ning caressed his abs, then his cheek, reassuringly stating, "It and Amp, Appos, it's all right. If they want and Amp, Appos, to let you come to me. I shall seek you out. No one can separate us." Tears welled in Chu Yuanyin's eyes as he embraced Sheng Ning tightly. "You are truly wonderful, never shunning me despite my shortcomings." Following this, Sheng Ning added, "Rest assured, we still have Yin Zheng. He should boast a fine physique too." In an instant, Chu Yuanyin sprang from her embrace, poking her forehead. "I knew it. That guy is your type, the stoic kind, isn't he? What does he possess? A lowly eerie dares to covet my wife's affections." He growled, "All of them shall pay. I may not be by your side, but I will always watch over you. Mark my words, no eerie is to be trusted. If you so much as glance at one, I shall take action." Chu Yuanyin removed a silver chain from around his neck, one that Sheng Ning had draped upon him days prior, claiming it looked exceedingly alluring. He threaded the chain through her ring, fastening it upon her, pocketing her ring while declaring sternly, "There are no merciful deities in this world. Only a husband who is soft-hearted. Should you encounter any insurmountable challenges, remember to cry out, and Amp, Appos, husband, I love you, and Amp, Appos, and I shall appear." Countdown complete. Exiting the instance, Sheng Ning and Appos' vision darkened, and she found herself in a chamber resembling a box, illuminated solely by a single lamp, devoid of doors or windows. Before her loomed two panels. "Congratulations, player has exited the instance. Calculating rewards for this clearance. Congratulations, player has achieved SS grade clearance, with an exploration rate of 80. Ranking first in this instance leaderboard. Rewards. Personal base value 10 for each attribute. Reward points, 500. Reward attribute card and optional card. Choose one, x3. Elimination of 3 high-level players. Triple rewards. Personal base value not included in this reward. Reward points, 1,500. Reward attribute card and optional card. Choose one, x9. Sheng Ning opened the panel faction. Eerie, ID. For 44477. Name, Shang Xiaomei. Modifiable. Level, LV3, 15,400. Talents, Fusion, Random, Copy. Inventory, Incense X35, Incense X27647, Apples X26, Apples X15364. Roast Chicken X1, Peace Card, All Things Birth Card, Binding Card, Wishing Card X2, Self-Selected Card X9, Attribute Card X10, Land Deed X1, Maternal Affection Card X1, Malevolent Erosion Card X1, Golden Light Charm Card X1, Master Apprentice Affection Card X1, Eerie Containment Card A, X1, Resurrection Card B, Temporary Attribute Card SS, Revive Card X2, Pearl Crown. Diamond Box, 24K Pure Gold Butterfly Knife, Peaceful Taoism. Dungeon Completion, 4. In other words, apart from the incense and apples, and the special cards, she had lost everything else. The once radiant and captivating face of Sheng Ning, now marred by the profound shock, appeared strikingly vulnerable on another panel. Before long, the livestream chat began to scroll with comments. "Wow, such a beautiful female player. Did she just come from the human side? Is the food there that good? Throwing money at the eerie. Beautiful lady. Are you scared as a newcomer? How about spending a night with me? And I'll take care of you from now on." Throwing money at the eerie rewarded 1 earn, 520 eerie currency. Chapter 88. Yin Zheng's side story. I am a soldier, and during the cataclysmic end of the world, I inadvertently stumbled into a dark underground chamber. It was only upon arriving here that I recalled the legends from the capital, the tales of the 4 guardians of the earth. To my astonishment, they were indeed true. The regret of not perishing alongside my comrades weighs heavily on my heart. Likewise, the inability to reunite with the girl in the mask lingers in my thoughts. Time passed, though I am uncertain how long, until I regained consciousness, only to find that the world had transformed. I was shackled by a layer of constraints known as rules. Confined in a room within the base, awaiting either the players to eliminate me or for me to eliminate them. Thus, day after day, I began to comprehend my current predicament. After absorbing the malevolent energy from the Northern Guardian, I emerged as the most formidable entity within this instance. As the time approached for this special instance to reopen, I resolved to escape. I concealed my presence to fulfill my final regret. One seemingly ordinary day. As I observed my team engaging in light-hearted banter in the vehicle, an unfamiliar aroma of hot pot wafted through the air, triggering memories I couldn't quite place. There exists a verse. At that moment, I thought it was merely commonplace. I brushed it off, adhering to the protocol of searching for survivors. The instant I opened the door, I genuinely believed she was one of them. Had I not heard her innermost thoughts? Yes, one of my peculiar abilities is true voice, enabling me to hear any sound I desire, and it is always authentic. That disheveled girl, her gaze expertly disguised, was internally proclaiming, "Stars. This man appears so tall and powerful, he seems quite formidable." I was struck. Intrigued, this woman piqued my interest. Old who allowed her to cleanse herself. For the odor clinging to her was beyond description. She beamed with joy, inviting us to partake in hot pot, while her inner monologue revealed, "What wonderful people. It's worth using hot pot to lure you in. Eat up, eat up. It must have been ages since you last feasted. I must watch for a bit longer." She seemed cunning like other outsiders, yet possessed a distinct flair. During the inspection at the base, I learned her name Chu Nian. Simultaneously, a memory of someone else surfaced, Chu Nian. We were university classmates. This girl bore a striking resemblance to him. While conversing with Long Yin, she boasted that she could defeat 10 of me, all the while secretly thinking she could easily overpower me. It was rather audacious, yet endearing. I escorted her to the outer city, where the dreadful surroundings indeed caused her to falter, thus I seized the opportunity to invite her to stay with me. She remained cautious, prompting me to mention Chu Yunyan to gauge her reaction and lower her defenses. To my surprise, she genuinely knew him. Had I been aware of their connection, I would never have taken her to meet him. This remains my greatest regret since becoming a peculiar entity. Chu Yunyan's identity was peculiar. Years prior, his severed head and mangled arm had found their way here. Seizing the body of another Chu Yunyan and concealing himself. That night, through a door, I heard commotion on her side. It seemed she was not alone. As the two engaged in a lengthy session of fortune-telling, the questions posed were both amusing and bewildering. How could she be so delightful? That night granted me a long-lost slumber. The following day, while battling zombies, she proved remarkably capable, donning the mask I had given her, suddenly reminding me of someone. My gaze began to follow her incessantly until Chu Yunyan appeared. As I pulled her back, I heard her declare her name. "I am Sheng Ning." How could she be Sheng Ning? Sheng Ning. She is an outsider. How could she be Sheng Ning when she doesn't resemble her at all? Chu Yunyan fell easily. That scoundrel adept at feigning vulnerability, just as he had done with Sheng Ning during our university days. The rascal, even as a zombie, sought to contend with me. I held on to a glimmer of hope. Yet when Sheng Ning referred to Chu Yunyan as her husband, I failed to hear her true thoughts. Or perhaps, in that moment, her spoken words were indeed her innermost voice. From the instant I recognized her as Sheng Ning, I felt an ominous foreboding regarding the unfolding of this game. Chu Yunyan and Appo's identity placed her in a precarious position. She desired to escape with him, to seek solace together. This was unacceptable. I could not allow Sheng Ning to slip from my sight once more. Upon returning to the base, chaos ensued. In the conference room, I sensed Sheng Ning's anxiety. Lin Qingzhu produced a photograph of Shan Xiaomei, and I instantly recognized her. That was Sheng Ning, her true form. To shield her, I declared, "She is my wife," relishing in the secret joy it brought me. Chu Yunyan, she is now my wife, mine. That oblivious Lin Qingzhu should have facilitated a kiss to affirm our bond. What a splendid opportunity wasted by such a fool. He would pay for this oversight. Upon returning home, I, in a rather obsessive manner, eavesdropped on my wife conversing with her true husband. Their method of communication was pleasant. Why not engage in deeper conversation? Or exchange a few more blows? Adjusting the target of true voice, I tuned into Chu Yunyan's thoughts. Was she striking me? No. Why did this sensation feel strangely familiar? Unclear. I decided to investigate further. The force, the angle, could it truly be my wife? How enchanting her manner of striking was. She fought with such grace, delivering blow after blow without a smile. I pondered, how could she be so captivating in her violence? As Sheng Ning continued, she became increasingly distressed by her own blows, the scoundrel adept at playing the victim. Perhaps I should try that tomorrow? No, ultimately I would merely be a substitute. I needed to ensure Sheng Ning saw me as superior to that love-stricken zombie. Early the next day, I rose to prepare breakfast for Sheng Ning. Upon awakening, she beamed with joy, having gained a new talent. Indeed, she should be elated. I anticipated her joy would only amplify, for I had discovered the second rule. Men can indeed be of some use. Sheng Ning discerned the instance rules. She was astute, recognizing our precarious situation. I resolved to take her to the Ping Taoist temple. The peculiarities there had diminished significantly since the absorption of the temple master's spiritual energy. It was now a being capable of comprehending human speech. In that place, I witnessed her true prowess, as hazy memories flooded back to me. The passage of time drew closer. There stood a beautiful, tenacious girl, her black mask revealing determined eyes. She ventured against the tide of countless zombies, all to find the man who had forsaken his chance to flee for her sake. Since that moment, I have not encountered Sheng Ning. This Sheng Ning seems to embody her essence, yet also feels distinct. Eventually, we parted ways. As I departed, I caught a glimpse of Chu Yunyin's thoughts. Hidden beside the temple, why had this woman urged me to escape just now? Did he genuinely believe I was feeble? What does it mean to continue as her husband after death? Have I not always been? That wretched woman must possess some form of sorcery. Why do I feel compelled to protect her? Enough. If I continue listening, I shall be driven to madness. I admit, I cannot relinquish the bonds with my comrades. I cannot remain by Sheng Ning's side indefinitely. I concede that back then, I was unable to divert the horde of zombies for her sake. As I had the responsibility of bringing more people back, I acknowledge that I could not always prioritize Sheng Ning above all else. Chapter 89, Rural Village Teaching, The Bizarre Game, No Limits. As Sheng Ning observed the scrolling panel, she recalled her mother and aunt, Appo's words, in the realm of the bizarre. Live broadcasts do not distinguish between instances and breaks. As long as players are present, the broadcast persists. Of course, in this strange world, there are rare cards capable of silencing live streams, but they are exceedingly scarce. With the thought that these peculiar entities could become her benefactors, Sheng Ning offered a faint smile, a gesture of greeting. Wow, so beautiful. Beauty has arrived. Brother dares to touch. Ah, such a stunning player. Arriving in the bizarre realm only now. It seems the promotion of this realm is insufficient. Brother dares to touch rewards 1 candle, 10 bizarre coins. Sheng Ning smiled as she contemplated her name on the panel, pondering a more captivating one. Should she choose, seeking a husband at great expense, or husband 18 bucks? A notification chimed. Ding, player has leveled up to LV3. Would you like to draw a talent? Initially inclined to accept, her gaze was suddenly drawn to the barrage of comments flooding the screen. Wait, streamer, are you about to draw a talent? Well, 3 talents at level 3. Did you really get a talent card? Ascend to the throne. Talent card. Dawn and Appos. TB ridiculous. Ascend to the throne rewards 3 spirit cards. 444 bizarre coins x3. Ascend to the throne. Quickly tell us how you have 3 talents. The live chat buzzed with excitement. Many bizarre beings noted her 3 talents at level 3 and the opportunity to draw more, and within moments, the viewer count surpassed 1,000. With her eyes crinkled in a smile, Sheng Ning expressed gratitude for the tips, acknowledging a small stroke of fortune. Now, she was about to draw her talent, inviting her audience's attention. No one could resist the allure of a top-tier beauty smile, not even the bizarre entities. Compliments flooded the comments, drowning out inquiries about the talent. Drawing talent. The wheel spun, gradually slowing to a halt, the pointer aligning precisely with a line, SSS level talent. Ding, drawing complete. Congratulations player for obtaining SSS level talent, True Sword. Sheng Ning blinked. Whose good fortune has bestowed this sword and Appo's name? The live chat fell silent for a moment, then erupted in unified laughter and exclamations of disbelief. Ha 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 ha. What the hell? This is absurd. Amidst the laughter were comments like, let me see how much of a sword the streamer truly is. If the streamer removes an article of clothing, I and Appo's LL reward with a soul guiding banner, 1444 bizarre coins. Ha ha ha. I genuinely don't know whether to sympathize with the streamer or envy her SSS level talent. Bizarre Stock King. Invest. I envy the SSS level talent. Just for those 4 talents, I'll directly kick in with a stock investment. Bazaar Stock King rewards 1 soul guiding banner, 1444 bizarre coins. Can we only see the sword? ISNT, it said that true level talents belong to humanity? What is the streamer's background? For talents, what a bizarre occurrence. Sheng Ning dismissed the chatter, clicking on the talent description, true sword, the sword of invincible heroes. Sheng Ning. Well, that's acceptable. At least it's an SSS level talent. Fortune has turned. Thank you, Grandmaster, for your generous favor. As the comments continued to buzz, Sheng Ning contemplated a new name. After changing it to Husband 18 bucks, she promptly turned to sleep, perhaps due to the live stream. Even though she felt indifferent, her slumber was not entirely restful. She awoke 13 hours later. Many viewers had departed during her sleep, leaving only a handful still enamored. Exchanging lewd remarks. Uninterested, Sheng Ning pressed the button for the instance, entering the next chapter amidst the bewildered and horrified gazes of the bizarre entities in the live stream. As her vision darkened and then brightened, Sheng Ning found herself inside a minibus. The air was thick with the scent of synthetic leather mingled with gasoline, causing her to instinctively wrinkle her nose. Welcome, Husband 18 bucks, to the game, Rural Village Teaching. Game level, B. Game difficulty, 5, wishing the player a happy game. Limitless rewards. In the live stream, Bazaar Stock King, the husband has logged in. In light of my investment, could I possibly gain management rights? I'll oversee the stream, and anyone who sells swords will receive a swift kick. Bazaar Stock King rewards 1 spirit card, 444 bizarre coins. This marked the second soul guiding banner rewarded by the Bazaar Stock King. The purchasing power of bizarre coins is substantial. 1 bizarre coin equates to 100 huabi. A single instance can yield 2 to 300 bizarre coins, making the Stock King a veritable tycoon. After some manipulation, Sheng Ning granted the Bazaar Stock King management privileges. Upon seeing the management role, she realized it offered a 30 bonus on park earnings. Bazaar Stock King, love you dear. Fly bravely, and if anything happens, I'll take the blame. Sheng Ning. The minibus ambled forward, showing no signs of stopping. Sheng Ning rummaged through her bag and discovered a document, a teaching agreement. It detailed a 2-year teaching contract between someone named 18 and an educational group, after which she could become a certified teacher without examination. Sheng Ning, is this truly real? Before she could ponder further, the minibus halted, and the driver called out 5 names, announcing their arrival at the village for teaching. Among the names was 18. She and the other 4 disembarked, 4 women and 1 man. As Sheng Ning glanced at the other players, they scrutinized her in return. The minibus drove away as dusk approached, darkness quickly enveloping the surroundings. They must be players. A young man spoke first, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, his gaze lingering on Sheng Ning. A pure-looking girl in a pale yellow dress rolled her eyes, remarking, "What is this? It and amp, Oppos, it's already dark. Are we waiting here to serve others?" Sheng Ning found herself agreeing with the girl's sentiment when suddenly, a flood of viewers surged into the live stream. Here she comes, the one. Absolutely stunning. That guy over there received a ghostly paper horse, 3,444 bizarre coins, from his big brother for a live viewing. Wow, it's been ages since it's been this thrilling, and the instance hasn't even begun. The players are already at each other's throats. Sheng Ning's expression darkened abruptly. This was precisely what her mother had warned her about. In the bizarre realm, there are no limits to the game. The man approached her, asking, "Shall we have a private chat?" Sheng Ning responded with a look of feigned surprise and bashful delight, "Sure." Chapter 90. Teaching in a mountain village? How can you sleep? The man was taken aback, not expecting Sheng Ning to react this way. A smirk soon crept across his face as he reached out to embrace her shoulders. Sheng Ning swiftly dodged and descended the mountain path. Sheng Ning leaned against the barrage of comments, wearing a delighted smile. "All right, as promised, speak louder and I shall reward you." A minute later, a piercing scream echoed throughout the valley, prompting the 3 players who were already on their way to the mountain village to quicken their pace. Once player combat ensued, one might find themselves in peril as well. Sheng Ning gazed at the live stream panel, her smile radiant, her eyes captivating. "Is that loud enough?" In the stream, she stood with her foot planted on the man's head. The man was battered and bruised, barely able to rise, let alone retaliate. "Are you all merely judging by appearances and ignoring the attributes? Her attack is 67, strength 59, and you dare to make a move?" The audience opened the host profile, revealing Sheng Ning's attributes: attack, 67 speed, 75 strength, 59 agility, 77 defense, 55 spirit, 70 observation, 72 indeed, the most beautiful or often the most dangerous. "I'm in love." Before you act again, Remind me to initiate a PK with you. We would have made several thousand just now. The other live stream has a big player. Sheng Ning stroked her chin, recalling the peculiar live stream rules, and nodded. Understood, she added. The person who mentioned speaking louder, remember to send a gift. If it's insufficient, I can certainly make him shout even louder. She then formed a heart shape with her hands, and under the visual enhancement, donations began to flood in, filling the screen with candles. As night fell, Sheng Ning quickened her steps. Upon reaching the village entrance, the 3 female players who had arrived earlier glared at her in impatience. Where's that man? If he isn't here, the village chief won't let us in. Sheng Ning looked at the man, clad in a coarse suit, his eyes brightening upon seeing her arrival, resembling a predator spotting a plump prey. Such a gaze rekindled her initial doubts. Was this truly about teaching? Village chief, the boy has a broken leg by the roadside. Could you send someone to fetch him so we may enter the village? Sheng Ning ventured. To her surprise, the village chief and Apos' gaze remained fixated on her. As she spoke, he readily agreed. All right, tomorrow we shall send someone for him. You come with me, and I will arrange accommodations for you. The 4 soon arrived before a quaint villa, crowded with villagers eyeing the teachers like wolves sizing up lambs. Old Black, you choose first, the village chief commanded. The man known as Old Black immediately pointed to Sheng Ning. My home has solar power and a shower. You come with me, and I guarantee you won't suffer. Before Sheng Ning could respond, a man at the back of the line shouted, My house has a water heater and gas stove. I live alone while he has 3 brothers. The village chief scolded, Silence. Let us follow the rules. What rules? Were they competing for teachers or wives? Sheng Ning understood the situation but still probed. Village chief, may I go to his house? Her question left the villagers momentarily stunned, raising suspicions. Yet upon seeing her earnest and naive expression, they quickly dismissed their doubts. Is this player truly from the human faction? How can they deceive so adeptly? This one is destined for greatness. Let us observe a dungeon first before investing. The village chief hesitated, then awkwardly replied, Well? The man called out again, Chief, I can offer more money. Upon hearing the offer, the village chief immediately acquiesced. Then go with him. The man, Zhao Feng, stood tall at nearly 6 feet. A striking figure among the others, with well-defined features, dark skin, and particularly expressive eyes. Old Black was left with no choice but to select someone else. The remaining 3 female players included a pure and innocent girl, a charming and cute girl, and a short-haired cool girl. All possessed decent looks. Yet Sheng Ning and Apos' striking features and radiant smile created a formidable visual impact. As the 3 soon found their matches, a young girl in the crowd exclaimed, Village chief. What about me? The village chief frowned, irritated. The boy has a broken leg. Are you going to fetch him now? The girl hesitated, her lips moving. Tomorrow. Let us wait until tomorrow. Sheng Ning followed Zhao Feng home, taking a moment to glance at her streaming chat. Desperate Housewife has gifted 1 phantom chariot. Guardian of Peace has gifted 1 phantom chariot. Lord of the Fallen City has gifted 1 phantom chariot. Desperate Housewife. How did this kid's name change to this? It took me a while to find. Guardian of Peace. Poor child, already diving into a dungeon so soon. King of the Anomalies, Admin Honey. The short-haired woman named Swift Wind breaking 10,000 blades has initiated a PK. Are you joining? Whoever retrieves the first rule wins. Count me in. Soon. A PK progress bar appeared on Sheng Ning's screen. Once the PK commenced, all gifts sent in the live stream became stakes. Sheng Ning and Zhao Feng arrived at his 2-story villa, where only an elderly mother resided. As Zhao Feng claimed, a quick glance revealed that the interior resembled the 1980s or 90s in Huagua, with a small rear projection television and old band posters adorning the walls. His home was indeed quite decent. Zhao Feng led Sheng Ning to her room, showing no other intentions, merely reminding her he would take her to school the next day before turning to leave. This puzzled Sheng Ning. Had she misjudged his intentions? Or did he have ulterior motives? The latter seemed more likely. She quickly settled down to sleep, yet her viewers were far from willing to rest. How can you sleep at your age? Stop it already. Swift Wind is already searching the NPC and Apos' home. Beauty, you and Apos, read quite bold, but hold your horses. Ascendant King, I've got my 3 spirit tokens. That's my last bit of savings. Get up and find the rules. Opening the donation page, Sheng Ning saw a line of candles. The living have yet to perish, yet the assets in the underworld have already surpassed millions. A few wreaths adorn the screen as well. The PK bar on the top of the streaming interface showed Swift Wind surpassing 80, leaving Sheng Ning in a precarious position. No wonder her viewers were in such a frenzy. This was real money at stake. After some contemplation, Sheng Ning clarified, "Brothers, think about it. Why hasn't he, the village chief, gone to fetch that creepy guy? Is it because he doesn't want to or cannot? This indicates that the night must be quite treacherous. Moreover, our mission involves providing education in a remote mountain village. The clues we can currently ascertain are undoubtedly located within the school. As for the NPC's residences, it is likely that we shall not uncover any leads until we have gained their trust." Upon finishing her statement, Sheng Ning waved her hand and closed her eyes. Ascend to kingship. Did she manage to deduce so much in such a short span? The cunning deathbird. Is this the prowess of a level 3 player with 4 talents? I must invest. The cunning deathbird rewarded 1 candle and joined the cunning fan club. Is this your excuse for slacking off? Get up and get to work. Desperate housewife. Darling, you are so clever. Kisses. Chapter 91. Rural teaching. Those with dull minds, please refrain the next day. Sheng Ning awoke to the resounding crow of the rooster. Observing the rooster flitting about the courtyard, she could not suppress a cynical smile. It had not uttered a sound since her rise, and who could believe that this was unintentional? As the rooster sidled up to Zhao Feng's feet, Sheng Ning inquired, "I've heard that roosters are particularly nutritious. Is that true?" Zhao Feng paused, taken aback. "Are you hoping to eat it? I could slaughter it at noon." The rooster responded with a cacophony of clucks. After breakfast, Zhao Feng accompanied Sheng Ning to school, his striking features rendered even more handsome under the gentle sunlight. En route, Sheng Ning casually glanced at the live streaming room, noticing that the PK bar was still active, though not overwhelmingly so, which piqued her curiosity. Haha. The streamer was right. Yesterday, Jifeng rummaged through the NPC's house and got soundly beaten. Everyone thinks you were correct. Sheng Ning arched an eyebrow, confidently asserting, "Trust me." Those simple 3 words, accompanied by her bright, self-assured gaze, captivated the audience beyond the screen. Upon reaching the dilapidated school, Zhao Feng gently remarked, 18. Classes don't start until 8 o'clock. Have we arrived too early? It was barely past 6 in the morning. Sheng Ning beamed earnestly. Not at all, Brother Feng. I wish to tidy up a bit and welcome the children to school. The affectionate address made Zhao Feng's heart race, his ears aflame. Then, I shall assist you. With a playful laugh, Sheng Ning replied, Of course, I will be counting on you in the future. Such ambiguous words left Zhao Feng's heart pounding, making his steps less coordinated. The school, in truth, resembled 3 adjoining mud brick houses, one serving as the teachers and oppos office, another as the classroom, and the last, partially collapsed, as the teacher's dormitory. Sheng Ning first inspected the teacher's dormitory. The floor was thick with dust, the beams sagged, and the interior was a chaotic mix of fallen cabinets, dislodged window frames, and decaying bedding. Even so, Sheng Ning could discern that this was the result of human malice rather than a natural disaster. Together with Zhao Feng, she began to clean the office. It contained merely a few desks repurposed as workspaces, with a single textbook and 2 pins resting atop, leaving the space desolately empty. The wind whistling through with a mournful sound. It was a level of neglect even thieves would find unworthy of their attention. Isn't it true, streamer? Didn't you say the clues must be in the school? This hardly resembles a place with any rules to unlock, one viewer commented. Another scoffed, what a grand boast. How could anyone still believe you? This is just one classroom. The absence of rules here doesn't imply the rest lack them, another viewer countered. Hurry, streamer. Another broadcaster is on their way. Before long, Jifeng arrived, limping but wearing a friendly smile. Someone in the live stream relayed your words to me. I was initially skeptical. He admitted with a wry smile. You indeed possess foresight, but have you found anything in this office? Sheng Ning shook her head, scanning the surroundings and finding nothing worthy of investigation. Disappointed, Jifeng suggested, shall we check the classroom? They ventured into the classroom, which was even more austere, with crooked desks and grayish-white walls littered with debris. A reading corner sat in one corner, haphazardly filled with basic reading materials. Realizing there was no potential for discovery, Jifeng's expression darkened, and he shot Sheng Ning a meaningful glance before storming off, as if feeling deceived. Sheng Ning shrugged. It was all too evident that he was eager to seize any opportunity. After a brief exploration of the classroom revealed no hidden mechanisms, Sheng Ning returned to the office entrance, tossing a vibrant red apple idly. Shortly, she attracted her first elementary student. With sparkling, dark eyes, the child asked, Teacher, is this a Fuji apple? Feigning depth, Sheng Ning replied, I'm not certain. Could you help me by tasting it? The student eagerly accepted, biting into the apple and relishing the sweet juice that burst forth. With a few bites, the apple disappeared, and the child gazed longingly at Sheng Ning, clearly wanting more. Feigning difficulty, she declared, "The remaining apple is a reward. You must correctly answer 5 questions first." The student, brimming with confidence, exclaimed, "Just ask. I'm the smartest. I'm the vice class monitor. 1 plus 1? Sheng Ning prompted. Equals 8. The child insisted. Sheng Ning swayed the apple teasingly. 2 plus 2? The child's eyes widened. 10. Continuing her playful interrogation, she asked, "Who was your previous teacher?" The child replied, "It was Aunt Gio, but she disappeared 2 years ago." "What did that teacher enjoy doing?" Sheng Ning inquired. "Reading," came the reply. "What kind of books?" "The one with the blue cover on the shelf." Having gleaned the information, Sheng Ning tossed the apple to the child and rose to retrieve the book from the back shelf of the classroom. The blue-covered volume was The Little Prince. Its pages yellowed and edges worn. As she carefully flipped through it, she noticed there were no annotations or highlighted passages, rendering it seemingly ordinary. "I don't comprehend why the streamer is fixated on this book. The other live room is nearly finished exploring the entire village," one viewer remarked. "Streamer, please get moving," another urged. "Don't instruct the streamer on what to do, all right?" "Well, I don't understand why she is inquiring about the previous teacher." "I sent she is onto something," someone suggested. "Surely no one has failed to notice that this side quest is a teaching mission? It's clearly a guise for abducting girls," another viewer posited. Thus, the streamer is asking about the last teacher, or rather, the last victim, seeking clues? The comments flooded in, with one stating, "My husband is the smartest," and another gifting blood coffin tokens, which elicited excitement in the chat. As the supportive messages cascaded, Sheng Ning glanced up from the book to witness a flurry of welcoming comments, and upon noticing the 14,444 tokens on the donation board, she stood and greeted, "Welcome, Lord Judge. Good morning." "Ah, that demeanor. How delightful," the Hell Judge remarked, sending another token her way. Sheng Ning formed a heart with her hands, thanking him. "Please hold on. I shall soon present a performance of tearing apart the rules. If you can find the rules, I shall grant you a paper doll," the judge promised. A paper doll token materialized, worth 444 tokens, equivalent to 400 experience points, or 22 fierce spirits. Who could remain unaffected by such a prospect? Suppressing a smile, Sheng Ning thought, whether it's a paper doll or not matters little. What is essential is not to disappoint the Lord Judge. As she set the book down, preparing to abandon her search, her peripheral vision caught a phrase on the book's back cover. "Only by seeing with the heart can one truly perceive. The important things are invisible to the eyes." In an instant, she understood, closing her eyes and relying on her intuition to leaf through the pages anew. The Hell Judge, TSK, only just realizing it. Not very clever. It seems a mental refresh is in order. The Hell Judge bestows 1 funeral garment, 9,999 peculiar currency. The Eerie Stock King, "Thank you for your affection, Judge. Will you take a wife instead?" The Hell Judge, "Who? Let it be known, those lacking intellect need not apply." Sheng Ning paid no heed to these remarks. As she resumed turning the pages, she suddenly noticed slight elevations near each page number. Together, they read as rules. Chapter 92, Mountain Village Teaching Assistants. "You are my deity." Sheng Ning opened her eyes. Her elongated and clear phoenix eyes fixated intently on the live streaming panel. It was unclear how the panel determined the outcome, but the moment she spoke, the PK bar above the live stream suddenly vanished, replaced by 2 blood-red characters on her screen. "Victory." At that moment, Sheng Ning realized that the 2 blood coffins from the Hell Judge of Congo had not been counted in the PK bar. The win rate in the streaming room soared to 2.6. Everyone was reaping bountiful rewards, and the screen was filled with messages like, "Thank you, streamer. Let's south ride the fast lane together." The gifts had finally transformed from mere candles into wreaths. Sheng Ning, "Hell Judge, consider yourself lucky. Do you need eyes for the paper man?" The Hell Judge kept his word, and upon seeing the reaction on the PK bar, he recognized that this seemingly simple-minded woman had indeed uncovered the rules. Sheng Ning was puzzled. What difference does it make whether the eyes are present or not? The enigmatic Stock King dared not let the royal-level anomaly explain, hastily commenting in the chat, "With eyes, you can use them as cards. Without eyes, they are merely plain 44,444 anomaly currency." Sheng Ning stared at the screen, caught in a dilemma. She desired the cards. She also coveted the experience. The Hell Judge reclined on the sofa, legs crossed, observing the exquisitely beautiful woman on screen, her every expression captivating. Her eyes twinkling like a little fox ready to snatch a chicken leg. The little fox's eyes curved into crescent moons as she unabashedly declared, "Adults never choose. I choose them all. 8 anomalies at once. Streamer, You're floating away. The enigmatic stock king was startled and quickly attempted damage control. Judge. My streamer has encountered any valuable items, so don't hold it against her. Whatever you want to reward is fine. Sheng Ning waited a few seconds. Seeing no reaction from the judge, and calmly delved into analyzing the rules. Rule 1. You are a teacher. You must fulfill your duties. Rule 2. At night. You must hide in a place where others cannot find you. Rule 3. Stay away from corpses in the village. Rule 4. Beware of the full moon night. Rule 5. The teaching assistance period lasts for 7 days. 5 rules, each more perplexing than the last. The first rule indicated they were teaching assistants and had to fulfill the responsibilities of a teacher, which included teaching. However, the 5th rule stated that the teaching period was 7 days. What did this 7 days signify? After 7 days, would they no longer be teachers and could roam freely? Or did this mean that after 7 days, the first rule would lose its validity, allowing the villagers to act? Sheng Ning leaned towards the latter interpretation. Then there was the second rule, which stated they must hide at night. She had stayed at Zhao Feng's home yesterday, and nothing had happened. At least Zhao Feng could find her. Then what? Sheng Ning recalled that in the shattered home instance, 2 rules conflicted, suggesting that some rules might be erroneous. The third rule mentioned corpses in the village. Did it imply that these corpses could move, or would they be together with the corpses at a specific time? As for the 4th rule, Sheng Ning remained vigilant. This was not a place where one could easily discern time in calendars. She would definitely inquire about it with Zhao Feng when she returned at night. At the moment the PK concluded, the Gale Wind Racing had already received the news. She was astounded that the vase had indeed found the rules at school. Without delay, she rushed over, just in time to hear the class bell. Gale Wind Racing saw Sheng Ning enter the classroom with a book, theatrically announcing the start of the class. The ridiculous part was that there were only 3 students in the room. She desperately wanted to dash in and ask what the vase and Appos' rules were. However, the vase noticed her first, casting a cold glance her way. In that instant, Gale Wind Racing felt as if she were under a spell, unable to take another step. At that moment, Gale Wind Racing suddenly realized that the vase's inexplicable presence in the classroom must have some significance. Rules. The rules dictated that they must teach. Yes, they were teaching assistants, and teaching was their duty. The 3 children were easy to manage, and Sheng Ning quickly gleaned their previous class schedule. 3 classes in the morning, 2 in the afternoon. This meant there were 5 students in total, with 1 class per day for each. Upon returning to the office, Sheng Ning encountered Gale Wind. Their eyes met, and Gale Wind spoke first. You found the rules. What conditions would you share them with me? As if fearing Sheng Ning would refuse. Gale Wind quickly added, this is a B-level 5-person instance. You must understand the difficulty. You can't possibly clear it alone. How about we join forces? Sheng Ning shook her head, replying directly, to join forces, our strengths must be comparable. What qualifications do you have to ally with me? She was referring to Gale Wind Racing's limp. Gale Wind's expression darkened, but then, as if noticing something, she smirked. Dare you to challenge me to a PK? If I win, you share the clearance rules with me, and I'll give you a soul guiding banner as medical expenses. If you win, you can choose any one of my cards. Cards of my own choosing? Such a delightful offer? Sheng Ning perked up, nearly laughing out loud. She could forego the soul guiding banner. Choosing 1 card from her was more enticing. Gale Wind frowned. If I win, I'll only give you a B-level card. Sheng Ning countered. 3 B-level cards. Gale Wind relented. Fine, fine, fine. Class is starting soon. We have 5 minutes. Let us see who can gather more gifts. Sheng Ning agreed and noticed the PK bar that had suddenly appeared in the live stream. Gale Wind Racing, having heard that the rules could be obtained, gave it her all. Quickly surpassing Sheng Ning's PK bar. Sheng Ning remained unperturbed. Win or lose, she was indifferent, her pleas for votes half-hearted, to all the generous brothers passing by. Those with wealth contribute wealth, those with strength lend a hand. Where's your highness, the judge? Hell, judge, you've drained me dry. Only then did Sheng Ning notice that 50 minutes ago, she had received a Paperman card and an anomalous reward of 44,444. The initial offering was 88,888. This was indeed a true king. Sheng Ning quickly knelt, her left hand resting on her right shoulder, and exclaimed, Noble judge, you are my deity. Terror destiny. Fine, 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 I'll go plead with them to concede. Can you shout my name once in return? Interrupted by the barrage of comments, Sheng Ning, you understand the art of strategic retreat. As soon as she finished speaking, Gale Wind Racing approached with a face full of constipation. 18, you lack martial virtue. Sheng Ning, huh? Gale Wind, Her teeth gritted in frustration, yet her eyes sparkling with mirth, retorted, "What do you mean by that? You've embarrassed me by brushing a ghostly horse in my live stream to make me concede. If conceding is what you want, fine, but remember the 18. Next time we PK, you come to me." Galewind chose to concede, and once again, Sheng Ning was declared the victor. Terror Destiny, quite useful silly grin, come on. Shouted out, "Bro is your deity." Sheng Ning. It seemed that with the anomalous currency of 3,444 given to her, she could win too. Chapter 93, Rural Teaching Support. Though the swift wind did not obtain the rules, she appeared entirely unfazed, upholding her promise. She presented all her cards for Sheng Ning to select. Sheng Ning and Appo's ability to replicate was subject to a cooldown period, allowing her to duplicate only one type of card at a time. Without the crystal core, Ming Xing remained unresponsive, causing Sheng Ning some distress. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Could she not place all the cards together and replicate them simultaneously? In the past, her replication ability was limited to one card. But now she possessed the gift of duplication. Restraining the urge to smile, Sheng Ning gathered over 30 cards in her hand and executed the replication. Ding! Successful replication triggered a 100-fold critical hit, yielding 3,700 cards. The previously barren resource bar finally brimmed with abundance. Sheng Ning exchanged a satisfied glance with the swift wind. Having completed her lessons for the day, Sheng Ning prepared to leave the school. On her way back, she encountered Lao He, who had chosen her first yesterday. Almost immediately, he lunged at her, gripping her neck with a fierce glare filled with contempt. "You look down on me, don't you? If I can't have you, then no one else will." His speed and strength left Sheng Ning defenseless. In the moment of being choked, she managed to hurl 3 attack cards, but they proved utterly ineffective. Doubt crept in. Was it possible that the swift wind had provided her with false cards? Lao He exerted all his might, and Sheng Ning found herself unable to break free. In the blink of an eye, her complexion turned a deep purple, and her eyes bulged. The audience in the chat was frantic. The cards were useless. What about the paperman gifted by the judge? Just before losing consciousness, Sheng Ning released the paperman. In her daze, she thought she glimpsed Zhao Feng. Or perhaps it was Chu Yuanyan. When she regained awareness, it was already dusk. The golden rays of hope streamed through the worn-out window, illuminating the entire room. Sheng Ning felt a sharp pain in her neck, unable even to turn her head. "Am I still alive? You're awake?" The first sight that met her was Zhao Feng and Appo's handsome face. His expression darkened with concern. When she attempted to speak, a stabbing pain erupted, silencing her completely. "Do not speak. That scoundrel damaged your vocal cords, and you need to rest." Zhao Feng brought her a cup of water and sat beside her. Gently, he wrapped his arm around her waist, leaning her against his chest. "Drink some water, take small sips, your throat will hurt." In truth, Sheng Ning was unable to swallow even a drop. The mere act of moving her throat felt like a knife cutting through. Tears streaming down her cheeks onto Zhao Feng's chest. He set her down, his expression turning grim. "Rest for a while, I'll fetch you some herbs." With that, he left, leaving Sheng Ning still in a state of bewilderment. She had not anticipated Lao He's brutality. Upon their meeting, it felt as though he intended to take her life. Having barely entered the instance, she was already facing a life-and-death crisis, leaving her shaken. Opening her live stream, Sheng Ning scrolled through the comments and learned what had transpired after she lost consciousness. Just at the brink of death, the paperman had directly taken her place. Lao He's fingers, akin to eagle talons, overwhelmed the paperman. Soon after, he drew a machete from behind his waist and aimed a vicious strike at Sheng Ning's neck. Fortunately, Zhao Feng appeared just in time, toppling Lao He and bringing her back home. Hell Judge, fearful destiny, why did the cards fail? 1/8 weird, huh? Judge, why are you asking Destiny about this? Hell Judge, stop pretending, it's becoming impolite. Upon that remark, a king-level eerie symbol suddenly appeared next to Fearful Destiny's name. The chat erupted in cheers, welcoming the Destiny King. Fearful Destiny. The NPC protection mechanism in this instance is exceptionally high for the first 7 days. I'll investigate the situation. Afterward, Fearful Destiny fell silent. Sheng Ning deduced from the comments that every instance had a lord, and this particular instance was indeed under Fearful Destiny's domain. Upon witnessing her awaken, the Hell Judge cheekily commented, "Hell Judge, streamer, slap Zhao Feng, and I'll reward you with an A-level healing card." Eerie entities of king level and above could directly reward physical items. Sheng Ning, to slap her savior for her life? How ungrateful does he think she is? Zhao Feng returned an hour later, apologizing. I couldn't find any. Sheng Ning smiled. And in Zhao Feng and Amp, Appos, S remorseful gaze, a resounding slap echoed against his face. Zhao Feng. Sheng Ning offered an apologetic smile, revealing her palm, where a thoroughly squashed mosquito lay. Zhao Feng. Hell Judge. Weird Stock King. Haha. So you've been waiting here all along to catch a mosquito, husband. Hell Judge rewards 1 healing card. Zhao Feng appeared dazed. As a fragment of memory resurfaced, a dimly lit room where a woman had slapped him, before seeming to realize something and smiling similarly to just now, saying, husband. You believe I was just swatting a mosquito, right? The woman's visage melded with that of the stunning beauty before him. Zhao Feng chuckled silently, touching the side of his face where he had been struck, his smile not reaching his eyes but lifting the corners of his mouth with a hint of satisfaction. Truly clever and resourceful, she didn't change her reasoning at all, though he was uncertain why she had called him husband earlier. He wondered why she refrained from doing so now. Zhao Feng seemed to grasp something and asked, did the judge instruct you to do that? Sheng Ning froze. After using the healing card, she was fully restored, though her throat remained slightly hoarse. How did you know? Zhao Feng, exasperated, gazed at her petite face, unable to resist pinching her cheek. I am your Destiny King father. Sheng Ning. In the chat, the Hell Judge elucidated. In instances within our territory, we can freely descend upon any eerie entity. 1/8 weird. No way. That's incredibly powerful. Weird Stock King. Husband. Hold on tight to the Destiny King's leg. He will take you to new heights. With the revelation of his identity, the Destiny King's smile turned devilish and teasing as he whistled at Sheng Ning. What do you say? Call me daddy, and I'll protect you. Sheng Ning placed her hands before the Destiny King, displaying an outwardly obedient yet mischievous smile. First, show me your strength by giving me 50 cards. Destiny King. Chapter 94. Mountain Village Support. 18 abdominal muscles. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a melancholic ambience settled in. The once sweltering heat of the day yielded to an abrupt chill. Sheng Ning rose to freshen up with a shower, her every step shadowed by the relentless pursuit of the ominous entity. It remained glued to her until she stepped into the lavatory, showing no signs of relenting. Sheng Ning, why are you following me? Why does this sound like I'm accusing him of being a pervert? With a guilty fidget, the entity stammered. I'm just concerned for your safety. Even it couldn't decipher the inexplicable compulsion that had seized it since the emergence of that memory. An overwhelming desire to remain tethered to this woman had taken root. Fleeting, risk visions flickered in its mind, the memory of her slender waist, the softness of her. Ahem. Thanks to the live stream and Appos' auto-censor, Sheng Ning swiftly finished her ablutions and prepared to retreat to her chamber. She remained skeptical of the second rule. Yet the inherent danger of the night was undeniable. Spotting her exit, the entity's legs outpaced its thoughts, and it once again found itself planted before her door. Their eyes met Sheng Ning. The entity. A peculiar sense of unease washed over it. As a king-tier aberration, it should have been capable of snuffing out this woman's existence as easily as crushing an ant. Yet, it felt a strange timidity, an urge to apologize under the scrutiny of her gaze. Mustering its courage, it adopted a tone of unfounded confidence. I harbor no ulterior motives. You ought to know that you are not a volunteer teacher, but rather a bride I acquired. Sheng Ning retorted with a hint of exasperation. So? The entity declared, as my bride, you should share my bed. Sheng Ning refused with a frosty countenance. I have a husband. The entity countered. I'm aware. It's me. Sheng Ning probed. Consider my name. Do you grasp its significance? The entity mused. You desire me to possess 18 abdominal muscles? I am not a sentient ear of corn. Sheng Ning flashed a toothy grin. My husband was dismembered into 18 pieces. Would you care for a similar experience? The entity. Hell Judge. Ha ha ha. I want to see the 18 pieces of the King of Fate. Aberrant Stock King. Darling. So that's the profound meaning behind your name. Raising a great white shark. Wait. I heard someone here swatted mosquitoes for the King of Fate. Is that still happening? Raising a great white shark gifted 1 blood coffin. 1444 for aberrant currency. Oh, it's Shark Emperor. Shark Emperor has arrived. Seriously. Do all you king-tier aberrations just toss around blood coffins? I envy you rich folks. Hell Judge, we're at the dismemberment stage now, Shark. You're late. Raising a great white shark gifted 1 chainsaw card. Raising a great white shark. Chainsaw card deployed. Arranging King of Fate and Appos' kidney sashimi is not excessive, right? Sheng Ning, spotting the arrival of yet another king-tier aberration, donned a welcoming smile and said, thank you for the blood coffin, Shark Emperor. I and Appos' prepare the kidneys for you. The kidney and Appos' owner. Sheng Ning flung the door wide open, inviting, come in. Harvesting kidneys is out of the question. The King of Fate, incensed, promptly had the live stream muted. He cornered Sheng Ning, lifting her chin and forcing her to meet his gaze. Do you dare act so brazenly? Knowing who I am? Let and Oppos, see how much courage you truly possess. His fingers traced down her neck, plucking out the simple silver chain she wore. With a flick of his finger, a plain men's ring was revealed. The King of Fate's breath hitched. He yanked off the chain, his fingers trembling as he touched the ring. Whose is this? He felt an inexplicable pull toward the ring, an irresistible desire to merge with it. The ring seemed to beckon him, yearning to become one with him. It belongs to my husband. Give it back. Sheng Ning lunged for the ring, only to witness the King of Fate slide it onto his slender finger. In an instant, aberrant energy surged. The room and Oppos' temperature plummeted. Sheng Ning sensed a tumultuous transformation within the man before her, one that swiftly engulfed the entire village, plunging it into absolute silence, devoid of even a single flickering light. After an eternity, the man's eyes fluttered open, revealing a wicked yet familiar smile, his gaze brimming with affection. In a soft, tender voice, he murmured, "So, you truly are my wife." Sheng Ning frowned. Without granting her a chance to react, the man closed the distance, his imposing figure looming over her. He gently brushed aside the hair at her nape, his tone playful. "Guess who I am?" Sheng Ning, already bewildered and shocked, blurted out without thinking. "Donna and Oppos, make me slap you." Chu Yuanian, or rather, Chu Yuanian infused with the King of Fate and Oppos' essence, seemed to have triggered a switch within himself. He instantly reverted to his usual self, exclaiming, "Wife, I and Oppos, missed you so much." He then leaned in for a kiss. Sheng Ning shoved him away, barely concealing her amusement. Yet feigning annoyance, "It's you again? Where's my handsome 18-pack abs hunk?" Chu Yuanian chuckled and lunged at her. "I have 106. Feel them if you don't believe me." Day 3 of the instance, it was and Oppos' until well past sunrise that Sheng Ning and Oppos' live stream flickered back to life. After 16 hours of darkness, the chat exploded with tens of thousands of comments, all morphing into a collective WTF upon Sheng Ning and Oppos' reappearance. Still alive? The streamer actually survived. Aberrant stock king, darling. Are you alright? Did the King of Fate do anything to you last night? The sudden muting of the live stream had sent everyone into a panic. Only the Hell Judge remained unfazed. Did they, as king-tier aberrations, need to mute the live stream to kill someone? Clearly, the King of Fate had been selfishly enjoying his spoils. Sheng Ning arose to find Chu Yuanian lounging in a deck chair, basking lazily in the sun. His demeanor was so leisurely and comfortable that even the plump tabby cat couldn't match his ease. Recalling the previous night's ordeal, Sheng Ning kicked him, then turned to wash up. "Wife, how about another kick?" For symmetry. Remembering his insistence on perfect symmetry the night before, Sheng Ning gritted her teeth, itching to pummel him. After breakfast, Sheng Ning prepared to visit the school. Chu Yuanian, fearing for her safety, insisted on tagging along. He couldn't and Oppos' risk any other unwelcome entities descending upon her. He wanted to monopolize his wife. As they stepped out of the house, the cool-headed Jiafeng, who had been lying in wait, sprang forth. 18, by Schwer is dead. Sheng Ning was taken aback. What happened? Surely the players were aware of the dangers of the night. Would they still venture out so foolishly? Jiafeng explained. At the home where Schwer was staying, someone reportedly attempted to assault her last night. When their attacks proved futile, Schwer fled. This morning, she was found hanging in front of the ancestral hall. Sheng Ning took Chu Yuanian's wrist, glancing at her watch. It was nearly 11. They wouldn't make it to the morning classes. She would visit the school in the afternoon. "I want to see the ancestral hall. May I?" Sheng Ning sought Chu Yuanian's consent. Chu Yuanian grinned, "Of course. Since I'm being so cooperative, a kiss wouldn't be too much to ask for, right?" Sheng Ning rolled her eyes and pecked him on the cheek. Without even a moment of negotiation, Chu Yuanian felt cheated, pouting, "Kiss me here." Sheng Ning, unable to endure any longer, delivered a sharp slap, urging the individual to leave swiftly. The person in front, with a look of grievance etched upon the back of their head, covered their face and muttered softly, "If we are to part ways, why resort to violence?" A voice of irony. Surely this cannot be the fate of the king of the judge of the underworld. Heh.